Hello, hello. Happy 4th of July, everybody. It's the evening of 4th of July on July 4th, obviously, 2023. I haven't had a stream in a while, a little over a week or more. It seems like so much has happened over the last couple of weeks. I wanted to give an update to everybody on what's happening. And first and foremost, I want to thank you all for being so loyal and being so faithful and all the best wishes and everything that you guys and prayers you've been sending has really helped me through a lot. It seems like I went through a really a low point in my life a week or so ago, but I'm rebounding back from that. And you guys, a lot of that is thanks to your support. So I want to thank you first of all and most of all. And I see Captain Finity was here in the chat. Oda Greg says cheers. But what I wanted to apologize was last night. Now, forgive me if my days are a little mixed up, but I think today's Tuesday. Yesterday, which is Monday, I had a Lost in Space stream scheduled for last night because originally I thought I was going to be in Arizona, moved to Arizona, and settled in by then. But what happened was I had to postpone the move to Arizona for another week so that I could get the staples removed from my head from when I had my brain surgery. And so doing that, I basically postponed the move until the end of this week. So the guy that's going to help me move is going to be here Thursday night, and we're going to leave, pack up, and head out of here Friday morning, and off to Arizona. And so theoretically, next week by Monday, I will be settled officially this time for real. I mean, honestly, I'll be settled in by Monday, and we will continue our Lost in Space streams, followed by the horror stream on Tuesday. And I know people have been asking, sorely missing the Gilligan's Island stream. It's even been especially long for that one. So I will absolutely catch up with Gilligan's Island, and I'll have some special treats with that one and special inside info because I can't wait. I miss the Castaways just as much as you guys do. Lemon Pop, hello, Lemon Pie. I'm sorry. It says, hey, Pop. So good to see you. And Lemon Pie, I owe you an apology too. I heard you were one of the ones that came in last night hoping for my Lost in Space stream. See, the thing is I went to the hospital to get the staples removed. The appointment was at 4 o'clock. And I was in there for like 30, 45 minutes before they removed the staples. And then I said, okay, is it okay for me to leave now? And they said, well, wait until we get your paperwork, then you can leave. I said, okay. And then I sat in the waiting room for like another 45 minutes. And the nurse walks by and goes, oh, are you still here? I said, yeah. I said, if I'm about ready to leave. I said, it takes 45 minutes just for paperwork. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. So they gave my paperwork, which only took a minute to print out, of course. So by the time I got home last night, it was like 6:30 p.m. So it was like a half hour too late to do the stream. So I wish I would have been able to get on and cancel it instead of leaving you guys hanging. So I really apologize for Lemon Pie and for whoever else was here last night. Hello, Resolute Germ. Resolute Germ says hello. Good to see you, Germ. How did the staple removal go? Believe it or not, I will share that with you guys. I'm sure it sounds extremely gruesome and painful, but it actually wasn't what I expected. I have a friend who works in the medical industry, and he said because I was really worried about it the night before. I mean, imagine them pulling staples out of your brain, out of your skull. And my friend was telling me, "Don't worry, they put lidocaine on there." And I said, "What's that?" He said, "Well, it's this cream that numbs the area. They put that on there, then they pull the staples out, and then after that, they put some kind of not disinfectant, but what do you call it? Antibacterial, some kind of crap that stinks." He said. I was like, okay, it can't be worse than the brain surgery itself. So I've already been through the worst part. So when I get there for the staple removal last night, she starts. She had a cotton swab, and she starts dabbing the staples. And I was wondering if that was the lidocaine my friend had mentioned. And I said, "What is that you're putting on there?" And she said, "Just alcohol." I said, "Okay." And then she went straight to pulling out the staples. No painkiller, no numbing, no nothing. And what was interesting is the first couple of staples, I really barely felt it, but some of them were painful. It kind of hurt, kind of cringe. I wish they would have numbed it. But like I said, I figured the worst is behind me, and I was just glad to get the staples out. And that's why I waited an extra week and didn't go to Arizona, because I had called around in Arizona about getting the staples removed, and everybody was telling me it would be 2 or 3 weeks before they could see me, and I didn't want to leave them that long and have the skin grow over them. So that's the only reason why I delayed for one more week going to Arizona. So now that I got the staples out, I should be okay. I'm going to move there, and they'll have all my medical and everything transferred over there. So that's great. So yeah, the staples went well, and I'm happy for that. No ill side effects, no swelling. They said look for swelling, look for bleeding, all this kind of stuff. But no, I've been fine. And Lemon Pie says, "Oh, no problem, Pop." Well, thank you, Lemon Pie. Like I said, I do appreciate your patience. Nemesis of Eden, so good to see you. Hey, Pop, hope you're doing well, buddy. Yes, I am, Nemesis. Likewise, I hope you're doing good too. And it's so good to see you, Nemesis. I was just telling everybody, in fact, this is Tuesday. We would be doing our horror stream right now. But of course, I've been so busy. I haven't had a chance to focus on streams, and I'll touch on that topic here a little bit more here soon. But Nemesis, I will be getting to Arizona at the end of this week, and by next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I should be robust, back as ever, and we'll do our horror stream next Tuesday. I will put out a poll. In fact, if any of you guys want to get on here tonight and join me on the panel, maybe we can talk about horror movies or anything you guys want to suggest to cover for our next Tuesday horror stream. You're welcome on here. Resolute Germ says city hospitals are incompetent. I trust an Irk Pain boy as much as those morons I know. But I was lucky because I didn't want to wait 2 or 3 weeks. So I was lucky that I went in there and they did get them removed. So I'm glad I got that out of the way. Lemon Pie says, at least they didn't do the procedure at Staples Office Supply. No, what was funny is I looked at the staple remover and it looks like a staple remover. So I was thinking, wow, okay. Resolute Germ says, Orc. Right. Irk Pain. Names of Eden says, woo. Yes, I know, I'm excited. I can't wait. Our last horror stream, if I remember right, I think was Dreamscape. And I felt bad because then, of course, it was rushed. I didn't get a chance to give everyone a chance to vote. So despite that, I hope you enjoyed yourselves. But I promise for the next stream, I will let everybody vote. We'll get 4 topics up there. And by the way, anytime I put movies up there, when I put the 4 topics, I'm only allowed 4. That's all YouTube allows me. And you guys are always welcome to give me suggestions. So I don't want to think that all the everything's coming from me, because there's a lot of movies that you guys recommend that I haven't seen or that I haven't thought of. So I do appreciate that. Ola Greg says, good luck with the move. Thank you, Ola Greg. I hope it goes well. I've been gaining my strength. I've been walking every day. I walked a mile yesterday and then 2 miles today. And that way, unfortunately, when I was in the hospital for a couple of weeks, whatever it was, I didn't move around much. So I lost a lot of my strength. So when I got out, it was really difficult to move without really getting winded. So I've been walking every day and trying to build up my stamina. And like I said, I walked 2 miles today. I feel better. Also, I'm hoping to eventually clear my voice. I'm hoping to start sounding better too. And Mad Scientist, so good to see you, Mad Scientist. I miss you. Hi, Pop, and everyone, says Mad Scientist. Everybody say hello to Mad Scientist. Nemesis says, hail, Ola Greg, and a Mad Scientist. So yeah, next Monday, we will resume Lost in Space. And then Tuesday, we'll have our horror stream. I'll put the poll out next weekend, or towards the end of the week, probably, on which 4 movies you guys would like to cover. And like I said, there's a link in the panel if anybody wants to join up here and talk to me. If not, this is going to be a short stream. This is basically an update to let you guys know what was happening, because I know I left a lot of people hanging, and I feel bad about that. And especially after last night, not showing up for that stream and having you guys be there waiting for me, it made me feel really terrible. Nem Sabine says, I'm really glad you're getting that stamina built up, Pop. Yes, so am I. That's just what I need to do. Sitting around is not going to do me any good. So the best thing to do, I figure, Hello, Nemesis. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Pop.
Oh, likewise. I missed you, Sue. I missed you, and I can't wait till we do another horror stream.
Oh, dude, I've missed you too. I understand about things being super busy. No need for explanations. I'm just happy that we're doing this now.
I know, right? It's Tuesday night, and I figured, what the heck? Why not? And especially after, I mean, I love the fact that, I mean, you guys showed up last night, and I wasn't there, and it's like you can't be a worse host than that. To host a party and the host doesn't show up. It's like, are you serious? So I feel terrible about that. I need to remove that off my schedule, off the YouTube, so it doesn't keep advertising it. But it's yeah, Nemesis. It's good to see you. And like I said, if you have any suggestions for what movies you'd like to cover next, feel free to. We could talk about that if you'd like. It's an open topic, so anybody, if you're on the panel or in the chat, you're welcome to talk about whatever you want. Lemon Pie says, "Wow, good for you walking. Stay hydrated." Yes, that's exactly what I've been doing. I've been drinking a lot of water, a lot of ice water. Nemzavine says, "Hey, Lemon Pie," and Germ says, "That's doing great. I haven't been able to walk that much in a few years. I need to because I'm usually in pretty good shape, but after being in the hospital where they don't want you moving, they have me hooked up to IVs and all this crap. That's the first thing I need to do is I need to get the strength back in my legs because I want to be able to when the day comes to move this week, I want to be able to move everything myself. I don't have the money to hire people to do it for me, so don't want to put myself into that situation. Or Greg says I would wander the hospital after my surgery dragging my IV. Yeah, I know, but they had me hooked up to the stupid heart monitor too, unfortunately. Lemon Pie says, "Hey, Nemesis, Germ, Mad Scientist, Euler, Hakame, and Captain. Oh, Captain's here. Good to see you." Euler
Hail,
Greg says,
Captain.
"Hey, Lemon." Resident Germ says, "Don't feel bad about it. We all understand your predicament." Well, thank you, Germ. And I don't care much about stream elements, but do um, subscribe to Anti-Derivative Jill's channel just in case she's a good friend.
She's a sweetie. Definitely do it.
Yeah, in fact, I know she's got a stream tonight. I'll cut this stream before hers starts because I know she planned hers before I planned mine, and I don't want to step on any toes. Let me see if I can check and see when hers is. I thought she was going to have some gaming stream tonight, and something tells me it was 9 p.m. my time. And right now it's 6:14 my time, so I'm guessing she's got a stream in about 2.5 hours.
Oh, it gives us plenty of time.
Yes, it's 9 o'clock my time, so it's 2.5 hours from now. 2 hours and 45 minutes. Um, but yes, I'm out from the hospital, getting my stamina back, got the staples removed. I'm really happy about getting those things out. Getting my stuff packed. I've got a couple days to do that, and feeling much better. I've weaned myself off the pain pills. They gave me oxys, and I didn't want to get hooked on those. So I
No.
got to where I would take one like every other day, and then eventually I just stopped taking them. So I always let me see here. I've got like 15 or 20 left. So if I ever break an arm or something, I guess I'll always have them. But
Right? Or if there's a flare up or something and you need the pain pills, you have them. I find even just having that placebo effect of being like, yeah, I have the pills. It helps me get through a lot of days where and you just don't even need to take the pain pills. Just the thought of having it is enough.
oh, you're completely right. Last week I had to get my stuff out of storage. Now remember, this was I didn't have the strength that I do now. This was last Tuesday, a week ago tonight. I had to get my stuff out of storage. It was a 4x5 storage, and it's these bunch of containers and my big speakers for my surround sound. And I didn't have the strength, and I was winded. It was like I had to I could move a few things, and then I had to stop, and I was like rest, and I was like and breathe and all this, and then uh, I was moving very slow, slower than I'd like, and then that's when I did take an oxy for that, knowing that I was going to need it because it did hurt my head. I got a bad headache. Um,
Definitely. And that's when you're supposed to be taking. Well, that's when I would be taking the pain pills. I'm not telling you how to do anything.
Oh
um,
no! I didn't think that. No, what I was thinking is to describe this. Here's what was interesting: is that when I after I had the operation, which is I think about 2 weeks ago now. After I had the operation, they closed everything up. I could hear sloshing around in my brain. So imagine like if you tilt your head or you turn it, it's literally you could hear sloshing like water gurgling, like moving from one side of your brain to the other. And I asked the doctor about that. She said, "Well, that's normal because since they removed the tumor, that extra space is in there, and your brain is slowly going to fill back in that space. But in the meantime, you're going to hear this water sloshing around." I said, "Okay, well, that's interesting, whatever." And that lasted for a few days, went away, and then a week later, which was last Tuesday, I go to start moving stuff out of my storage, and this is like lifting heavy stuff. And then I started getting, even though I took the oxy, my head started hurting and I started hearing that sloshing around again. And I thought it was odd because for some reason, me moving all that stuff started making that sloshing happen again. So I thought that was strange. And then that happened for another day or so. And then that went away. So I haven't heard any moving around it there. No, I'm shaking my head now. I don't hear anything up there. But I'll know Friday when I start loading up my stuff. I think I'll pop an oxy before I start. But I think I can make it. I got a little hand truck reserved through U-Haul or Home Depot, one of those. And I think that's all I'm
okay.
going to need. But I think I'm really excited about the trip. It's going to be so good to get out of California. And where I'm going, by the way,
Sure.
even though it is Arizona, we've always heard about the infamous Arizona heat. Where I'm going is northern, so it's actually not as bad as like Phoenix and all those nightmares places we've heard of. So I'm looking it up right now. I have it saved on my phone. Right now it's 81 degrees there where I'm moving. That I can handle because I'm sure in Phoenix or Tucson or any of those cities, I'm sure it's well over 100 by now.
That's disgusting. I'm part reptile. I can't handle that.
Oh, I'm from Fresno, California, and I got a friend there. I got a good friend there. In fact, he's on the panel right now. He's there right now, and he was telling me yesterday it was like 112 or some crazy crap like that. And I was like, oh God, I remember those days, and it's insufferable. You got to be inside the air conditioning, or it's well they have cool. It's so bad they have cooling centers for people to go to when it gets hot. So they tell people go to a mall, go to a cooling center, go to a grocery store, whatever you can to get out of the heat because people are just dropping like flies, especially the older ones. The older people can't handle
Oh
it.
yeah. Oh, dude, right? Like that's the type of heat that I was used to when I was living at like down near Drumheller, which is like Alberta's version of the desert, which is a desert. It's the Badlands. Like
Oh,
it's a
oh
fucking
yeah.
desert. It gets to like 40 degrees Celsius down there. So
Ooh.
whatever that works out to,
Well,
40
whatever it is, it sounds
degrees,
hot.
104, 104 Fahrenheit, usually around there. So
Well, yeah. Well, considering California, Arizona, we got Death Valley right there, which is the hottest point on Earth.
ugh.
So that makes sense, right?
Dude, I had a science teacher who went with her husband on a hike for their honeymoon through Death Valley. And I'm just like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Like,
Well,
I
maybe
don't get it.
right. Well, I would do it maybe like March, February, March, maybe April, but I don't think I'd do any later than that. But
Oh,
I'm on a like I've never been to the Grand Canyon, and I'd probably go there first. But maybe he and his wife had probably already been there, so maybe they were trying to see a little bit of everything.
they're very unique people. They had like a whole nursery for like plants and whatnot. So they were interesting. I really like them, but strange.
Maybe they're there to check out the cacti and all that stuff and the Joshua trees.
That'd be cool. That'd be sweet.
Yeah, they're
Watch out for those
interesting.
tremors out there, or the
Watch out for
people
those.
with like,
Right. The trimmers are the people that live in the hills, right?
oh god, that movie. Ugh. Even the remake is bad. Well, it wasn't bad, but like hard to watch for different reasons.
I didn't like the remake. In fact, I know I watched it. My brain tells me I watched it, but when my brain tells me not to remember it, it must have been bad.
It
But
wasn't
I
fantastic.
but I love the original Wes Craven movie, The Hills Have Eyes, you guys, in case you're wondering what we're referring to. And here's a bit of trivia too. The Hills Have Eyes, the original movie. The dad who's driving the RV, you know what I'm talking about, right? The one that he's one of the first one that dies.
Yeah.
He's a reoccurring character on Gilligan's Island. He plays a native.
Oh, no way.
Yes, he plays a native on Gilligan's Island where he's in the headdress. And he goop goop, and he's talking gibberish. And he
That's
showed up in
him?
a few episodes as a headhunter. Yes, as a headhunter.
Oh, wow. Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yep. In fact, I watched. I don't know why, but I'm a fan of old analog television shows like Twilight Zone and The Outer Limits. And just recently, my phone started recommending the series Thriller from the early '60s. And I remember watching it
Okay.
as a little kid, and it's very. I've been trying to get it for a few years on DVD, and very difficult to get. But apparently now it's on YouTube. And I started getting recommendations, and I said, "Oh wow, there's Thriller again!" And it's hosted by Boris Karloff, which is fantastic.
Oh, awesome.
It is. It's great, and it's like Twilight Zone, except it's a thriller horror angle. Kind of like if you took Twilight Zone and Alfred Hitchcock presents and mixed them together.
Crazy.
And last night I watched an episode starring William Shatner and Natalie Schaefer. So I got Captain Kirk and Mrs. Howell in one episode, and it was a fantastic episode called The Grim Reaper. I wish I could do a watch
Wow.
party of that. I think I'm going to mention that to LDG so he can watch it on his channel.
Yeah, do it up. Definitely do that.
Yeah, William Shatner was really young, and it was before Star Trek. So
Oh,
early,
crazy.
yeah, he was like in his late 20s, early 30s. Natalie Schaefer looked like she was 65 when she did Gilligan's Island, so she looked like she was maybe about 60. But she played a rich old mystery writer in this big old. She had a big old mansion that she purchased, and she was getting it all dressed up like spooky stuff, and she called it Graveyard's End. And William Shatner played her nephew who came to visit, and it was like a great episode, especially to see them two in the same episode acting together. I had never known that before. And William Shatner's still alive, and that would be a great question to ask him. What was it like working with Natalie Schaefer? And it was good to see her play a straight role because basically she was comedy when she did Gilligan's Island, but she was also a well-known actress. And I mentioned this on my Gilligan's Island streams that before Gilligan's Island came around, she was a well-known actress before that. So it was good to see her play a straight role.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's especially when like actors get typecast into something, and maybe not typecast, but like it's hard when they don't get to actually use their full acting capabilities.
Yes, I completely agree, and especially with Gilligan's Island, a lot of them got typecast. That's why Tina Louise kind of turned her back on it afterwards and refused to do interviews and conventions, and when they got back together and things like that, she refused, which I can understand. But yeah, that was a problem back in the day. People got typecasted a lot. Um, and what's interesting is back then because, excuse me, at least in my opinion, we only had three networks. So what shows were on, everybody saw. So it was much more easier to get typecast than it is now. And we have another visitor. Hello, Captain. Hello,
Hey,
Captain. I
Captain.
hope you can hear. We see you, Captain, but we can't hear you yet.
We're just waiting for him to clear through the fog of.
Oops.
Oh,
Oh, I hope he
no.
gets his internet work. It's probably his internet, but he'll be back. You're welcome back, Captain, anytime. But back in the 60s, there was only three networks. So every show that was on, everybody saw. I mean, everybody in the country was tuned into just three networks. So
Yeah,
it was so much easier to get typecast back then. Now we have an endless supply of networks and streaming services. So we have like Henry Cavill playing Superman and then going on and doing a TV show like The Witcher. So things have changed completely.
which is awesome. Like, oh man, like he's supposed to be doing a Warhammer 40K
Yeah, I heard
thing,
about
which has
that.
been a huge. He's a huge nerd. Like, the more I've learned about Henry Cavill, the more I adore the dude. Apparently, yeah, he's
Yeah,
just
me
fantastic.
too. Yeah, when they hired him as Superman, I did not like
Hello
his
there.
portrayal. Hail, Captain. Good to
Yeah,
see you. Now we hear you. Yeah, when he portrayed Superman, I didn't. I hated it because Zack Snyder. I'll put it that way. I didn't like the movie Man of Steel. I didn't like the portrayal of Superman. I didn't like the way it was written, the way it was portrayed. I hated it. So, unfortunately, because of that, I did not like Henry Cavill. But then, aside from that, once I saw what kind of man he was, I saw other things that he did, like that video where he built the computer and stuff. It's like, oh, I've grown very fond of him. I like him now. But
Yeah, and it's funny how like a portrayal through like a movie can make you really judge a person, even though that has nothing to do with who they actually are. Generally speaking, it can if
it
they're
did.
pushing an agenda. But yeah,
Right. I was just upset because it made me hate. I don't know. I wasn't sure whose fault it was completely, but I guess it was everybody's fault except for the actor because the studio told the director we wanted in the Dark Knight, and the director Zack Snyder was an apprentice of Christopher Nolan, who made the Dark Knight movies. So he said, "Well, if I make it like the Dark Knight, then it'll make $1 billion like the Dark Knight did." Well, no, it's Superman. It's not Batman. And the guy was a fool and he didn't know the difference, and neither did Warner Brothers. And I was angry at that. I had to, I overcame that. I still can't stand Zack Snyder. I still hate Man of Steel, and that was a bad
that's
decision on
fair.
Warner Brothers' part. But it was, but I understand it was not Henry Cavill's part because just before he was fired this last year, he agreed to come back and play Superman. He said, but only if he plays the real Superman, who's full of hope and joy. And that's what he stated, but then that's when James Gunn said, no, that's okay. We're gonna go ahead and just hire somebody new, which we all know is that guy named something David Kors Sweat, something like that. It came out last week. They advertised. I guess they showed who's going to be the new Clark and Lois. Have you seen that?
No, I have not.
Are you very much of a Superman fan?
No, no, I didn't grow up with comics. I didn't grow up with any of that. Like that's not part of my upbringing. I'm more of an anime type of dude. Western. I could go into that in a bit, but no. Are you? Are you well a Superman fan as per se?
I am. I did grow up with comics, and I watched the cartoons. The Superman movie from 1979, I think it was 77, was a big influence. So yeah, Superman was always my favorite comic book hero. I know a lot of people like Batman and some of the others, but I always liked Superman because he was honest and he was like a Boy Scout. And when they turned him
Interesting.
into a dirty piece of shit, I just didn't like it. It just totally turned me off. And then
That's fair.
I've gotten to the point where I wonder within my lifetime if I will ever see a real Superman like Superman's supposed to be written ever again, where he's hopeful, innocent, kind, courteous, doesn't lie. Zack Snyder
I mean,
claims that he's going to do that in the new movie, but I'm very hesitant to believe it.
I've been told and I've heard through hearsay that the animated DC universe is much truer to how Superman is supposed to be
Yeah, same
than
with the
the live
Batman.
action.
Same with the
Yes.
Batman. Yes. And the actual best portrayal of Superman was the original Max Fleischer cartoon from the 1930s and 40s.
The one before he
Um,
could even fly.
no, he could fly in those.
Oh, okay.
In fact, I think that's the ones that introduced him as flying. I think
Oh,
before
okay.
that he could only leap like tall buildings and stuff. And I think those cartoons would introduced him as flying.
Yeah, because they just wanted him to have that ability. And you know what? I accept that. I think that's cool. Right? Like, whatever.
What's interesting, I didn't know that as a kid. I thought Superman always flew, and it wasn't until later on that I went back and started looking at the history that he didn't at first. Because, excuse me, I always thought that the cape was part of him flying. I thought that was part of it, or they just went together like bread and butter. But no, he
Yeah.
had. There was a period where he only jumped, and he had the cape, which is totally fine. That's when they were still. Every time they had a new version of Superman, it's like the Dracula vampire movies. Every time a new version comes out, they add something else to the character, it becomes part of it, and then it becomes part of the lore. So we kind of covered that too when we did Fright Night. Is that Dracula? By the way, I still have that link for that you sent me on vampires. I need to watch. In fact, I was kind of skimming through that last night. Ooh, I need to get caught up on the chat. That's right, Gorilla's night here tonight. He's off partying for 4th of July, so I'm going to do my best. I'm sorry not trying to ignore anybody. Order Greg says I have 100 missile battery to set off tonight. Oh, that sounds like Order Greg. I'm in California. You can't set anything off here legally. I hear illegal fireworks going off all the time, but legal ones, oh my God, they're so expensive, but you can't have anything that flies through the air in California. So everything's got to be some little crap that sizzles on the ground for a few seconds and then burns out for $50. Ola Greg says, I am hooked the monitor, LOL. Ola Greg says, I would very slowly escape from my room and wander riding my chains. I should have. Believe me, I felt like it. Lemon Pie says, very smart, Pop. Wean off of them. Yes, exactly. I haven't had an oxy, in fact. Yeah, since last week, the day that I did move my stuff. Germ says, oxys are not. Here we go. Oxys are nice, but they do nothing for my pain, but they do stop me from caring. I wondered about if they helped the pain. I think they did. I know I don't understand. Here's what I don't understand is I know oxy is an illicit drug that's on the market that people buy illegally. And I don't understand why, because you don't get high off of it. I mean, why would you want to illegally buy a pill that you don't get high off of? I mean, I don't know. Residue Germ says, hopefully once you're out, you'll never have to go back to. Yeah, I'm hoping never to. In fact, I can tell you right now in this stage in life, I doubt I'll ever return to California. If I do, it may be to visit friends because I have, some friends there, but it's highly unlikely. Lemon Pie says, I'm in 100-degree land these days. It's hard to hear that, Lemon Pie. Man Tide says, there it is. Mad Scientist, 115 yesterday, 102 today. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm glad it's cooling down a little for you, Mad Scientist. I hope you're staying indoors. Wow, he sent that. I got to definitely get caught up on this chat. Ola Greg says, same here, Lemon. Toasty in Texas. And Ola Greg says, plus extremely humid as we are a port city. Oh, I know how that is. Ola Greg says, boom, pop, pow, and cheers. Lemon Pie says, it was so hot yesterday, I went to the store and bought a frozen pizza. During the drive home, it became totally cooked and 100% eaten. And Germ says, heat's okay, humidity though. Fuck that. Yes. I had a job that I was working in the South. And that's how it was. It'd be like 100 degrees and 90-something% humidity. Insufferable. Yeah, it's terrible. I know the people who live there can get used to it, but I couldn't. Ola Greg says, exactly, Germ. Ola Greg says, sweating makes it worse. Yes, it does. And Germ says, give me gray skies and 55 degrees any day. That does sound nice. Captain Finney says, sorry, the NZ is back on this, but but still too slow. So I understand, Captain. I hope your internet picks up so you can join us. Captain Finney says, I'm so pumped as well. I was getting trolled by Ranker Steve. He is so dumb. And Ranker Steve. I'm not sure who Ranker Steve is. Captain Finney says, Prozac Snyder. Yes. And Resolute German says, DC animated is 1,000% better than anything live action. I completely agree. Ranker Steve. Hello, Ranker Steve. At Captain Finney, don't say anything bad about pop culture creator or else he'll backstab you and insult you. Just a friendly reminder. I do. I backstab and insult people. I don't think you know me very well, Ranker Steve.
No, don't take that personally, man. It's for fucking Rancor Steve.
I don't understand. I don't know who he is, and he doesn't know me.
Don't worry about it. Just move past it, buddy. He's no one.
Ola Greg says fireworks are illegal in the city of Houston, but fireworks are set off on every street. Same here, yes. I mean, somebody earlier today, it was like boom. It wasn't even like, like the fireworks sound of fireworks, with the crackling and the hissing and the whistling. It was like boom. It's like somebody was setting off a cannon or something. It's like ridiculous. But I never hear a siren like police or fire agents, and nobody calls the cops, I guess.
Yeah, the cops even get out by the time, like, they can't really trace that, right? Like, it's like, yes. Oh, I think it came from that area over there.
Right, and they're
unless
not
like they're
going to
setting off.
right, and they're
Go
not
ahead.
going to knock on people's doors and say who did it. Nobody's going to point out to neighbors.
Oh, exactly. Breaking the law. Yeah, exactly, Euler. Exactly.
Breaking the law, breaking the law.
Yeah. Judas Priest reference. Gotta love it.
Oh yes, I do remember though, and I can understand. I mean, it's kind of overkill, but when I was probably about 15 or so, they used to sell these little fireworks. I can't remember what they were called, but they had wings on them. It looked like a little stick of, like a little stick with these little wings on the side. You would light it, it would spin, and it would fly up. And they were like red or blue, they were different colors. It would fly up into the air and then fly for a little bit and then land. And I was at a friend's house and we were having fireworks and they set one off and it flew up right over to the neighbor's house right on the roof and started on fire.
Oh my
So
God. Fuck.
yeah, they had a wooden roof. So that's why they eventually banned it for everybody in California, of course. But we can't even get those stupid little sparklers here. Lemon Pie says, Ranker, did you mean to switch those two names around? Isn't your beef with Captain, not Pop? Oh, I don't know. I don't know what's going on between those two. But
YouTube drama. Just move past it, buddy. It's all good.
yeah, I don't want to get involved in that.
Exactly.
But
Man, that reminds me of like, I remember we had fireworks and my buddy who had moved from Holland, Senna, the crazy Dutch bastard, we were throwing the fireworks up in the air and same thing, right? Fucking landed on the house, didn't start the house on fire. But I remember his dad, Yope, came out and he was fucking pissed. Hold on. And like, bear in mind, his dad was voted the strongest man in Holland for like several years,
ooh.
like in his youth. Like, I've watched him pick up a motorcycle and just like carry it across the yard. You're just like, oh, fuck. And he's like, you burned down my house, blah, blah, blah. I was just like, oh my God, dude, I'm so sorry. I get it. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. I was just like, the memories. Crazy.
Yeah, because it's the worst. That's one of the worst places for a firework to land because it can get in between the tiles and all that stuff of the roof, and it's so hard to extinguish. That's why usually when the roofs do catch on fire and the fire engines come out, that's why they end up tearing the roof apart because any of those sparks can fall in the crevices of all those tiles. Come on, Romeo. Come on, let's go, Pooch. All right. My dog acts like he wants up, and he acts like he doesn't. Ole Greg says, when I was young, we had fireworks wars. Yeah, I was trick or treating once as a kid, and people were shooting bottle rockets at trick or treaters.
Oh man. Well, I mean, I can kind of understand that. We did
Yeah,
really dumb stuff, like driving out in the country and fucking firing off Roman candles into the wilderness. And like, luckily, I didn't start a fire, but some of the kids from my town later on in the years did and got charged
yeah,
with arson.
yeah.
Set
There's
like acres of land on fire. It was just like, oh fuck.
yeah, that's just it. See, a lot of us did stupid stuff when we were kids, but we weren't so stupid to let things burn down and get in trouble. And these days, it happens all the time, unfortunately. Freedom always has
Yeah,
its price, says Ole Greg. Yes, it does.
it does.
And
It certainly does.
that's what we're celebrating today, 4th of July. All the people that sacrificed their lives, their families. That's why we have our country and what it is. And unfortunately, right now, they're trying to tear it down. And it's really sad. I'm surprised that we still have 4th of July, especially with the current presidential administration. I'm surprised they haven't outlawed it. I'm sure by next year it'll be LGBTQ Day instead of 4th of July. Right now, they seem to demonize the military and any sort of patriotism. And that's a shame. Ola Greg says, almost never see a fireworks fire here. I'm in town, suburbs, so yeah, same here. But people do tend to do it in the mountains, unfortunately, in the grassy areas. Lemon Pie says, they say men gossip as much as women. At least that's what I heard John tell Roger, who did you know has a crush on Shelley Rimshot. Ola Gray says, that's not my experience, Lemon. I have never, and I've been around men and women, never met men who sit around and gossip. And
Oh, I have. You never worked? Have you ever worked on a construction site?
Yeah, when I was young, I was a bricklayer.
Oh
but
shit! And I'm like, yeah,
but
I've
but
heard, I hear dudes fucking
like,
gossip just as much. It's just different stuff.
right, but well, yeah, but here's, well, I'll be specific.
Okay.
What they don't do is men don't talk about their wives or their women. Like, oh, she's got flat chest, she's a horrible lay in bed, and she's a lousy
What?
cook.
Yes, they do.
Huh?
At least the dudes I hang like on all the construction sites I was on talked about that. That's where you got advice from everyone.
Well, because it seems like if that's the case, like let's say if I did that, let's say we're on a
Yep.
construction site, and every
Yep.
day I came to work and I'm bitching about my wife because she's built like a oil barrel and she wears a couch cover for a dress. I mean, eventually, wouldn't you guys all be making fun of me every time I came to work?
Well, we make fun
That's
of
what.
everyone over everything. We're fucking vicious. That's just part of the job. You just don't let. That's why I never told people about certain elements of my life. You just don't open yourself up to that, and you gotta have a. You just gotta have a thicker set of skin.
Well, yeah, I've got a thick enough skin and a sense of humor, but I've never shared my private life with people like that. I guess I'm just. Even when I was on the construction site, I did hear some people talk about that stuff, but I never did it. I don't know. It's just I don't do that. I don't know. For some reason I'm hardwired against it. I can't talk about people behind their back.
No, that's good.
Um,
That's a good thing. Keep
I
that
just
skill.
I just it doesn't make me feel good, and I don't know. Unless that person like is treating me horribly, and then I'm willing to say the same thing to them to their face. Like if I know somebody who's fat and stupid, and I'll tell them to their face, "You're fat and stupid," then yeah, maybe I'll tell everybody they're fat and stupid. But I won't do it behind their back just because I want to be vindictive. I just can't do that. Resolute Germ says we have at least 3 fires here every fourth. Yeah, I'm sure I'm going to hear about some here as well, Resolute. And Oleg Greg says, yeah, y'all sound like firebugs up north. LOL, not surprised for some reason. Resolute Germ says that's a very unusual construction site, Nemesis.
It is, and it really depends on the construction site, right? Like and it depends on which trades you're talking to, or if they're even trades
Well, what I remember
with
them talking
quotation
about,
marks.
I was young, but what I remember them talking about were, oh yeah, she's good looking, or hey, this woman's hot, or this woman's got nice boobs. That's the things that I remember hearing them talk about. I don't remember them necessarily talking bad things about their wives or their
Oh,
girlfriends.
well, I wouldn't necessarily say it was like shit talking their wives, but it's like, oh, well, I'm having this problem. It was like a safe space to be like, yo, guys, I'm having problems here. What do I do? And
Yeah,
generally
yeah,
they
I remember
give
that.
advice
Yeah,
back. Yeah. No, I wasn't trying to be like everyone's like blah blah blah. It's like not every fucking drywaller that I worked with catcalled the women and fucking acted like a dick bag, but some of them did. Like
yes.
they're there for a reason, right? Like, ugh, try to disassociate yourself because you are literally not even working together, but like the people look at you and they're like, really? And it's just like, I'm not with him. No, no.
Or the worst is when it's your boss and you've got to, yeah, that was funny, ha ha ha, and cringe.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't miss that.
No, yeah,
I miss
same
building
here.
stuff with my hands though. Man, that was fun.
I remember, yeah, all my, I started work when I was like 11 or 12, and all my early jobs were all very hard labor. And I struggled to because I wanted a job that used my brain and not my hands. So that's why I eventually became a teacher. So I'm glad for that. I don't have like a bad back and premature aging like a lot of people that do, like construction workers. Most of them, by the
Oh,
time they get to my age, they're probably back would already be long gone, and all
oh,
these other
dude, I
health
have,
problems. Welders would be almost blind by now if I was a welder.
oh, dude, I have like no hearing left because I'm a sheet metal worker. I've had two herniated discs in my lower back. Like, I don't do
Ooh,
construction anymore. I'm a journeyman sheet metal worker, but I just don't. I can't physically do the trades anymore.
yeah. See, it really it it's a job for younger people, but you really takes a toll on your body. You really age prematurely.
Oh, dude, like I had so much money to burn, but like, and I mean, I'm happy with that. I still have something that I can fall back on and be like, yo, I do have my ticket. and I can
Yeah.
go do other things. I just need to get an office job. I just need the economy to fucking pick up.
Uh, I don't think.
But
I
you
think
know,
the problem is, and I was having this discussion with a friend. Is even if the economy picks up, inflation is so high. I can't see wages ever getting up to where they're going to match with how high inflation is. Things are
oh
just
no,
so
no, no.
high right now, and our wages are so low. It's the widest gap we've ever had in our history, and I don't see that closing anytime soon.
Oh, buddy, you're telling me. Trust me, I went from making mad bank to fucking no bank, and it's
Right,
hard because like,
right. We're making the
uh,
same, or if not less, than before COVID, but yet everything's almost double the price when you guys think
and
about it. Now it's all gotten to the point where we've had to adapt our lives to just, well, we're going to have less of this. Like, I can't afford to buy that anymore. I can't afford to eat this anymore. I can't buy steak anymore. That's what living like life is now, and I don't see that changing. That was one of the point of the pandemic. I'll put it that way. Ola Greg says, Southern joke, sorry. Ola Greg says, I avoid drama. Life is too short. Thank you, Ola Greg. Same here. That's one
yeah,
thing I can't
agreed.
stand is people that create drama just for drama's sake. Oh my God. Resolute Germ says, every job I've had, there's a general don't ask, don't tell policy about your personal life. Yes. Yeah.
Right? It just seems like common sense, but
Well, Resolute Germ brings up a good point. Teachers use their brains. When I was a teacher, um, I worked at a high school, I worked at elementary, I worked at middle school, I worked at all the different ranges. I was not a professor in college, but I worked at a high school, middle, and elementary. And they had the teachers' lounge where the teachers would go in there and eat lunch. And I would go in there, and there would be like two of us, two men, and then the rest of them were all women, of course, because men are far outnumbered when it comes to teachers. And all I could, and this is, I was in my 30s, 40s. I did it for 20 years or more. But anyway, it started when I was late 20s, 25, 26. But I would be in the teacher's room, and that's all they did was talk about their husbands, sex or lack thereof with their husbands, how they manipulate their husbands, how they use their husbands, what they want from their husbands, what they expect from their husbands. And it was the most disgusting thing I'd ever heard in my life. And because of it, I mean, honestly, and I wish I was joking, but I'm not. But because of that, I stopped dating because I saw how women really were. Because that's because we were talking about when men get together, they don't do that. If you would have heard the horrible things these women would say about their husbands, I was like, oh my God, they're all miserable. None of them are happy, and I really feel sorry for their husbands. But it was terrible, terrible the way they manipulate their husbands and then just talk about it behind their back and all the things they expect from their husband with nothing in return. It just disgusted me. I was like, no, I'm done. Done. I'm not gonna let another woman close to my heart ever again. I'd already been treated badly in the past, but that pretty much cinched it. Lemon Pie says, did you see the belt sander Jeff bought in? Construction site gossip. And Ola Greg says, life is good and I'm happy. That's great, Ola Greg.
fuck yeah, dude.
I know. You can't ask for more than that. Ola Greg says, I've learned to love nuclear weapons and inflation. Nothing gets me down.
I mean, nuclear weapons I love. One of my favorite movies is Doctor Strangelove.
Or how I learned to stop worrying about the bomb.
You got it. Dude, I've seen that movie so many times. They showed us that in high school, and like I'm so glad they did. Like, yeah,
Yep, fantastic movie.
it really is. Really is.
I think it was Stanley Kubrick, right?
Yep.
Ola Greg says, we got that one. Resolute Germ says, you can have Democrat states, just round up some DNC members and a butcher. The Democrats are all vegans and vegans and all that other stuff here in California. So they're trying to ban pork and beef and everything else because they want us to eat what they eat. And now they want us to eat bugs. Did you guys hear in China? In China, they're eating rocks now. Did you guys hear that?
Nice.
Yeah, so that's
You
the next
know.
step. Start feeding them rocks. That was a Doctor Strangelove reference. Absolutely.
All right. Euler Greg and I are on the same wavelength. ish.
I love Peter
Uh,
Sellers and the Great Slim Pickens. So, Nemesis, any suggestions for a horror movie next week? Or any of
oh,
you guys
dude,
in the
tons.
chat? You guys, is there any kind of in the chat? Is there anything you guys want to suggest that I could put in the poll for the next week's horror movie? Feel free to do so. Bugs are probably
Right?
delicious, says Oleg Greg. Well, good luck, Oleg Greg. Let us know because I don't think I'll have the stomach to try myself.
I've had
I'm
some.
sure.
They're
I'm
fine.
sure. Well, I'm sure I've had some in some of the food that I've eaten accidentally, but no, no thanks. Not intentionally, at least. I'm not going to go out of my way to eat bugs.
We did at a summer camp once. There was a bucket full of grasshoppers that we collected, and it was who could eat the most. And I mean, they don't. The
Was it
worst
like a
part was like the legs twitching. They didn't taste bad.
was it like a
Didn't taste
dare
great,
thing or
but
what?
kind of. It was like a
Ooh,
bravado among men, being like, yeah, you think you're tough, yeah, you eat the bugs. It's like, all right, whatever. It's
I
fine.
would be like, no, thank you. I'll just rather get laid.
Oh, dude, we were not that age. Not quite that age.
Of course not. That's your problem. No, no,
Uh,
when I was young, we used to dare each other, of course, to do stuff like that. But thank goodness eating bugs was not one of them. Resolute Germ says it's okay if the Democrats are vegan. The meat is more tender that way.
it's like veal.
Order Greg, I'm already full of ribs. Man Scientist says, can
Hell,
we do a review of the Oprah show? Yeah, everybody, we're going to do a review of the Oprah show. How does that sound? It'll
oh
only take
fuck
like
yeah,
30,
dude.
yeah, it'll only take like 30 seconds or so, right?
Oh my god.
Order Greg
But I
says,
mean, if
yummy
we're on the
germ.
topic of,
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if we're on the topic of bugs, we should do mosquito for a horror movie.
Well, that's right. I did put that in the last poll, didn't I?
You did, and that's what I voted for. Either that or Dog Soldiers, because that's an awesome werewolf movie. I
Yes, it
thoroughly enjoy
is.
that.
And what's that one with the Nazis and the zombie movies? It was like in the frozen snow. That was a good one too. I got to look it up.
Oh, I've never seen it, but I'd like to.
Yeah, it was like Nazi and zombies in like the snow. It was a great movie. I need to look it up. Herc 130, welcome, Herc. Good to see you. It is so good to hear your voice, PCC. Well, believe me, you guys being there is what gave me the energy and the stamina and want to come back because I missed you guys. I haven't had a stream in a while. And I won't be able to have a stream within the next few days because I'll be packing everything up. I'm on my laptop and I'm going to be packing it up tomorrow probably. So I'll just have my phone for the next few days. But we'll be back full strength next week with starting with Lost in Space on Monday. And then we're deciding now on what horror movie or what topics we're going to vote for on our next poll for the next Tuesday night stream. Dog Soldiers is excellent. That's it. Thank you, Ola Greg. Or is that the one you said?
That's the one I said. Yeah, but
All right.
I'm glad Euler Greg agrees. Hell yeah,
Lemon,
buddy.
Lemon Pie says, hey, Herc. Herc 130 says, hello, Lemon Pie. Dog Soldiers is not about Nazis, is it?
No, no. Here, I'm gonna look up the snow Nazi one for you right now.
Yeah, because I'm getting them. I don't know why I'm getting them mixed up. Order Greg says England is represented by the Howling and Dog Soldiers. Yeah, I love, love, love werewolf movies. I
Yeah,
even
dude,
like,
totally. Like,
yeah, I even like it's very underrated, but Silver Bullet was a good movie. And I'm not a fan of Stephen King at all, but that was a good movie.
I don't think I've seen it.
Ooh, well, maybe we'll do it one of these nights. I'm barely starting to get used to it's great as I can type slowly with my left hand. When I was talking to you guys a couple weeks ago, I had no use of my left hand. But now that they removed the tumor from my brain, I'm starting to get used back and I can move my fingers again and
That's
it's helping.
awesome, dude. Hell yeah.
Dead Snow.
Dead
That's the
Snow.
movie.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, that's the movie I was thinking about. Yeah, I recommend it if you have not seen it.
A horror comedy. I love it, right? Like, why not? Oh, Scandinavian. If we're gonna do a Scandinavian, we could always do Troll Hunter as well.
Yeah, I've had that. Oh no, we talked about it, but I don't think I. Yeah, wait, I'm trying to think. I think I
I think
added
it
that
was
to
in
my.
a poll, but it didn't do too well because no one's really heard of it. And it's if you don't like subtitles and you don't like beautiful mountain scenery, it's kind of a hard watch.
That's yeah. Some people don't like subtitles. I don't mind them. I love them.
Oh, I have no
Um,
problem with it.
Same here. Well, because that's a lot of the best movies are those foreign ones.
Oh,
Oleg Gregg said,
definitely, right?
absolutely. Oleg Gregg says, "Sorry, American Werewolf in London." And Oleg Gregg says, "I'm drinking." Oleg Gregg, oh, I'm drinking too, but it's a soda.
I am
Oleg
also drinking a root beer.
root beer. I used to work at A&W and I used to mix root beer.
Oh, dude, me too. I was a
Oh,
fucking cook in the back. It was
same
awful.
here. Oh,
Nice, yeah.
so okay. So when you made the root beer, was it that big old plastic vat that was like 50 gallon or what, 100 gallon, whatever, with the ore,
No,
plastic ore?
nope. We got them, and there was just the fucking big plastic vats that you would like hook nozzles up, and the lines would run to the fountains. We would never have to deal with like actual root beer. It was
Oh,
just carbonated water mixed with like syrup, just like any other fast food place.
hail, hail, gorilla. Goodbye, gorilla.
Gorilla,
Hail,
goodbye,
gorilla.
Hey there.
gorilla.
I'm kind of sad.
What's the
Why you
matter,
sad,
gorilla?
bud?
What's up, gorilla? Hello, hello, gorilla.
Hell yeah, Oiler Greg, rooting for the left hand as well, buddy.
Woohoo! Yes, so I can open and close it again. I can touch my fingers. Oh, and I can carry things. That's another thing too. Is I was for a month or more. I only had my right hand, but now I can lift things with my left hand again. I can turn a doorknob. So I'm very excited. I know that sounds stupid and simple, but I was thinking that I wasn't going to have use for my left hand for the rest of my life. But I'm regaining strength. I found a foam ball about the size of a tennis ball, and I've been squeezing that, and that really helps. Are you there, Gorilla?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, now we
Yeah.
can. So
Yeah.
what's up? What are you sad about?
I'm sad that I won't get my viral footage of losing a couple digits today.
Oh, that's too bad. What the fuck? Why not, man? You
Wait. So
couldn't sacrifice one for the team or for the
right.
views at the least.
So
Oh,
you
you
lost.
can't. We can't launch fireworks in this weather. Everywhere around here is canceling.
Why is it? Because it's hot and dry?
No.
Tornadoes?
Right. Well, let's see. Spencer canceled because of rain and hail.
Is that wait, Spencer? Is that a person or a town?
Town.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha.
Little Mexico there. They canceled because of rain. Okoboji there. They canceled because last night they started their barge on fire. And then today it's just raining so heavy. They're not going to launch in this.
Now you said they
My
caught the
goodness.
barge on fire. Did they set the fireworks off on a barge? Is that what that was?
Yeah, they take a barge out to the middle of the lake and launch it from there.
Oh, those are the fun ones to watch those go off. I've seen that. By the way, I used to set off professional fireworks. When I was a teacher, there was another teacher, who set off them and he goes, "Hey, you want to ball?" I was a volunteer. I didn't get paid to do it. But I was like, hell yeah. And we set up those big ones, like the 6 inch, the 5 inch port, the big mortars that would shoot up in the sky. So if you watch them, it's sad, and I know, shocker, everybody. I hope I don't upset anybody by saying this, but when you watch the YouTube videos where things go wrong on those barges, and everything starts going off at once, and you see people diving into the water, I think those are very hilarious.
Well, of
No,
course.
no,
I mean,
no. My favorite one. My favorite one is when the guys were each one was on the other side of the river there, and they're launching fireworks at each other. One of the guys, right at the very beginning of it, the guy launched a Roman candle or something at the other guy there, and it landed right in the guy's stash right at the beginning.
Oh,
It's just 3 minutes, and so it's just 3 minutes of just fireworks going off like crazy there. And at the end of the video, he goes, "Son of a bitch, fucking, I quit." Oh, those Roman candle wars are fun. Forget your bottle rocket wars. We have Roman candle wars.
Yeah, I know.
Except
That's why. Yeah, we
Except
used to
when they
have them
land in
here.
the pocket.
Yeah, they used to have them here in the 1950s and 60s in California, but because of that stuff is why they banned it. Like I said, they won't even, we can't even have sparklers. Those little hand sparklers, we're not even allowed those anymore.
Oh, we're allowed we're allowed ground, basically ground explosives. Anything launches in the air is illegal. I still remember a few years ago, back when I still had some money before my second kid was born, when I still had some money. Well, I went and bought like $500 worth of fireworks there, and we were just sitting there setting them off at the Okabina. They're just launching them off, launching them off. You know, have a good old time there. Then we got Then we got yeah, I was just threw everything in the back of the van. I looked at Marissa. I was like, this might be a good time to go over to the park. Sure enough, when we went to the park, here comes the sheriff's department down the road. He looked at the group of kids that were standing next to me watching them. There he goes, if you guys light off one more firework, y'all getting a ticket. And they just looked at they pretty much just looked at wrong button. They just looked at him like, okay. Yeah, the lady that was like a couple cars down called the cops on us.
There's always somebody, a
Oh.
party pooper, seriously.
Yeah, I was like, well, I looked at the cop. Go, what's the difference between me lighting off a few fireworks and the people 3 houses down behind into the bean field lighting them off?
Well, we got here first. You're easier to bust.
Well, no, they launch them all the year, and they're launching them a long time, at least an hour before I was. But I think maybe they're just mad because I was putting on a better show than what the fire department had.
That's very
Probably.
possible. Lemon Pie says great news about getting use back, Pop. Yes, thank you. I am happy. I know, like I said, it does. I know it sounds kind of like silly, but yeah, the fact that I can actually use my left hand again and I don't have the seizures anymore, it means a whole hell of a lot to me. Ola Greg says left hand will mount a coup. And Herc130 says A&W has that frosty mug taste.
Oh my
I
God.
used to have a
Pop,
collection
you
of those
remember the
mugs. I
movie?
loved having. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, do you remember the movie Idle Hand?
Yes.
Oh my God, yeah. Sorry. Anyways, carry on with the frosted mug.
When I worked at A&W, I ended up having, I'm sure most people who worked there, a whole set of those mugs at home, and I loved it. You stick them in the freezer for a little bit, and you put soda in it. Oh, I love having those mugs. I wish I had some now.
Oh, they're amazing, fantastic.
They used to sell them at A&Ws. I don't know if they still do or not. I don't think so. I don't know. I was in a KFC slash A&W yesterday, and I didn't see any advertisements or anything. I don't think they sell them anymore. Resident Germ says he's sad because his mic stopped working. Oh, it's working now, though. Thank goodness. Captain Infinity says, Nemesis, you and I are going to be on the same panel one day soon. That's right, Captain. I hope your internet holds up so you can come and join us.
Yeah.
130 says A&W root beer has that frosty mug taste. You know, I liked A&W root beer, but I know this is going to sound crazy, but I never got into a root beer float. I didn't like the mix of soda and ice cream. The two things don't go together for me. It's like
What about ice cream and slushies?
No.
Okay.
I don't know why. Mad Scientist says his snow woman has vanished. All that's left is his carrot pop. Yeah, Gorilla, you owe us a snow woman next year. Captain Infinity says going to have a nice little talk about the trope of the unreliable narrator.
You gotta remind me then.
We will. We will. Oh, you know for sure we will. Ola Greg says,
definitely.
where is my ammunition? Captain Infinity says, and especially the filming of things that never happened. Ola Greg says, cool, Captain. And Resolute Germ says, fire canceled due to weather. Well, you think if it's raining, why would they cancel the fireworks? Because the rain will put the fireworks out, if anything. Herc130 says, man, I want my neighborhood to sound like Fallujah, America.
But the fuses get wet. The rain we're having, the fuses will just get soaked and not light. And just wreck the fireworks.
That's going to waste your money. Herc says more and more cities are going towards drone shows. I've seen those. I got to admit, they're fantastic. I saw one video where it had the USS Enterprise, and I was like, wow, that is incredible. But I do see that as being the future where eventually, I'm sure we all see that coming. It's like trick or treating. It's going to be banned eventually, and pretty soon we won't have any fireworks. We'll just have drone shows. And there'll be a day where people will say fireworks. What's that? More and more cities are going towards drone shows. And Captivity says a drone show would be worth taking psychedelics for. Yes, it would. Psychedelics, kids. Yeah, psychedelics. Yeah, too bad Oxy doesn't do that. Yeah, supposedly it's a painkiller, but I didn't see any fancy. But when I got out of my brain surgery, oh God, I was seeing all kinds of weird. I was saying things and seeing all these weird things. I don't know what they gave me, but it was incredible. I'd never been into that kind of influence before. Resident Germ says, try a chocolate root beer float. That's interesting. I hadn't thought about that. I like chocolate ice cream. Cat Divinity says, whoa, dude, that float is made of root beer. Dude. And Resident Germ says, drone shows are too easy to screw with to ever really take off. I think they'll get there. I mean, they already are very sophisticated. So I think give them a little more time and they'll be more advanced. I think what'll blow it, if anything, if the drones start attacking people or falling on them or something like that, that might kind of ruin it. But
I get to see some asshole shining a laser in one of the guys' eyes there, and it crashes the drone into someone.
Right. Well, think about it. You could have drones with lasers on them, shining lasers into the crowd. Resolute Germ says drone shows are too easy to screw with. Oh, sorry, read that one.
Yeah.
Captain Divinity says pop culture has finally been turned on. I thought something was different. I am feeling better, Captain. I'm glad I'm not in the hospital. And like I said earlier, I'm getting my strength back. I just miss doing the live streams. Gorilla, next week we're definitely going to pick up with Gilligan's Island where we left off. Because
we are? Okay.
Yeah, people have been asking me because they thought, I think well, I don't blame them. I think they think that I abandoned the Gilligan's Island streams, and I haven't, and I feel really bad. So I do want to we're going to pick up with Gilligan's Island, and I'm going to start doing, like I've been promising, some of the behind the scenes clips of the actors doing different things. And I'll do mini bios of the actors and things like that because I love the Gilligan's Island streams, and I feel like I've disappointed a lot of people by not doing them.
Okay. Why would you need the old microwave? I think the potato gun would suffice.
All you need is an old microwave and a potato gun to take them out. Yes, that's true, right?
I don't know about the microwave part, though.
Cat Divinity says, Pops, did you realize we are all one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively? That is true, Captain. That is true. Leslie George says it's a cheap imp.
So what do I do? Scratch the wire bars off the glass window there? Do you know all those black lines on there? Because that's technically a Faraday cage.
What is?
A microwave.
No, it isn't. You know how you can find out if it's a Faraday cage? I'll give you an example. I saw a video on YouTube where it showed a car get struck by lightning. And one of the comments said, see, that's what happens. You're perfectly safe in a car because it's a Faraday cage. No, it isn't. You're safe because it has rubber tires. But what's interesting is, if you always want to know if something is a Faraday cage, it's very easy to find out. Put your phone inside of whatever it is. Try to call it. If it rings, it's not a Faraday cage. Simple as that. If it doesn't ring, it's a Faraday cage. That's the point of a Faraday cage. So signals can't get in or out.
Huh.
Yeah.
I'll test that out.
Just don't turn on the microwave. But if you put your phone in the microwave, try to call it. And if it rings, it's not a Faraday cage.
Will the same work for my find my phone buzz or beat or
anything. Yeah, text, anything. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. A microwave is just it's a box, but it's not a Faraday cage. Pops has seen the light, says Captain Finity. I have seen the light, Captain Finity, and I'm heading in that direction. You can buy Faraday cages or you can build them. But I'll give you an example. There was this guy that got busted. He was like, I can't remember what job he was doing specifically, but part of his job was he was a truck, a service vehicle where he had to drive around and service different customers, and he built a Faraday cage. I can't remember. It was out of I think it was out of an aluminum potato chip bag or something like that, and other things. So when you put the phone inside that, his job couldn't track him, and they couldn't call him. And whenever he get back to the shop, and they'd say, "Look, we couldn't find you on the GPS. We couldn't call you." He go, "I don't know. I don't know what's going on." And then they found out that he was putting his phone in a Faraday cage, and that's why they weren't able to track him. So that's what a Faraday cage does. It like totally turns off all signals. Wesley Jones says, "I don't think you should know how to make one, Gorilla. You'll end up on a list."
Gorilla or Germ, I'm pretty sure I'm already on like 20 lists. So, what's another list?
You know what I always wanted was a cell phone jammer, because you can buy those, and I've so many times I wish I had one.
I thought they were legal, or at least they are in my state.
Legal or illegal?
Illegal.
They are. They're illegal in the entire United States, but you can buy them from China.
Yeah, because the reason they're illegal is because if someone has a cell phone jammer going, there's emergency, people can't call 911.
Well, yeah. Well, that's the excuse they're going to use. Of course, it is. It's like, let's say right now in my house here where I'm at in the Bay Area, and if I have a cell phone jammer and I turn it on right now, the chances of that being on while somebody tries to call 911 is very, 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 very slim. But they're going to use that as an excuse for no one to ever have it. But by the way, they can be traced. There was a man who had one, and he was excuse me. He had one in his vehicle, and he would turn it on while he was driving to work. Oh, hold on, guys.
Yeah, no worries, Bob. Take your time, buddy.
This guy had one in his truck while he was driving to work, and he would turn it on because traffic was really bad, and he saw that people were on the cell phones and they were distracted and all this other crap. So he would turn on this jammer, and he would take the same route to work every day. People started noticing. Then they started noticing the dead spots of exactly the route that he took, and he was reported to the FBI and the feds. And they were able to track it down right to his truck. So that's the problem, is they're easily traceable.
Well, if you had the same schedule and the same route there, that's not that hard to figure out.
Well, yeah, it's
Yeah,
just if you use it in the same location, right? Yeah. But like, for example, if I want to go to a walk-in movie, hell yeah, I would turn it on. As soon as I got in there, I'd flip that thing on, and I'd turn it off when I leave. That's one of the reasons why originally, because this is back when I used to go to the walk-in movies. Back then, when I first heard about cell jammers, I thought that's exactly what made me think of it. I was thinking, no, next time I go to a walk-in movie, I would love to have one of those. But I don't go to walk-in movies anymore, so I don't really care. Germ says they are very illegal here. You can't even buy one. There was a point where you could buy them on Amazon. I'm sure that's put a stop to it. There was another device that too they were selling that they just put there was another device that I was thinking about buying. It was 200 something bucks, and it would hack all infrared signals and other wireless signals. And it was called the Bunny or something like that. And they just banned that here, and it's no fun. The U.S. is just no fun.
Nemesis, are you in the bathtub?
No, I was opening up some cookies. Leave me alone. I'm sorry. I thought I was eating.
It sounded like you were in the bathtub.
Oh, it sounds
Just
good.
washing around playing with your ducks.
Cookies sound yummy, especially chocolate chip.
Those are like knockoff Oreos.
Not me right now.
That works.
Not me right now. My kid left his candy in my car there. Then I've had 2 walking tacos, 3 burgers, and some nachos.
Nice.
Oh, that does sound good. That's another thing too. My taste buds are all out of whack. Everything I eat tastes terrible. So I think it's going to, I don't know if it's the medication that I'm taking or if it's going to take a while to get used to that again, but my appetite was way off. There was days, I went days on end without eating. And then now when I do eat something, it just tastes horrible. Nothing tastes like it should.
That's probably your medication.
I'm guessing it is. I hate taking these stupid pills. I've got to take like I think 8 to 10 in the morning, and then like about 6 of them in the evening. And that's one thing. It's hard to have an appetite. The hospital, they would bring me when I was in the hospital 3 meals: they breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and they would just pile up. And I'd say, just take it away. I can't eat. I'm not even hungry. So I've lost a lot of weight. So I guess it's good for dieting. Everybody, if you ever want to go on a crash diet, just get sick and go to the hospital.
Yep. Depression works too.
Yeah. You know what? You're right about that because with me, when I get anxiety or depression, I lose my appetite as well. A lot of people eat when they get depressed or anxiety, but I don't. I can't. I have zero appetite. Stress, anxiety, any of that, and I'm not hungry at all.
Same, same. Yeah, no, I don't. I don't eat a lot when I'm stressed out or depressed or anything like that. Not an eater, that's for sure. It's like cocaine. Apparently, you'll either get really skinny or really fat. One of the two.
I know, right?
I don't need cocaine for that.
No, but you know what? I'm a jealous gorilla because you get to fish all you want, and I see all those videos you make of all that fish you get. I'm jealous. I wish I could do that here in California. That would save me so much from groceries.
Well, after your room, we just have to figure out how to get you here.
Yeah, I know it's costing me. I barely can afford to move to Arizona. Moving to
Yeah.
Minnesota, that'd be more than I could. I wouldn't be able to raise that much money.
Well, what you do is take your take a lot of stuff for your storage. You can mail it here for like 10, 15 bucks for maybe per parcel. A lot of the stuff, but you'd have to leave a few things behind probably.
I'm sure.
Yeah, hey, Gerald, I got a fishing license there, especially the one area where I was fishing the other day that I caught a crap ton of bullheads there. They're the warden show. It's a mile down the road from the DNR headquarters.
Just don't ask to see a fishing license, says Resolute Germ. How much does a license cost there every year, Gorilla?
26.
Oh, that's not
That's
bad.
not
They're
bad.
very. I know. You know that you could pay like a few $100 and get a lifetime one, right?
Yeah, that's like 500 and some, but I
Yeah.
don't know if I plan on. Well, I'd have to have the $500 first, and I'm not sure if I'm planning on sticking around.
When you fish, is there a limit?
Depends on what you catch.
Okay. Is there
So,
somebody that is there someone that watches and you have to check it out so they don't make sure you don't get too many, or how does that work?
uh, basically, the game warden can go wherever he wants. If they get a report that you're overfishing, they can very easily get a warrant for your house and stuff to check your freezer. Like you're technically supposed to leave an inch of skin on, so for identification purposes. But
Wait, hold on. An inch of skin
yeah,
Yeah.
on what? I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you
and
mean.
on your fish there when you fillet them, you're supposed to leave an inch of skin on there so that for identification purposes, they get a warrant or anything to search your house for the fish. Because we just had people reported the couple of years ago. Oh man, they got a hefty reminder that there's a limit on crappies because the limit for crappies is 15 per day, 30 crappies possession limit.
Well, who the
And
hell needs more than that? Unless somebody was selling them, I guess.
the Laotians.
Oh, that's what happened
Yeah,
here.
but these
Yeah.
people were from Illinois, and when the DNR raided their cabin, they're figuring 2 fillets per fish, so they had like 735 fish in the freezers there, and
Jeez.
so not only did they get their hefty fines, they lost their their driver's licenses for I don't know how long especially if you're out of state. I don't know how long you lose your driver's license, especially if you're out of state. Minnesota, it's if you're caught violating without a fishing license, it's 30 days. But I don't know what you get for poaching like that or going over your limits. Could be up to 6 months. You lose your driver's license. But also they're barred. They're barred from fishing in Minnesota again. and then they got charged $5 per fish over the limit.
Yeah, see what happened here in California. Okay, I'm old enough to remember this. Is we had our big influx of Asians when Reagan was in office because a lot of them helped during the Vietnam War, and this was like we had Hmong, Laotian, and all of them, and there was a big influx. And they came here because they liked the climate because in California there's a lot of farming and that's what they're used to. But they drained all of our lakes, everything, because they would go in there with their families and just fish until everything was gone. And
Yeah,
that was the end of fishing for California, and it's never really. And I know that they're supposed to have limits now, but the last few times over the years that I try to go fishing, there's nothing. You can't catch anything anymore because they've gotten to where they stock lakes, and you can go a week after they stock it, and there's nothing left.
well, the problem here that they have, you can report them, but by the time the DNR comes, you don't have like any information on who they are. They'll come, catch their limit, go home, clean them, then go back, come back, catch their limit, go home, clean them, then come. I seen the same group of people come back like 5 or 6 times in one day when we were just sitting there out fishing. We because bullheads are 100, our limit's 100 per person, and then your rough fish is no limit.
Well, if you're overfishing your limit, all you gotta do is take them home and eat them, right? Then there's no evidence. Is that right?
Right.
As long as you're not storing them in a freezer,
Yeah, but these families are so big; they're probably spread out across multiple freezers.
right? And households.
Yeah, and really, technically, well, and if there are multiple different households that have the fish, they're technically supposed to be different households catching them. But if it's multiple different households holding them, technically that might not be illegal. It's a gray zone.
Which means it's probably hard for them to enforce. Resolute Germ says they don't lose their driver's license; they just get red flagged and aren't allowed to drive in state.
Oh, ours is that they suspend your license here.
I remember too. It's kind of grisly to say, but also when the influx of Asians came in, everyone's cats were disappearing in the neighborhoods.
Okay, I wasn't gonna go that far.
Yeah, I know, but it happens.
Ugh.
It's something people weren't used to that we had to adapt. In fact, one time I'll never forget. It was on the news. Is that there was an apartment? This is just an apartment, regular apartment, like people living in apartments. And somebody filed a complaint because they heard the noise of a cow mooing, and like the cow was in extreme pain or something. And they called the police, and the police went to the apartment, and it was an Asian family. They were slaughtering a cow. They were inside the apartment.
Now, yeah, I'm not sure how the laws determine that. If I know you can't keep livestock in town, but I don't know about butchering animals like that in town.
I'm sure it's illegal too. When I was a kid, though, excuse me, we lived up in the foothills of California, and we slaughtered pigs, turkeys, chickens, I think a goat. So I think it was legal at least back then. Now I don't think so, especially probably not in the city limits.
Yeah, yeah, that's the gray area right there. City limits. Like we can have chickens in town, but we can't have like goats or cows or anything.
Here you can have chickens as long as they don't cause a nuisance, like a rooster. If you have a rooster that crows all night, people will turn you in and they'll come and take them away because streetlights they keep the roosters up all night and they will crow all night long. So when that happens, and I've had that happen where I've had neighbors who had roosters that would just crow all night, and then people would finally call and turn them in, and then the SPCA would have to come and collect them. But they tell them that you guys know how to stop a rooster from crowing, right?
I'm pretty sure there's multiple different ways.
Well, because this is what the SPCA said. is they give the people an option. They said if your if your rooster keeps crowing all night, waking up the neighbors, we're gonna have to confiscate it. But they gave them advice. They said at nighttime, put the rooster in a cage that's short enough where the rooster can't stand up, stretch, and boast its chest out and crow. They said that's what roosters need to do in order to crow. If they're in a cage where they're kind of like trapped in there, they won't crow. So that's what they give the people the warning. They said put them in a cage where they can't stretch and crow, or otherwise we're going to confiscate them. You can let them run around during the day, but you got to keep them in a cage at night. Is what they're told.
Yeah. Hey, have you ever seen a chicken hypnotized?
I've heard of it with the chalk line.
Yeah, here I'll show you here.
Oh, Gorilla's got a video. All right.
All right. Is it up on the thing? Yep.
Neighbor, and he told me that they know how to hypnotize a rooster. Ready? So you hold him like this. Watch the rooster's body. Watch this.
Just watch the rooster there. It just goes full limp.
Oh my gosh. Watch.
Well, that makes it easier to slaughter them, I guess.
Totally fixated on the line. Watch.
Yeah, this is so.
You think it's cocaine or something? I don't understand.
Yeah, no, I heard
staring at the line. It's staring at the line.
Yeah, I heard about that ever since I was a kid. Nemesis, where they would do it with a chalk,
Sometimes
a
I'll
piece of
stand
chalk.
up and stare at it and then lay down. On
Hey,
I didn't know if it was real or not.
All right. Here, watch this here.
Oh my gosh! If you erase the
Yeah!
don't erase the line.
Don't erase the line.
Germ says they don't lose their driver's license. Oh, here we go. Out of state people, one state can't suspend another state's validation. Oh, I didn't know that. Resident German says you can also fry the rooster that will shut it up. Yes, it will definitely.
It'll make it taste better too.
I don't know if I've ever had rooster. I've had.
Oh, I neither have
No. Unless you slaughter the rooster yourself, you've never had rooster. Because the problem with rooster is it's a lot more muscular than the hens. The hens are a lot more fatty because your genetic, because of biology. There falls under the gender biology there. But anyhow,
you sexist, you.
I get called a sexist pig every day. Well, I'm pretty sure I got called a sexist pig. I'm surprised I didn't get called a sexist pig the other day when I was bitching about those women drivers out in Sioux Falls. Every single one of them that almost hit me, or I had to slam on the brakes for, was a woman.
I understand. But
anyhow, now the rooster's meat is really, really tough, so it makes it hard to eat there. So a lot of times, in these chicken factories and all that, if it's a male chicken, they'll just throw down the thing, grind it up, and throw it into maybe a chicken pot pie or something. When it's still
or chicken nuggets.
Yeah, or chicken nuggets, or that's a they grind up the meat to make instead of actually getting. That's the female chickens that get processed.
No, it makes sense. That's another reason why I don't eat chicken nuggets. I'll eat hot dogs, but I won't eat chicken nuggets. That is a no. It's off limits for me.
Oh, I love chicken nuggets.
I saw this news report to where they use like diseased like scabs. They could have pus. They could have all these horrible things, and they just grind it up and make it into nuggets. And the reason why it's legal is because once it's cooked to a certain temperature, it kills off all whatever the bad stuff is. But that was enough to convince me to never ever eat it again. I mean, seriously, the scabs, pus, any boils that it has, anything at all, is throw it in there and cook it. And say, oh, it's safe now. We got it to 140 degrees. It's like, no, thank you. No, sorry, pass.
I mean, your body can survive a lot worse than that.
It is. If I was dying and that was the only food on earth, and it was other than Soylent Green, yeah, I'd probably take it.
Right, but preferably, no. I totally understand, dude.
Pop, we gotta put that on the list. That has to be on the list.
What's that?
Soylent Green.
Oh, I love that movie. Anything with Charlton Heston, he's my favorite actor. Resolute Germ says they don't lose their driver's license. They just how do they
Oh,
get
we already
back
read
that far?
that. We are right here. Roosters are dog food.
Yes.
Here, and I started.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, we had, and this was in the county, not the city limits. But my mom had this boyfriend, Larry. He was trash. But somebody gave him a whole bunch of turkeys and just gave it to them. And I remember we had a caged area and we slaughtered a bunch of them. And I'd never done that before. And it was interesting. But I know the process, and I'm glad I experienced it as a kid. So I know that it's not that bad, and you try to do it without them suffering as much as possible. And there's something in there. Same with when I watched a pig get slaughtered. They hung it up from a tree, and I think they called it the shit sack. There's a certain area of the animal that you can't damage it or puncture it, because if you do it, it'll ruin the entire animal. But you have to remove it carefully, and I think it's where their bowels and all that stuff are.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Because it'll spoil the entire thing if you don't. Sorry if there's anybody squeamish on or listening to this stream. You probably just lost a few viewers.
Yeah. Here, before I forget, there's no Walton's review or Babylon 5 this weekend because I forgot I gotta take the kid camping.
Oh, nice. Where are you going?
I don't know. I just got told head to Fairmont, take a right, follow it. If you hit the border, you went too far.
Border of what?
Iowa.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, yeah. How's that for instructions?
So is this like real camping with like a tent and campfire and everything?
Yes.
Oh, I love camping like God. Germ says turkeys are too dumb to suffer.
Yeah, so are bullheads because they'll bite on a bare hook.
I'm trying to think. I don't think if I noticed. I remember one time though when we beheaded a chicken, and the body ran around the yard for like a minute before it fell over. It was weird. Gorilla will probably hit Canada then.
Why? What's wrong with Canada?
How far are you from the Canadian border?
5 hours.
Are you getting the smoke from Canada too?
Yeah, I've been bitching to Nemesis here for the last 2 weeks to get his ass out there and start fighting those wildfires. I thought his Cuban prime minister there ordered all hands on deck for that. No, he's not even listening. No, he's not even listening.
What's funny is here in California, we've been very lucky this summer. This is one of our few summers where we don't have a bunch of smoke like that. So for us, it's normal. It's like the norm every year. But I did see where it's like the smoke is going all the way to like New York and everything else.
Yeah, we're not getting it nearly as bad as like New York and all that. But the nice thing about being out in these out in the country, well, I'm not in the country, I'm in the city, but being out in the country on the plains here, it all spreads out and fans out, and we're surrounded by a bunch of lakes, so that helps keep the smoke down too.
Well, that's good. You need maybe some good rain to clean up the air.
Well, problem with New York with why they got their smoke was so heavy, like in New York and all that, is all the buildings concentrated it all.
Oh yes, oh yeah. There's no air circulating.
Yeah, welcome PvP.
Hello PvP, good to see you.
The smoke's not
Hey,
bad.
PvP.
Yeah, but aren't you to the west of all the fires? And now that Nemesis talks, he must have just been ignoring me.
I think
I was talking. I guess like I thought you were ignoring me. I was just like I was making sassy remarks the whole time.
I think he's eating his cookies.
Yeah, I was eating my cookies too, but still.
Yeah, we don't have a. Oops.
I was going to say, good to see you, PvP. Sorry, I missed last night's Lost in Space PvP, but we will pick up next week. I promise.
Yeah. And Resolute says we don't have a lot of woods for wildfires left out here.
Well, that's too bad.
Yeah. PvP says hi, guys, and he says hi, Germ. I thought the whole entire western half of Washington was all woods, with a house scattered here and there.
I thought Washington was mostly woods too, as well. Get a lot of rain up there. Washington and Oregon is beautiful up there.
Oh, it must have stopped raining. Finally.
The only thing I know about Oregon is dysentery and dying of it.
Well,
on the way to it.
Ooh, you guys hear that?
Hell yeah!
That's what I meant about it. That's the fireworks, supposedly, and those aren't legal. In fact, they're setting off car alarms. Seriously, it sounds like a cannon.
Well, I remember when they outlawed all fireworks in like LA County, and someone was flying a helicopter over there over LA, and all you could see every block was lighting off fireworks.
Yeah, I remember that video. Yeah, a few years ago. It was hilarious. They've been going off here for the last 2 or 3 days every night.
Yeah, but your cops aren't going to arrest them or nothing. Well,
no.
There's what's going to stop them? Your cops don't even don't arrest anybody out there.
Nope. Right. Seriously, everything has been decriminalized. Is the word they like to use because it sounds better than saying, "Oh, we legalized prostitution." No, we didn't. We decriminalized it. Doesn't that sound better? Because now that you're not a criminal if you're a prostitute. PvP says just got home having oops, go a little higher. Wait a minute. Just got home having a quick snack. There it is. And PvP says, is there a link? I'll pop on soon if there is. There should be. Oh, that's right. I was going to link it. But that stupid heart thing, whatever, was in the way, and I wasn't able to.
I got you covered.
Yeah, that stupid heart thing that's in the chat for some reason kept blocking where I couldn't link it. Resolute Germs says population density is too high and not a lot of rain in total. It's just spread out over the year more than most areas. Okay, gotcha. And thank you for putting that link up there, Gorilla.
Yeah.
And PvP says thanks. Ola Greg, heavy fireworks here. I made a video in my street a few years ago at New Year's. I made a video in my street at New Year's. Sorry, I had to read that correctly. Yeah, that's why I don't mind the fireworks. I'm glad everybody's having a good time. I just hope nobody gets hurt or they burn anything down.
Hey, makes one hell of a video if you lose a couple fingers. It's guaranteed to get. I would be guaranteed to be monetized if I lost a couple fingers there. That would got me my 300 shorts views or 3 million shorts views.
But is it worth it? Is it worth it?
Yeah. I am 7 subscribers away from the 500 mark. So.
Oh really? Yeah. Wow! Congratulations.
Yeah.
Okay, so anybody out there listening, if you have not already subbed to Gorilla's Random Thoughts, please do so. He's got a fantastic channel, and the man puts out a lot of shorts. I highly recommend it.
Yeah. Oh hell, I'm pretty sure I pissed off Cinnabon today because I put out what was it? 8 shorts today? Not 7 shorts? No, 8 because I took a video of the rain going, well, this fucking sucks. We had to kill cars during the parade and all that.
Oh, okay, cool.
Then I seen one of the quietest tractors I've ever seen. I could barely even hear it. I was right next to it.
Yeah, it's starting to get dark here, so people are letting them off. But what I'm hearing now is regular fireworks, not those cannons like earlier or whatever the heck that was.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh, it must either just be sprinkling or something because the neighbors are starting to light off the big ones and that they got till 11 though. Our city ordinance or the cop says, well, here's the public notice from our chief of police. We know the fireworks in Minnesota are illegal, or fireworks that launch in there are illegal in Minnesota. We know it's not going to stop you guys from going to South Dakota and getting them. just please don't light any off after 11 o'clock. Be
God.
courteous to your neighbors.
Right, we know you're going to do illegal things anyway. Just don't do illegal things after 11 o'clock.
They cut them some slack. They got more things to worry about than who's lighting off fireworks. Because we're gonna have one asshole who's gonna be lighting off 1 or 2 fireworks every night about midnight. There, getting all the dogs in the neighborhoods barking and the car alarms going off, waking everybody up. So,
well, especially if you got them right there in the next state, of course.
2 states.
2 states.
We just have to go down to Iowa now. That's
Here,
the closest fireworks stand there to me right now is 17 miles.
they have stands here, but like I said, it's just the cheap garbage.
No, this is the good stuff.
Oh,
Like I'm talking, I could get for about $60 there. I could get a 20-shot mortar rounds thing, one after another going off.
Well, being in California, I would have to drive at least 1,000 miles to get anywhere that would I could buy something like that. Well, Greg says there will be injuries and damage, but I don't dwell upon it because that's depressing. LOL. I'm having fun and everyone is happy here. Exactly.
Hey,
Greg,
I was looking at the bright side there. Hey, yeah, I may lose a couple fingers, but I'll reach my monetization limit or level requirement.
There you go. Ola Gray says it's better than when everybody shot off guns in the air. Yes, that is true. Ola Gray says, so be positive. Absolutely, I agree. And by the way, has anybody ever heard of or read the Darwin Awards? There was a few.
I think someone publishes it on eBay or on YouTube.
I remember one, right? Because they were based on true stories. And for anybody out there who doesn't know, the Darwin Awards is they would award them to people that would either die from doing something stupid or they would do something stupid to where they can no longer have children, like accidentally castrate themselves or something like that. Oh, and I remember in China, there was an event where these kids they went to a gas station and they were taking the air hose that you used to pump up your tires and they were sticking it up their butt.
Oh yeah. There was one.
And then it exploded. I guess it exploded, and then the people across the street thought it was a fireworks show, and everybody was applauding.
Hey, that was better when someone decided to do that and they stuck it in backwards.
I guess that's possible.
Oh God! No, there's one guy I could nominate for the Darwin's Awards. There, we showed this on LGG's channel here a week or so ago. It was after one of my streams that he begged me to come on. That's the night I thanked him for having me come on because. If I had gone fishing where I was going fishing, about an hour later, it started hailing the 70-mile-an-hour winds with good golf ball size hail.
Wow!
Where I was going to go fishing, so he saved me from driving through that. But no, we showed a video on his channel there where the guy was jumping on a trampoline, then he jumps off onto a pile of barbed wire he has sitting among chairs.
Yeah, I saw that. I don't understand the stupidity.
Well, everybody wants their 15 minutes of fame, but we all just call it Darwin's theory of evolution, survival of the fittest.
Yeah, but unfortunately, he survived, and he's probably able to have kids, so he wouldn't win the Darwin Award.
Hey! In order to have kids, you gotta get laid first.
Well, yeah, and then it looks like he's likely not to get that for a long time. Hello, PvP. Welcome.
Hi, Pop.
Good to see you there.
Hi, guys.
Hey, PvP.
Hey, PvP.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Oh, boy. Yeah, so you guys have been on, about 90 minutes, it looks like?
Yeah,
we got 44 minutes at this point.
Yeah, we got rigged out.
How many more minutes?
Yeah, hour and 44 minutes I've been on. I started this around 6 o'clock my time. PvP, just to get you caught up. The reason why I had this, it was kind of spontaneous. I know it's 4th of July. A lot of people are busy. But I wanted to explain to everybody why I hadn't had streams lately, why I missed last night's stream, and that I'll be picking it up next week once I get all moved to Arizona.
Right.
My ride's going to be here Thursday night.
Oh, good.
We're gonna have a few. Excuse me. Get to Thursday night. We're gonna have a few drinks because actually this will be the first time I ever met him in person.
Oh, okay.
And then we're going to enjoy ourselves. I got some Angry Orchard because that's what he likes. I'll have it nice and cold in the refrigerator. And then Friday we're going to pack up and head off to Arizona.
Wow. So that takes what? How many hours will that take you to drive out there? Or the fellow
According to
described
Google
me.
Maps, nonstop, it's about a 13-hour drive. So
Wow.
I'm guessing about 16 with gas and rest stops and whatever.
Yeah, probably good to have a few rest stops. You don't want to get too tired on the road.
Yeah, and him and I can still drive. So, and especially now that I had,
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah, now that I had the tumor removed and my seizures have stopped, I'm able to drive, and
great.
my license is still good too. I
Oh,
checked.
awesome. Wow.
Yeah, I
That's
was worried the
real.
hospital.
Oh.
Yeah, the hospital that's with that one nurse. Oh, if I get my hands around her neck. That one nurse that told me, "Oh yeah, as soon as you come in, we suspend your driver's license." I was like, "What?" And all that heartache I went through for a week or two, and to find out, nope, it's still active. I can get on the DMV website and it'll tell you in real time the status of your driver's license, and it's still good.
Wow. Boy, that nurse, man, she needs to get her ass fired or something.
Which one?
She,
Her, or the one that slept during my
well,
recovery from the brain surgery, right?
they could both go actually by the sounds of it.
Yeah,
Gee.
but pop with that one there, you could have just bribed them that you'll keep your mouth shut if they paid for your trip.
I know, yeah, right. But like I said, though, they're not going to just suddenly hand you cash. You'd have to sue them, and then that would take months of litigation. That's
Oh
if you
no,
win.
they
Yeah.
would not want that lawsuit. Any lawyer would take that lawsuit up in a heartbeat.
Well, I don't know if you noticed in the chat, but what's interesting is some of the people in the chat was supporting the nurse,
Really?
saying, "Oh, you shouldn't turn her in. You're lucky you have somebody watching over you, or she was probably tired. It's not her fault." So I was getting a lot of guilt trips put on me for that too. So
Jeez.
that's
Oh,
why I didn't really do anything about it.
oh fuck,
Jeez.
fuck that. No, it's her job. Granted, I'm granted you're probably working 12-hour damn shifts because the hospital system's so
Oh, Nemesis, come back if you can.
Nemesis
yeah.
disappeared.
The hospital system's so fucking shitty, But she's the one that took the job. Therefore, if she can't stay awake and do her fucking job, then get a different fucking job.
Yeah, that's what I would have thought.
Yeah, or maybe just get more sleep the day before you go to work. That might help too, right?
Yeah, you're not gonna get sympathy points for sleeping on. I don't get sympathy points if I fall asleep on the job.
Oh
Now my
shit, no.
coworker Jason there, every time he starts nodding off, I just throw a rag at him. And I told pretty soon I'm gonna start throwing the screwdrivers at him.
Ooh. Boy, that should keep him awake then. Yeah, there's days when I'm tired and I almost feel like nodding off, but I know if I did, I'd probably get a very serious talking to. So I haven't done it so far, thank goodness.
Well, they'd probably be nicer to you than what I am. I just start throwing shit at them.
Yeah.
And if you don't wake up with the rag, then you start getting the heavier shit.
I was too tired. Yeah, and I was on that because, like I said, I just recovered from the surgery, so I was too weak. I could barely. And like I was telling somebody, I can't remember who. I think it was Hungry Boy. That night when I saw her like that, and I was trying to type, it was only a sentence or two. I was trying to say, "Hey, the nurse is asleep." It took me like 10 minutes because I couldn't think straight, and my mind was so fuzzy, and I couldn't lift anything. I could barely lift the phone, and I wasn't a bright mind at the time. I'm trying to send the video to myself email so I could share it with you guys. And it's telling me it's too large and to resize. And I said, okay, resize. Now let's see what that means. I took 3 videos with her. But, it was, when I shared it with her, she was a nurse's assistant. And the nurse popped her head in, saw her sleeping and said, hey, I need you to go do something. Woke her up. She got up and went to go do whatever. And then the nurse came in and goes, how are you doing? And I said, well, I'm doing fine, except your assistant is just sleeping there. Oh, well, I'm sorry about that, sir. I said, well, I took pictures. Oh, no, you didn't. I said, yeah, in fact, I already posted them on Twitter. Oh, no, I wish you hadn't have done that. And I held up my phone and I showed her the conversation in our streaming group. And she goes, oh, I wish you would delete those.
I remember you telling us that, like, a month ago or whenever it was now. It's been quite a while.
Yeah, 3 weeks, whatever. Yeah, right after my operation.
Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, so they got everything. They got the tumor pretty well taken care of then, did they? Sounds like maybe.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, well, good news and bad news. is I went yesterday, had the staples removed.
Right.
And while I was there, they gave me the results of the biopsy. So they basically, when they removed the tumor, they sent it off to be testing to find out what it was exactly. And it's cancer, and that's what I have spread out throughout my body.
Oh,
So
that's
the
not
good
good.
news is I got the staples removed. Bad news is I've got cancer.
Shit.
But
Man,
that
so
that
wow.
happened.
Oh,
Have they given you any any plan of treatment? I guess it'll depend on the hospital in Arizona, I guess. But at
Well,
least with your
right when
car, you'll be able to drive, I guess, at least with the car.
no, I won't have a car there.
Oh, shit.
Hey.
Yeah.
oh, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead. What were we going to
I was
say?
just gonna say we're getting way behind on chats here.
Thank you. Why don't you go ahead and let's get caught up on the chat before I show you guys this video.
All right, Jared says TNT aren't real fireworks.
No, they're better than.
Texas has real fireworks, and bet Arizona does too. Here's PvP's channel. Check him out. President Jerem says yes, they stopped publishing for a long time, and but I think they're back now. I'm not sure what that is about. Yes, then the herd of they're talking about the Darwin Awards. Yes, then the herd of stupid people and the species improves. Now, Euler, all we got to do is just take the warning labels off of products. Like, for a perfect example, on a curling iron, just don't put on there for external use only.
Exactly right.
Just no wonder Democrats hate fireworks. Survival of the fittest was actually coined by one of Darwin's
contemporaries.
Not Darwin, okay. Perhaps in alternate reality, Darwin coined the theory. Hungary says, yay, Pop can drive.
Yeah, I'm
Scurvy
happy.
Preventer waves at Hungary there. And welcome, Scurvy. He says, pick her gorilla, he's waving.
I love
Hungary says, holas, they're free.
Good to see you, Hungry Boy.
Needs a Batmobile, 60 style.
The best one.
Actually, I had a 64 Mustang there in the parade today. I got a short of it. And /fired, says Hungry.
I agree, Hungry Boy.
Wait, as I said that day, the nurse would have been fired in a second in Australia. Then Captain says, if you don't like Pop's driving, get the hell off the sidewalk. Hey, that's just profiling at that point. Wait, that wouldn't be profiling. They're pulling over every vehicle driving on that particular sidewalk.
and to be honest, guys, my ability to drive is temporary because I have not started treatment. Once I start the chemo and radiation, they will definitely take away my driving privileges then.
Yeah.
So,
right.
yeah.
Driving air condition is
Indicated.
But she shouldn't lie, even to save your life. And Captain's laughing about she's laughing at Captain there. And Hungry says, left my ass off at Captain 50. Did you sneak in a comics publishing jokes there? Here is Captain Finity's channel. He does a lot of streams, so make sure to check him out.
Yes, the man is very intelligent and very funny.
Sure, let's go with that. No, he stole Ron White's joke. He stole Ron White's joke. Splat, Captain. Sorry, Pop. It's by nature of the joke.
Totally fine, Ola Greg. I love
Captain's laughing. And we got Nemesis back.
Welcome back, Nemesis.
Hey, Nemesis.
And Resolute says, I can't fall asleep working. I just collapse and wake up with EMTs. That has to suck if that happens there.
Heck yeah.
We remember we had one of the younger gals that worked. She's younger than me even at the time. I was early 20s at the time. She collapsed probably because all she drank was sodas and energy drinks there, and they held her out on the stretcher, and she just put the sheet over her head because she was so freaking embarrassed. Yeah. If you don't like my politics, then don't buy my book, Kelly Sue McConaughey.
Yes, I remember that clip, and she was nasty.
No. Holler says, I'm waiting for the movie Hungry. And Germ says, ouch. Here is Nemesis Ian's channel, which, have you even been streaming lately?
No.
Oh, okay, that's why I haven't been seeing your streams. Okay.
Yeah, I've kind of noticed that there have been quite a few people that haven't been streaming for the last week or so. I guess, people must have, obviously some people have, very serious stuff going on, but it seems like people that don't.
It's sad to say, but it hasn't been a good month for a lot of us.
Yeah.
And Hungry says, "Fuck the sea. Your voice sounds 500% better, Pops."
Thank you, Hungry Boy. I'm getting there.
This is why Nemesis will survive the AI Armageddon there, because he thinks the AI.
Right. Always stay friends with the AI.
Yes, for sure, dude. Straight up.
Yeah.
They're going to be our boss soon, right?
Yeah, he says I wasn't an EMT, or he was an EMT.
Oh,
Cool.
okay, cool.
Oh, they're great. Hey, I hope you're doing well. Still hungry. Now, Oiler Greg says, "All hail Stream Helmets." So Oiler Greg will survive it too.
All hail Stream Elements.
Nah.
And Captain says, "I'm busy co-creating an awesome comic book." Oh, that's cool. Yeah, and Hungry says, "Great to see you, Nemesis."
Very cool.
All right,
and
we're all
with
caught.
that,
Great to see you, Hungry.
here we go. I remember I was on drugs, so I had to. I don't know how to rotate this, I guess. But this is not a picture. This is a video.
She looks very relaxed, that's for sure.
I know. I need to rotate it so you guys can see it.
Uh,
And the video is over a minute long, so she's definitely not just closing her eyes. She's definitely asleep at this point.
yeah, she's not moving much. She looks like she's pretty well out.
And like I told the nurse, she was out for at least a half hour. Because when I saw it, like I said, I woke up, I was very delirious from the operation. And when I saw this, I was afraid to go back to sleep. And that was hard to stay awake. But I stayed awake all through that night and through the next day.
Oh,
It
God.
wasn't until they got me another room and that I was out of there that I was able to sleep. And
Jeez.
yeah, it was not good.
Yeah, that's pretty bad, man.
See that you guys hear that beeping? That could be somebody dying, right?
Yeah,
I don't know.
that's it. You gotta wonder, right? Like, what the hell it is. There's so many, I guess, beeping things in hospitals, though, sometimes. I suppose it's hard to tell. But
Well, like
Yes.
Bird was saying, Bird was saying, it's okay if she dozed off because if your heart stops, a beeping would go on. I'm thinking, well, how would she notice the difference between that and the other one?
it'd probably be a little louder, I would think. Probably a little more serious in sound, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, if you're
Well-
asleep, you're asleep, though.
Yeah.
Holy crap! A couple of my shorts took off there. They're from today. We had some cool cars here. I can pull them up here real quick. Let me get to my channel here. Yeah, I just made some shorts here.
Yeah, I wonder why my videos showed up like that. I guarantee you guys, I'm not that stupid to do vertical video. I know how to take a video, and I held the
Yeah,
phone.
it's probably the way they condensed it.
Yeah, that's possible. I should have been more prepared and had it transferred over so you guys could see it panoramic version.
No, we still got the general idea pretty clearly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure you could tell. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but anyhow, we had a classic Ford Mustang here. Here, I think
I
it's
love the old
64.
Ford Mustang.
Is it a 65? It looks like a 65.
Oh, 65?
Oh.
Okay.
Maybe a Shelby. I can't tell.
I like that one too. Oh God, what the heck is it? I can't remember. I like that one too.
Yeah, I didn't recognize that one there. Then, I did pass by 500 there today. Can anybody
Nice.
tell me what
Oh,
this
very
is?
cool.
Oh, I gotta say, I really love that car.
Oh,
There.
that looks like an old Model T.
Yeah, looks like a Model T.
Oh, I
yeah.
gotta say, I really love that car.
Oh, is that a Model T?
Looks like it.
Yeah, they go about 10 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Okay.
I bet the gas mileage is great on those things, too. Right?
I think the Model T it looked a little bit differently there. It might be a Model
That
A.
Mustang looks beautiful.
Yeah, I guess there's
Oh,
Model
yeah.
A's, too. Yeah. So.
That red car, I'm sure if I got a better look at it, I could tell what it was.
It almost
guessing
looks
like-
like a late 50s, that red car.
Yeah, it
40s,
is late
50s,
50s.
and it looks like a Plymouth, maybe.
No, sure.
Wait a minute. If I can't zoom any bigger, but
I'm trying to zoom.
if it has a center headlight, it's a Tucker.
I like that one too.
No, it doesn't. Okay.
There's that better? Or do I need to make it bigger?
No, that's fine. I can't make out the emblem, but I'm guessing a Buick or a Plymouth. God, those cars. That's when they built them, where every car looked different. Unlike today, where a Datsun looks like a Nissan,
Yeah.
a Nissan looks like a Mercedes looks like a Audi. I mean, all the cars look the same these days.
Yeah, well,
Okay,
the thing
this
is.
is as
they
big
were-
as I can make it.
Oh, here we go.
That's about as big
Oh,
as
that's
I can
pretty
make it.
good.
I'm not sure what that is.
Definitely looks 50s to my eyes, but I could be
Boy,
wrong.
it's in beautiful shape.
Oh yeah, it's definitely stored inside. They
When
probably
my
not take it out in winter.
when I was a little kid, my mom had a car similar to that. It was huge in the inside and like I remember sitting in the back. I was a little kid. They didn't even have child seats, and that's where the starter was on the floor. You'd have to push a button on the floor to turn the starter, and then you turn the key.
Huh.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I remember
But,
when I was like 5 or something, because I remember it was probably around the early 60s, because that's when the Beatles songs were starting to hit the radio for the first time. And I remember my old man, he had this huge boat of a bloody car. I can't remember what it was now, but it was enormous. And of course, we didn't even have seat belts in those days. Like
Nope.
nobody even thought about seat belts. It's like, it's crazy.
uh,
A lot of people died because of that, right?
Probably.
yeah. Oh, it's just 2 blocks down from. I learned something. I thought it was Jesse James that robbed that bank because I thought Bonnie and Clyde stuck around to Oklahoma and Texas. No, Bonnie and Clyde actually robbed the bank. I was 2 blocks down from it.
Wow.
Wait, the bank is still in business?
Yeah,
Oh, that's interesting to
it
know.
was robbed. Is in 33 there.
Yeah, it was the 30s. So yeah, that's interesting. They're still around. I'm thinking about that's going on almost 100 years.
Yeah, wow.
That shows how many bank robbers you have around here. We're still talking about one from 33.
Well, that's probably not a
Yeah.
bad thing,
May,
actually.
May 19th, 1933.
Wow. Yeah, 90 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, back then it captured the headlines because that was new to the public. Now it's like an everyday occurrence, so you don't hear about it every day. And plus, the
granted,
relationship between Bonnie and Clyde, the romanticism that a lot of people played into it. They were actually very popular villains.
yeah.
Well, the thing was, it was the Great Depression sort of time too, right? So a lot of people could kind of relate to the poor
Yes.
bank robbers stealing from the rich,
Yes.
buttheads.
Yeah. But you gotta imagine how small the town was too, because right now the town's only 400 some people.
Oh God.
Oh yeah. Well, that's why they targeted those small towns. That's exactly why.
Yeah. Oh, we're falling behind on chat again here.
Thank you, Gorilla. Glad you're here.
Here's Hungry Boy's channel.
Yes.
Why
check
isn't
out
Hungry Boy up
channel.
here?
Yeah, Hungry Boy. Shame.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I'm shit. Hey, no, I'm not kidding. I'm shaming him.
I think it's very late for him right now.
Yeah. Oiler says, "Cool, Captain." Then Hungry says, Blackadder voice. Oh dear God. And Greg says, "I need a new drug.
I need a new drug." That's a Huey Lewis in the
Falling
News song.
asleep.
One that won't make me nervous.
Yeah, some narrators in Captifinity may be unreliable, as Dillard will never draw their poor recollections and lies, Nemesis.
Dillard is fantastic. I need to commission him to do me another avatar. I've been using the same one here for a while.
Yeah, and Resolute Germ says the dead man beep is a lot different. Yeah.
Oh, we beep. Right. Yeah, but would that wake her up? She'd probably just walk over and switch it off and then go back to sleep.
Yeah, or Greg says I would mess with the monitor and make it alarm. There you go. You can take your there you go. Just take your oxygen pad off your finger.
Or the little they have little contacts all over my chest for the heart rate monitor. Just start unhooking those, right, and see what happens.
Yeah. What I hit the mark on? Apparently I hit the mark on. And
I apologize for that, guys. I know we're so behind on the chat. I apologize.
Maybe he meant 500. The 500.
Oh yeah. I'm at 508 now.
That's cool.
Because I had 3 of those 3 car ones took off. It took forever to take off, but they must have just taken off in the last half an hour.
Nice.
But Captain says, "Oh, the loud beep! It definitely wake up for the loud beep."
That's different. Right? The stuff beep, not so important, but the loud beep, definitely.
Yeah. Damn chat game week today.
I
Hungry
think we're
says,
doing great.
We need Captain Fitty to drive the 1960s Mini Coopers for our getaway, guys.
That's right.
Was that what it was? Hungry? Was that what that car was?
No, I don't think they had Mini Coopers back then.
Yeah. And the letter says, "We are having a national holiday, Captain. Perhaps we are distracted. We are mere insects to the." Hey, we're reading every chat. It just might take a bit to get to them because we're sitting up here showing off cars. And Greg says, "True, Captain. Stop making excuses for him, Greg. In 1776, you were part of this wrong empire. We told the English to go fuck themselves, and we just bought the Spanish off. Well, actually, we blamed them for the Maine blowing up, and we went and kicked their asses in 3 months. But that's a whole different song."
Yeah, I think it was the French you paid to buy Louisiana, right?
Oh yeah, the Spanish there. We kicked their ass in 3 months. It took us 7 years for the British.
Yeah.
Then they decided to come back a few years later.
Pesky little British.
Yeah. And other Greg says, "Hell yeah, go Spade." On my live streams, we actually like our audience. We do like you.
We love our audiences here. Yeah,
we're trying to entertain you. This is quality entertainment here. Oiler Greg says, "My sister was saved by not wearing a seatbelt. How many people died because of them?"
Many. In fact, here's a small bit of trivia. Anybody who's ever heard of the author Ray Bradbury, he's one of my favorites. He witnessed an accident when he was a child, and it was so grotesque from what he said that he never drove a car. So his entire life, he never drove a car. He never got behind a wheel.
Oh, if you want a grotesque accident, there was some accident where this motorcyclist there, he got into an accident with one of the vehicles, and he ended up decapitating him, and his head ended up like 30 miles down the road there because it landed in the back of the vehicle.
Well, right. When it comes to motorcycles,
Oh, jeez.
when it comes to motorcycles, things haven't changed because it's still a motorcycle.
Yeah, well,
But when I was a kid, I saw a motorcycle accident where let's just say he was laying there and his brains were hanging out.
Yeah, no, this guy's head landed in the back of someone's truck, and it ended up like 30 miles from the crash site.
That's why I don't drive motorcycles.
yeah. Well,
You could drive as safe as you can, or as safe as you try to be, but it's always some idiot that's going to come and hit you.
Well, I've heard them referred to as donor cycles, so that pretty much tells me everything I need to know.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Oh, other Greg says, "Now I want to wrap it big."
Oh, don't do that.
Yeah, YouTube, this is for entertainment purposes only.
Yeah,
Well,
we're not coaching this.
Yeah, YouTube, this is for entertainment purposes only. But if you want, other Greg, all you have to do is call in some kind of threat to the school across town, and rob the bank at the edge of town, and just head out of town.
That's another thing fascinating too. Is back in the days of Bonnie and Clyde, banks used to have armed security. They don't anymore. You guys notice they gotten rid of that?
Oh, hey, we've had the link up now for at least 20 minutes there, Hungry.
Is it pinned?
I don't know if it's pinned. He goes, "Now I want to start my own live stream."
It's
Bonnie and Clyde were famous for the level of violence in their crimes. Oh, yeah. Dillard rocks. And Nemesis at Oiler Greg, "Go play some Red Dead Redemption 2 then." Oiler Greg says, "Maybe I will." Oiler says, "Texas was part of Spain, then Mexico, and then we freed ourselves without any help." Hey, you had some Tennesseans there at the Alamo. Now, this is where I say Santa Anna is one of the worst generals in history, because they may have won at the Alamo there, but he brought 5,000 men to the Alamo. He lost 600 of them to the 200 or 192 people defending the Alamo. He lost 600 men. It took him 13 days to take that little thing there. And then when he went after Sam Houston there, he made the mistake of splitting up his troops. He got cornered on a peninsula there. It took him 18 minutes to have them all taken care of. Then they turned around and took care of the other half of his troops. And that's how they freed Texas. the only state that was a nation. And Hungary says I went through the grotesque accident thing. Or says we'll be independent again one day. Yeah, eventually. Oh, then Pop put the StreamYard links up again.
Yeah, I'd like to think we'll be independent someday, but I'll be dead before that happens. That's the only way I'll get independence. And I did put this link to the panel if anybody wants to join us. And now that it's past that stupid heart thing, I can actually pin it there. So I also pinned it at the top. If anybody would like to join us, you're more than welcome.
Yeah. So
Did you mention the? Let's see. Let me go back up here. My sister was not wearing a seatbelt. How many people died? Wait.
we're already caught up.
Okay, I thought I
And
saw one
Hungry
that
says
we hadn't read.
okay. Yeah, we read all this here.
Bonnie and Clyde were famous for the level of violence in their crimes.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
read. Yeah, we
Sorry.
read all that.
Yeah, read that one.
And they weren't good looking like in the movie. That's another thing. I mean, it's a fantastic. Bonnie and Clyde is one of my favorite movies of all time. In fact, that was one of the ones when I took film study. That was one we went over with a fine tooth comb. And I love the movie, but the real Bonnie and Clyde were nothing like that.
Yeah, I've seen photos of them. They weren't the most attractive couple in the world.
I'm looking it up now. I'm looking up there.
No, it was
They
more
were-
realistic. They look like two poor
Yeah,
people, like they were straight out of the. I don't like to use the term, but they were just rednecks.
Hey,
yeah, they
Bonnie doesn't
kind of
look
look like
too bad.
rednecks, really.
Bonnie doesn't look too bad. Like I don't have to go get drunk first with her.
Have any of you guys seen the movie Bonnie and Clyde?
Oh yeah,
No.
I've probably seen it 3 or 4 times over the years. Yeah, it's a great movie.
When they made that movie in the '60s with Warren Beatty and Faye Dunaway, the lady who played Estelle Parsons is the actress. I can't remember her character name, but she's the one that got shot in the eye. Remember?
Ouch.
Where she was shot. She was the wife of Gene Hackman.
Yeah. Well, she used,
Gene Hackman.
using a
Gene
Red
Hackman-
Rider.
What?
Well, she using a Red Rider.
I'm not sure, but she was. Gene Hackman was Bonnie's brother. Gene Hackman, I think his name was like Bud or something like that. And Estelle Parsons played the wife. And their driver was C.W. Moss, a younger guy. Okay, in real life, that guy was, when they made the movie, the driver was still alive, and so was the lady who was the wife of, I guess, the sister-in-law of Bonnie. And when they were making the movie, they actually interviewed them for some of the roles and to get some of the details on the movie, and I thought that was interesting.
Wow, that's great. Yeah, well, if they can, get people that are still alive to do better research, that's really good.
Yeah, exactly. And the fact they went to the effort of doing that.
Mm-hmm.
She said she didn't like that they made her character whiny and crying all the time, but it worked good for the cinematic reasons. If anybody's seen the movie, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I kind of forget a lot of it because I haven't seen it. Oh, Jesus, it's probably been like 30 years or something.
Oh, it's a great movie.
Yeah,
Good music. Oh my God, the music is fantastic.
Yeah, and then there's that final scene. That's pretty memorable.
Yeah, I was at a casino in Nevada, Buffalo Bills, and they have that car on display.
Wow.
Yeah. Resolute Germ says they were trailer park trash that like to pretend they were classy.
That's exactly what they did, yes.
Yeah.
Well, wouldn't we all? I mean, come on. If you were poor, wouldn't the first thing you'd want to do is try to dress all nice and act like you're rich, like you didn't really come from that horrible background?
Well, that's probably why they went into robbing banks, right? Because there was it's not like there was a lot of good careers out there back in the Depression years. So I guess I can't
Welcome,
blame
Hungry
them.
Boy.
Hey, Hungry, how's it going?
Hi, Hungry.
Oh, I'm just glad to be here. Glad to help out Pop with a little bit of joy during all this crap that's going on. And
Yes.
if I have to turn up or down my mic, just let me know. I'm always very, pedantic about that. But if the sound's okay right now, I'd just like to pass out a few compliments. Is it okay? Am I peaking?
Absolutely. Yeah, you sound great. Thank you. I'm glad you're here.
Well, one of the things I love about Pop, and this is why sometimes I get a bit teary-eyed and I get a bit quiet, in our our mutual Tweety group is just because he means a lot to me. But the thing is, he pays attention to the details that matter, and he's not just going off on things that float his boat necessarily. There are things that I really like about you, Pop, and everyone else on the panel, right? Where you guys will point out things that are great about the movie or the TV show that aren't necessarily personal to you. And that shows a respect of the material. Just like when we're talking about Bonnie and Clyde, yeah, there were some things that were totally unrealistic. I mean, if you want to see about unrealistic, you need to check out the television movie about our greatest female gangster in Australia called Tilly Devine, because she was, sorry, YouTube, I'm going to say the word, she was a dog. She was an absolute dog, and she carried a straight razor. I mean, she would cross the street. If you looked at her wrong, she'd cross the street and slice across your face going for the eyes.
Yeah.
And,
Jesus.
and she looked like the worst choice for a new Star Wars movie on a bad day in real life. And in the TV movie, they wanted to make her look like some divine little something with an A-ball dress from the 20s. And it's like, no, my grandmother got threatened by Tilly Devine. So when it comes to the stuff that Pop's talking about, I look at the photos of the actual people the film is based on.
I'm looking her up right now. She is definitely no pretty picture, but I'm looking at right next to the picture of the actress. It's like, what are they faking?
Yeah. So Hungry, well, did you say she was a dog-faced pony soldier?
Oh God, I would actually say that she makes Phoebe Waller-Bridge look like Sophia Loren.
Yeah. Oh wow.
No, it's a little political humor on ours.
That's a bit of a stretch. Jeez, that's
I would say very long stretch.
That's not political. I'm saying that as an illustrator.
Pull it up.
And I'm going to say really quick, that's the one credit I give the movie Titanic. I didn't like it. Was overblown. I didn't like the plot. I especially hated the first half. I hated the fact that they didn't center on real characters. I hated the fictitious plot with Jack and Rose, all that crap. But they did do Molly Brown right, and Kathy Bates looked like her.
I love Kathy Bates.
So do I. And that was great casting. It's just too bad the way they treated the character in that movie.
Kathy Bates, I mean, I really respect her because she's like she's like some of the great chicks in rock and roll who were not good looking, but they worked with their voice and telling a story.
Oh yes.
Kind of like Janis Joplin or something, kind of like.
Very well said, PvP. That was exactly the name I was going to try to bring to mind.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Because Janice was earthy, and Kathy Bates is earthy. But the thing is about Kathy Bates is she can be funny and upbeat, and then she can do stuff like Misery, and she's got this incredible range.
Yes.
And somebody on Twitter was asking about who's the better actor with more range, Kathy Bates or oh my God, I didn't get much sleep. Chick who was in Contact, chick who was in
Jodie Foster.
Yeah, they were comparing those two.
Jodie Foster has no range. Are they serious?
I know. There's no comparison. I honestly thought they were trolling, dude.
I know. It's like, are you kidding me?
Jodie Foster versus Kathy Bates.
No. When I saw Misery at the theater, when I walked out, I said, she's going to win the Academy Award. And my friends were like, what? I said, just watch.
Yeah.
Because I had not seen a performance like that in a long time. I said, just watch. And lo and behold, she did.
And that takes a lot of guts because, if you're a pretty person, you can take the risk of playing an ugly character. But if you're a homely person, no offense, you are really possibly setting yourself up to only play get typecast like the horror
character guys. Actors, background, right? Supporting actors,
or like people we love, dude. Christopher Lee, Peter Cushing.
Oh, yes.
People in horror, you can get typecast real easy, but thank God she did not. Thank God she did not.
And by the way, if any of you guys have not known, she is the new Matlock.
What?
Yes.
I don't know. I can kind of
Okay, that's very strange.
I know, but yes, they're already filming, and it's going to be coming out. Yeah.
Oh no.
I know. And when I heard that, I thought, oh no, Kathy, how could you do such a thing?
So is it going to be woke or something too?
Well, if
I
it's
don't know.
well,
Woke
I don't
Matlock.
know. I like, you know what's interesting is, and I'm not really old, but I liked Matlock. I really love the theme, and I liked Andy Griffith, and I like Kathy Bates. But with today's writing, I don't
Yeah.
know. Is it going to be more like Murder She Wrote? I don't know.
Why do they
Well,
have
it's
to keep
really about
remaking stuff? Oh,
it's really like you just said, Pop. It's really not about the cast. It's about the writers and what they will inflict.
Right. I don't trust the writing these days. Right. That's where it fails every time. Everything we see, it doesn't matter if it's a TV show or TV series or movie at the theaters, the writing is what's been failing for the past several years.
Mm.
And for them to suddenly surprise me with something original, it's not likely. I have no faith in that. Like a lot of people think that stupid Deadpool 3 is going to save the MCU. It's like, are you crazy? Coming from Disney? Yeah,
And
yeah,
well,
right.
I'll just
they're
wait and
filming
see.
it. They're
I mean,
filming it.
I hope Ryan Reynolds has enough leverage still to actually make it at least, decent enough to watch. But
Well,
No, that's not possible, PvP, because
right,
under
exactly.
the laws of the dictates of the the Writers Guild of America, he's not allowed to improvise as long as the strike is on. So he can't add all the funny stuff that he added in the other films off the top of his head. He's not legally allowed to.
so they're
And
actually
remember,
filming it.
not only that,
Then
though, remember people thought the same thing with who the two guys that got fired off Solo. Remember, they thought they had Lord Miller. They thought nobody can mess with it. And then they same thing with Sam Raimi, and they screwed him over. And everybody they've had, everyone they've had, without exception, they've screwed them over and ruined their careers. And James Mangold is only the newest recent one.
Yeah.
So nobody's got that weight and that to where they can outweigh and overrule the people at Disney. That's just not going to happen. So these people who think that this Deadpool 3 is going to be so great, they're delusional.
They're delusional. And as a joke, a horror joke for you, Pops, because we both love Robert Englund and we both love Ted Levine. I think I said to someone else, I think that Mangold's new nickname should be the Mangler.
Right, mangled. That's what I was thinking. He mangled it, right? Yes.
I love that film, The Mangler, with Freddie
Robert
Englund
Englund.
and Ted Levine. I love Ted Levine as a character actor. I mean, boy, Monk. He was so good in Monk, but he's great in everything. And he's done a couple of horror films. And when you let the actors do what they're going to do, I mean, actors, we got to give them credit. They can put their politics aside for the right script. But if the script is entirely political and the director and the producer is entirely political, I mean, let's face it, who wants to throw their job away after working for it for 30 years, right?
Hold on. Harrison Ford's raising his hand. It gets to the point where no matter how good people are, they say, oh, yeah, I read the script. Yeah, it stinks like shit, but you know what? I'll take that paycheck.
Nice.
Harrison Ford, thank you for pissing in everyone's face. Screw you. So everybody always says, you can't blame the actor. Yes, you can. They read that script before they sign that damn contract. So when they read that shit and they still agree to it just for the paycheck, just like Steven Spielberg, screw you for producing that movie. George Lucas, you both had your names on it. They're in it for their money, and that's all it was. They knew it was shit. That's why Steven Spielberg refused to direct it. Nobody wanted to touch it with a 10-foot pole. They all knew from the beginning it was crap, but they all wanted their paychecks. So they're all despicable pieces of shit. Sorry, guys, about the language.
Wait, Spielberg's still alive?
Oh, yeah, he's still collecting those paychecks. How do you think we got J.J. Abrams?
God, he must be in his 70s or 80s then.
I remember when Steven Spielberg, when he needed I think it was a kidney transplant. Funny, they found one within days. Isn't that odd? How do they manage that? We have people who are on waiting lists for years to get kidneys. But when successful rich people need one, bam, snap of the finger, and they suddenly get one. Isn't that odd?
Yeah. Oh, he's 76 already. Yeah, he's 76.
Right. And his wife looks like she's 176. Kate Capshaw has had so much botched plastic surgery, she looks like a dead possum. And I'm not kidding.
Oh,
I mean, unrecognizable. Looks nothing like what Kate Capshaw used to look like.
I mean, honestly, her attractability, for lack of a better word, was one of the only great things about Temple of Doom.
Yes.
I mean, and she, when she was like showing off her, I hate to say this, But I am a man, and I'm not that politically correct. When she was showing us off her curves, when she was struggling with riding the elephant, that was for the guys. That was for the
Oh
guys.
yeah, for Steven Spielberg, as they were sleeping together at the time. I'm beginning to think that that's the only reason why she got the role.
This is integral to the plot. We need to have the camera behind you while you're bending over on the elephant. It's integral.
And I love the movie Temple of Doom, but it's just that knowing that she was sleeping with the director at the time, and they eventually got married and had 15 kids. It's like, now I'm not so sure she deserved that role.
Well, the thing is, at this point, going back into history that Lucas was making the mistake of a messy divorce with a person that helped him.
Yeah, he even said that. He goes, I was in a dark place at the time.
Yeah,
well, I'm glad because it was a great movie because of that. So good for him and his divorce.
Yeah, but I mean, I just, again, being a guy, his wife, the great editor, she was better looking than who he hooked up with afterwards. And
yeah, that's usually how it is. Yes.
Because I'm a 70, as a 70s kid, you just have this thing about the 70s look with women sometimes where there's like no cosmetic surgery. The makeup is very
natural beauty. Yes.
And I miss the 1970. You guys will remember this. The 1976 gumdrop haircut on a woman.
Yes.
Oh, it was so fetching. It was so fetching. I mean, we saw it. Oh man, Laverne and Shirley, Three's Company. I mean, oh boy, to just get in a TARDIS and go back in time, and not even be nasty with people. Just say, honey, I'd like to buy you some chocolates and flowers after we have a conversation at a cafe over a good coffee. Just some good old romance stuff with women who knew how to dress, and they could put on a pair of semi-tight jeans, not nasty jeans, and recite some lines and be smart as actresses. It's not too much to ask, is it?
And they all aged gracefully with natural beauty. Can you imagine if Betty Davis would have gotten plastic surgery when she turned like 40?
Oh, God.
I mean, we would have never gotten her best movies.
Or Lauren Bacall.
All of them, yes.
And Joyce DeWitt. I mean, look how well she aged.
Yeah, a perfect example about current. Look at Jamie Lee Curtis. That's a perfect example right there.
Yes. And she was sexy all the way into her bit parts in NCIS. And I watched all of her episodes.
Karen Allen's another one. She looks great. And they made her look like shit in that new movie. They intentionally made her look like shit in that new movie.
Well, that's the word, the key word, intentional.
Yeah, it was intentional. Oh, that's right. I don't want to spoilers on that new movie. Gorilla, how are we doing on the chat?
I was just gonna say, we got a couple chats here. Let's catch up here.
Thank you, buddy.
Says, Trailer Park, fancy people. Resolute says Kathy Bates must be hard up for cash.
Yeah, I know that's the I know. Sorry about the Matlock reference, but it's true.
And that's one reason you don't trust unions.
Right, because they get hired and protected no matter how bad they are.
Yeah, Lucas says, or Jerm says, Lucas and Spielberg didn't have script approval for Indy 5. Their names were legally required to be on it no matter what role they had.
I would question that. I'm not saying it's not true, but I would question that. Because they can't make you sign to something that's going to ruin your name and your career. And they could publicly say, I'm required to sign this for this, even though I don't want to, and just to donate, just to make sure I point this out to everybody. They would make a public, in this on the news, public appearance. They would say, just to let you guys know, I was forced to have my name in that movie, and to prove it, I'm donating the check to charity. Here, how's that, huh? Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that clear everything up? I mean, they certainly don't need the money. But no, they cash that money and they're happy on the way to the bank. So, we got a half hour till Jill starts her stream.
Oh, Jill's streaming tonight?
What's Jill doing tonight?
A gaming stream.
Oh, yeah, right. I remember seeing that now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting to be 10:30. I gotta probably be heading to bed here pretty soon because there's no fireworks.
Unfortunately, I probably won't do that stream. I mean, Jill knows. I've explained to her I'm not a gamer. My thumbs don't work because of my medical thing. my spinal thing. So it's
Yeah,
like,
me too. I can't. But since my left hand, I can't. I even have an Oculus Quest headset, and I can't play it.
right. So I mean, it just gets a bit frustrating if you can't actually be in what's going on. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, well,
I,
I,
I
th- I
hit.
think
Go
I
ahead.
think Jill's usually just Jill and Scotty on those gaming streams
Yeah,
of
it's a
hers
Jill and
anyway.
Scotty thing. Most of the time, they just
Yeah,
ignore it. They ignore our chats anyway.
you
So
can
it's
join the
like,
chat, and Jill's pretty good at acknowledging my chats, occasionally when
but if
she,
she's in charge of it, if
yeah,
Scotty's in charge of the chats, he ignores a lot of us.
yeah,
Well,
but Jill's
the
usually
thing,
pretty good. But yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
Jill's
I
good.
don't I don't know anything about this game, so I'd probably be bored silly watching it anyway, to be honest. So
with the Jill streams, the ones that I really like are either the Star Trek specific ones, or when she was, or the Event Horizon one where she was a co-host. But I also like her Plomic ones because sometimes we get guests come on and talking about real science stuff because that really floats my
Yeah,
boat, even though I barely understand it.
yeah, well, I think that's the Friday stream is tea
it
time,
is. Yeah,
and
the
then
Plumage.
sometimes it's shore leave when she wants like random topics. So
Yeah,
yeah,
there was a shore leave chat that was really great, but also a Plomic time where there was a couple of people who explained why we're not going to get proper cold fission versus fusion energy in our lifetime. And that one, I really love that one
That was
because,
probably Tony Stark.
well, I think he was there, but there was another guy there too who had worked for the military,
Gotcha.
and he had worked for aspects of the military that were trying to gain function in these areas of energy creation. And like I said, I may not understand it, but I like being educated a little bit and trying to figure it out.
Right. Yeah,
yeah,
I find them very interesting.
Jill's Friday stream. Yeah, I miss them. I used to go on the panel quite a bit for a while there when I wasn't working on Fridays, and I really miss those Friday morning streams now because now I'm working half day on Friday, so I always end up missing them. But yeah, it was great fun going on there and having all the interesting people on the panel talking about all that stuff.
Well, now that
And the
I'm not
thing is,
working on Fridays, I'm open to be able to attend more. But if she covers things that I have not seen, like UFO, I probably
yeah,
won't be there. I don't want to get on the panel if I can't add anything to the
Actually,
conversation.
exactly.
Pop, there's a YouTube channel that has all of the UFO episodes on it, and the
Oh, I
quality.
downloaded them. I have the whole entire
Oh,
thing.
oh, you have 'em,
I
okay.
Yeah, it'll take me a while. I even downloaded the other one people are recommending, like Blake 7, I think it's called, and Red
Right,
Dwarf.
right.
But I just haven't got around to watching them yet.
Yeah. Yeah, it does take a lot of time. By the way, if you ever do decide to go on the UFO streams, Jill's, I believe, watching them in production order.
Yeah,
Yeah, I just want to let you know. So
to her.
Or
Very important.
she's probably at least halfway to the. How many? There wasn't that many seasons, were
I
there?
think there's one season. I think 26 episodes in total, something like that. So
Yeah, Jerry Anderson, his shows didn't last long.
Well, they got, I won't go into it too much, but they basically got screwed off. They were going to get a second season of UFO, but then Americans complained, and I'm not dissing Americans, particularly on July 4th. I'm not going to do that. But the people who, they were reliant, the Andersons were reliant on getting distribution in the United States, and the distributor said, we need
ITC.
monsters. And so they had to switch everything over and basically recreate it into Space 1999, and that's what happened.
Yes,
yeah,
I read about that. It was ITC. Yeah, I think it was the American distributor.
yeah. Well, it's
Yeah.
like the American audience is important because it's so big and there's so much money there, right? That's what killed the 1960s Avengers show. It
Yes.
went off the air in 1969 because it was actually still a big hit. It was very popular, but for whatever reason, the American network pulled their funding, and that pretty much doomed the show, right? So
I
Well,
think where I was living, I think it was on PBS.
exactly, PvP. And the other thing too was the Avengers were doing great with Honor Blackman in black and white, and then the early Diana Rigg episodes in black and white, and the Americans said, okay, you got to do it in color because we're in color now. We just switched from Wild Wild West in black and white and Lost in Space in black and white to color, so
Yeah.
we're doing color only.
Well, color was huge, but the thing was, basically half of the Diana Riggs are black and white, and the other half did switch into color. So there were a lot of color episodes with Diana as well. But
I honestly think she looked better in black and white, and Pop understands this because we both like a lot of the old horror films.
Oh, heck yeah. Black and white any day. Yes.
I think she looks great in everything, personally.
Understood, but with her bone structure, and Pop understands this, she's like a stronger version of Barbara Steele from Black Sunday.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, she had that classic bone structure, didn't she? Yeah.
And a lot of people complained about Baba's work when he went from black and white to color. A lot of people at the time, not us, not our generation, when we're seeing it all after everything's said and done. But some people said, oh, the moment he got into color, he started getting into other tropes, etc., and lost his subtlety. And to that, I say, well, screw you. Have you ever seen Kill Baby Kill? That's a subtle.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
That's a terrifying movie. Terrifying movie. And
I love that Italian horror.
Oh God, it's so poetic. It is a poetic movie. And then they say, you know what? He's not good in color. Well, guess what? Bava and these little dink shits, pardon my language, they don't realize he actually did spy-fi comedy with Vincent Price, Dr. Goldfoot, and the
Bikini Machine. Yes.
Yes. Right. Those are great movies.
That's when San Francisco used to be a tourist attraction and didn't have all that shit all over the place. And it was almost like a tourist film because there's a scene where Dr. Goldfoot steals a trolley and rides through San Francisco on it. So they showed a lot of the city in that movie. Just like in Bullet, you get a lot of San Francisco in that.
Yeah.
Exactly. And the women, I mean, honestly, they weren't showing that much skin. Those were very conservative bikinis.
Nope.
They were
Yeah,
wearing.
bikinis is the most you get, right?
And I mean, I sat there and I thought, this is not much more naughty than Gilligan's Island, with
Right.
with Marianne and the jean shorts. I mean, she's showing as much leg as the Goldfoot babes. She's
Right.
showing it's all fine. There's nothing to complain about here. Nothing to complain about.
Nope, no complaints here.
Nemesis, have you ever seen any of these movies?
I think Nemesis is eating cookies.
Yeah, eating cookies. But I mean, Bava had so much range. So many of these Italian guys had range, and they take from the American stuff. But then you look at Wild Wild West, and you can't tell me Wild Wild West was not taking from Italian directors at the time.
Oh, absolutely. Wild Wild West is like, because at the time they said, well, James Bond's popular, westerns are popular. Can we mix the two? That's also how we Get Smart.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
A show that will never be on the air ever again on any streaming service.
That kills me. They're going to start editing the Wild Wild West too. But the beauty of the Wild Wild West was they added the sci-fi and the western first, and then they added classic horror elements with a few of the episodes. And oh my God, still to this day, as much as I'm a comic book person, I put up Megaleto Loveless as a villain against Doctor Doom and Magneto every day. He's just as good.
Yeah, great character. That was one of my favorite parts of the series when I was watching it as a kid, actually. And that was, what's his name? I forget his name. Brilliant actor.
Michael Dunn.
Michael Dunn. Man, he was so good in that show.
He was.
Man, he made the show in a way, really.
He
was
was
only in what, 10 episodes or something?
Yeah, only a handful. But that's another, because we had seen that original show. That's what made that remake movie with Will Smith so bad.
Oh God,
that movie was so atrocious. My God, I hated that movie.
Yeah.
Oh, that was my introduction to Wild Wild West.
God, the casting.
The series is way better.
Yeah, whoever cast that movie needs to be shot. Every person cast in that movie was shit.
The writers.
Are you kidding me? Hey.
Hey,
We got to see
YouTube.
Selma Hayek's ass.
Yeah. Hey, YouTube. That's just a figure of speech. She doesn't really mean that. We are not advocating for violence here.
Nemesis, you're right. There was that one moment where she's walking away from the main characters in the train compartment, and yes, that was the only moment of magic in the movie. I agree with you.
Yeah, but to sit through 189 minutes of the rest of it, no thanks, not worth it.
Hey, was that one of the first times they race swapped a character?
Yeah, one of the early ones, yes.
Yeah.
But the race swapping didn't bother me. It was the script. I mean, James
yeah, it was
West
so-
is much more subtle. in
It
his
was so
humor.
silly, the script. Like,
Yeah.
it was
Wait,
idiotic.
Wait, we're talking about the movie now or the series?
The movie.
The movie.
Oh.
Because the situation was that a lot of the dialogue was very 1990s, and this is
Yes.
people talk about race swapping, but my big thing, and Pop has talked about this, and I think PvP has talked about this too, and I think Nemesis a little bit, is the situation where you have something that is set over 200 years ago or 100 years ago, and we get modern language idioms.
Yes. Thanks
and
to
modern
Will
language-
Smith.
Yes.
Because once again, we got Will Smith playing Will Smith. That's all he does. I mean, talk about a one-note actor and character.
Mm.
Hey,
And if
PvP.
something,
Yo,
if something
This
is set,
this comment's for you.
what?
Darth Eggnog the Wise?
Yeah, he's waving at you.
Thanks,
waving
Lemon.
at you.
Lemon's keeping that one alive, that's for sure.
Hey, would you rather us start talking about your '96 Corolla?
96 Corolla? Oh, you mean my 93 Concorde?
Oh, Concord. I thought you had a Corolla.
It's still running though.
Well, that's all that's important.
Yeah, well, I got the seat propped up with a gigantic plastic storage bin, so I don't
Yeah, that
so I
works.
don't die, but it works. Yeah.
Yeah, that works. Okay, I have a question for you guys since we were talking about the Wild Wild West movie. Who liked, because I have never found anybody yet, who liked Kevin Kline in that role of Artemis Gordon? Because I think he sucked so much ass that you could hear the wind a mile away.
Oh, he's like the best part of it. It's so damn wonderful. I haven't even seen it to know that he was just absolutely wonderful in that movie. Absolutely brilliant.
What I'm trying to figure out is who the hell is Kevin Kline? Where did he come from? What did he ever do that was good? Besides still BBKs for me. Other than that, as far as his movie roles, I mean, what the fuck? What did anybody see in that guy? He was so
I never got it.
talented. He was a vacuum of talent.
Yeah, good description. A vacuum of talent. Yeah.
Charles Grodin's another one. Remember Charles Grodin?
Oh
Remember
yeah.
him?
Sadly, I do remember him. I wish I could forget him, but
You know,
Michael Moriarty.
Oh, the thing is, when we're talking about some of these actors, though, they can be so good in other roles. I mean, Kevin Kline in Fish Called Wanda. What the fuck happened?
Well, the Fish Called Wanda, everybody was great, and they just had him. They could have replaced him with anybody. It would still been a good movie.
I will politely disagree, Pop, but I love that you said it.
Hey, Scurvy
the
says
writing was much better though, right? So,
yeah. Scurvy says the '93 Concorde rocks.
I'll take your word for it.
Okay, correct me on this. Concorde. What is it? What's the manufacturer of a Concorde?
I wish I could have taken a ride.
I mean, is that American made, Canadian made? I mean, what?
I really am not sure. I don't remember the Concorde, to be honest.
We're talking about the airplane.
That's the only one I remember is the airplane that
the airplane
that killed all those people over Germany.
Well, I'm being the movie fan. I remember Concorde Airport, 1977.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Yes. Also, I mean, there's only one other Concorde we can really talk about, and that's Concord, California.
Right. And also
Chrysler. It's a Chrysler.
Chrysler. Yeah, that makes sense. Chrysler Concord. But I read like three or four books by Charlton Heston, and he said he used to ride the Concorde.
Oh, there's my car.
There it is. Charlton Heston used to fly the Concorde to other countries when he was filming, and he said he could barely fit in it. He was like 6'3", 6'4", and he said he was hunched over the entire time. It was very uncomfortable.
Yeah, it does have kind of that sloping roof. There's not a huge amount of headroom really when I think
Well,
about
not
it.
a lot
Yeah.
of room for passengers either. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
not made for
Yeah.
like like a bunch of people.
Yeah, if
It
you're
was
too
very
tall, it would.
expensive. It was only for the elite.
Oh, that's why I'm still driving it after 10 years because it's such a well-made bloody car. I've only sunk maybe 500 or 600 bucks into it to keep it on the road all those years, and
Well, that
it's
was back
very
too.
well
Also,
made.
when that was back too when Chrysler used to make the engines out of metal. Now they're made out of plastic.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Definitely a lot of metal in that car still.
Yeah, now the radiators, everything is plastic. So if
Gee,
that car overheats, it melts. That's why I was warning
ouch.
Gorilla. You better watch out about that Chrysler you have because if it overheats, I'm serious. I'm not joking. Everything in your front end of that engine will melt.
No. That's
So
right.
be very careful. Yes.
Oh God.
Oh,
That's right. Because I mean, the thing is, even if you don't drive yourself, then you got to take into account, is the car made that way when you're getting in with a taxi driver or an Uber driver or anything else? You got to worry about so many things these days. It wasn't like that when we were kids.
No. Well, here's
Yeah.
another thing that's changed about cars. If we were talking about accidents, is back in the day you could have a whole family get killed in a car, and they would just simply repair the car, sell it to somebody else. Now cars are disposable. Oh, the car is one big crumple zone. So if you're in a severe accident, that car is totaled.
Yeah. Oh God.
Yeah, I always wonder about when I see one of those so-called smart cars driving down the road, and there's like no buffer between the front
No,
end and
nothing.
yeah,
Right.
well,
I'm
Yeah.
thinking,
well, well,
man,
well, PvP. I have a short on my channel there that said if I drove a car like that, I'd have to kick my own ass.
What they need to do is they need to put handles on the outside for the pallbearers and just get it over with.
yeah, they look pretty scary to me. I don't think I'd ever want to drive one.
No, especially you see them on the freeway cutting in and out of these big trucks and cars.
Oh
Yeah, yeah,
God,
what a genius, right?
yeah, jeez,
And
yeah.
by the
There's
way,
a
they're
lot of
not as
goofballs on the
and
road.
I know somebody used to own one. They're not as good on gas as people think because the engines are so small you really have to wind them up to get any speed out of them. And when you're winding the engine real high, it's burning up a lot of gas.
Ah, hmm.
So they're not as good as you think.
Yeah, well, I'll keep driving my old beast until it dies.
All right, you guys, I'm gonna head out. I'll still be listening, but I gotta go lay down here.
Getting late.
Well, have a
Yeah.
great night, Gorilla. Do you work tomorrow?
Yeah,
Okay, well, thank you for being here and helping me out with the chat.
yeah.
Now
I
you
guess
Have a good.
all my plans got canceled, so nothing else to do.
Well, I appreciate you being here, sir.
Yeah,
Well,
now
have a
you
good one, man.
yeah. We'll
Have a
see.
good one, buddy.
Yeah.
sweet dreams.
Take care.
Yeah, night.
And Lemon Pie says the 90 Concord is the only car that can run on eggnog as efficiently as it does on gasoline. Maybe even more so.
Amazing.
Oh, that reminds me. I'm sure you guys have noticed, especially for all the older guys, that over the years, all the times that people came out with gas alternatives and they were suddenly silenced by the oil companies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
heard about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember one time that. Excuse me.
Uh-oh.
It was like Mike Douglas or Merv Griffin. It was one of those shows.
Hmm.
And there was a guy who ran a car on water. He figured out how to make it run on water. And he even showed it there. He showed the diagram. He showed the car running, everything. And he said, yeah, the oil companies are after me and my family. I've been receiving threats and blah, 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 blah. And of course, he disappeared.
Oh
Of
God.
course he did.
So
Uh-huh.
they Jimmy Hoffa them, did they?
Pretty much.
Boy.
Yeah, they've come up with a lot of alternatives over the years for gasoline, but everybody seems to just miraculously disappear. Isn't that odd?
Yeah, I remember that one not too many years ago about running cars on cooking oil or something.
Yeah, Daryl Hannah had one of those cars, and I saw her in an interview, and they said, "Well, what's it like?" She says, "Well, every time I drive, it smells like French fries."
Well, that wouldn't be that bad, I guess.
Well, no, and they weren't totally against it because you're still using oil. So yeah, they didn't mind that,
Yeah.
but it was
Well,
stuff like
yeah.
running cars off oil, off water, and things like that they can't
Well,
make a
yeah.
profit off of.
Yeah, well, there'd be no money to be made anymore if everybody could just, go to the tap and pour a few gallons in, right?
Right now, let's take this conversation, if it's okay, in a 180-degree turn. Have you
Hmm.
guys heard lately the statements by Senator Mark Rubio about UFOs?
I
No.
have not.
Okay, suddenly, even though a lot of us, including me, know that this has been going on since the 1950s with Eisenhower, is that we've had dealings with aliens and UFOs. We've been swapping technology. Well, it's not like they want our technology, but we've been giving them people in exchange. Some of them use people in slavery, and they've been giving us. That's why we eventually had Area 51. Most of that's been moved off to another Nellis Air Force Base. But anyway, Mark Rubio came forward finally, like it's new news, and saying, "Yeah, we got a bunch of whistleblowers saying that we have at least a dozen alien craft that humans are flying, and how, yeah, going back to Roswell and all that, how we've been reverse engineering craft that we've been picking up, and the other countries are starting to admit it as well." So
Oh.
basically, what the point is, since the 1950s and 60s, we've had zero what's it called, engines that take no energy to run but put out more than they're using. 0 point energy, I think is what it's called. So we've had that since the 50s or 60s, but we've been forced, because due to money and economics, to buy fuel-based cars.
Well, those oil companies are still pretty powerful.
Right, but since the 50s or 60s, we've had the technology where you could heat your home or cool your home or drive a car using a device that costs nothing to run.
Hmm.
Yeah, it kind of makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Well, Mark Rubio was saying that they've been demanding answers. Congress has been demanding answers for years, and of course, the government keeps refusing because the government does not tell anybody anything, right?
Hmm.
And the reason why I'm willing to say this, and I'm not crazy, is because I saw a UFO with my own eyes, and I know people laughed at me, and I don't care because I'm not crazy. I wasn't stupid. And I wasn't imagining things. And back then,
Yeah.
I described it exactly like I saw it. Everybody was like, "Well, I don't know what that is. I don't know what." But now you get on YouTube, and it's all over the place. It's called a TR3B.
Well, yes, and a lot of people over the past 8 years have been coming out and saying that they saw certain things, and these are not people who are just in trailer parks. These are not people who are just kids whacked out on mushrooms. A lot of these people have very, very unassailable academic degrees, and they're saying, yes, I saw something on that night too, and I cannot ascertain how it could be physically possible, how this object in the sky moved at this rate, took that turn,
Yes.
and then disappeared.
Do you guys remember the famous lights over Phoenix?
Yes. Yes.
Did you know that Kurt Russell was flying in an airplane and witnessed that firsthand?
No, I did not.
Yeah, he did an interview, and they asked him, and it was interesting as the way he said it. He said, "That's right. I was in an airplane that night. We were flying, and we saw it firsthand." He said, "But for some reason, I'd totally forgotten about it. My mind just like erased it."
Hmm.
Interesting, isn't it?
It is, especially considering certain conjecture about, in quotation marks, erasure of memories. Yes, it is.
Yes. And there's something else I'm going to point out. I'm going to find the video here and post it on my channel eventually. But there was a man who was a construction worker. And I think this was Nevada, because supposedly, according to rumor, they have hidden bases under Nevada. Some of them are alien. So this guy was a construction worker. They had like an elevator, a small elevator that would go underground and work on things underground. And they said, it was top secret, whatever you see, you do not tell anybody, all this kind of stuff, or otherwise we'll go after you and your family, so on and so forth. But he had a pistol on him. Because he had a license to carry. And he said the elevator went down and then it stopped. And he looked around and he said he saw aliens that were about 15 or 16 feet tall. And he panicked and he pulled out his gun and started shooting. And then one of the aliens had he said the alien waved its hand in front of its chest. It had like a light on its chest. It waved its hand, and immediately it was like a laser or something. He said it immediately started cutting the guy, and it cut off part of his hand and his fingers as he held his hand up to protect himself.
Wow.
And there's a video on YouTube. He was an old man, and he's talking about this, and he holds up his hand and says, see, you can see where the hand was perfectly cut. And he holds up his shirt, and you can just see this big old beam of laser going down, a scar going down his chest.
Wow.
And what happened was he panicked, and he started firing, and the aliens hit him with this beam. And then as soon as the other people that were in the elevator with him panicked, he said, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. And he hit the up button. And they got up out of there, and he barely survived. And then years later, he was threatened not to talk about it. Years later, he did this video where he spoke in front of a conference, and I'll find it. And he held up his hand. You can see where it was severed. You can see the scar down his chest, a clean line. And guess what? They found him like 2 days later, tied, gagged, and tortured. And they said it was suicide.
Suicide? Right.
Yep. It's not a joke,
Wow.
but it really happened. Yes.
That's a pretty wild story. God, that's
And
crazy. Man.
there's a real video. Yeah. I highly recommend. There's a channel called Secure Team 10. The guy does have some hokey stuff, but he's got a lot of legitimate footage on there. There's even footage of an alien ship where they zoom in and you can even see the three octopus inside the cockpit.
Mm. I mean, the thing that is getting to me at the moment is the guy was tied up. So how does somebody tie themselves up and then do themselves in?
Tied
It's,
and tortured.
it's kinky. It was just a really kinky session. It ended badly,
So you're saying it's an in excess moment, or nemesis?
Yes, totally, 100%.
What reminded me of that is, did you guys see a couple weeks ago where that family in Vegas said the ship landed in their backyard and the aliens were like 15 or 16 feet tall?
I have not heard about that. No.
Yeah, it's even okay. The video's still out because it's fairly recent. He made the news, and what happened was a cop was on a traffic stop, and he saw what looked like a blue meteorite passing over, and it got caught on his body cam. And he said, "Wow, that's interesting." It was a big old blue, like a streak. And next thing you know, they get a call from the family saying the ship landed in their backyard, and that there's these giant beings that are definitely not human coming out of it. So the cops, I don't know why, but it said an hour later, the cops arrive. Anyway, so the cops get there and the people are all panicking saying, yeah. And they ask them what exactly happened. And they said it was, and you can hear it on the 911 call. They said the people are like 18 feet tall. And they're definitely not human. One of them stepped out of the ship. There's another one inside. And the cops arrive. Here's what's interesting. When the cops arrive, everybody's in the front yard going, yeah, it just happened, blah, blah, blah. And the cops said, okay, show us where. And they said in the backyard. And as soon as the cops start walking into the backyard, they cut the camera footage.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they said due to privacy. When have you ever seen the cops cut off video footage like that? And they said it because it was private property. You know that's bullshit.
They never did that with the show Cops in the United
Anything,
States.
right? And there are videos all over YouTube where they don't ever do that. Anyway, so what happened was apparently the reporters thank goodness there's still some honest reporters out there. The reporters were digging in, asking the family. And the family said finally what happened was they got a visit from the cops. And then after them, the men in black showed up. And then the men in black were in these black SUVs and they were driving around the block for, they said, hours and hours. And they confiscated their phones and everything. Because some of them had taken video footage on their phones.
Jeez.
And here's what's interesting. Is they asked this one kid, it's like 17 or so, describe what you saw. And he said, well, it was difficult. He said, it looked like one stepped out of the ship, one stayed inside, but he said it was very, very blurry, hard to focus, almost like they were partially cloaked.
Hmm. There are a lot of things that blur physical vision for humans, so I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, but it was a whole family that all said the same thing. It was a bunch of people.
Yeah, exactly. So the more people you have confirming the same story, the less I am likely to disbelieve it out of hand.
Like I said, even the cop caught the ship flying overhead before it crashed and saw it. And it's on his body cam.
Well, there was a place in California, Pop, and it was near Travis Air Force Base. And there was a night where more than 1,000 people were called into the cops, and more than 65 people called into the local newspaper, seeing something that would have been more than, well, it was triangular, and it was more than 300, according to reports, 300 feet long from nose to tail.
Yes.
And it actually got into the newspapers for a couple of days. And everyone, neighbors were talking to each other. A couple of them talked to me about it when I was looking into it. And 5 days later, that newspaper was not available. And 7 days after that, somebody went to the local library, because they would always keep the editions of the local newspaper
Uh-huh.
there, and all of them had been removed.
Oh, yes.
Not only the physical paper versions, but also on the microfiche,
Yep.
which they had copies of microfiche of all the local newspaper there. Not all newspapers, but the local newspapers, so people could keep records of the town. And if you spoke to the people who were running the library, they said, we're not allowed to talk about that.
Oh, yeah, because they're all threatened. Exactly.
But
Lemon
over
Pie says,
1,000 witnesses, over 1,000 witnesses saw it.
yeah, the
And
same as the lights over Phoenix. I mean, yeah, it's a whole entire city that saw it, and it was up there for hours.
yeah, yeah.
Ooh, that's a nice firework. I saw that through the window. Yay, green and yellow. Okay, what you guys see on the screen is the guy that I was talking about. They got attacked by the alien who went underground, who disappeared, or who ended up dead a couple days later, tied and murdered.
Damn it, poor guy.
But
Damn
that's
it.
him. It's a as you can see, the interview is in several parts. I highly recommend you watch it, and you'll see the scene where he holds up his hand, and you can see where it's been severed, and he opens his shirt, and you can see the cut across his chest.
Well, I screenshotted that, so I'll be able to find him later. That's good.
No, I see something at the top. Can you scroll back to the top there for a minute? 10 unavailable videos are hidden. Oh,
I wonder why, huh? What does
yeah,
that mean?
really, eh?
Here it
Jesus.
goes. We
Oh,
better get
this guy?
after this stream.
Yeah.
We better see it. We better watch it after this
Well,
stream, dudes.
Look at the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think some of them are missing,
That's the unavailable videos, I'm guessing.
but I don't know which one is specifically the one where he holds up his hand.
Hopefully not.
Because like one of them's like 9 minutes, 10 minutes, 11 minutes, 11 minutes, 10 minutes, 9 minutes. So it's not that long to watch it. But he's one of it's fascinating to listen to his story, because he's the one I told you went down in the elevator, and then he saw like these 15-foot tall aliens, and he panicked and started shooting with his gun, and they blasted him with the laser beam.
And you know, the other thing too is people don't realize how big 15 or 18 feet really is until you're confronted with, say, a sculpture that is 15 to 18 feet tall, and you look at it. You know, people don't realize how different to us that is. That's entirely different to us, and that
yes,
it implies a whole different range of how life evolved.
Well,
Because
18 feet. That's like 3 times the height of an average human, at least, right?
exactly, and with us, if we're raised and evolved on this planet, you're not going to get a biped ever that high due to gravity, ever.
Yeah. Well, there have been giants in history.
Yeah,
but
I was going to say
suffered terribly because of
we
their
have
size.
they have proven. Well, what happened was we actually had races of giants that had red hair. They actually did dig them up, and they found skeletons, and they used to eat us. We were their food, so we hunted them down and killed them. This is back during like the caveman days, but they have found skeletons and remains of. They were like 18 to 20 feet tall, so we have had giants in our past at one point.
Well, I have a hard time disbelieving that, because if you look at every major religion, going back more than 15,000 years, but at least 10,000 years, and this includes Abrahamic religions, there's always stories of giants. And generally speaking, they're not nice people to run into.
Oh
No.
no, of course not.
You know what? And I hate to lighten the mood here for a moment, Pop, but that's why I love War of the Gargantuas from Toho.
Oh yes,
They see you, they're gonna eat you. That's
that's
all
right, right. So and especially the scene where they eat that, where they throw a person in their mouth, chew on it, and then spit out the clothing. Oh, it's like true gold, true gold. You'll never get that these days.
It's a
Yeah.
ruthless film, but
That's
also
a classic.
But I mean, we go back to childhood stuff from the 1700s and before. Fee, fi, fo, fum. I smell the blood of an Englishman.
Yep.
And going to grind up his bones for my bread. I mean, this doesn't come from nowhere. So, I mean, yeah, we all have these tales in our deep genetic past of creatures that are like us but are not like us, that if they get a chance to grab us, we are the hors d'oeuvre.
Yep, I totally agree.
And it just makes me, I hate it when something fake comes out about discovering giant bones. I hate that because it just means no one's going to take it seriously when anyone really finds.
That's the whole point of why they put out this information. That's exactly the point. But like they said, like some of the underground aliens, from what some of these whistleblowers have claimed, is that they feed off of us, they eat us, and that's why there's a. I don't know if you guys know about the missing 420. If you guys have seen those documentaries about this ex-police officer who investigates people who disappear in the national forests.
Missing 411. Yeah, it's crazy
well,
shit, man.
We've had a enormously high amount of people that just suddenly disappear, sometimes within a foot of their family. One time there's a little kid, a baby, that disappeared, and they found him like on a mountaintop 10 miles away, like 20 minutes later, and all this crazy shit. So people are just disappearing for no reason. And supposedly, if it's true, we've got to deal with these aliens to where they harvest us for food.
Well, I heard a statistic that was basically comparing the amount of people who disappear in the woods per year is equivalent to the amount of deer that are hunted by wolves throughout the year.
Wow.
And that's not necessarily the same numbers, but basically the same concept type of thing. So it kind of makes you wonder.
Right. And what's interesting is this guy who did the documentary, like I said, he's a retired police officer. He went to the National Forest Service and said, okay, what are the records of these people, their names, of people that disappeared, and they don't keep it. They wouldn't give him any information.
Uh-oh.
There was one guy, I've specifically a story where there was a hunter, an older man, and he had two other buddies with him, and they were hunting, and they were like 10 feet apart, and he just disappeared.
Not to get back to the horror thing and the myth thing, but it makes you wonder if this is where some of the mythology of the Wendigo or Wendigo comes from.
That's just it. A lot of our mythologies and legends, some of them are based on facts. Remember, there are cave drawings that show UFOs flying through the sky. Where did they come up with that idea?
Yeah.
They have good imagination. They ate some mushrooms.
Yeah, I know, right? They even have, right. They even, I mean, it's mentioned in the Bible. Is it Genesis? Hold on. It's been a long time since I read the Bible. I read it twice. But I think it's during the Exodus with Moses. But there's a scene, well, not a scene, but there's a part in the Bible where they describe a platform that raises. Well, I can't remember. It's an early part of the Old Testament. So it's either Genesis or the part with Moses or somewhere around there in the early part of the Old Testament where they mention that a rise of a craft on a river of flame. But plus, like I said, I mean, regardless of all that, we've got cave drawings dating back thousands of years that shows aliens with helmets on, spacecraft flying through the air, all that stuff. That's where the legend of Atlantis sprung from. So it's. I still think there's a possibility that Atlantis really did exist.
Well, there's a whole series called "History is a Lie" by the Armored Skeptic, which I highly recommend people check out, which kind of touches base on a lot of these things. And yeah, it's really fascinating. Like, this has been going on a lot longer than people want to give credit for, or that
Right. Well, because there's a lot that we're not being told. And when people do try to talk about it, they're being discredited, and all this negative press comes out to make them look like a lunatic. That's the problem.
Oh,
But
exactly.
Yeah, there's
Because you were talking about disinformation.
Yes, there's a lot of, like this guy here that I'm showing here. There's a lot of ex-military, like generals and colonels that are retired, and there's videos of them where they're practically on their deathbed, and they even say, "I've only got a day or two to live, but I'm going to tell you the truth, and this is what I saw." And they tell us all about the hidden information, the ships that we have captured, Area 51, all that stuff. So the videos are out there, but they're slowly being removed. Oh, by the way, I'm going to mention this too, because now it's been scrubbed. I can't find it anymore, but I'm going to keep searching. But when we had the space shuttle program, there was a video where the space shuttle was supposedly in orbit and it was launching a satellite. So it was this is on the NASA feed. It even had the NASA watermark. And it showed like the camera, like imagine if it's on the front of the shuttle facing backwards towards the bay that opens up. And it's showing the bay opens up and the satellite's coming out and it's twirling. And the satellite is slowly spinning and it's coming out of it. And then a man's head pops up behind it. It's a miniature. Or how about the mini? Have you guys have seen the videos where they interview the astronauts aboard the space station, right? I'm sure you've all seen that. In fact, one night, there's a good friend of mine, mad scientist here in the chat. Him and I were watching these various videos of astronauts being interviewed in the space station. And there's many times, especially there's one clear one where they were being interviewed by an elementary school. And the kids were asking them questions. And one of the kids said, can you do a cartwheel? The astronaut said, okay, did a cartwheel and got caught up in the strings where the other ones had to clear the strings and help him move.
Weird.
Yeah, there's more than one video out there where you can see that they're clearly on wires. And when they turn, they have to clear the wires out of the way. So we're also being fed a lot of crap that isn't real too. Like I believe, yes, we went to the moon. But what we as Americans and as the public saw, is that what really happened? I doubt it. And there's audio recordings from NASA that surprisingly have survived where you can hear the astronauts on the moon and say, I see Santa Claus. They say that they're in the middle of a crater and all on the outer rim, all these aliens are looking at them, watching them. Because they had two radio bands going at the time. They had ones with their secret one where they were talking to NASA. Then they had the public one that we heard. But on the secret one, they were saying, yes, Santa Claus does exist. They're watching us now. And those recordings do exist still. So I think a lot of what we saw was for show, is basically what I'm trying to say. I know we went to the moon. I know you can use a telescope. You could zoom in, and you could see the lander and the flag. Yes, that's true. But a lot of what we were fed was for the public. I'll put it that way. There's a lot we were not told. And sorry to keep going on this subject. The 3 astronauts, when they got back from the moon mission, the first thing that happened, like anything in the military, is they were debriefed. And as soon as they were debriefed, they did a press conference. And this conference is on the YouTube. And the public, you see all the clicking of the photographs, and the reporters are asking them questions. So what did you see? What did you see? How was it like? And the astronauts just sat there and looking at each other and said, we can't say anything. We didn't see anything. We can't talk about it.
Yeah. Well, it makes me, sorry, I'm moving the microphone into another room.
You're fine.
It makes me wonder about all the other stuff we've heard about regarding various astronauts and cosmonauts. We can't leave out the cosmonauts, right? Where there were things that they saw and we got a little piece of it, and then suddenly all that information got erased.
Yes. There's like a lot of the photos of the moon where you see bases and everything, and they were scrubbed over.
And also, what certain astronauts and cosmonauts said that they heard, and things that they experienced when they were actually out there in the big black, in the big cold black. And I'm finding less and less of that stuff being easily accessible on the internet now.
Well, absolutely. That's just it. Yeah, they were scrubbing it. There's people that I'm sure you guys have seen. There's channels out there on YouTube where people have invested in really good quality cameras and telescopes that are focused right at the moon all the time. And there's many, many videos where you see ships just starting left, right, up and left. It'll turn left, turn right, all over the surface of the moon every single day, every night.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know why people think we are not to be trusted with knowing what's going on. Don't know. I mean, are we really going to freak out? I mean, most people freak out the most when they can't actually post on Twitter for 5 hours. So, if if are they really going to be freaking out if they find out there's an 18-foot tall creature somewhere? They're worried about their lattes and their TikTok.
Yes. Well, and a lot of people, it'll make them panic. Oh God, I can go on with more stories. Did you know that they had the Pope do a survey asking their followers basically that if you found out there were aliens, how could you handle it? Did you guys know that?
Oh, I knew that because I'm non-practicing Catholic, but yes, I did know that.
Okay, so and you know that they also had a lot of dignitaries, heads of state, presidents, and the Pope all meet in Antarctica, right?
The Antarctica part I did not know.
Yes. Okay, we all know who Neil, who's the astronaut? Neil Armstrong.
Yes.
Right. Here's what happened to be exact. He was there for this big meeting, all these dignitaries, the Pope, and everybody, because there's rumors that there's a bases in Antarctica because there's rumors that that's where the Nazis originally a lot of them escaped to.
Mm.
So anyway, oh God, that reminds me of another story I could tell you. So anyway, so they all met there. Neil Armstrong was there. Now this is about 10 years ago, whatever. And he said that we're all in danger. He immediately came out afterwards and said we're all in danger, or something like that. It was some big warning message, and they immediately scrubbed it, and made him hush hush about it.
Mm.
Have any of you guys heard about Admiral Byrd, Byrd, and his mission to the Antarctica right after World War II? Have you guys heard about that?
A little, yes.
Okay, right after World War II ended. Sorry, there was rumors that because you got to remember a lot of Nazis we never found them, and especially a lot of the smart ones. So there was rumors that a lot of them headed to the Antarctica and hid there. So our U.S. military sent a fleet of aircraft, destroyers, battleships, all of that to the Antarctica to investigate. And the guy's name is Admiral Byrd, who's in charge. And you can still find the video footage if it hasn't been scrubbed. Anyway, and here's what he said. He said that there's a part of the Antarctica where there's a hole in the earth that's warm. He said there's like lush green grass and everything. And they were investigating it, and then all of a sudden these alien ships came out with not swastikas on them and started attacking it, and it destroyed the fleet within a matter of minutes. He barely made it out. And this is legitimate, a real admiral, and it was a real mission.
It was described from what the video that I saw. It was described very similar to what H.G. Wells spoke of as the death ray of the Martians in War of the Worlds.
War of the Worlds, yes.
In terms of the effect, where it wasn't that visible, but the effects were palpable, and it was devastating.
All right, I'm going to pull this up really quick here. I won't push play because I don't want to get a copyright strike.
No, don't do that.
No, but enough just to show you guys. Okay, let me stop this. Ooh, another big bang. Okay. And here it is. Operation High Jump. This is it right here. And this is right after the war ended. Admiral Byrd's expedition to the Antarctica. I'm just going to skip through it here. but he mentions how these ships came out of the water and flying saucers and everything and just attacked the entire fleet and destroyed the fleet in a matter of minutes.
Mm.
I'm surprised this video is still on YouTube. Yeah, Operation High Jump, 1946, U.S. Navy Antarctic Research Expedition, Admiral Richard E. Byrd. So there's belief that there are bases in the Antarctica. So they pick places that are what the connecting factor seems to be. They pick places that are desolate. So that's why you won't find hidden bases under like California, but you'll find them in Antarctica or like Nevada and Arizona, right?
Yes.
There's a picture of one of the crafts. I just saw it a second ago.
Where is it? Well,
It showed one of the underwater crafts, but I was skipping through too quick to see it. It might have been one of the submersibles there. There. There's one of them right there. Like I said, whatever those things were, they took down our fleet in no time. We had battleships, destroyers, aircraft carriers, all that out there.
Well, I mean, it brings up the concept of superior military technology, because there are some people who I have seen say, oh, it looks too man-made to be alien. But the thing is, if it was technology that was given to us and then we create something from it, and then that technology is used to commit the destruction that you have just described, it's what my nana used to say, a much of a muchness. I mean, where does the technology come from? And it goes back to, all right, if you got a Gatling gun in 1865, right, and you go down to the Amazon where they've got bows and arrows,
right?
Who's going to win?
Yep. And they actually, funny you mentioned that, they actually had that in the new Indiana Jones movie.
Yeah, I haven't seen it and I'm never going to watch it, but okay.
There's a scene where the Nazis are aboard a plane with machine guns. They go back in time through a portal to the Roman days. The Roman soldiers are shooting arrows at them and they're firing down on them with machine guns. So it's funny you happen to mention that.
Yeah. But I mean, imagine a Gatling gun in the Amazonian forest in the 1860s. I mean, there's no way you're going to win. And it doesn't take that much of a gap between our technology and something more, particularly in the 1940s, to devastate us, to utterly devastate us. I mean, we have, as you would know, Pop, I mean, we're not using them, but we have some devastating sound-based, audio-based weapons now that are not allowed to be used. We have chemical weapons that are not allowed to be used. Yeah. And that doesn't mean that other people who are sanctioned to use them can't use them. And that's what it comes down to, who is sanctioned to use this stuff. And if you're faced off with, I mean, whether it's 1940 or whether it's 10 years ago, if you're facing off with a force that has received the sanction to use sonic weapons that can liquefy your innards in a second, and that includes your brain, because the brain is an organ, just like a kidney is an organ. If it's liquefied, you're done.
Yes.
You're done.
And even our military, we've seen where they have weapons where they can, like heat rays and stuff, where they can pinpoint at specific people and attack them to where it burns them up. We even have that actual technology now. Yeah. They can do it with heat and they can do it with sonics. Have you seen that where if you're with, like, it's a pinpoint of sound, and if it's not pointed directly at you, you cannot hear it. But as soon as it moves and it points, as soon as it crosses in front of you, you can hear the loud noise, and it gives you a headache. I pulled this image up here because how many people remember this Norwegian incident from 2009? Do any of you guys remember this?
Oh yeah, yep. that was shown on television here in Australia. I saw this, yes.
Right. And this, now everybody, this is Norwegian, and all the surrounding countries all said, we don't know what this is. This is not us. So this is when the press was trying to write it off as, what was it, a misplaced rocket, all this crazy stuff that was all BS. And now I'm going to let it play. If I get stricken, oh well. But it lasted for over an hour. Now tell me how that is a natural phenomenon.
Well, it's not possible to be a comet. It's not possible to be a meteor. There's nothing that is in the natural manner of the universe that, where it can be something just naturally falling into our atmosphere. That's not possible because it's too slow and it's not burning up fast enough.
Yeah, it's not even moving at all. That's just it. It's in one look. What is going on here? I don't want to see this stuff.
I mean, nothing that falls into our atmosphere by being dragged into it by our gravity can be that slow. It's not physically possible.
Correct. This is the same one over hours. There's another good shot of it right there. I'd say that looks more like a portal if I didn't know better, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I don't know what to make out of it. I'm honest enough to say that sometimes something befuddles me so much that I can't even begin to conceptualize what it might be. And that's one of those things where I don't know what it is, but I know it's not the excuse that was given.
Or definitely not even close, right? Swamp gas and all, whatever. I mean, seriously, they said it was like a out of control missile. I remember one of the excuses they used, and it's like, no. An out of control missile does not hover in one spot for an hour and cause a spiral effect that's in the sky.
Any missile, out of control or otherwise, is actually traveling at a very high speed.
Exactly right. I want to get caught up really quick. Sean says, hello, everybody. Hello, Sean. Lemon Pie says, Sean, I'm way behind. I apologize,
Sean.
everybody. Sean says, hey, Lemon Pie. And Gorilla says, I've seen a 16-foot alien once, but all fairness, I was tripping on acid at the time. Sean Gardner says, 18-feet people, they would have an enormous Schwanzstücke.
Nice.
Right, a young Frankenstein. Lemon Pie says, it's an Ezekiel, I think. And Lemon Pie says, but cosmonauts saw aliens due to drinking a bottle of vodka. And Resolute Germ says, those bases are public knowledge. The bases are, but what's down below are not. And you got to remember, Germ, Area 51 was not public knowledge for a long time. It's only when it was exposed that it became public knowledge. And what was his name? Bob Lazar, I think, was one of the big instruments in exposing a lot of what was going on there.
Yes.
And they definitely tried to make him look like a kook. And he proved that he actually worked there. They dug up employee records, and he actually did work there. And Bob Lazar is one of them that said he walked past hangars and he saw alien ships inside.
Yes.
Or I should say Dr. Bob Lazar, that's what he is. Lemon Pie says the Pope only goes to Antarctica to ski. As long as he doesn't hit a tree. The old Sonny Bono way to go.
Oh my God, Sonny Bono, poor old Sonny.
Yeah, I know, what a way to go. Poor Sonny Bono, what a way to go, huh?
All I can say is I don't care what happened with the marriage. He married well, big, tall, sexy woman with black hair.
Yes, he married up.
He married up.
Yeah, because without her, he wouldn't. Everybody be like, Sonny, who?
And he did help her. To be honest, he was a good guy. He did help her with a career, helped her with writing some of the songs early on before she got the television show.
Well,
I mean,
we used to watch it every week.
Ditto. I missed
kind of like her manager, almost, I guess, in a way, wasn't he?
Yes, like husband, husband manager.
And I have to admit, one of my first crushes. I had a big crush on Cher. My mom saw me when I was about 3.5 years old, staring at the television, not saying a word, big wide eyes. And she said, "What's wrong, honey? What's wrong?" I said, "Nothing is wrong, Mommy." And she said, "What do you mean?" And I said, "One day I'm going to grow up and I'm going to marry this woman." And boy, she wore some outfits in the 70s, didn't she?
Yeah, she liked to wear those sleek long dresses.
And she showed a lot of skin for American television in the early 70s.
Well, she didn't. She right when it comes to Cher, she didn't have much cleavage, but everything else made up for it.
And she would dance, and she would jiggle, and she'd look right into the camera and then at the audience, and she would be smoking sexy. I mean, she had no compunction about seducing the audience, and I admire that.
Yes, that was a. That's when the Osmond Show was on the air, and that period of time, those variety shows were on the air. You'll never see that again.
Yeah.
The Flip Wilson Show. My
Flip
God.
Wilson, Geraldine, Carol Burnett.
Carol
It
Burnett.
just made me do it.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, man, variety shows were huge back then, come to think of it. Jeez,
And
they
that's
were
everywhere.
And that's when
And
they had good talent too. That you can't dig up funny people anymore. That's the problem.
Oh, yeah.
You can't say anymore. And guest star Foster Brooks, Buddy Hackett, Red Fox.
Yeah.
There's no comedians like that anymore. Nobody like that exists anymore.
Mm.
Exactly. And,
Yeah.
with the Flip Wilson Show and the Sonny and Cher Show, they would invite people with real talent on. Like, people forget that Phyllis Diller was not actually homely looking. She actually did that because she was getting hit on by people who would.
Yes, that was her act. Yes.
Yeah, she created that homely look because she used to be decent looking and sexy and funny, and she was sick of being hit on. So she created that, and she was on the Flip Wilson Show. Flip had her on. And who was that darling woman? I'm sorry for forgetting her name. Who was a star on the stage for theater for Peter Pan, blonde, young.
That's
She was
Larry Hagman's mother, Mary Martin.
Mary Martin. Oh, hold on. It's not who I'm thinking of. Hold on.
Oh, you're thinking of what's her name? Sandra Dennis or something like that? Sandy something.
Sandy Duncan.
Sandy Duncan. That's who I was trying to think of. Yeah.
The one with the crooked eye. Yeah.
Yeah, she had the little sort of short blonde haircut. Yeah.
Exactly. And we used to get oh boy, Sammy Davis Jr. We used to get all the good stuff, and now we're stuck with bloody, feeble, wailing Bridge Too Far. That's who we're stuck.
Right. And people that complain about every joke because it offends them.
Yeah.
Check this out. Here's Phyllis Diller before she introduced that look.
Exactly. Thank you for that. She looked.
So this is what she really looked like before she introduced that look with all the makeup, the hair, the wig, everything. Her suit. By the way, I recommend. She made a video right before she passed away. It's a fantastic documentary. She talks about her life and her career, all the people she knew. She had a card catalog full of jokes. She even designed the shoes and to make them look bigger than her feet, so it made her look skinny. And everything was personally designed by her.
She was actually an artistic genius as well as a comedic genius, and to face off against that shit was really gutsy at the time. And I mean, look at her; she's charming. She's charming.
Very, and that laugh was natural.
Yes, exactly. And she had a very loving relationship with her husband. She created Fang. I love the jokes about Fang, and for all of us geeks, she was the Bride of the Monster and Mad Monster Party.
Mad Monster Party, yes.
Oh, I love that show. Oh my God.
And she was allowed to just, do your thing. It's like they said, just do your thing.
And she actually, she had the ha 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 voice, but that was, like you've mentioned, that was developed because of out of necessity, where she actually had on occasion a very sweet and very quiet voice. But times are different back then. So
Did you know that she was a gourmet chef and a concert pianist?
Yes. I mean, there's a man of all seasons, and then we also have to say there's a woman of all seasons. And I think Phyllis was a woman of all seasons, and I revere her. She's one of my heroes. I love her. I got my male heroes. I got huge, like Rod Serling. My God.
Yes.
Rod Serling and Joe Stefano from who created The Outer Limits.
Yep.
And oh my God, but I got my lady heroes too. So nobody on your channel, Pop, nobody can ever say we're sexist, because we got just as many female heroes as we got male ones.
Damn straight. And you would I will, and I'll be honest. And I've mentioned this on my Lost in Space stream. But my favorite, and I'll use the word. I don't care if it's sexist. But my favorite comedian of all time, and nobody could top, has always been Phyllis Diller. No
Yeah.
one could ever make me laugh like Phyllis Diller did. Phyllis Diller never had to use a single racist or cuss word or
Nope.
any negative comment like that. My
Nope.
favorite comedian, male, was Rodney Dangerfield, and for the same reason. No cuss words, no
Right.
racism, none of that garbage, and they can make you laugh every time. And all their humor was self deprecating. So if anybody bitched about it, they'd say, why? They're just insulting themselves.
Exactly. Exactly. And he made Johnny Carson break up
Oh, yeah, I
on,
met more than once. Yes.
on the Carson show. And, Johnny was very, very into just holding that straight face, right? And when he broke character, when he suddenly started laughing, he couldn't help himself. You knew somebody had done their damn job.
Serious. Yes, exactly. You
Dangerfield.
could watch. Yes, and I was blessed. I unfortunately never got to see Phyllis Diller, but I did get to see Rodney Dangerfield before he passed away. I saw a performance in Vegas, and it was just
I'm
everything
jealous.
everything you can imagine. It was great. And what was funny is I feel stupid for doing it, but I couldn't resist because I'd already been a fan of his for years and years. And this was like maybe a year or two just before he passed away. And my buddy and I went to see him at the MGM Grand. And I remember the
Oh,
tickets were $85, and I thought, well, that's worth it. I'm like, who cares?
yeah, worth it.
And we're drinking. I was swigging, and he's doing his act. And he does his old line, no respect. No respect. He had no respect at all. And I yelled out, "We love you, Rodney," and everything got quiet. He just stared.
That's beautiful.
I couldn't help it. I was like, I drank too much. I shouldn't have said anything.
No, that's okay. I mean, I did the same thing with John Panette. And a
I
couple
love John Panette.
Oh,
You
he's
scared my
great.
wife. You've been here 4 hours.
I love that bit. Oh my God, I love that bit. Oh, geez. Oh my God. Oh, that is perfect. Oh my God. Yes. Self-deprecating humor, and
Yep.
fat guys, we can do that.
Yep.
We can do that. Oh my
Yep,
God.
exactly. Another master of comedy. I love John Panette. Very underrated. Very underrated.
Well, one of my
Yeah.
favorite jokes. You'll remember this because we're old. Because he was complaining about going to the doctor and getting the prescription, and the pill said, "Do not operate under heavy equipment." And he looks at the audience and he says, "I am heavy equipment." I love that. Oh, geez. All these comedians that deserve so much love. I mean, Jackie Gleason was a master.
Yes.
Oh,
Jackie
he was.
Gleason. Another one was Jonathan Winters. In fact, they removed his. He had a show that was in the 60s, and they removed it off the air because they said it was actually too funny. It was too distracting for the audience. The only
Yeah.
shows I've ever heard them doing that with was Jonathan Winters and Police Squad. Those are the two shows that were removed because they were too funny for the air. And they thought
Yeah.
they were too distracting for the audience.
I mean, think about that. It's too funny to do the show. And they're
It is.
hiring a comedian.
Well,
Jesus.
I guess that they kind of got that down to an art form now because it's nothing can be too good anymore. It's all got to be
No.
crap.
Oh, here's a joke, guys. I just looked up fat comedians on the internet, right? To show how stupid Google is right now. Okay, they've actually got Lewis Black listed as a fat comedian.
Uh-huh.
Lewis Black.
You're not that fat.
He's not fat at all. He's chunky, but
Well, yeah.
he's not fat at
But
all.
he's not like Jackie Gleason or somebody like.
No.
Oh my
And
God.
John
I feel
Candy.
John Candy. Oh, that broke my heart when he died. It was like, oh my God, he's
Yeah.
like 42.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, that's one of the dangers, I guess, when you are overweight. I maybe did his family have a history of heart disease? I wonder.
No, what it is, just like Curly Howard, he overdid it for his size.
Well, he was pretty physical, yeah, as a
Yeah,
comedian.
a lot of heavy. What do you call it? What's the other guy? But the other guy was drugs. The guy from Saturday Night Live, who was not John
Oh.
Belushi,
Not Belushi?
but
Oh,
no,
I know what you mean.
Chris Farley.
Farley, yeah. Farley was hilarious. God, he
And
was
by the
funny.
way, I saw a picture of his dead body.
Oh,
They took a picture when they found him in his hotel room, and it
oh
was
God.
there was a website. I'm gonna find it. It used to be on my older computer under my tabs, but it had the stories of celebrities, and it had the true stories of their deaths, and it showed that the house they died in, and in many
God.
instances, it had pictures of their bodies, or like there was, for example, you could see the open casket with Milton Berle in it.
Oh, jeez.
Wow.
It's a bit grim.
It is, but it's fascinating because you don't hear that.
Oh yeah, I
This
guess. Yeah.
person, the person who had the website, a lot of celebrities and family members of celebrities, their heirs would contact him and give him this. Hey, here's a little bit of tidbit and more information about this person.
Oh,
So he had a lot of information. I'm going to mention this. Does anybody remember Danny Thomas?
oh
Yes.
yeah.
He had a fetish. Now, ready for this one? And this is true, and it was confirmed by several people, where he liked to sit under glass top tables and look up while people defecated on the table.
Oh, that's a bit nasty.
Well, that's not exactly the wholesome image I always had of him, but oh well.
Yeah, everybody's got their demons, I guess. You never know.
Wow, that's pretty intense.
Yeah, that's why.
We gotta say Sean Carter's got a great one from Panette. Get out of the line.
Sean Carter, Phyllis Diller didn't just break the glass ceiling; she drove a tape through it.
Yes, he did.
Sean Carter, rest in peace, John Panette. I agree, Sean Carter. I second that.
I'm just going to step away for a minute. I'm just actually cooking some supper because it's getting late here, so I'll be in and out of the chat, out of the panel and the chat.
Yummy, and save some for me.
Yeah, I'm just boiling some pasta, and then I'm going to do like some kind of stir fry thing. I'm thinking because that'll be fairly quick. So yeah.
Yep, that sounds yummy.
Okay.
Sean
I'll be
Carter,
back.
there it is. Get out of line. And Trusty 8, good to see you there, sir. Happy 4th, Pop, and everyone. Yes, everybody. That's another thing, reminder. Happy 4th of July. I hope you guys are all doing well. I'm very blessed that I'm doing better, so I'm happy. Black does make a lot of fat jokes, though, to be fair.
Yes.
And Chris Farley, yes. The Trusty Ape says, I think you can still find the autopsy photos of Kurt Cobain on the internet. Yes, you can. And we don't need to show stream elements.
The thing about Black, though, to his credit, and this is, although he is on one side of things very politically correct, the other side of things is he will always make a joke about being Jewish and how the neuroses set in from his parents and the whole Jewish thing, which is a self-honesty, which I admire. I admire that. You know, he talks about a whole bunch of things where I don't want to hear it, but then on the other side of his routines, I do like hearing it and I can appreciate it. And I would never complain about him, and he won't complain about me. But you know, he will be vicious about so many things, but the person he's most vicious about is himself, always. And he's very respectful to a whole bunch of people that he's worked with, including other comedians.
I like that.
Another fat comedian I used to love, and you'll like this story, Pop, because I got to keep you happy during these hard times, right? I got to entertain you a little bit. Was Louis Anderson.
Yes.
And I went to Las Vegas for my birthday with a pal. We were going to do, you know, the boys' night out for 5 days, right? And just not tell the women where we were at, etc. And there was a chance to see Louis Anderson, so we got the tickets. And you know, he said, "Who here wants to hear a joke?" And I screamed out, "I want to hear a joke. I want to hear morphine drip," which was his favorite joke until he got really sick and he had to really use morphine. And he said, "No, I'm not going to do the morphine drip. Choose something else. Actually, you know what? Ignore this. Whose birthday is it?" And I raised my hand because it was my birthday. And he said, "Oh, God, not you again." And I said, "No, it really is." He said, "You come up to the stage and prove to me it's your birthday, and I'll give you this 3-foot tall bottle of champagne the hotel gave me." And so I ran down to the stage and I said, "Here's my wallet, Mr. Anderson." And he laughed and he said, "God damn it, you weren't lying." And so he actually looked over at security. He said, "Security, after the show, this guy gets my champagne. He also gets my caviar too, because he wasn't lying." So I had like 3 bottles worth of champagne and caviar from Louis Anderson because
That is very cool.
Because I told the truth.
He always seemed like a nice guy.
He was a nice guy. He was a nice guy, but you know, he understood. He understood at that weight he was never going to be long for the world, right? He was honest about that.
Sad but true, yes.
You know, and let's face it, Jackie Gleason, I don't think he was a teetotaler. I think
No.
he enjoyed his life. I think he enjoyed he enjoyed his life, his wife, and his good food. And but oh my God, him and you know, speaking of these great actors and comedians we love, there's something about a great comedian from the 50s and 60s and early 70s where they can be great actors as well. And oh, Jackie Gleason in movies. Oh my
Oh
God.
yeah, did you see him in Jigo?
Yes. Yes. And oh my
Blew my
God.
mind when I saw that movie. I was like, what? That's the same guy from the Honeymooners?
And the Sting, the original Sting.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Or what's the one where he played the pool player? Remember, he was like Fats. They called him Fats something, and it was a movie with a.
Oh,
It was
yeah,
not The Color of Money. The Color of Money was a sequel to it, but with I think it was Paul Newman.
yeah, I think
I
it
can't
was.
remember now.
I'm gonna find it. Give me a second. Give me a second. I will find it.
I think Color of Money was a sequel to it.
It was. The Color of Money was good, but it wasn't as good as the first film.
And you know what's funny? This is going to sound strange, but my first exposure to Jackie Gleason, because unfortunately, where I lived, they were stupid. They never showed the Three Stooges. They never showed the Honeymooners. So my first exposure to him was Smokey and the Bandit, and I was blown away. I loved it. He's like the highlight of that movie. And then I went and started checking out everything he did.
I loved him in Smokey and the Bandit. Absolutely.
He made that movie. He made that movie. He's like 75% of the attraction of that movie.
Yes.
And to find out most of it was ad-libbed, my God, what a genius.
100%. 100%. Okay. Well, music department. IMDb, go to hell. Music.
It's the way they it's crap now the way they've designed the pages.
Oh, they've ruined it. I'll bitch about that for an hour. But they keep it's like every 3 months they get some
Minnesota Fats. That's what his name was in the movie.
Yes, Fats. Oh God. Oh,
I've seen it. I feel terrible, but it's been a long time.
I'm looking forward. Give me a sec. The Hustler.
Yes, thank you. That's it. Yes.
And he was menacing in that one. Menacing. Yep. And it was a great film. I've actually watched it about 5 times. I rarely watch a movie more than 3 times. But Minnesota Fats, one of his greatest roles. And the way that these people, I mean, again, going back to how these people can actually be actors. Flip Wilson had, I think, 2 guest appearances. It was either the $6 Million Man or...
Yes, it was on the $6 Million Man. I remember that episode. It's funny you mentioned that.
Great episode.
It was. You know who else was another comedian that was a great serious actor was Dick Van Dyke.
Oh, God, yes.
Because they say comedy is the hardest thing of all. So it seems like if they can be a good comedian, it's almost natural they can do good drama.
Yes, Caractacus Potts from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
That's right.
Oh, yeah. Dick Van Dyke, massive fan of Dick Van Dyke. And he was, a song and dance man as well.
And by the way, we're coming up on unfortunately, I don't know if I'll live long enough, which is sad. Nope. But remember, Jerry Lewis had a moratorium on the clown.
The day the clown cried or something.
Right. He put a moratorium where it couldn't be shown for so many years, and we're coming up on that year where it'll be released.
It'll be interesting to see. That's a very hard topic to tackle.
But they did it later on with Roberto Benigni, and it was a successful movie.
Yeah,
that was almost a Xerox of it, but that movie was successful.
Oh, of course, it's a Xerox. It's Hollywood, the bitches.
Yep.
And I'm not. That's a new.
I've only seen still pictures of it. Yeah, I've only seen still pictures of it. Oh, sorry, now Xerox was an old-fashioned term, but carbon copy, even that's an old term now, right?
Yeah.
Facsimile. I don't know.
Facsimile. Yeah, faxes, and facsimiles. We remember having to send faxes. You and I.
All right. Remember the old faxes days? Remember the modem guys? Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep.
58 kps. Yeah.
I know. I remember how excited I was getting a 58K baud modem, and I was like, "Oh my god, this is like high speed."
and then in Australia I'd see it drop down to like 36 and think I can't even load a JPEG.
Right. Wait, you remember how you had to wait for it to draw line by line by line?
Yes. Oh, the youngins, they don't know. Thank goodness. It was the internet, the internet equivalent of walking 3 miles through the snow to get to school.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, yes. Oh, nice one, Sean. Nice one. Do you want to read this, or do you want me to read Sean's?
Yeah, I was just thinking about it. I'm going to get caught up here. G.G. Allen's Hated is a Must. Filmed by Todd Phillips. There's footage of him eating a hot dog out of a hooker and drinking her urine for fun on his birthday.
Oh, my God.
That's it. That reminds me of the Coke scene from Deep Throat.
No.
Gross scene. Gross. Yeah, Deep Throat. Yeah, everybody's heard of that. Any of us old people know the history behind Deep Throat. Hello, Sean. Good to see you. Sorry, I don't know how long you've been waiting. I apologize, Sean.
Hello, Sean.
Sean says, Pop, you sound so much better. Thank you, Sean. Sean says, wow, hungry. That is an awesome story. Legit smiling here. And High Trust Yape says lemon pie. And Sean Carter says the hustler. There we go. And Sean Carter says, do y'all remember the Twilight Zone episode of Game of Pool with Jack Klugman and Jonathan Winters? It aired about a month before The Hustler. Very similar character. Yes, it is. A very good example. And that's a good example, too. Jonathan Winters played a serious role in that.
Yeah. Hey, guys. I just popped in.
Good to see you, Sean.
Yeah, you too. Hey, Pop, you sound really good, man.
Thank you. I'm getting there. I'm healing, and I'm happy, and I'm confident. I'm building up my strength. I'll be doing my moving at the end of this week. If everything goes well, I'll be in Arizona by this time next Tuesday.
So, wait, the Arizona thing is back on?
Yeah, it is back on.
Oh, yeah. I've been out of it. I didn't catch the beginning of the stream. I'm thrilled, man. Yes.
Yeah, I won't be living with the people that I originally thought I would be. And now that I found out the inside of what was going on, I'm really glad that I dodged that bullet. That would have been horrible. So where I'm going, I think I'm going to be happy. It's a really nice guy. So yeah, I'm excited.
I'm happy, man.
It's a nice small town in northern Arizona, so it's nice and cool.
So, Pop, I got to tell you something though, man. So I'm going to need your address.
Well, I'll let you know when I get it.
Okay, because here I am. So I got. Can you make me a big screen here?
Yeah, give me a second here. I'm still new with this. Let me see your solo layout. I think this
okay.
is there we go.
Sorry about my hair. Shower hair.
You look better than I do. Oh no!
This is yours, dude.
What?
This is yours.
Oh my God! Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I bought this for you.
Oh my God!
I'm going to be doing that as my next model after the Enterprise. I'm starting that one, and I'm going to mail it to you when you get out to Arizona.
Well, then how about I'll do the unboxing during my Lost in Space stream.
Okay.
That's incredible because
I'm going to need your address. I'm announcing to the world today.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, I've always wanted to own one of those. I remember when Polar Lights came out with one, and I bought one, and the kit itself inside was defective, and I never got a chance to buy another one.
Yeah, this one is. I think it is a Polar Lights. No, Mobius. It's a Mobius model. I haven't even opened it yet.
Everybody. All right. I hope you guys are jealous. No offense. Oh,
yeah, this is for you, my friend. I got this when I was in LA I had to go there for work. So yeah, I'm going to turn off my cam now.
Well, and I've seen your work, so that's definitely something that's very impressive. I appreciate that, Sean. That's very kind.
Oh, you're welcome, man. I'm glad. When I heard you were going, you're like, I heard something about the Arizona thing happening. I'm like, oh, good, I could mail it to him.
Oh, thank you. How long ago, Sean? By the way, Sean, how long were you backstage waiting? I feel
Oh, about
terrible.
3 minutes, maybe.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, oh no, it's fine. I at all.
I usually hear the little pop sound, and I didn't hear it this time. I guess we were too busy blabbing.
Yeah,
So there
no,
he is, Sean, saying, "Hey, Pop, I'm backstage. If you don't mind, I'd love to join." Well,
yeah,
I'm glad you could join us, Sean.
yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
Lemon.
So I'm
Sorry,
gonna be
Roland.
quiet and I'll just lurk over here and chime in. But I'm enjoying your guys' conversation, so you can continue.
Yeah, and I apologize for all the noise, guys. We got fireworks right outside my door. My dogs want to go potty, and I usually take them out for a walk, but I can't because there's fireworks going on all around us, and they'll just panic if I take them out.
Damn it. Yeah, doggies do not like the explosive sounds.
No, they don't, and I don't want them. Yeah, trying to run, even though they're on leashes, I don't want them. I just don't want that. Poor things.
What kind of doggies are they?
I have 3 poodles.
Oh, that's
Let
nice.
me show you. That's basically, you can see 2 of them there. Romeo and Ginger, and then they had a baby, Rocky.
I can guess where Ginger was named from.
Well, when I say Romeo, everybody says Juliet. I said no, Ginger, because I said naturally because everybody's gonna think Juliet, so I said Ginger. And yes, you're right. Yes, you're right.
Gilligan's Island, man, it's obvious.
Right,
Come on.
right. Juliet was too obvious because if I had Romeo and it's like no, Juliet is too obvious. So I said no, I want red, beautiful, and I thought of Ginger on Gilligan's Island. So yeah, basically, my dog is named after Tina Louise. No offense to Tina Louise.
It's not an offense. Not an offense at all. She probably would have loved it. We don't. For all we know, she had poodles herself. We don't know.
Probably so. And it's a very good dog. She's very beautiful and very smart. And I paid $1,800 for her. So she's a purebred, toy red, candy apple, toy red poodle.
Beautiful. So the colors in your pick are accurate. That's great.
Yeah, Yitzy Lemons, the guy who did my avatar, I sent him pictures of the dog, so he got them pretty accurately.
I love that. That's fantastic. So I'm going to shut up for a while. Sean, are you able to talk for a bit? Sean?
I think Sean may have muted himself, but I'll finish the chat here.
No, yeah, I can. Sorry, I was trying to hit the unmute button.
And I wanted to check on Nemesis. Are you okay? Are you still there? We haven't heard from you in a while.
Oh yeah, I'm here. I
Okay.
didn't really have much to inject into that conversation with you and Hungry there.
I know we're talking about a lot of old people stuff. I apologize for that.
Yeah, geez, man. Well, way to keep it like. I don't know. No, it's all good, buddy. And hello to Sean. That was really cool, dude. That's awesome. Glad to have you here.
It's like I'm excited. I can't believe it. It's like I'm overwhelmed. That is so generous, Sean.
You're. I was gonna just surprise you and like worm my way into finding your address from Gorilla or someone, but I'm like, I was gonna tell him.
No, I definitely have to make it to Arizona. That's my reasoning to get there.
Yeah, it's gonna be cool.
Lemon Pie says, "Got it worked out with the living arrangements, Pop." Thank you, Lemon Pie. So and like I said, the person I'm going to be staying with is a really nice person. And by not going where I thought I was going to go, I'm going to be avoiding a lot of drama. So I'm really, really happy I lucked out that I didn't move on accidentally and find out the hard way.
Yeah. Oh, dude, yeah. Like, I mean, I'm sorry you had to deal with so much stress and bullshit to begin with, but like, at least you're not, now, you dodged a bullet. Silver linings.
Right. For any of you guys that have been around since the beginning, you guys know who I was supposed to move in with.
Yeah.
So without saying too much, let's just say this. They knew from the beginning that I was not able to move there. They knew from the beginning that they did not have permission, even though they told me yes. And I found out that because that's how I met and spoke to the person that I'm moving in with, because he knows them personally. And I found out that whole thing was for show to draw attention to his channel.
What?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Right. We're not allowed to talk about this on YouTube, but damn everybody, this is my channel. I'll talk about whatever I want because this meant a lot to me. And that's another reason why I didn't do streams, you guys, because I felt like it tainted my channel. and I didn't want people to think I was dishonest because it made me feel like I lied and cheated. But basically, yeah,
Well, dude,
they told me from the beginning that yeah, sure, come on over, yeah, everything's fine, and to find out that they lied and that they never really had permission in the first place.
that's
And then
fucked
I
up.
found out that and then I found out I wasn't the first one. In fact, the guy who's coming to pick me up said, "Yeah, I've had to clean up their messes before." Was his exact quote. So, needless to say, I'm not friends with those people anymore, and I don't go to their streams anymore.
Ouch.
In fact,
Ouch.
that person had a pity party just last week who got on there and said, "I don't know why Pop's mad at me." And then all the people in the chat were saying, "Oh, you poor thing. Pop shouldn't be mad at you. It's not your fault. How can Pop be so mean like that? Pop can just jerk." Blah, blah, blah. And the whole stream was about that, on how much of an asshole I was because I was upset with this person.
Well, let's back up here for a moment, because to be fair to you, and we're on your channel, and you know that I'm incapable of bullshitting anyway, which is why I get in
Yeah,
trouble.
me too. That's why I'll tell the truth.
The thing is, you never came off as to me, you never came off as angry at them. You came off as incredibly disappointed and hurt. And there's
I was brokenhearted. Yeah, it took me a while. It took me a long time, and I'm still not really angry. It was more disappointed, and because
Oh, that's so much worse.
yeah, and when that happened,
Right,
I thought I was going to be back on the streets again. So I was in a severe depression for like a week after that.
And
Pop,
that's not
I
anger.
gotta jump in here and tell you something though, man. When I was listening to your stream when you found out you weren't going, and
Yeah.
I gotta tell you, you handled that like a freaking hero, dude.
Yep.
Oh, there was so many times I wanted
Agreed.
to say good night, everybody. I don't feel like talking,
Yeah,
but I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it to you guys.
You were
you
magnificent.
were a hero that night, and I'm not joking, man. That was, I have not seen anyone ever just bite their lip, like that before. Like you handled that so well. Wow.
100%, Sean. And also, as a credit to Pop, because he knows I'm a big old comic books guy, you handled that the way Nick Fury from 1969 would handle it.
Or how Jackie Gleason would handle it when he broke his leg on the set of The Honeymooners on live TV, and he acted and he crawled off stage, acting the entire time.
I'll give you a bigger compliment. You handled it like Mel Blanc doing voiceovers from his hospital bed.
From his hospital bed, the Flintstones, yes.
No joke, man. Utter aplomb and dignity. You had dignity.
It was going through my head because I remember it was a horror stream, if I remember.
Yes.
I think it was
Dreamscape. It was Dreamscape.
Yeah, it was Dreamscape. And then it was crossing my mind that this is my last stream. I'm not going to do another stream because I felt so ashamed. And that's why I hadn't done one in 2 weeks. So I thought, well, if this is going to be my last stream, I've got to finish it. I can't just stop.
Yeah.
And Hungry, you deserve a hat tip too, man, because you and Gorilla, you guys were on the stream at the time, and I know you guys wanted to say a million things. And y'all listened to Pop and go, okay, we're going to enjoy this stream.
Well, yes, and I thank you for that. We don't need to go into what you're talking about, but yes, thank you for recognizing that. But the important thing is we were recognizing what Pop needed that night. That's what was important.
Exactly.
It was about Pop.
But that's a hat tip to everyone here.
And I appreciate that because I was in my hospital bed and I was not at exactly a high point in my life. So I want to thank you guys for being there that night.
And that was also a movie that was important to you. You would DM me saying, would you be willing to talk about this? And I was like, hell yes. Because I mean, that film is so good, right? But more importantly, you recognize why it's so good, and therefore it's important to you. So we had to be there for you, right? And talk about, to help distract you from things, talk about why this film, which so many people are too dipshit to realize how good it is, talk about how good it is. And the thing I really like about Pop is Pop can enjoy things that are goofy, but then he can enjoy someone who is deep and sinister and artistic, like Max von Sydow. And
yes,
I mean, God, it's just so nice having a friend like you who gets it. You know what I mean?
Well, when I cover things like Dreamscape, Gilligan's Island, Lost in Space, I'm I know there's thousands of YouTube channels where they say, "Yeah, wasn't that great? That was fun, wasn't it? I like that. I like that." But I like to talk about why and explain why, and it fleshes out the characters and the thoughts and the what goes into the script. And you can't do that with modern day movies or television.
No, and as a credit to you, as proof of that, see, because Dreamscape has some really big name actors in it, that's an easy thing to, well, no, not easy, easier thing to try, but you tackled The Howling, and that's a challenge.
I know, and I know some of the younger people out there were like, "What?" But sorry, guys, forgive us, forgive us, old geezers.
But I mean, the funny thing is that The Howling has got the connection to, Star Trek, with the actor who played the fantastic Bill.
Robert
Yes,
Ricardo.
Picardo. And it's got so much to offer. But whenever you cover something, you're covering it as a credit to you, in depth and from all sides of the equation. You're not being a fanboy, and you're not merely taking something down like some other channels do. You're actually looking at the overall the overall essence of the film or the television show or the episode of the television show, where you have the guts to say, okay, I didn't like this much about this particular episode of Lost in Space, but you'll compliment the other things, and you'll look at the other parts of it, and you'll go into the background of it, but you'll also give your personal touch to it, and that means a lot. And that's one of the reasons I love your channel so much.
When it comes to a show like that, like even Lost in Space or Star Trek, even if there's episodes that I'm not fond of, I always there's parts of it I enjoy, and I will point them out. And I'll be totally honest. I'm not one of those that'll say, "Oh, I just hated the whole thing. The whole thing sucked," because that's not real. That's disingenuous to everybody back then who struggled so hard to make that episode. Yes, there are episodes that are weaker than others, but I'm going to be honest and point out the good stuff and the bad.
Right, and that's the other thing too, is when you like something, you don't just go, full on gush about it. You'll point out, okay, this part might have been less efficient, but you will talk about the other things that you do like, and you engage with your other panelists, particularly Jill, about what you liked versus what could have been better. And that is a cultural honesty that I really admire about you.
Another thing I do like, I appreciate that, and I like the different opinions. So if people come on and say, "Well, I didn't like that," I won't ban them, shame them, make fun of them, or talk down to them.
Right.
I always welcome different opinions because I like to hear from different perspectives.
100%, and that's why we need your channel to continue. And thank God for Arizona.
Thank God for Arizona, and it's a nice place. It's a tourist trap, so things are expensive, but it's a small town. I think the population is like 3,000 people or something.
Oh,
so
good.
It's beautiful.
In Arizona, are you near Flagstaff?
30 minutes away. It's in Williams, Arizona.
Oh God! So you know what? I drove through there, northern Arizona last year. If you would have just dropped me, I'd never been there. If you'd have just dropped me there, I'd have sworn I was in Colorado.
It looks very beautiful.
Absolutely gorgeous up there. You're gonna love it.
Yeah, it's about an hour and a half from the Grand Canyon, which I've never seen. So I'm hoping to make it there and do some videos there. And the whole town, the theme of the town is Route 66 because it's along the old Route 66.
That's the road I took through there on my way to New Mexico, driving my dad's 1969 Chevy.
Yeah, there's a lot of classic car shows and attractions and things like that, which I'm excited to see when I get there.
Oh, are you going to go to Meteor Crater?
Which one?
Meteor Crater. If you ever seen the movie Starman?
Yeah, with Jeff Bridges and Karen Allen.
Yeah, so that movie, that crater is right outside of Flagstaff. You're going to be right close to it.
Ooh, well, thank you. I did not know that, but now I will. And what I was looking at, another thing that's exciting, is I'm not far from Sedona, where all the UFO sightings are. So I'm going to be camping out there a few nights.
Yeah, you got to go to Meteor Crater. They've got a really nice museum. It has nice gift shop, a lot of shows like little movies, documentaries, and the site of the crater is just amazing. It's like a mile wide.
Oh well, thank you. Yes, I definitely will check that out. Oh, that's great to hear. I'm so excited. Yeah, thank you, Sean.
Oh yeah, you can hit the Grand Canyon and then on your way back hit Meteor Crater. It's right there.
Oh, very cool. I'm going to be struggling at first with the cost of living because, like I said, it's a tourist trap, so everything's really expensive. In fact, to put the cost in comparison, the cost of living there is 115% above the national average. Everything there is. Right now, I'm currently in the Bay Area. Everything in Williams, Arizona, is more expensive than it is here in the Bay Area.
Holy crap! More expensive than the Bay Area?
That's right.
Even gas.
And not only that, here's another reason why. Is like I can go to Burger King, I can go to Taco Bell, whatever like that if I want a cheap meal. They only have one fast food place and it's McDonald's. Everything else is the mom and pop cafes where you're going to pay upwards of $20 for bacon and eggs.
Yeah. I was going to ask about
right.
eggs.
Even they only have one grocery store and it's one of the most expensive chains, and that's Safeway. Because it's mostly upper class city. I'm going to try to seek employment. People are saying, well, there's hotels hiring for like in nighttime auditors and managers and all that. And it's like, I understand that, but they also have a big population of like, they have a high school and there's kids of, like in their 20s. So you can't compete with them at my age when you're trying to get a job. So I don't really I don't think I'm going to have much aspect there or much hope for trying to compete with someone else.
Doesn't want to work. So
what's that?
As that generation doesn't want to work, so they're probably not even applying.
Well, a lot of no, they yes.
I don't know what the situation right now is with your left hand. Can you apply for security work?
Oh, I can't. I was going to try for everything. I was going to apply for. They have one convenience store in the entire town, and that's Circle K. I was going to even apply there. I was going to every single thing I was going to apply for.
I think you would be an excellent security guard.
Well, and I am slowly regaining use of my left hand. I mean, right now it's already much better than it was last month.
Because last month you weren't even able to open a can of beans. You said so.
Nope, and I did today. I opened up a can. Yes, so I can.
Yes.
I tore open a packet of mustard, and I haven't been able to do that in 2 months.
Oh, fantastic! Oh, I'm so.
I know that sounds stupid, but my God, I'm excited just to tear open one of those little plastic packages of mustard.
Dude, it's not stupid. Before I went to the hospital, because I told you about my medical stuff, before the operation, I wasn't able to wipe my own fucking ass.
Yeah.
That's how crippled I was. So, no, that's not stupid at all. I'm glad you shared that with us.
Yeah, I was excited. It's like, oh, wow, I could open up a package of mustard. I remember my hand was so useless at one point that I couldn't even tear open those little paper packages of salt and pepper.
Right, exactly. So what that means for you is you don't have to go to sleep with the same fear every night because it's getting better.
Yes, and I keep exercising. I keep flexing it because I know a lot of it was because the muscles hadn't been used in 2 or 3 months because they were, because of the seizures. So it's regaining the strength again.
And you've got that nasty thing out of your head now. So
yes, at least for now. It may come back, but that's later down the road. I'm not going to worry about it.
Exactly.
Then if I'm able to as it stands right now, where I'm going to be is about 30 miles from the nearest hospital in Flagstaff. So I'm not sure how I'm going to get back and forth for chemo and radiation. But if I am, then maybe eventually I'll get rid of this or it'll improve.
Yes.
But they don't exactly have a bus line going back and forth.
No.
So there's no hospital shuttle of any kind, I'm guessing, Pop?
No, the only thing they have is an airport shuttle which charges by the mile.
Oh. So that's 30 miles. Okay.
Right. And remember now my income is zero.
Yeah.
Right. I'm applying for disability, but we all know how many years that takes, don't we?
Yeah. Yes.
Well, I guess you just have to keep trying. I mean,
well, honestly,
all you can do, right?
I'm sure I'll pass away before it gets approved. But I've come to grips with that. I'm not going to complain. I've had a good life.
Thing is, though, you should definitely apply for as many jobs as you think that you'd want to try. Because my cousin had a Tim Hortons here, and he would rather hire people with experience than young people, because he would often complain to me that the young folks just wouldn't show up for a shift.
They don't. They don't care.
Yeah.
They're slackers. They're
Yep.
slow. They're
Exactly.
sloppy with their jobs.
Yeah. So my cousin said he'd rather hire people with experience that were like middle aged or even older folks that had actually done stuff in life, and knew how knew that doing a good job was important, right? So
Right, but I also understand how the service industry works, and they always like the pretty people up in front.
I guess
You
it
should
Yeah,
depends.
they do.
I don't know. There's some people at local Tim Hortons that aren't that pretty.
No, but even when I was a teenager working fast food, I learned. Sorry, go ahead.
The guy at the Walmart here, you should see this dude. He's not pretty.
Well, nobody's pretty at Walmart. But when I was a teenager, this was after I mowed lawns, after I cleaned houses, after I was a bricklayer. I was finally old enough to do fast food. I was 15 and a half, and I lied about my age and said I was 16, and that's when I was hired at the A&W. And I learned right then and there that I'm a cook because of my looks. The pretty people get up front. The pretty people get to register in the drive-through. You learn that at a very, very early age. They're the ones that get the promotions. They're the ones that do very little physical labor. Even though I did much more work. In fact, I would immediately, every job I did, I was immediately the head cook because I produced more food in a short amount of time because I hustled. But it never got me a raise. I was at A&W a year and a half before they offered me a nickel.
Jesus.
But the people up front, the pretty girls and the good-looking guys, they got raises left and right. They got all the praise and everything, and that's how things still are. Nothing has changed.
You can always be a
Pretty has its perks.
It does.
So I take it you're not applying to Hooters anytime soon, then, Bob?
No, I won't be applying at Hooters.
Oh gosh. Oh well. Good luck anyway. I mean, just plug away, man, and hope something will turn up before too long. Hopefully.
Well, it's still better than what I have here. Because either way,
Oh, 100%.
Even if I start treatment here, I'm still going to lose my ability to drive, and I'm still the same age here or in Arizona, and nobody's going to hire me here or in Arizona, so there's no difference there. My only hope is if I can get some sort of public assistance, maybe it'll be a little more affordable there than it is here. Because right now I'm paying $1,000 a month, and that's not sustainable.
And that's
You were
like
saying that it's
roommates too, right? So yeah.
Yeah, there's four of us in this house.
So that.
But you were saying it's a small town, right, Pop?
Yeah, it's a very small town.
So the way those towns usually work is word of mouth. So maybe perhaps the gentleman who's helping you out might know someone, and that'll start chat through the grapevine. That's usually how that works. It's usually hands washing hands in that type of situation.
Oh, he might. I don't know how much. By the way, he's been looking for work as well. And he also, by the way, he also has a handicap. I think it's muscular sclerosis. And he has also been applying and denied several times for disability. Let's see if I can figure this out, and I'll share it with you guys. I remember I was trying to show this to Gorilla the other night. Hold on, you guys. Bear with me here. Okay, there we go. This is what the town looks like. But I'm trying to pull up the satellite view. And this is what I was stuck the other night, too, trying to figure out how to get the satellite view up. But there's Williams right there where you can see the outline of the town. How do I get satellite view? There it is. There it is.
What's the town called again?
Williams, Arizona.
You know what?
This right here, that's the town right there that I'm pointing. Right there, that's the town itself. The whole town right there.
Nice.
It
And
looks
by
like
the
it's
way,
fair size, though. Looks like
it
you
is,
take
but
a little while to walk across.
well, it is, but it's a town and not a city. But
Right.
I've spent so much time looking over this map, and as you can see, it's mostly hotels and restaurants. There's the one McDonald's that I mentioned, one fast food place out the whole entire town.
Hmm.
And I'm going to show you guys this. Watch this. I'm going to zoom in. This is the house I'm going to be living in. Can you see my
Blue roof.
cursor?
Very nice. Yep.
It's a 2-story house. Let me get a street view of it. But that's what a house looks like. Right there, it's white. I don't know if it's still white because it looks like it has a blue roof. But that's the house you can see on the left-hand picture there.
Hmm.
Nope, I don't want to zoom that in and zoom out. But yeah, see, I even spotted the house. I've already planned out. Okay, I know exactly where the house is. Zoom back in, see it's easy to find. That's it right there. It's the second house from the corner. It's a nice area. There's a nice big backyard. I asked the guy, I said, well, great, you have a backyard. Is it fenced in so I can let my dogs run loose? And he said, no, it's a backyard, but there's the fence is not complete. So I'm going to see about like putting a pen or something in the backyard because right now I walk them, they don't get the exercise they need. So if I zoom out from there,
they're not gonna want to go out in the summer anyways. You got a little time to.
well, today it was 85 degrees, so it's actually much cooler than the rest of Arizona.
Oh,
So
that's right.
it's up north. Yes, so I'm lucky for that. But as you can see, most of the restaurants here, like Anna's Canyon Cafe and Pine Country. See, I mean, they all look nice, very nostalgic, the old Route 66 feeling. And they're all mom and pop, but because of that, unfortunately, they're very expensive.
Mm.
Cruisers, see, like here's this one I hear is like, I mean, directly, it's influenced by Route 66. Now I'm going to zoom out a little bit here. And then somewhere over here is there's one Dairy Queen. And I even pulled up the menu of that, and I'm like, wow. I mean, everything. I'm not exaggerating. Everything in this town is expensive. There's the one grocery store they have, Safeway, right next to the Route 66 Museum and Gift Shop. But as you can see, it's mostly restaurants and hotels. But it is a small town. Like I said, it's not even a city. That is it right there. You can see in the whole picture. So I'll be within walking distance of everything.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's good.
And as to give you a bit of comparison, I'm going to zoom out. There's the Grand Canyon.
Wow, it's really close.
So that's how far I am from the Grand Canyon. Yeah, it's supposed to be like an hour and a half.
Gee.
So I'm excited, but I'm not moving there to be a tourist, but I'm hoping to eventually see the Grand Canyon because, like I said, I've never seen it before. And that does look massive.
Yeah, it does.
Here's Williams. We can see with my cursor, it's outlined in red and white. And over to the right along 40, you'll see where it says Bellamont, and then there's Flagstaff. So Flagstaff is the nearest city where the hospitals and all that stuff are. And below Flagstaff, if I zoom in, and if I can find it, is Sedona. Where, like I said, I'm planning on doing a lot of camping in Sedona because I have some really good cameras that I bought for my trips to LA. I have a good 360-degree high-def camera, and I also have a night vision camera, which will be good for the UFOs.
Yeah. So, hey, Pop, I don't want to say this to get
There's a Walmart.
I'm not going to say that. I'm not saying this to get your hopes up there, but two of my coworkers actually moved. Two coworkers. I think that's where they live, and it said Williams, right? Okay, so I have two coworkers that moved out that way. They said they're near Flagstaff, and I want to. They said Williams, so I will reach out to them tomorrow and see if they know anybody that maybe we can find something. But I'm not saying to
appreciate
get.
that.
I'll reach out to them tomorrow.
I appreciate that. Or at a minimum, ask them how the job market is, and do they hire old folks like me?
Well, you're not old.
Even if they don't know about if there's any jobs, but I'm almost 60. So in the eyes of younger people, I'm ancient, unfortunately. No matter how young I feel it hard.
Yeah,
I am realistic.
But we're not protected class yet. So as far as age is concerned.
Remember well, anybody who's filled out an application, we all know that there's supposedly a law against age discrimination, but yet at the same time, we all know that there is age discrimination.
Well, yeah, age, yeah, but for 65 and older, right? But you're not there yet.
No, they just age discrimination doesn't cover any particular age. Age discrimination is supposed to make it illegal to not hire or not hire people based on their age. There's nowhere where it says 65.
Okay, I thought there was some stipulation.
No,
on it.
It's just proving it is another thing.
Okay, but yeah, I'll reach out to them tomorrow. I actually had two coworkers moved out there from COVID, and we'll see what they know.
Yeah, because I mean, it looks really nice. Like I said, it's a small tourist town. There'll be no pollution. We won't have all the light pollution. I'll be able to see the stars at night. It'll be quiet. It doesn't have all the crime. There's that one Circle K store there. Like I said, they have one Circle K, which I'll apply there. But I have a feeling it's mostly teenagers.
Yeah, my second job that I picked up, I'm delivering pizzas right now, and they call me the store dad because everyone's so young.
Yep.
Actually, you know what's funny? 'Cause I'm in Texas, and the kids here are surprisingly well. Like, they're polite, they work hard, they're helpful. It's not what I'm used to.
Yeah, it depends on their upbringing, I guess, right? And how they're raised, respect for their families.
Yeah, I haven't been called sir by so many young people in my whole life. Oh, how you doing, sir? It's just
I'm at the point, right? I'm at the point where I can walk in any place and they say, "Oh, are you here for the senior citizens discount?"
Well, you got to go there after 5 p.m.
Right. And that's one thing I didn't notice. I didn't notice that they have a Denny's. I hope they don't. That place stinks. Do any of you guys remember? Are you old enough to remember when Denny's was called Sambo's?
No.
No, I don't remember that one. Maybe it was different in Canada. I don't know. That's not a name you get to use these days.
Well, do you have Denny's there?
Oh, well,
yes.
Well, then you had Sambo's. You had Sambo's. It was called Sambo's, and the logo or the motto was a tiger. But of course, that word doesn't go along well, so they changed their name. Needless to say.
Yeah, I remember it always being Denny's here.
I bounced back and forth from the United States to Australia a lot when I was younger. And I actually ate at Sambo's 3 times before it changed. And I remember the paintings on the walls where they would have little Sambo.
Yes.
Running from the tiger. He was running from the tiger. And they had very, very good broiled hamburgers. That's why I love it. I love the broiled hamburgers versus the McDonald's stuff. And then and fantastic real milkshakes versus the McDonald's milkshakes. And then
powder
it all went away. And at one point my parents said before we went back to Australia, they said, "Where would you like to eat?" I said, "Sambo's." And I said, I was told you can't use that name anymore.
You can't use that word, no. Well, you guys remember anybody remember the original name for Target?
Nope.
White Front.
Okay.
Jeez.
Right. Okay. I can see
their reasoning at the time, the reason why it was called White Front was because when you walk in the door, It had the like wash machines, dryers, and refrigerators right up front by the glass because that was the top dollar items at the time, and most of the appliances were white.
Yeah.
Mm.
They're still, I mean, they're still called white goods here in Australia, Pop. We have a white goods
Ooh.
sale every year.
I'm surprised.
Yeah, Target was never a thing in Canada. They came in, I guess it was maybe 10 years ago, and they tried to, find a market here. I think they lasted maybe 2 years before they went belly up and they just left the country completely
They're
because they
expensive.
really messed up bad.
Well, they're expensive, and they mostly appeal to like wine moms. I would
Well,
say
the
that's
thing
99% of their clientele.
well, the
I
thing
mean, look,
is,
here's the 70s joke. Here's the 70s joke. In the 70s, so much stuff was that awful chartreuse green color or that ochre orange color.
yeah, everything
Right,
was
right.
green.
I picture the Brady Bunch kitchen. There you go.
Everything was
Exactly.
green.
So if all of the kitchen goods and all of the washers and dryers were in ochre or they were in chartreuse, we'd be
An
calling it a
avocado
green
color,
goods
yeah.
sale.
We had
A green
avocado.
goods
My
sale.
Green
grandma
washer and dryer.
green.
It's only because people, for some reason, they want these appliances to be in white or off white. You know, that's the customer thing. It's got nothing to do with culture. It's ridiculous.
Right, right.
I'd be perfectly happy with a cardinal red toaster, but I can't buy one. I can't buy a cobalt blue washing machine. I'd be happy with it, So I mean, if something's called a white goods sale, then nobody can complain about being this or that. And it's ridiculous. The amount of crap that we complain about, not us, but other people complain about. It comes down to sometimes what the market will bear and what the consumer actually drives. And then suddenly everything's got to become problematic because of what the consumers, often non-white consumers, non-Blanco, non-Anglo consumers want themselves. What's the problem? Give
Usually
the
it's
people what they want.
well, if you notice that most of the people that have trouble with color these days are the white rich liberals.
The wine moms of Marin County.
Right,
yes.
they're the ones that complain about colors on everything.
And
They want
what I
everything
mean about
whitewashed.
Marin County. You know what I mean about Marin County.
Yeah, it's right across the bay. I've been there and I don't like it.
Nope, it's awful. And everybody who complains about something when they don't have to face it themselves need to shut the hell up.
Right.
I mean, for God's sake, people who might be it's so funny because of things you have let us know, being your friend, right, Pop? We all know that you are not directly descended from Longshanks, the King of Scotland. We know that's not your heritage, right?
Right. Correct.
So when people sit there and say that Pop is being, overly white or overly racist, I'm sitting there thinking, you need to listen to a few more Pop streams because you don't know.
Right. You know how you can always tell a racist is because all they see is black and white.
Yeah.
That's how you can always tell.
Red. Or sometimes red, man.
Right. Well, I don't know. I'm a Native American and they overlook me constantly. In fact, I'm in California. They're demanding I pay reparations for slavery. Isn't that nice?
You know what?
That's bizarre.
That's because you're not using the politically correct term first American. That's why they're fucking with you.
They don't have that when you fill out an application. They don't have that on the slot anymore.
Oh my God.
In fact, what's interesting here is that, like, let's see a medical application or a survey or anything you fill out, and it says, "What race are you under?" It says it starts off with Black, Latino, Asian, blah blah, and at the very end, one white.
I believe it.
Yeah,
And
well, I'm not surprised these days.
You can't even use that last one.
No.
Oh, I don't even know what I get in Australia. Although our medical system is a lot better, I don't know what to fill out anymore. It's gotten so complicated and so stupid. But at the top of the list, and I don't mind this, I honestly don't. I'm going to be a little politically correct here. I apologize, Pop. But they do have First Australian or Indigenous Australian. They do have that. But that's okay because they gave a lot to us in terms of, I mean, we wouldn't have rugby here if it wasn't Aussie rules rugby, if it wasn't for the First Australians. And a lot of them say, they say, "Don't call me that, mate. That's a white word. That's a white word." I say, "Okay, what do you want me to call you?"
Oh
Black fella. They say black fella. Call me black fella. I'm a
God!
black
And
fella.
there's so many people offended by that.
Oh God, yeah, but it's never the first Australians who were offended by it. Never, because
course not.
the first Australians say that, and I say, I respect a lot of what you guys gave us, and they said, like what? I said, your mythology, which I consider a religion. They said, oh, you answered that right, and they say, because they say, well, why did you say mythology? I said, well, technically, some people are calling Moses a mythology. So it's either a religion or it's a mythology or it's both, one or the other. But also, you guys created the best and most vicious version of rugby that ever existed, Australian rules, because more than 2/3 of Australian rules rugby, which is our version of the NFL rugby.
Right. Ours is a sissy version with padding.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the whole kicking the ball thing, the whole catching it and throwing it. I mean, the indigenous Australians, the blackfellas as they like to call it, they actually created most of the rules for that game. And it is a more exciting game to watch, much more than rugby
I agree
league.
completely. Yes, I agree. Yes.
I mean, because basically, this is not a game for weak men. This is not a game for weak men at all. And
Yep.
the other thing too is they oftentimes the black fellas here and the black women too, they call themselves black sisters. Just don't need to explain it. They will sit there and say, why did the Yank fellas end up using all these pads and these helmets which cause more medical damage when they're hit? That doesn't make any sense.
Yep.
And I said, I have no idea, darling. I can't explain that. I can't explain.
Well, somewhere along the line, somebody complained.
Yeah, the Marin wine moms complained, and now
Yep.
none of you guys can actually play properly safe sports anymore.
Well,
Yep,
it's like
exactly.
it's like in Canada, hockey is like our most popular game, obviously.
Yes.
And I can remember, as a kid, you'd watch Saturday night hockey on CBC or whatever. And back then, I mean, it was very rare to see anybody wearing a helmet.
Mm.
Like you'd never, and I can remember like back in the early days, like seeing vintage films of, I don't know, going back like 30s, 40s, 50s, whatever, back when the game was a real man's type of game. The bloody goaltenders didn't even wear masks. Like they get a puck whammo right in the face and they just keep playing, right? And it's brutal. And then eventually, of course, they brought in the mask because it's like, well, we're getting too many goalies injured, blah, blah, blah. But it used to be a brutal game, and it's a lot tamer than it once was. That's for sure.
I agree.
I got smacked in the eye with a puck.
I bet it would not feel good.
I took a slap shot right on the side of my eye. If it would have been a centimeter over, I would have lost sight. And,
yeah, I bet. Ouch.
This thing hit me, and the guy that worked at the rink that patched me up, a couple days later, I saw him, and he goes, "Hey, Sean," he's like, "I didn't tell you this when I patched you up, but I saw your bone." He's like, "I could, yeah, I needed like 20 stitches right now, and it still was tender, even to this day. It's like 20 years ago, but he's like, yeah, I saw your eye socket, like the bone, your skull."
Ouch.
Wow.
Ouch. Yeah, those pucks are pretty darn hard. I mean, they're hard, basically hard rubber, right? So if they hit you at a high velocity, you're going to get some damage for sure. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, this was actually roller hockey, so it was a hard plastic puck, but it sure came at me just as fast.
But also those pucks, from what I've seen, I mean, they look like Hostess ding dongs. They got those edges around them. They're not that rounded.
Yeah.
So if the edge of that puck flying at over 90 miles an hour, or I can't kilometers, I don't know, but if that hits you on the edge of the bone, that's going to split the skin and the flesh right open.
Yeah.
If not crack the bone, right?
Yeah, that's why I guess eventually.
PvP. I was actually playing on that team that I got hit on. That I was playing with two of your fellow Canucks, Tom Green and Harlan Williams.
Is it Canuck or Canuck? What's the proper
Oh,
pronunciation?
I say Canuck.
Canuck. I'll remember that. Okay, out of respect. And Captain Canuck, one of the greatest comic book characters out of Canada. I love Captain Canuck. I love
Yeah,
him.
that was Richard Comley who invented him as a character. Made the comic book up, and he was based in Winnipeg, actually.
And Byrne ripped him off for Vindicator. Ripped him off for the X-Men for Alpha Flight. And I love Byrne a lot, but there's a lot of things I don't forgive. I don't forgive ripoffs. The costume, you just look at the costume, you're like, no, come on, dude. No.
Mm.
Forget it. So like Byrne gets some money from Marvel and this guy doesn't get money at all, pretty much.
Yeah, I can't remember how many issues there were, but I don't think there was a huge run of those. I think they did come back eventually for a second run years later, but yeah, I don't think he ever made millions. That's for sure.
No. It's actually a slightly tragic story, but the thing is that it was heartfelt, and that's something that getting back to Pop, one thing that Pop is always really good at is being heartfelt about something he likes, and also appreciating if the creator of something he likes was heartfelt about the series or the show, and I really like that.
Yeah, if it's genuine, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I can remember I guess I was probably in my, I don't know, early teens when Captain Canuck came out, maybe middle, late teens. And it was so cool to finally have a Canadian comic book, right? Actually made here in Canada with a Canadian hero and, cast of characters. And it was like, wow. I remember, I think I went out and bought 3 copies of the first issue when it came out because I was so excited, right? It's like, wow, a Canadian hero, finally, because we had all American heroes, of course.
Exactly. And the beauty of it is Canadians doing something for Canadians, but they're not
No.
saying they're not saying we're not going to go ahead and say all American shit is bad
Oh,
versus
no.
what happens today, whereas everyone is so, and you understand this term as a Canadian, protectionist, right? We can't have this coming into the country because we have to look after our own industry. But if the
Well,
industry
yeah.
itself is not doing it, if they're
I
not
think
creating anything.
I think Hungary, that's always been more of something that the governments and the regulators like to push than the average citizen really cares about, right?
100%.
Because
I'm
we
only
love,
talking about those bastards.
yeah,
that
I
you're
mean, we
talking
love
about.
our culture. I think in some ways, maybe years ago, it was a bit justified. Like I remember when the CRTC brought the rule in about, a certain amount of radio had to have feature Canadian bands finally, because I mean they weren't getting played right hardly at all. Way
Right.
back when, like in the 60s. And then I guess in the 70s, they brought the CanCom rule in, where I think they said like it had to be 30% Canadian artists on the
Yep.
radio, which I didn't think was that excessive, right? Because we were just basically hearing British and American bands, was pretty much the whole playlist on a lot of radio when I was
Yep.
a kid. So,
We had the same thing here. And remember, Australia is technically still a British country, just like Canada.
yeah, we're still, well, I mean, we did repatriate our constitution, I guess, back in 1982 or whatever. But
I hope you can come back, Nemesis. Sorry about that.
oh, is
Did we
Nemesis
talk
gone?
too much, Nemesis? Did we?
Oh shit!
Yeah,
Sorry,
we've been.
Nemesis.
I feel bad. We were kind of neglecting Nemesis in the chat.
Sorry, Nemesis. I apologize. I'll shut up.
Yeah,
No,
sorry. You
no,
should have
no,
said something, man. You should have
No,
said something.
oh, he's back. Hold on, hold on a second.
Oh,
Welcome back,
maybe.
Nemesis.
Hello. I don't know. Something keeps going wrong tonight. I don't know.
Well, it's okay because you're always welcome.
Oh, you got
Oh,
internet
thank you.
troubles.
No, it normally works fine.
I think
For whatever reason.
I think I'm about 30 minutes behind on the chat, so I'm gonna get caught up real quick because I think people are leaving. Lemon Pie says I'm quite patriotic, but I hate how fireworks bother animals. Yes, I totally agree. I'm looking at my dog and I wish I'd take him outside. Lemon Pie says that I hate how retards blow them off at 3 a.m. Yes, I'm gonna be having that
Tell me
all night
about
long.
that.
And PBB says lurking and eating. Lemon Pie
It
says
was a
that's
while ago.
yeah, I know. Yeah, 45 minutes ago. Geez. Lemon Pie says that's very messed up. PvP says they betrayed you, Pop. Yeah. Wouldn't be the first time. Lemon Pie says, yeah, Pop, you handled that well. Well, thank you. And like I said, I'm just happy things turned out for the best.
Mm.
I just heard a pop, but it looks like the same people here, I think. Okay, thank you, PvP. I appreciate it. Nemesis, I agree about bugging the animals at Lemon Pie. Lemon Pie says, Nemesis, yeah, my dog hates it like she does thunder. I used to have a little chihuahua too that used to just, I mean, she would do anything to try to escape the house and run away.
Oh gosh.
Nemesis V says, my kitties aren't big fans either.
Mm.
You know, it's because animals, it's the noise, their ears are so sensitive.
Mm.
Lemon Pie says, Northern Arizona sounds nice. It does. Lemon Pie says, get your kicks on Route 66. You know, all I know is that they better have good Mexican food or I'm going to die. Lemon Pie says, screw you, Mustard. Pop can open you now. Yes, exactly. Lemon Pie says, sorry, Pop was a joke, but you're not a fan of cussing. I think I retract. You're fine, Lemon Pie. I'm not that sensitive, believe me. I have heard much worse. And I've seen a lot uglier. Nemesis Bean says, cussing in chat. What the fuck, Lemon? Lemon Pie says, LOL, Nemesis. And Lemon Pie says, great idea, Nemesis. Oh, okay. I got caught up quicker than I thought. Okay, there we go. Thank you, guys.
And I love the kitties too, Nemesis. I love the little cute kitties.
Aw, yeah, dude, right? Like, they're pretty awesome.
They're incredibly awesome. The expressions, you know, the differentiations and little meows versus the squeals. I mean, I just adore it. I just adore all of them, even when they get really old, and you can still see a really old cat that you really love, but sometimes they get that little kitty moment in them again, and they snuggle up, and they're just like, I remember when you took care of me.
Oh, definitely.
I love
I got an
cats.
old granny cat here.
It's
Granny
been
Walked
years.
away.
Yeah, it's been years since I've lived with somebody who allowed cats. I miss them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cats
if
are
I-
great.
If
a
I had a
couple years
pet, I'd
ago-
get a cat. I think.
Yeah, a couple years ago, I lived
Awesome.
with this couple in Stockton, California. And I rented a room, and the first thing I noticed is they had roaches and rats.
Yeah.
And I said, my God, why don't you get a cat? Oh, well, my husband doesn't like cats.
Oh,
But he
So
likes
I'm like,
roaches and rats.
But he likes roaches and rats, right?
Jeez. Oh
we
man.
always oh good Nemesis is back. Well, I mean, that's the wonderful thing about them. I mean, I love how cute they can be, but I think Nemesis understands what I'm talking about here. I love the fact that they're still tigers at heart when they get their dander up.
Yes.
And I know that a lot of people get squeamish.
There
but
he is.
When it
Oh, look at that.
oh,
Oh,
no, that's getting to me.
Right?
That's
Like,
getting to me.
and then there's that one.
Oh, yes. Look at the potty belly. Look at the
Oh,
potty
how
belly.
cute.
The potty belly is so cute. Oh, more potty belly. Show the potty belly again. Show the
Kiss.
potty belly
Oh,
again.
okay,
Yes,
fine.
please.
Fine.
Look at the potty belly.
What a pretty
Oh,
baby.
no, we don't want that. She does though. She wants cuddles always.
Oh,
Is that a YouTube video you punched up?
What?
Is that a YouTube video that you punched up there?
No, this is just live feed.
Oh,
I just realized why Nemesis never shows his face. I know like 5 YouTubers and people on Twitter who would totally just like camp out in front of his house and try to sleep with him.
I know. I'm like, what? The guy's good looking. It's like, huh? Now I've got a good reason to hide my face. I'm old and ugly, but Nemesis is young and good looking. So
Yeah, I wish I
Well,
looked half that good. I got to tell you, I'm old and ugly
Nemesis
too.
is like one of the sexiest guys from proper Japanese anime.
Oh, thanks, guys. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I try not to brag. I try to be humble, but I'm pretty
there's
awesome.
no
Thank you.
bragging when the evidence is in front of your face, dude. I mean, Jesus Christ, I'd be scared of showing your face to so many women I know because you got other things to do.
Well, I mean,
I would use you
Oh.
as a model, dude. I would use you as a comic book character model in a fucking second. Pardon my cussing.
right, if anybody asks me to send a pic of myself, can I send a pic of you instead and say that's me?
wow. I mean, Jesus.
people, Pop. You can't do that.
There are people now going to be like stealing screenshots of Nemesis to use on dating websites. With the kitty,
Wow.
especially. I mean, the kitty stuff. Oh, that's great. What? Oh man, those are some gorgeous kitties, Nemesis. Wow. Oh,
Oh, dude. Yeah, I'm very lucky to have them. Thank you so much for all the compliments, guys. Holy shit. Pretty much like turning red here. Holy shit. My goodness.
Well, we speak the truth. We'll be honest.
Oh, well, I do appreciate it. Thank you so much.
uh,
And
It
and
reminds me of when I got out of the military. The first thing I said is, I'm growing my hair. And that's
yeah.
what I did. And I had long hair for years. Even when I was a teacher, I had long hair.
awesome.
Yeah, until the one day, I still remember the kindergarten teacher says, I have these headphones and I'm not sure if they're working. Can you try them out and see if they're working? I got lice.
Oh
And
no.
yep, I cut the hair off and I never grew it back.
Oh.
No, brutal.
And it was long hair.
I had
Oh, well.
long hair for a long time. It actually went down to my navel.
Oh,
And
awesome.
yeah, I did. And here's the thing that Pop's gonna laugh at, right? I ended up getting this nickname Chief, and I didn't understand why. And it was from these chicks who wanted to sleep with me. And eventually I asked a lesbian chick who didn't want to sleep with me. I said, "Why are they calling me Chief?" And she said, "Well, you're Native American, aren't you?" And I said, "No."
Oh,
And I'm like, no, I can't use that to get laid. No. And she said, well, maybe you want to consider getting, a shorter haircut. And I said, well, luckily I'll love Robert Wagner from the 60s. And I came back the next day and I was like sporting the Robert Wagner haircut from the 60s.
Oh,
You
did
know?
you have the tan too?
Yeah, I actually I go dark in the summer and it gets a little bit ruddy, not red, but a little bit ruddy. And I have a very aquiline nose, so maybe they were fair in making that misapprehension. But the fact is, I don't have any of that in me. I got none of that in me, none of it. So I was not comfortable with it, not comfortable with it. Oh, but dude, it's just like, Chief, come on. If you're gonna call me Chief, make it for a military reason. That'd be cool.
There you go.
oh,
I
dude,
remember.
right? Like that's what I always associated Chief with. Is like you got a chief on it, Chief. Like that's what we did in air cadets and stuff like that, right? It was never connotated towards Native people. Like,
It's kind of lame, isn't it, Nemesis? To like immediately connotate it towards Native people versus people who serve in the military. I mean, the chief in the military, that's cool. It's like, oh,
oh, dude. Well, go ahead.
I saw Dancing with Wolves. Now I'm attracted to you, Chief. No.
Or One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Oh yeah, nice cat, Sean. Nice
Yep.
cat. Or Poltergeist 2.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Poltergeist 2. That's a movie we're not going to talk about much, right, Pop?
No, what's interesting about that is the curses, all the bad things that happen around it are more interesting than the movie itself.
Exactly.
This is true.
Oh, but great, just getting back
Well, it was
to
Will Sampson's last movie. The little girl played Carrie Ann. It was her last movie, I think. Carol Ann.
Yeah. Yep.
Heather O'Rourke.
Oh yeah, I mean, getting back to Nemesis for 1 second, but carrying on the joke for Pop. If they had more cats in that movie, the plot would have been better.
All right.
Oh, for sure. You had more cats than anything. The plot's better.
It's always better with more pussy, of course.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, everyone talks about dogs being very attuned to supernatural stuff, and people talking about horses being attuned to supernatural stuff. Cats are attuned to supernatural stuff too. I've seen it happen.
Well, their
Oh, for
eyes
sure.
are more, right. Their eyes and their ears are more sensitive than us humans. There's things they can see and hear that we can't.
Right? Like I like to think like Lovecraft had like almost an infatuation with cats. Like he'd say that they would go onto the roof of the house and they'd jump onto the moon and they'd be hanging out on the moon and that's where the cats live. And there was a reverence to it. Even Egyptians, witches, cats have been like there's one of the Egyptian gods of knowledge and care is a cat. Like
Bastet.
I'm trying to
the
think of her
goddess
name. Bastet. Thank you. And then there's Sekhmet, who's the warrior goddess, who's like one of the original vampires.
Yes, but she's more tigress than Putty Tat.
Yes, yeah, no. Whereas Bastet is Putty Tat.
Yeah, beautiful, sultry, seductive Putty Tat, but all of them, the moment any bad juju comes into the house, the cat is instantly aware, instantly. And I love that. Now, they may not bother to warn us if we didn't feed them as much as they like at the time they wanted, but they are aware, and they are a great canary in the coal mine for this kind of stuff.
Definitely. I've seen my cats do it. Like, there's been stuff in my house before that's come and gone, and like, I am very, very well aware when it does appear because, like, they'll let me know.
Yeah. Yeah, and the other thing I really like though, and no offense to dog people, like when cats get upset, they will do that horrible growl, but the cats, when there's a threat, they don't whine. They don't whine. They whine on with other circumstances, but the personalities of the cat and the canid, the dog, are very, very different. So I appreciate them equally, but I don't place one above the other at all. Like Anubis,
No.
Anubis, going back to the Egyptian, is a canid, and he is the one that ushers you into the underworld, the afterlife. He's actually protective, and I hate it. I hate it when bad writers say, "Oh, Anubis, he is an evil occult personality in Egyptian." No, Anubis is your pal, all right, and he's not the one who's going to judge your soul after you die. Those are other Egyptian gods that do the judging and the weighing. But
Yes.
I would as much as I like Anubis, I'd rather hang out with Bastet.
Straight up, right? Like, don't get me wrong. I'm with you 100%, right? Like, we had dogs growing up on the farm, like Mookie and Pinecone. Like, they served their purpose. They warded off the coyotes. They protected the animals. They protected the horses. They protected the cows. They were loyal companions. But we also had cats, and they had their job. They were the sentries. They were the micers. They were the anti-bowlers. I've seen my cats come running down with a rabbit in their fucking mouth, and you're just like, yeah, had a girl.
Even if it's bloody, I mean, I had a cat where I got a bloody rodent, and I was upset for the rodent, but I understood why the cat did it. And the cat was looking up at me going, "Look what I did for you, Poppy." Right? I'm like, "Oh, good kitty. Yes, you are the warrior goddess of this household. Yes, you are." And then I gently took the rat. And so, because Kitty was expecting me to take it and eat it because it was an offering. Right. And I took it to where Kitty could not see it, and I disposed of it. But Kitty was still happy, thinking that I had eaten the rat. So that's fine. I'm not going to eat the damn rat, but I'm going to love the kitty and appreciate it.
Yeah, that would be going a bit too far.
Times would be tough, but I mean, if you have to, right? Like,
yeah, well,
make a stew.
I don't want to throw it out. I mean, I actually threw out one rat in front of Kitty, whose name was Abastus, and she looked very wounded. That I tossed out the meat, and I'm like, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. For sure, dude. Like, it's funny. People talk about like how animals don't have souls or personalities, and I fucking beg to differ, right? Like,
yeah, I agree. I agree completely.
Total bullshit. Dogs have souls. Cats have souls. Horses most definitely have souls. I mean, I've had to be with a friend while they were helping a horse go. I mean, the horse was basically dying of grief after their partner, rider, whatever you want to say, died, and the horse was just like, "No, I'm done. Screw it." I've seen dogs do the same thing after their owners
died. Me too. Me too. This old guy, he had an old poodle named Morgan. I remember the dog's name was Morgan, and the old guy died. My mom took him in, but after that, the dog just didn't give a shit, and within a few weeks, just died. Like he just gave up,
Yeah, they die of grief just like we do.
just like
like
humans
Yeah.
do. Yeah, just like humans do. That's another reason why I'm hoping when I got moved, I wouldn't get separated because my two oldest dogs, Romeo and Ginger, are so old. I don't know how they would be able to handle it.
they
So I'm glad
wouldn't.
I'm able to take them with them.
I'm so
Take
glad
them
for
with
that.
me, I guess.
Yeah, dude. Holy moly. I've been worried about you, Pop. Like that. This has been awesome to find out that things have had much more of an upward turn.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm very lucky and I'm blessed that somebody came through. And of course, it's another wonderful YouTuber, which I never would have thought would have happened. But basically, okay, I'll tell you guys this. Once I get moved over, I'll tell you guys who it is, because right now I haven't spoken to him, so I don't know what kind of permissions I have. And some of you guys may recognize the name. He's a regular on this channel that offered me to move in. I'll put it that way. He's a regular on there, and that's how I met him originally. And he said that when he first heard that they offered me, saying it was okay to me to move to Arizona, he said he knew immediately it was BS. And he goes, I couldn't figure out why they did that. He said, that's terrible. He goes, I knew from the beginning. He goes, I know them. I know the people they live with. I know where they live. I've met them. And he said they knew from the beginning that there's no way you could move there. And he said that he just kind of watched in the background everything that happened. And then when it all fell apart that day, I think like a day or two passed. And then that's when he contacted me. He said, I feel really bad. He said, they've done this before. I cleaned up after their messes before. And I remember when he said that, I like paused. I was quiet. And he goes, no offense. I didn't mean to talk to you like you're a mess. And I said, no, I didn't think about it that way. I said, I'm just now coming to realization of all this. And he said, yeah, he says, it's just too bad what they did. He said, that wasn't right. But when it comes down to it, it was to draw attention to their channel. And it's still hard for me to grasp. But, I guess it happens, right? Hey, that person's got over 3,000 subs. And I've got 200 and something. So whatever makes them feel better, huh?
Well, I guess they were neither dog people nor cat people.
This is true.
I'll tell you what.
They do have dogs and cats.
I was only joking, Pop, lighting in the mood, but I'm just saying,
sorry.
The situation is, and we mentioned this on a couple of streams about characters and people before, but a lot of times, no matter what opportunities people have after the age of 20, they either have empathy ingrained in their character or they don't.
Yeah, that's true. Yes.
And a lot of times people start out without it, or they had it and they lost it. But I don't think that situation. I don't want to talk too much about the bad situation, or rather focus on the good news situation. But a lot of people simply, by the time they're 25, etc., they don't have true empathy. They don't have it, and when you don't have true empathy, you can bullshit other people for your own benefit. But let's leave that aside and look at the fact that you are now moving into a situation which, at this point in time, seems to exhibit empathy towards you.
Yes,
and allows you to keep your doggos.
Yes, and I can tell true empathy when I hear it, and he's a really nice guy.
Good.
And he's, like I said, he used to be on their stream a lot. I don't know if he's been on there lately. He said he hasn't really talked to them lately after everything they've done to him and other people. But once I say his name, some of you guys might recognize the name, some of you may not, but he's a really nice guy.
Is it okay to mention the name, or should we not?
Mr. CCDV.
Oh, I've seen his name. I've seen him around, yes.
And he knows them personally. In fact, what's her name? I can't believe my mind's already trying to erase this. I can't think of her name. Well, the two people that offered me to stay there, I can't remember the lady's name now. Even though
Nina?
That's it. Even though I've known them for years, but my mind is forcing me to forget this. Yeah,
Probably for the best.
she went and stayed with him a couple of years ago during the summer for a month and a half, and he said that he tried everything he could to get rid of her.
Wow.
Huh,
Okay.
gosh.
Sounds like herpes.
Oh God, sounds worse than herpes.
Well, okay, I'm going to say this. Here's why I'm not really sure on the motive of what happened. Okay, they're still going off with the fireworks. I need to let my dogs out eventually. But anyway, here's why I'm not really sure about the motive on. Okay, so they told me, sure, move on over, whatever, everything's great. And then when I was in the hospital, I did a StreamYards personal where I wasn't on YouTube, where it was just I was on camera with those two. And they were asking me all these personal questions. Okay, well, how many dogs do you have? What about this? What about that? And I was like, well, that's kind of odd. But I was thinking, well, I guess I'll be moving with them, so I might as well tell them. So I told them all these personal things about me. And then I said, okay, well, I have questions. I said, because I'll be coming to ask you guys about that. And then he said, well, I'll call you tomorrow. We'll talk about that. And I said, okay. So the next day, I call him and I say, okay, yeah, I have my bed. I'd like to be in my bed. Well, you don't need your bed. And I said, well, I have my bed. You could sleep in Nina's bed. I was like, oh, I appreciate that, but I have my bed. Well, there's not enough room, and I'm not going to help you move her bed. And I said, well, I got my TV. Nina's TV is in there. You can use her TV.
Oh, this is very
I'm
weird.
like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. And he kept raising his voice and shouting. And I kept saying, Bill, calm down. Calm down. Because even then I was in the hospital. I had no strength and I didn't feel like yelling. And I kept saying, please stop yelling. Please stop yelling,
weird.
Bill. And
It
then I
sounds
said,
very dictatorial, to be honest, like telling
it
you how to
was. And
live, basically.
right. Then because they were telling me leave everything behind. Anyway, now remember the original fundraiser, what they proposed was for them to rent a U-Haul to come to California, pick me up, and to drive back. Okay, so during the same conversation, I said, Bill, I have some great news. And he said, what's that? And I said, I was actually able to find a U-Haul here in California that I could just rent from here and drive straight to there. And then he immediately starts shouting and yelling, I thought we were supposed to come and pick you up. I thought you were going to pay to have us come and get you, and we were going to drive back. And I said, Bill, you have seen the fundraiser. We haven't raised nearly enough for a two-way trip to do that. Oh. And I said, yeah, Bill. I said, besides, I was lucky. I said, everything's booked in California for months. I said, the only reason I found this U-Haul is because somebody canceled the U-Haul. Why did you get a Penske? It's cheaper. And he yelled again. I said, Bill, please stop yelling. I said, Bill, I told you everything is booked. Don't you think I tried everything I could? I was lucky enough to get this one. And then I said, no offense. I said, but Nina's bed. I said, no offense, but I said, I have a little twin bed. She has a huge queen. And I don't want to be shimmying around a bunch of furniture walking around that room. I said, unless it's like a storage room. I said, is there a way of storing? There's nowhere to store it. And, he showed in the videos that he has a storage shed. Well, there's nowhere to store her bed. I said, Bill. I said, how many rooms are in that trailer? He said, 3. And I said, what about that spare room? I said, is there any way if I disassemble the bed that we can put in that? No! That's where I keep my cat boxes. And I was like, oh, okay. So I wasn't allowed to move any of her furniture out of her room. And he told me to just leave my stuff behind. So he was yelling at me the entire time. And I was very uncomfortable and I couldn't figure out what was going on. And finally, the last thing he said was, he goes, and then when I asked him about if I could dismantle, I even told him, I said, I only have one hand, Bill, but I will dismantle her bed and I'll move it into that spare room if that's okay. Oh, no, you'll have to talk to Nina. And then he hung up on me, or hung up the phone. And then it was like a couple hours later, we were having the stream. And then she sends me this text saying, oh, no, you can't move here. I just asked my sister and she said no. So I don't know which one's the truth. Either A, she never asked the teacher, her sister in the first place, and then just suddenly lied and said that she did, and then that she didn't, or blah, blah. Or were they mad because I was asking about them moving the furniture out of their bedroom? That's been what's going on through my mind for the past 2 or 3 weeks. And I was even saying to Bill, I said, I promise you, I said, as soon as I get there, I'm going to pay rent. I said, I'm going to pay for my own food. You won't have to feed me. I said, I have some money and I'm applying for disability. I said, I guarantee you, I've never lived anywhere without paying for myself. And you're like, blah, blah, blah. You get yelling at me. And then I found out from Mr. CCTV, Bill doesn't pay a dime.
It sounds to me like you're very fortunate that things turned out the way they did, Pop. That
Yep.
you didn't actually move there, because that could have been a nightmare.
That's what I'm saying. Yes, I seriously dodged a bullet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
I
did.
think so, man.
He's been living with her for over 10 years and he's never paid her any money. I heard this from their friend who's known them for years. Every time he gets, he spends it on himself.
Jeez.
And I don't know why she puts up with it, but oh well. It's not my business.
It sounds like a very strange scene.
Honestly, if you had moved into that situation with what you've just described to us, there would have been so much horrible, hateful drama between those two that you would have been what in Australia we call piggy in the middle.
Yes, I would have been very depressed. That's what I was telling my good friend, Mad Scientist. I would have been very depressed because I would have known that I would have been stuck there because I would have spent all my money to get there and it was nowhere to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I could just say, Bob, I think, after today, let it out to say what you want to say. Let it go. It's negative juju, and you need positive juju, and you've dodged the bullet. The universe loves you. Things are working out, and let karma will take care of them.
Oh, I agree. I put it in the past, and that's why I said I dodged a bullet, and I feel very lucky and blessed that Mr. CCTV came to my rescue because, like I said, he was basically monitoring from the background the whole incident and what was going on. And he said, I heard the whole thing, and he says it's horrible. He said, you're not the first person they've done this to.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, if that's what people need to do to gain a few subs or something, you can't do that too many times in a row and expect to people to not clue into it. So I think you dodge a bullet. I think you're blessed. I think someone's looking down on you, and a lot of us are got your back, man. So
that's why I trust telling you guys because I consider you guys your friends. I mean, my friends. He's got 3,000 subs. He's got a much bigger support group. None of those people know the truth. So, and I can't go on his channel and tell the truth because he's not going to allow that. But he can't shut me up on my own channel.
You don't need to. It doesn't do anything positive.
Right. And I have no reason to make this any of it. Why would I make this stuff up? I mean, why would I do that, right?
No.
Yeah, it wouldn't make any sense to make it up, of course, yeah. The thing is, it doesn't matter how many subs you've got. It's the quality of the people that have subbed to your channel, right? Because there's these channels with thousands of subs, and probably 90% of the people that sub, haven't watched their channel in years or spoken with them, right?
Right.
Whereas on your channel, it's like we come and hang out, all the time, when we can, right?
Well, another thing too is I would like to get to know each of you personally. That's another difference. Everybody that comes on, I like to get them. I like to know them personally. I don't consider them as there's a bunch of subs. I need 100 more subs, guys. I need 100 more subs. That's not the way I look at it. I don't care if I have 10 subs or 200. I look at everyone individually.
Yeah, well, that's the best part of the community is there's some really good, genuine people on here that I've gotten to know over quite a few months now, I guess, when I think about it. And I've been on YouTube probably around 4 years, I guess, when I first signed up with an account. And I've been in a few communities hanging out over the years, and I haven't found any other community that's is as much fun and has such interesting, cool people than this community does. It's definitely the best one I've been fortunate enough to find, in my time on here. So.
Yeah, we definitely have. The circle of friends is the best I've ever met, and I feel very honored and very lucky to know you guys.
We're honored to have you, Pop.
Yeah,
and
feelings
everyone else,
mutual,
of
Pop.
course. Like, it's I agree with like PvP and Sean, right? Like it's better to have like I never thought I'd have 21 people subscribing to me, and I think that's amazing. And I'd rather have, well, not necessarily a smaller group, but like I know that Hungry and PvP and Pop and Sean and Lemon and all these other wonderful people, like, actually care about me, and I actually care about them. Whereas, like,
Yes.
that's not necessarily what you're going to get in a larger fan base. You'll get that among the base itself and maybe some interspersal, but you can't become personable once you have so many subs.
Well, I'm going to fight to stay that way because here's the way I look at it: is I enjoy talking to people, not at people.
Yes.
And unfortunately,
Yes.
that's what a lot of channels do: is they talk at people, they don't talk to you.
Yeah.
And I'll never be like that.
And the other problem is once you get to a big over 1,000 subs, there is, and I hate to sound ex-Catholic here, but there is a temptation for the venal, a temptation for the money, meaning the only people they reply to are super chats. And the beauty
Oh
of
yes.
There's a certain channel that comes to mind immediately when you say that, Hungry.
Several that I could think of actually. Yeah.
I got 5 in mind, but I'm not going to mention them because we're not
No
gonna do
need
that.
to. I
But,
think we know who you mean.
No, I will say this: there are channels that I no longer visit.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
But I mean, all those channels started out being very chummy with people who just put something in the chat and they would read them, right? And then the moment they hit the moment of monetization, things changed. And I get the impression that even if Pop or Nemesis or anyone else here ended up with 2,000 subscribers or 20,000 subscribers, we would still be reading what people said in the chat. We'd still be looking at Lemon Pie in the chat right now and reading out what Lemon Pie says, because that's the community and that's why we started. Everything else is gravy versus other people that start out pretending that it's a community so they can just get the damn gravy. And there's a difference.
Right, and then not only that, some of them they go beyond a level worse than that. A lot of them, they don't even read the super chats, and then they have this quote super chat square up later on, like 5 days later, so they can go through the chat and say, "Oh, well, I don't remember what that means. Oh, I don't remember what you're referring to there. Oh, okay, I'm not sure what you mean there." So they go even beyond how bad they are, where they ignore the super chats even, and then they have super chat square up. I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about. There's a channel with, I'm not going to mention which one it is, but PvP knows which one I'm going to talk about, which has over 1 million subscribers right now. Over 1 million. And sometimes they just say, and I'm not going to do the accent, well, I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly what you're talking about, but thank you for your $50.
Yeah, thank you for the $50. Right. Ka-ching.
Yeah.
So you're Hungry. Are you saying that channel should just go away now?
No, I would say no.
Or is that a different one?
No, the power is not in taking the channel away. The power is for the subscribers, the sheep, to realize and say, "Screw this! I'm not going to give money to somebody who doesn't care."
It wouldn't
Who
bother
looks
me.
at who looks at everything. I give money to them, and sometimes I'm not even an afterthought. No.
You'd hope so, right? That they'd wake up, but
You know who's absolutely awful with that is Tim Pool. That guy, I see $100, $200, $50 just flying by, and he just like, nah.
Nothing.
Yeah, I mean, a guy like Tim Pool, I won't mention the other channels, and I'm not admitting that you may or may not have been right.
Oh, we all know what we're all talking about.
We've all seen them, yeah. In fact, the sad thing is some of the channels, actually some of those channels actually do have some good content sometimes.
Agreed.
They actually have some thoughtful reviews, but they get so big they just forget about that the subs are actually people, right? So it's just like it turns into a money machine.
Some of those people, whether we like to admit it or not, are like 15-year-olds who are using their parents' money to give the super chats.
Yes.
And I think that is an abuse of the ignorance of youth, and I don't like it.
Well,
I
and
don't.
some of them do it for
Mm,
attention because they want their name to be mentioned and shouted out.
Yes. Yeah,
yeah.
because
I'll use some initials. Like I was on Doomcock's when I used to be a sub on Doomcock's channel,
Mm.
and I'll say it, Cardinal Sin. He would get on there and donate 100, then another 100. I know this is all one night, like 5 minutes apart. Another 100, and he'd say, "Will you shout me out? Can I be on your panel? Will you shout me out? Can I be on your panel? Can I be on your panel? Will you shout me out?" Another 100, another 100. Then he would get back on his stream and beg for money. Isn't that lovely?
I'm not going to complain about Cardinal Sin because he has admitted during one live stream. I'm not saying this to defend him, but I'm not going to denigrate him. That he has had, shall we say, medically speaking, some cognitive difficulties.
I
So,
remember Salty Trucker tried that with me.
well, I don't want to come down on someone who may not necessarily know exactly what they're doing at the time of their doing it, but I understand the impulse that Cardinal has, and I don't want to talk badly of him, but I think that he needs to grow his own streams, his own channel, and not try to buy in to the popularity of other channels that he likes.
Well, he attacked me for several days on Twitter, even though I don't know him and he doesn't know me. So
What?
I have a totally different belief, I have a totally different outlook. I'll put it that way.
Okay.
Because I dared ask Doomcock a question. And that's
Yes.
when him and Gary Ambrosia went after me. How dare you question Doomcock? No, you miserable motherfucking son of a bitch, coward, retard. Days, days. Him and Gary Ambrosia went after me on Twitter. And all I kept replying is, "Why are you doing this? Who are you? I don't even know you. What is this?"
Yeah, it's really weird, especially when, in the past you might have supported some of these channels
I
for
was
a
I was
while.
a paid member on Doomcock's channel for over 3 years.
Exactly, exactly. And
No,
there
that's not
was a
right.
channel I won't name, but they do probably, I don't know, three or four live streams every week on different nights. And I used to go on their channel regularly and show up in the chat and have nice chats with the other people in the chat. And even with them, they'd read my comments and everything seemed fine, right? And then I made the mistake one weekend of going on their Saturday show, and it was a show that had been getting progressively more negative. I had noticed over the previous 2 or 3 months, whereas at once it was a lot of fun. It's got to the point where I could barely, justify watching it anymore
Let's
because it
be
was just,
careful. Let's not
yeah.
get too specific.
Anyway,
We all know.
I
Let's
just
just say it
I
rhymes
put in
with
a couple
bungry.
of I put in a couple of comments I thought were quite innocuous, and I don't think anybody else in the chat even paid attention to them. They
No,
were
I
such
after
minor.
you told me what happened, I went back and looked at that, and you did not say anything bad.
I didn't think so.
The same channel, and I'll say this without saying names, same channel where I said nothing innocuous, but she attacked and went off on us for over a half hour with spewing lies and bullshit. And
Yeah,
I'm
well, it's
sure
Uh,
you
just.
guys all know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I think I do.
I, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Nasty,
I didn't mean to
nasty
broach
shit
something that's
mouth
gonna.
motherfucking bitch.
I did not mean to broach something accidentally that would get you upset, Pop. I
No,
apologize.
I'm not upset because that person thinks that they're the best in the world. They think they're like Wile E. Coyote. They're a super genius.
But honestly, I was speaking of just so everyone knows, keeping everything transparent. I was actually speaking of different channels, not that one.
No, but I was just talking specifically about.
Yes.
I think I know what PvP was talking about because I watched
Well,
that
it's just,
stream and I felt personal because that's exactly what they did to me too.
yeah, the host basically
Says
read my
nothing.
my two minor comments that I didn't even think anybody would pay attention to. It chose to single them out and say some really nasty things about me.
Yep.
Basically telling me to, move on and not, he didn't say don't come back, but basically that was he was implying, right? So I was like, oh, okay, and I left and I'd never gone back because I don't need the abuse. But the funny thing was, he said if you can't take other people's opinions, then you can just leave. And I'm thinking, okay, so I expressed my opinion about something on his stream, but he couldn't take my opinion, and then he attacked me.
Yeah, see what
So
you
it
get for
seemed kind
disagreeing
of
with him?
weird,
Right. Exactly.
double
See what happens
standard,
when you
right?
disagree with them? Right, exactly. That's what happens when you disagree with them. That's not tolerated.
Yeah.
And here's what's worse. Here's what's worse, which I still cannot fathom. Why can't they just say, "All right, we don't want to hear it. Goodbye"? But no, they'll go on for 30 minutes spewing lies about you and making up all this shit when they don't even know you. That's the worst part about it. That's what
Yeah,
I
they might
can't
have.
grab
I
my.
left after the
I
first
can't
couple
get
of
my
minutes.
mind wrapped around it. And
Yeah.
that night they did it to me. I said, "Okay, I'm not." I kept apologizing. No, I didn't mean that. And she went on and on and on with all these lies. And I said, "Okay, bye, everybody." And I just left. And then people were texting me saying, "She's still going on about you." I was like, "What?" And I went back on her, and there she is, still going. And he's this, and he's that, and he's this. I'm like, "Who the fuck is this bitch? She doesn't even know me." I'll
Yeah.
call
Anyway,
her out any
I just
day, any
thought
day.
I'm done with them, and I haven't been back since. And I don't even, to tell you
Nasty,
the truth, I don't even think about them anymore until we get into
nasty.
a discussion about
Well,
channels
I
like
will
this.
say this. I will say this. She considers herself the smartest person in the world. She talks down to everybody. She's constantly saying she's educating people. She's very pedantic. Can you imagine
Yeah.
this? I'm a retired teacher. Can you imagine being in a room full of teachers and someone like her stands up and says, "I'm smarter than you. I'm going to dictate to you what's going on." And for those of you that can't spell, I'm going to say this. Can you imagine if one teacher tried that? But
Can you
she sees
imagine being a
herself on such
student?
a higher level than everybody else. She's constantly talking down to everybody, and she doesn't see that. And
Yeah,
that's
I've
when I
noticed
heard
that.
she had a degree in communications. That's the biggest laugh I ever got in my life.
Yeah, I've noticed the same thing, Bob. It's unfortunate, but
Well, I
yeah.
mean, just
Didactic. You know what that
I,
means? Didactic. That means I'm teaching you something you don't know. Well, thank you,
I
bitch.
know, but all I'm going to ask guys is to excuse me from discussing this particular
I'm
situation.
sorry,
because
Hungry. I didn't mean to.
Yeah,
I know
I
what
didn't
you're
mean for it
saying.
to go on this long. I was
no,
just,
I'm just
mentioning it because of the context of some of the other channels we were
I'm a
talking
wrench.
about. So I
I'm a
don't need to
wrench.
say anything more.
I'm a wrench for that channel, and the situation between me and the gentleman who founded that channel and anyone else is different because he's a comic books guy, right? So our relationship is very, very different, very different. And I have to tread carefully, just like
Oh,
I
I
don't
understand.
I don't
Well,
want to.
just remember this, Hungry. You're safe because neither of them are watching my stream right now. So, right?
You never know, dude. You never know.
No, they won't.
But the situation is like with the gentleman, right? I don't want to hear anyone say bad things about him, even though he may he he does what he does. But I don't want to hear anyone say anything bad about Pop or Nemesis or Sean or you PvP. I don't want to hear that. And I've actually said it's on my Tweety. I will not choose between my friends. I will not. I
Well,
won't.
no,
Yeah,
right. I've had people
I
that tell
agree.
me,
I agree. I
right.
don't like to do that either. I really don't.
Right, and another thing I won't do is I won't control who you like or don't like. Like I had somebody tell me, "Well, if you go back on the Captain Infinity's channel, I'm not your friend anymore." I said, "Oh well, then," and I go back to Captain Infinity's channel. Nobody tells me who to like and not like.
Yeah. Exactly. And I mean, I'm still friends with people who hate Captain Infinity, and I'm still friends with people who Captain Infinity hates. And I told them,
Same
Yeah,
here. Same
I-
yeah,
here.
me too. Me
I,
too.
I have told
Me
them, I
too.
said, look, I'm going to be on so and so's stream. I'm going to be on your stream. I'm going to support you both. And, fuck you both if you don't like Pop, essentially. But and God help them if they don't like Nemesis, because he's my Kitty Bastet dude. He's my Bastet.
Nemesis
bro.
doesn't upset anybody. He's such a nice guy.
Yeah, but the
He's got a magnetic personality.
the whole thing is if somebody has a situation with somebody else, unless they ask me to step in and say, what's your opinion about this relationship, how it's going on, I'm not going to say anything. And if they say, what did you think about someone else? It's like, if anti-derivative Jill has a problem with someone, I'm not going to say jack squat. And that's a great American 4th of July, baby. An
And
American.
to give credit to Jill, another thing is she won't do it on the air and air her laundry like the other bitch that we're talking about.
And everybody else had a problem with Scotty at one point, And I said, I'm not going to bitch about Scotty. I'm fine with Scotty. Pop, you and Scotty had a problem, and I
Well,
said,
the only problem, no, like I'll clear this up, is I don't care what he does on people's streams. That's his own business. If he says stuff I don't like, I'll tune out. I have no problem. But when he excuse me, when he gets on my Gilligan's Island stream and my Lost in Space stream and my Star Trek the Animated streams and starts talking about sucking dick, and then I give him warning after warning and he does it again and again, that's why I block him. So I'll make that very clear to everybody. He can do whatever he wants on everybody else's channel, but when he's on my channel, he's got to follow the guidelines of whatever stream we're talking about.
Well, exactly. You know, and I as I said to Scotty privately, I said, look, sometimes, dude, it's a PG-13 stream.
I told him that many
Exactly.
times. He gave him many warnings, many warnings.
No, it's
Exactly.
okay. And Scotty apologized for a lot of his behavior, but the point I'm bringing up is I am not going to block or stop talking to Scotty because of something else that happened. But if Scotty says to me, okay, me and Pop had a problem, I'm not going there. All right. I'm not going there. You are my pal. And everyone on this stream right now on this panel is my pal. And if anyone says, you know, they want to engage in middle school, not even high school, middle school stuff, I survived middle school. I survived high school. I do not want to go back to that.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
well,
it's
I didn't
elementary.
survive. I dropped out in grade 13. I had enough. But I
You
went
got
back to
grade
college
13.
eventually.
What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, I
I'm
dropped
only
out in grade
kidding.
13.
I mean,
And hungry. And I do agree with that,
Nemesis is a
hungry.
pretty guy with great hair, great teeth, and good cats. He understands what I mean by I'm not dealing with this middle school shit, right, Nemesis?
Agreed, 100%.
Not grade
Hungry.
13. What am I saying? It was grade 9 or something.
But no, I have to say that's another point too, is that my channel is like a mutual ground. I've had two people I'm not saying two people specific, but I've had people get on there and the two people are arguing against each other or bringing up dirty laundry for some other stream or some other channel. And I've asked them, no, not here on my channel. Take that elsewhere. I'm only going to address it on my channel if it affects me directly.
Well, actually, I was on a stream with Cap Infinity a couple of days ago, and that was what he brought up to someone else. I can't remember who it was. Trust me. Oh God, it was you. Okay.
Yeah,
sorry.
you guys were. I got on there. I thought it was gonna be a regular stream, and all he kept talking about was I am Braggs. Oh, if she's listening, oh, I'm Braggs. Oh, help, this and that. And then I said she's a nasty bitch. And then he said, well, why do you keep talking about her? I said I wasn't intending on it. I wasn't planning on it when I got here. It's just that's what you guys are talking about.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring it up specifically.
Oh, I'm just being truthful. I'm just saying is I'm fine listening to any stream, but when I hear somebody just praising over a nasty, filthy, shitty snake like that, I couldn't.
Don't do it, please. You gotta remember.
That's why I didn't get on the stream. That's why I didn't get on the stream. I just say good night, everybody.
I hand painted the cover for her book, so I can't get into
I'm sensing a conflict of interest of some sort here.
It is. But I'm here for Pop, etc. But can we move on to like other YouTubers we want to bitch about?
Well, I'd feel better if I could say her and I got in a disagreement and we don't get along because of that disagreement. But it was a completely one-sided thing. It was a total attack and a barrage with lies and shit directed right at me when I did nothing. That's the problem. There was no defending myself, and that's the problem. That is not fair and it's not right. Especially someone who self-proclaims how educated they are.
I know, but I can't get into this, man. I can't. I
know. We
Yeah.
can change the subject.
We really should, guys.
Are you guys able to hear me? I don't know if my mic cut out.
We hear
Sound
you.
okay now.
Okay.
I can hear you now.
I'm just going to say this, and then maybe we can move on because it's very negative. I'll just and something I heard someone say, and I've thought a lot about it over the last few weeks. Is we should try not to judge people by their worst day, and
especially not somebody you don't even know. Why judge and criticize someone you don't know?
Exactly. So I mean. And I can feel Hungry's a little uncomfortable. This is kind of an uncomfortable conversation, and I'm hoping we can move on because we should be having fun here, but I'm not to degrade anything you're saying, Pop. I
didn't think so. I'm just sharing my personal experience. I know it's different than everybody else's, but that was just my experience.
And I'm not dismissing that at all. But it can get a little bit. Yeah, it's like, okay, look, what else is going on? So how about that Dodger game?
Well, or how is that magnificent reproduction of a Starfleet vessel going, or anything like that? But for me, I'm just saying this is what I meant by piggy in the middle. This is what piggy in the middle means. So, is it okay? We can keep to. I just want to keep supporting Pop. Can we move on to something happy now?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
very happy to move on
Well,
to
yeah,
happy.
and I'll be honest, Hungry. I know that you're mentioned on that channel. I know Jill is, but I never hold it against you guys. I never would.
No,
No,
thank you.
that's the thing.
I
I don't
appreciate it.
have I don't bear any
Right? You guys never did
any
anything wrong by me, so why would I do that?
I
It
never
makes no
thought you would.
sense.
yeah,
That's not where it's coming from. But I don't like bringing up
yep.
other YouTubers on a channel that needs to grow, particularly at your time in this life and the way that your life is progressing, right? Because there are people who might overhear things, and they might complain, and then something might get on Twitter, and I don't want to see the whole crap again. This is totally separate channels, okay, between Doomcock and Robert Meyer Burnett, because that was a shit show. That was a total shit show.
Yeah,
Or
that was
people,
pretty weird actually.
and I don't even want to get into that as a discussion. I'm using it as an example.
Example.
Or people that decide they got a problem with a guy with a Scottish accent. And
Actually, I kind of think his channel's a lot of fun most of the time.
oh yeah. But once you get too big, everybody wants to take down Jesse James, right?
Yeah.
And so that kind of crap happens, and then you got people from one channel migrating over to Captain Finity's channel, and they're getting bitchy, and Captain Finity's like, I don't want to hear about this. I want to talk about time travel, or I want to talk about comic book art. Why are you bitching
Or
about
Deckard
this?
being a replicant or not.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, I can't speak to it. I only saw, but as I told him, and the captain's respectful for of this, I have seen the original Blade Runner in the theater, and I saw the original theatrical cut twice after that. That is my only Blade Runner reference. Okay.
Same here. I saw it once at the theater when it was new, and that's all I remember, and I barely remember it.
I love it. It's great, but I don't care whether or not Deckard was a replicant. All I
Right.
know is the movie was great, and we had a sexy chick with a python around her shoulders.
And the fantastic performance by Rutger Hauer.
Oh,
Yeah,
totally.
Rutger.
Yeah.
Oh, let's talk about
It is a cool conversation to have with friends or something. It's a neat topic.
It is, but the whole thing is, and I think Pop would agree with this. If they had chosen anyone other than Rutger Hauer, the whole film would have fell apart.
No,
Regardless.
because he had come right off The Hitcher, was another fantastic movie.
Oh,
He's
I
an
love
excellent villain.
The Hitcher is just, oh my God. I saw that in the theater, and I had goosebumps for 3 hours afterwards.
Yep.
You guys want to hear a cool fact? My cousin Randy, who's 76 right now, he's a driver, teamster in the movies like my dad was. Randy was Harrison Ford's driver on Blade Runner.
Oh, fantastic.
Very cool.
Wow.
And he knew he got to know him a little bit, and he got to know him in production. And he was driving Harrison Ford around, and Harrison turned to my cousin and goes, "How do you think I should play this Deckard role?"
Oh,
Like a replicant.
what did your cousin
I don't
say?
know, man. He's like, but they became friends, and Harrison Ford actually designed Randy's. He had a gazebo in his backyard over his jacuzzi. Harrison Ford designed it and built it for him.
Wow, very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, people forget that Harrison was an actual professional carpenter before he got into
Still,
acting.
he still is. He makes his own
Yeah.
furniture and everything.
That's cool. Wow.
Yeah, but it
Well, I
was.
don't know now. He's in his 80s, but yeah, he used to.
Yeah, that's very cool though. Wow.
But
Cool story.
What I'll post. I'll send you guys a thing. My cousin Randy, he wrote a memoir, kind of like all the movies he worked on and the people he met. He met and worked with so many incredible people and became friends with them. I'll send you guys a link. He wrote a really neat memoir to a lot of that stuff.
Very cool.
Yeah, awesome.
He called it My Journey. His grandfather worked with Clark Gable. Like
wow.
Oh wow, that definitely goes back.
Boy.
he has been involved in movies forever. So yeah, pretty cool stuff.
Hmm.
How should I play this role?
But yeah, that's the thing. Hungry makes a good point. Like I've seen Blade Runner. Well, I saw it in the theater, I think 3 times because I totally loved it, and then I've probably seen it on like DVD or whatever a couple more times over the years. But it's like whether Deckard is a replicant or not doesn't really change the enjoyment of the film for me. I really don't really care. So it's not a subject I need to keep revisiting. So that's
Well,
pretty much
that's
all I have to
very,
say.
that's a very good point, PvP, because let's if we look at whether Deckard is a replicant or not, it has no bearing on the overall science fiction aspect of the film, which is the question is, what is human and how humane should we be to other people, regardless of their circumstances? So,
Yep, that's pretty much
you,
it.
I mean, you look at what Deckard is being forced to do with his job.
Mm,
Doesn't matter if he's a replicant because we're still going to ask our question when Roy Batty is talking with that rain coming down his face about what he has seen, how humane the humanism he has experienced. Does it matter if the person chasing him is a replicant as well? To me, it does not. Either way,
yeah.
whether he's a replicant or whether he's a human, the film is a masterpiece. And also, because you and I are artists, okay, PvP, you and I are artists. We use the paint and we use the acrylic.
Welcome, Captain Finity. Wow, this reminds me of the old Bewitched show where she'd say "mother" and she pops out of nowhere.
Exactly, he's psychic. The dude is psychic.
Good to see you, Captain.
Sid Mead created all the conceptual art for this and gave the feel for the film. And without that feel, the film would have died, regardless of the replicant question. Sid Mead made that film as much as Ralph McQuarrie made Star Wars.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it's visually one of the most brilliant films I think I've ever seen. It's stunning.
Captain Finity says it doesn't matter. It's still an answer. And then he laughed.
Lemon Pie says, "Great idea, Nemesis." Lemon Pie says, "I had a girlfriend. Her cat slayed as a snake that got into her house." LOL.
Yeah.
Cute cat. Yeah, big. Yeah, there was a video on YouTube where there was a baby in a front yard. I'm talking a toddler crawling around in diapers, and a dog came up and attacked the baby, and a cat jumped in and just defended and killed it, knocked the shit out of that dog and scared it off.
Good kitty.
Wow.
Good kitty.
Yeah, it was a big dog too, but that cat didn't care. Nemesis of Eden says, "That's crazy about the snake," and thank you. They are lovely, Lemon Pie. Lemon Pie says, "Nemesis, I was impressed with that cat." Same here, I agree. And Lemon Pie
Yeah, dude.
says, "And the cat brought the snake to her, as cats do." LOL. Captain Vinny says, "Blade Runner, huh?" Right on cue, Captain. By the way, right on cue. Your timing is impeccable. Captain Vinny says, "Still talking the replicant question, huh?" Doesn't matter. It's still an answer, says Captain. And Stream Elements can go blow off. I don't care. So glad you could join us, Captain.
Hey, y'all know why? Best way to prove that the world isn't flat is cats. Because if it was flat, they'd have knocked everything off by now.
I am only going to accept that if Nemesis agrees.
Well, I mean, he's not wrong.
Nemesis. When I was 22 years old and I had all my art materials spread out carefully on the table to make the deadline for the publishers, and there was a cat in the house, you know it was a love-hate relationship because you know what was going to happen, right?
Well, they're always going to jump on something
Oh,
high and
sure.
knock things over.
I just knocked this bottle over right now. I don't like it here. Boom.
Oh, this is valuable. This is a family heirloom. Well, here's my beer.
Oh, and
Right?
Nemesis.
This glass pipe you really wanted to smoke? Nah. Thanks, bro. Fuck.
And the other thing too is the kitties with the little putty paws.
Let me jump right in the middle of the mattress.
Oh, the kitties, Nemesis, with their little cute putty paws. And I love their little cute putty paws, except for the fact that they're fascinated with texture. Like when I've got wet paint on a painting, and they're like, I have to put my little putty paws on it to see. Oh, and that's like I worked 6 hours on this part of the painting, and now it's all putty paws all over the paint.
Oh man.
But I couldn't feel bad about them because it was irresistible to the little
Their
putty
stamp of
paw.
approval, I guess.
Stamp. It's beautiful, Bob. The putty paw stamp of
Right.
approval.
2 paws up, right?
And then the girlfriend, no offense to her, yells at me going, why are these paint putty paws all over the apartment? And I did nothing. I painted what I was getting paid for. I can't help it if they put their little putty paws on the painting and then went walking around your kitchen that you don't allow me to cook in the first place. Damn it.
I have a cat named Spartacus.
Good
That
name.
yeah, he lived up to it. But he would go to the couch and put his front paws up on there and wait for me to look at him. And the second I made eye contact is when he would start scratching, and I tested it. He would sit there for a minute or more, just waiting for me to look at him.
Was it for food?
No, he scratched the hell out of the couch.
Oh,
But he would put his claws on it like he's ready to start scratching, but he would wait until I looked at him before he'd start.
because there's no enjoyment unless you could see the suffering.
Yeah, and then I'd chase him away.
Was
He
this a
was
female
great.
cat or a male cat?
He was male.
Okay.
Yeah, Spartacus. Yeah, there's a video. If you look up "Cat Climbs My Leg," I was filming him as a kitten, and he was started meowing at me, and I'm like, "Oh, that's really cute." And he's like, "Meow, meow." Well, I didn't realize he was looking at the lens cap that was dangling off the camcorder.
Oh, okay.
Decided to like, "Oh, I'm going to climb this leg and go after the lens cap." So you just see me go, "Ow!" It's old. It's like 13 years old. That video.
Captain says, I actually did rewatch Blade Runner twice again last week and found something new. At the end, Deckard doesn't know whether Rachel is alive or dead. He's really worried about her. So if he's worried, does that mean he's not a replicant? Can they show feelings?
Oh, this is messing with my head now. Thanks a lot, Captain Infinity. But
Sorry.
it gives me more to enjoy about the film. Now I'm gonna have to go and rewatch it again in the next month and like look for things. But I won't do. I will say this. I am not going to do the director's cut. I'm just not going to do that.
I need to watch it again too, honestly. I know it's a fantastic movie and it's one of those I need to rewatch. Like I said, I only saw it once at the theaters and I do need to watch it again.
Well,
It's a landmark in cinema.
There are certain things we see in the theaters, and to back you up, like Wrath of Khan, seeing that in the theater is, or Star Trek: The Original Motion Picture is totally different than seeing it on any other form of screen. But when it comes to horror films, really great ones that were designed for the big screen, you got to see them on the big screen. Like, I still to this day do not think that Poltergeist is anywhere near as good.
No,
except in the theater,
Same with Halloween and the original Nightmare on Elm Street.
Exactly, and The Fog by John Carpenter.
Yes. Yeah, I've met people that, I saw Halloween on TV. It wasn't very scary, and it's like, oh, God. I think I was like 15 or 16 when that came out, and that scared the crap out of me. That's all we talked about for days. And the music, all we talked about was the music, and we were scaring each other. We were like doing the tune. And yeah, that was a big landmark also. Oh, maybe my dogs are trying to climb up. I apologize for that. But yeah, I saw it with we were teenagers. I saw it with friends. It was supposed to be rated R over 17 or whatever, but we snuck in. We didn't care. We paid for some other movie. I don't remember what it was, and we snuck into Halloween.
I'll share something that'll sound like a joke, but it's not. Also, another thing, another movie that is goofy. It's a goofy horror movie that I know Pop has seen, but seeing it in the theater versus seeing it on TV, Squirm.
Oh yes, low budget but very good, and even the MST3K version is fantastic.
Yes, fantastic.
What
But
movie is that? I missed what you said.
it's a film called Squirm. I believe it is from 1975, and
Very
it's
low budget.
very low budget, but it's very entertaining, and it's got a lot of nuance and a lot of subtext in it, where you basically got like this New England boy coming down to visit the gal he wants to be his girlfriend, and he studies biology, etc. And there's been an electrical storm in Georgia where it is set, where it has set off all the blood bookworms, and they have decided to go after human meat.
Hail, Captain Infinity.
Oh, good, he's here. Oh,
Good to see
good.
you, sir. I hope you can hear us, and I hope we can hear you. And I want to mention now that he's here, Captain Infinity says it doesn't matter whether either of them are replicant. He loves her.
Yes.
And Captain says, "Oh, it's definitely Final Cut or nothing." I tried that freaking voiceover. No, no, no.
I haven't seen the final cut. I've only seen the theatrical.
How many versions are there? Welcome
Oh,
back, Captain. I hope you can make it back. I hope you can get your internet working.
Oh,
I
gee, there's
believe
like 4 or 5 or something, I think.
it's three.
Wow, they definitely milked that for money, didn't they?
Yeah.
What is the general opinion like of the voiceover from Blade Runner? What do
I
you guys?
actually prefer it because it was the first version I saw in the theater when, the theatrical cut. So I actually enjoyed the voiceover.
And
So
I
I
don't
guess maybe
remember. Yeah,
it's
I
what
don't
you see
remember.
first, maybe. I don't know.
For me, I don't remember. It's been so long. I don't remember if there was a voiceover or not.
Well, because
I
I remember the director didn't want it in there, and the studio did because they said, "Oh, the audience needs to be kind of brought up to speed or something," right?
That was
Oh,
It
the
kind
yeah,
of
yeah.
sets up the plot line. Yeah, definitely.
my
Well,
problem was that you know, I was running with the smart kids, and I saw it with three other guys, and we all figured it out, and we all talked afterwards, going, that voiceover wasn't really necessary, but
Come on,
Harrison
Rocky.
Ford did a great job, and
No, yeah.
I enjoyed it artistically, but I did not need it for the film.
Okay, so here's my opinion of it. I don't think it's quote unquote necessary, but I do think that it added a cool nuance of futuristic noir. Like it was almost like an old noir movie, the classic narration, and it
Yeah, it
added
reminded me almost like High Noon. It's
Sons
like
of
a
Yeah.
western.
a
Yeah.
little bit of coolness to it, even though we didn't need it. It was kind of cool to hear.
Yeah, it was kind of like an old Bogart film or something,
Yeah,
right? Where he's
Yeah.
telling the narration at the start.
Yeah,
He's
it was
setting
like
it up.
film noir, even though it took place in the future and it was in color. It was like noir. Remember the old black and
Yeah.
white movies?
that's the feeling I get from it. So I neither hate it nor whatever the reason was they put it in, and I still forget who directed the darn thing.
Ridley Scott.
Scott, yeah, because Scott didn't want it. It was which I get, but I appreciate it. That was
It's kind of funny you mentioned that because a lot of people think that Blade Runner is the last good film by Ridley Scott.
which is that's a good question. What is the last good film?
A lot of people say Gladiator, but I mean, I have to say Ridley Scott got on my nerves with the two Alien sequels. Those
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's like yeah. It's like somebody's making some shitty alien movies, and you said you want to see a shitty alien movie. Hold my beer. Like the last Matrix movie, he said if anybody could destroy a franchise, I can do it.
But Pop, the thing that really ruined this got me so pissed off was they ruined the mystique and the alienism of the space jockey.
Yes, yes.
I mean, no, the space jockey is not just a bunch of Nimnol 12-foot tall blue guys who are the Kree by any other name from the
Sorry,
Marvel.
Captain.
Oh, oh no, we lost them again. Shit. But
He'll be back.
the thing is, when H.R. Giger actually designed the space jockey, it was very clear it was never supposed to be that humanoid at all. It was supposed to be mysterious and not us at all. So when these two films came in and basically turned them into Dr. Manhattan from the fucking Watchmen, it drove me nuts and I hated it.
It's like Boba Fett. Some things are better left with less.
Yeah, I can't agree more. Captain, are you coming back in, Captain? Captain.
Well,
Maybe
I think this lull is an opportunity. I'm going to bow out, y'all. It's 2:00 here, and I have to work.
Well, thank you, Sean. I appreciate you coming by and visiting and hanging out with us.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Sean. You had some great
Yeah.
comments as well as being very supportive. I really appreciated your comments, and I really like your ideas regarding science fiction. And you were just an asset to the community.
Yeah, and one of these days we're gonna have you on just so you could talk about your family's history, meeting all these celebrities.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
that'd be
didn't
great.
know that many. It was mostly my dad and my cousin. But I just talk about them to keep their legacy alive. And it was
Well,
pretty,
it's very interesting. We find it fascinating.
yeah, it's pretty very cool. But yeah, I'll get going. I gotta finish my Enterprise model, Pop, and then I'm gonna get to work on the Jupiter too.
Oh, bless you. And I do it. You don't understand how much I appreciate it, but that means the whole world to me. Thank you. And like I said, I will save the unboxing for a Lost in Space stream. Nothing could be more fitting, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great.
All right,
thank
guys.
you, Sean.
You guys
Very
have a good
kind.
night.
Very
Yeah.
kind of you.
You
Bye
too,
bye.
Sean.
Thank
All
you.
Bye bye.
And we
Totally
got two
blow-
nemesis here.
Yeah, we have Nemesis. This is. Hopefully, we
I'm
can hear
so
one of
confused
you.
as to what's happening. Oh, there we go.
There you are. Well, Nemesis, your replicant just left.
Oh
You're-
dear, or my doppelganger, however you want to look at it.
Your doppelganger.
Oh, sometimes I wish we could get more good doppelganger horror sci-fi movies or just horror films. I wish we could get that. But in general, we don't.
No. In fact, well, the first thing is a good horror movie. When was the last time we got one of those? I'm talking about a movie that scared you, not the jump scares, not the little girl screaming, not the fast jump cuts. I don't even remember the last time I saw a good horror movie that's written well with a slow dread. I don't remember. It's been too long.
I can give you a couple. One that did get to me, and I think you've seen it, was The Void. Did you see The Void?
I think so. It sounds familiar. I'm going to look it up. I should remember.
Well, Nemesis would appreciate it. Is an attempt to be very Lovecraftian,
That's
without
what I've heard.
2016.
Yes.
On Netflix is basically where I remember seeing it advertised. I've never seen it before, but it's been described as Lovecraftian.
Yeah, I'm going to definitely see it because I recognize the poster. And to be honest, I know I downloaded it and I have it on my server, but I can't remember if I watched it.
You need to watch it. I think you will really enjoy it. Also, I think Nemesis of Eden will really, really enjoy it.
Thank you. Yes, yeah, definitely recommend.
So there's a movie that I've been seeing as described as the most disturbing stop animation film ever made, and it was made last year, called Mad God. I've not seen it.
Oh, that's the one by Phil Tippett, isn't it?
I got to see that.
It took him like 10 years to make. Yeah, like 10 or 15 years it took him to put that together. It's a great movie.
Oh, I've never seen it. I'd love to watch it.
He's a master of animation. It's a stop motion movie.
Yes.
And yeah, like a decade in the making at least. And it came out last year. It's really good.
I'm going to
I
find
love stop motion. I also recommend the last year's Pinocchio by Guillermo del Toro.
Oh, that's going to be a bit
I
hard for me to take, but yes.
It's
Why
good
would
because
why would
it's
it be
like reading
hard?
the book. It's not the Disney character. It's like
Yeah,
reading the book.
that's what I mean because I've read the book and I know what happens.
Uh huh.
Oh God.
And I give
Oh,
and
Well, it, is it
go
a
ahead,
Grimm's
Nemi.
fairy tale?
I've seen that. Yes.
No, but is Pinocchio a Grimm's fairy tale, or in that
No.
similar style where it's dark
It's
at
in
the
that
end and
style,
it's
but
just
it's
like,
not by the brothers Grimm. Correct.
okay,
no, but
okay,
I'll just because it's in the book, so it's not a spoiler. Nemesis. There's a point where Pinocchio is being a brat. He's a puppet. He wants to warm his feet by the fire. He does not take his father Geppetto's warnings into account. You can guess what happens to his wooden feet.
Oh yeah, they're not going
I
to see
can.
it. Yeah, you won't see that in the Disney version.
Awesome, that's pretty sweet.
Awesome. Little brat gets his feet burned off. Nemesis is
That'll
awesome.
teach them.
Life lessons, man. We were talking about the Darwin Awards earlier. That's the Darwin Awards. It's like, no, man, I'm a space alien that can't stand water, and I'm gonna come to Earth. It's like, oh, okay.
Oh, you're gonna make
Oh,
me
like
start
like
signs.
Alien Nation. That's right, Alien Nation. I had to think about that for a second.
Oh, but also Signs. I mean,
Yes.
Signs by M. Night Shyamalan, Bing Bong. I mean, why? Why would you create such an intelligent race, which basically is a creeper in people's backyards who can't handle water when this planet's got so much water going on all the time?
Oh, because it all came down to you have to have the scene with the little girl who's the secret to everything and saves the day. So the entire movie came down to that one scene. The little girl who left the glass of water on the table saves the entire day and saves the entire world. Wasn't that lovely? One of these nights, I'm going to do a stream where the entire theme, and I'm going to get you guys together on this. We're going to
Yeah.
count down how many movies that are based on the little girl who's the secret to everything. How far back that trope goes, and how many movies have done that.
Oh, that's going to be some homework, bro. That's going to be
Well, off the top of my head, the first one I can realize, and I'm sure it goes back further, but was the last Planet of the Apes movie. That was the one where it really stood out. Was the last Planet of the Apes movie, where you have these apes, two fighting factions, the apes and the humans, but right in the middle is that little girl who's the secret to everything, who knows how to communicate with everybody and still special.
You mean
And
the awful Burton derived
Nope.
one?
Nope. No, I'm talking about the newer ones. There was like 3 of them.
Oh, God.
And she's on the movie poster. Oh, by the way, War of the Worlds is another early one. As soon as you see the movie poster and there's a little girl on there, oh, don't worry. Everybody's going to be fine. She'll be safe. Everybody will survive till the end. We all know how the movie's going to end. They're not going to show a little girl dying violently. So, no. That trope is so damn old now. I'm tired of it.
I mean, to be honest, I don't mean to distract, but we need a new cinematic or mini series version of War of the Worlds, because there's been one from France which is terrible, and there's been
and a lot of direct-to-video ones, right?
Oh, they are just awful. The one that is a co-production with France and BBC, guys, do not watch it. It's just disgusting.
And it's sad because the book is so good. It's like, they cannot do it right.
The closest we got was the 1953 version. The closest.
Yes, I agree. We didn't get the tripods, but yes, other than that, it was the closest.
Yeah, 53 is a great film.
That was only a limitation of the technology at the time. I mean, these guys, if you took the same screenwriters and directors and actors, and they could get into a TARDIS and get into 1989 and still be using practical effects, not CGI bullshit, that movie would have been astounding.
Yes, George Powell. If they could have just preserved George Powell.
George Powell. No, here's a dream team, dude. George Powell working with Ray Harryhausen.
Oh, yes, exactly right.
Oh, that would have been the ultimate War of the Worlds film. The
Yeah, and that
ultimate.
would have been great.
Oh boy. Oh God, I'm getting
Oh, the
hungry.
talent we'll never see again.
Yeah, I mean, I love George
Yeah.
Powell, I love Harryhausen, and dude, oh, oh, oh. I mean, the Emir from 5 Million Miles to Earth. What a movie! What a movie!
You know, it's like I read an interview with Ray Harryhausen very late in his life, where Steven Spielberg drug him into Jurassic Park and said, look, isn't that wonderful?" And you know the life just had to drain out of Ray Harryhausen when he watched that movie. But of
100%.
course, he was being nice and cordial and said, "Yeah, it looks great. Yeah, I agree. CGI." But you know that the life just had to just drain out of him watching that.
And the fact of the matter is, most of us prefer the stop mo animation to the CGI of the time anyway. The one good thing I will say about Jurassic Park at that time, because I saw it in the theaters, because I
Same
actually
here.
yeah, and I read the novel long before the film came out, is that the practical effects, the puppetry was great.
Yeah, I'm not knocking the special effects in the movie. I'm just saying that I think it was inappropriate that Steven Spielberg brought Ray Harryhausen in to watch it.
Oh, I agree, but I honestly think to go one step farther and agreeing with you, the CGI in the movie failed, whereas the practical effects did not.
Yeah, now looking back, if you watch it, you could tell the difference.
Very
I mean,
much.
and you know what's interesting too is it was actually well written. Now they
Hmm.
have excellent CGI. We can hardly tell the difference, but it's written so poorly that the
Yes.
movies stink.
Because everyone is using the CGI as a crutch. Meaning we don't need good dialogue. We don't need the
Right.
actors using good dialogue. We can just rely on. I mean, you know, the CGI is bad, but the thing that's been coming out for the past 5 years that drives me crazy, and I don't mean to bring up some of these other YouTube channels that have been complaining about it, but sometimes we complain about the same thing at the same time, right? You know, even a stopped clock tells the right time twice a day. Um, is this volume technology? And I don't even like the name because it implies audio. It's not audio, it's video. So you got, you know, basically it's the equivalent of the back screen technology that we had in the days of Hitchcock, and they're trying to pretend that it looks better, but it really doesn't. It looks like back screen projected shit, and it drives me nuts. It's no good.
Yeah, a lot of modern effects just come across as really kind of
Yeah, I don't know
lazy.
why. When you talk about backstream shit, I think of the Fast and Furious movies because that's what they look like.
Anyway,
And a lot
guys, I got to bow out. It's getting late, and I got to get up in less than
of
8 hours now. So,
it was a great pleasure having you here, man.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
always fun, guys. I wish I could stay for hours, but
Thank you,
unfortunately,
PvP.
I got to get some sleep before the workday. So,
Yeah,
anyway,
if I was working, I wouldn't be able to stay up either, but I'm not. So yeah.
yeah.
But thank you
Well,
for being
you know,
here.
enjoy. Anyway, it was good fun, and we'll talk to you guys again soon, I'm sure.
Have a great night.
Yeah, you too.
Take
You
care,
too,
buddy.
everybody.
And
Night.
Captain, I'm so sorry, Captain. I've been trying to keep up with the chats. Nothing personal. Captain Vinny says you can read my chat. I said, so sorry, Captain. We look forward to hearing your comments, which is true. And Captain Vinny says, so yeah, I was saying Decker was really worried about Rachel. And Captain says there's a lot of tension in that scene. And Captain says they're ignoring the chat, aren't they? I usually try not to, Captain. I apologize. I don't ignore it. There's a delay, but I usually try not to ignore it. I respect everybody as if you were just as I don't care if you're in the chat or on the panel. I want everyone's voice to be heard. Captain Divinity says, I like my conversations interactive. So do I, Captain. Believe me, there's some channels I don't go to because they're not. Nothing without the chat, says Captain. Yes, I completely agree. It's really quite telling. Well, Captain, believe me, I wouldn't be having the stream tonight if it wasn't for the chat and for the people that come here. So I mean no disrespect if I sorry if I get delayed on reading the chats. But it does sound like the fireworks calmed down. I may have to take my pooches out and go potty here soon.
All right. Do you want to shut things down, or do you want us to vamp for a little bit while you do that?
Well, if you guys want to keep talking, that's fine. I just need to let my dogs go out and go potty. I'll be up for a while, so I'm
All
not
right.
ready to hit. I'm not ready to hit the sack yet.
Can we get Captain speaking here? Captain, is your microphone working?
If it's
Well,
not, Captain, write your comments in the chat. And Nemesis, how about you?
Oh, I mean, I work tomorrow night, but I'm doing all right so far.
Okay. I don't know why, but I'm so used to working the next day where I feel guilty being up this late, but it's like I don't have
Mm.
I worked for decades, and this is the first time in my life where I don't have to get up early in the morning, and it's hard to get it used to.
Mm.
Oh my god. Well, let's keep going then if you want us to keep going, bud.
Okay, then I'll be right back, guys. I'm just gonna mute and then take out Pooches to go potty.
We'll vamp. We will vamp. That's okay.
Please do, yes. Please carry on the conversation, and I will catch up with the chat when I get back. Everybody, thank you.
Right.
No worries, Pop. We got your back, buddy. Anyways, checking the chat.
We got
Oh,
Captain.
you guys can read the chat too, by the way, if you want. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Will do. Okay. Do you mind if I read this from my pal Captain Infinity Nemesis?
Yes, I mind greatly. Jeez, my goodness.
Okay, you read it then.
Oh shit. Oh damn. Okay. No, please go ahead. Oh my
Captain
bluff.
Infinity,
God.
Captain Infinity says, so anyway, Deckard. And okay, so here's a question, Captain Infinity, because you and I love very, very naughty comic books very much. And Nemesis and I have an appreciation of Bastet. So, what about an alternate reality comic book where Deckard does not know he's falling in love with a human avatar manifestation of Bastet, but he's falling in love with a human avatar manifestation of Bastet? And it was illustrated by Dillard or even Brian Bolland. And I'm using the correct pronunciation, Captain. Bolland, not Boland. As the captain has said, as an appreciation to him, it's not bowling. That's what you said. It's Bolland. It's Bolland. Oh, that would be a very sexy comic book. I mean, Nemesis. We know that Bastet can take on human form. Now, she can take on any kind of human form she wants as long as there are feline aspects to it. Now, could any person, replicant or true human, resist that?
Well, I mean, I'm a slut, so I mean I couldn't, but like I'm sure there are people out there who might be able to.
I used to be a slut. I miss those days. But I mean, I was not really that much of a slut. It depends on your definition of a slut, but I get where you're coming from. That's a very excellent response. I mean, so you're saying that even if you knew that an avatar in human form was coming to you of Bastet, you might just
Nah,
say,
you said
"Nah,
no,
fuck it,
no,
I'm going there." You're gonna go there
no.
anyway.
Go ahead.
You're going to go there anyway, regardless of the circumstances or complications. You're like, fine, it's Bastet. I don't care.
Well, yeah, of course, if a goddess is coming to me, I would certainly take it on. Why not, man? That's a heck of a challenge, and I would certainly accept that in a heartbeat.
Well, also, would you not agree that is a once in a lifetime opportunity?
Well, of course it is. How many? Well, yeah, exactly. It's once in a lifetime. It's
I mean, for me, if that situation rocked up to my doorstep, I would sit there and think, okay, if I reached 80 years of age and I never had something as magical happen to me, would I be upset versus, okay, the opportunity was presented and I said yes, and we had a magical 2 nights together, and I died 2 years later, would I die happy? I mean, these are the kind of questions that you need to ask if you're writing an interesting pop culture film. You know what I mean?
Of course, definitely. Well, these are things that you should just ask yourself in general if this is a situation that would occur. It's just like, am I going to regret this? Probably, but I should still probably go through with it.
100%. It's like dating the crazy goth chick with the rockin' body, you know? But Bastet is like 1 million times more powerful than that. So I would have to say, if Bastet knocked on my door right now and said, okay, cut off the stream, apologize to Nemesis, apologize to Pop. We got 48 hours going on now. You're going to die 48 hours after that. I'm saying bye-bye stream. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Oh, dude, for 100%. Be like, yeah, make sure she transforms from fucking human aspect into goddess aspect, like mid coitus, man. Like fucking. Well, because even at that point, we are literally saying that goddesses and gods do exist, let alone the fact that one is literally choosing to come down and have sex with you specifically. Like, it opens up a lot of implications. Are there
Well,
other gods that are
exactly.
going to be able I can come and have sex with? Like,
And also, but it's mixing the ultimate erotic with the ultimate romantic, and most humans don't get that in their life. And they need to respect the fact that that is very rare and very precious. So, regardless of like the selfish inclinations, are you spitting in the eye of everyone who never had a chance of that and wanted a chance of that if you say no to Bastet? And at that moment, I cannot say no. It's like, no, 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 no. Not just for me, but for everybody else, I have to say yes, even if I'm dying 4 days from now. I must say yes.
I mean, how altruistic of you. My goodness, what a gentleman. Holy moly. Taking one for the team, sir.
I was hoping you'd use that exact phrase, taking one for the team. I had that in my head as I was responding to you, and I was thinking, please let Nemesis use that term. But I mean, also, it brings up interesting storylines versus the garbage storylines we have now. I mean, what an interesting metaphysical horror movie that would make, right? If it was not done in an overly politically correct manner. It would be magnificent and it would make fucking money, a lot of money. Oh God, imagine if Salma Hayek played Bastet.
Oh, that'd be awesome. But is
Ooh.
she considered? Yeah. Oh, yeah. 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 For sure. She's still hot as hell.
Exactly. Exactly. And we get the right guy to play it, who's a little bit sensitive but really strong. Looks after his own people, but his life has fallen apart a little bit. So he's got nothing to lose, but he has to decide how much is nothing to lose. Bring that stuff into it. And with the right cinematography, oh my God. Could you imagine? Oh my God. Imagine if we had Salma Hayek playing Bastet, and then Guillermo del Toro doing the cinematography and the directing.
That would be pretty sweet.
Oh, that movie would make ducats. That movie would make ducats. Go ahead.
Well, it's. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of. I don't think any of his movies I've ever watched have like had that sexy aspect to it, though.
Well, not for a long time. I mean, the sexy aspect was very important to Italian horror films from 69 to about 1986, but primarily in the 70s. And people are scared of the sexy right now. But the thing that they don't understand, and I think you'll agree with me, particularly from your generation, is that people don't understand that sexy does not equate to pornographic.
No.
You know, you
No,
can
like it's.
go ahead,
Go ahead.
please. No, you.
I was gonna say like not even just for like my like it's very hard for me to say. I've got very particular circumstances in my life that, anyways. Um, but yeah, like for a lot of people, like even my age and younger, they've just been so desensitized to everything. Like you can't like a Hustler magazine is now basically the equivalent of like a Playboy, or like you might as well be looking at like a pinned up one of those painted girls that you see on the side of a bomber heading off to war, right? Like,
Yeah, that's a
which
great.
is sad.
Which is that, I mean, the things that used to be sexy now are considered so tame. And, you know, the art that you bring up, I studied that art for a long time and sometimes tried to replicate it. But the idea that something has to be so over the top, something has to be so, for lack of a better word, like Pornhub on a bad day to be sexy is actually rather tragic.
I mean, it is and it isn't. It's a sign of the times and how far we've kind of progressed. Like, don't get me wrong, there are plenty of times where just the traditional like I don't how do I phrase this? A simple elegance can still be way more beautiful than just
I
straight up like showing stuff. But
Go ahead. Hello? You
your
still here?
imagination goes. Did it cut out? I feel like it cut out.
You cut out a little bit, but I to agree with you, like for example, although I'm not a fan of necessarily how do I phrase this? Recent Marvel films, okay? I do think that one of the sexiest characters showing almost no skin in the Marvel films was Kate Blanchett portraying Hela, God of the Dead.
Oh yeah, yeah, he was fucking hot.
We're in agreement there.
Yes.
And although people like to hate on Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skulls, Kate Blanchett as the very, very naughty, naughty Russian colonel, again, a little bit hot.
I don't understand all the hate for Crystal Skull, like especially now with the new one coming out. But like, I always liked it. I didn't like. We have magic. We have you have a movie where a dude rips some guy's heart out, holds it up in front of him, and he's all like, "Oh my god!" And then like lowers down into like an ass or a fucking lava bath. But
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can't
yeah.
handle interdimensional beings, really? Okay, sure. We can handle a dude who's literally immortal because he's holding the Holy Grail. But aliens are a problem. Oh, we can't handle the fridge. That's too much. I'm like, oh, sorry, guys. Shit. I didn't realize jumping out of an airplane on a fucking raft was so much more plausible.
I get it. Yeah, the raft is going to break their brains. But you know, the fact is, the old archangels that are contained within the Ark of the Covenant, melting the face of goose steppers. That's not a problem.
No, no, we can all agree that that's a beautiful thing. It's just like, oh look, and you're just like, oh look at the practical effects, awesome. Oh,
And I'm
sounds
back.
like we got some poodles back.
Yeah.
And Pop.
Are you back, Pop? Are you back?
Yes, I am back. I'm fixing my avatar. Thank you. Thank you guys for being patient.
Oh, no
Oh,
worries.
no worries, buddy.
Did we lose somebody? Wasn't there like 4 people when I left?
Well, I mean, Captain's internet wasn't working, and then he's left a couple comments pissing and moaning about us not reading the chat. So I left a
Captain, I
laughing face. at him.
apologize, sir.
Oh,
I'm not ignoring the chat, sir.
oh, I was viewing it, but it had nothing to do with what we were talking about. So I'm not gonna like just continuously talk about Deckard. I'm sorry, that conversation is done and gone. We were talking about something else. It is what it is. That's how I feel about it.
Captain
We were having a
knows,
wonderful conversation about Bastet and Horn and,
Captain
life.
knows that I mean nothing personal towards him. He's a good friend.
Oh, neither do I. I like Captain, and I think he knows that. But at the same time, it's like, that's not what we're talking about right now.
Come on, Pooch. My dog wants up in my lap. Come on. There we go. And the other one's jealous. Hush up, Romeo.
That's why I was always taught you should only have 2 pets. Because,
Yeah, the problem is I have two alpha.
pets.
Right, I have 2 alpha males. That's a problem. I have the dad and the son, and the dad is very jealous. The son, Rocky, he's usually pretty chill, but it's the dad, Romeo, that's just very, very protective over Ginger. He gets in between. She's the mother, and he'll get in between the two and get very, attitude. But he's old. He has no teeth. At one point, what pisses me off is I always took care of my dogs and made sure they had dry dog food so they keep their teeth clean. But I was renting from this roommate for like a year and a half, and when I was gone, he was giving them food scraps, human food, and it rotted the hell out of their teeth, and they lost their teeth. What an asshole! I kept telling him stop giving them that stuff. I want them to stick to dry dog food. I want them to have their teeth, but nope. As soon as I was gone, he would give them crap. I'm surprised they didn't get heart attacks and everything else.
Yeah, it's frustrating. It's when stuff's out of your control like that. Right? Like I've had roommates let my cats outside and you're just like, for fuck's sakes, guys, like we're right beside a road. They're gonna die. Like they're never gonna come back. Oh, whatever.
I know, yeah, whatever. Right. You can get another one.
Yeah, right. And it's like, oh, fucking.
I remember coming home one day. Yeah, I remember coming home and my roommate was giving them M&Ms. I said, "What the hell?" Yeah, I was giving them M&Ms. I said, "You don't give dogs chocolate." Oh, well, what are you getting so mad for? I was just being nice. Damn you! And then of course I was the bad guy. They were just being nice. Ignorance, but oh well, huh? Just like Bill and Nina, they blamed it on me too. Yeah, it's like it was my fault. I should have known. That's what Nina said. You should have known. You should have had a plan B. And I'm thinking, oh, really? Okay. Oh, well.
So, Pop, did you see that there's a new Skull Island series that's animated that's coming out?
Actually, I downloaded the first episode of the first season. I think the whole first season, but I hadn't had a chance to watch it yet. And I'm afraid, because I love King Kong, but if I start seeing another girl who's the power and the secret to everything, that's what I'm afraid of. That's what I mean. I'm being honest. That's the only reason why I haven't watched it yet. Let me check my download folder.
That's fair. I mean, I'm there for the kaiju.
Right? I downloaded the entire season. Right, season 1 complete 1080p. But I'm afraid because, like I said, up to the last 2 King Kong Godzilla movies, I'm kind of soured on King. And I used to be a big King Kong and Godzilla fan. But I got tired of seeing women dominating the screen who were the secret to everything, talking down to men once again. And I just can't do it anymore. I can't see another one of my favorite franchises ruined. Captivity says, so anyway, Deckard, damn third world internet. Captivity, I wouldn't mind if they actually read the chat. I do, Captain. Even though I know I'm sorry it's delayed, but I usually try to make it a point, and you don't have to send a super chat to get me to read it. Captivity says, this is why you have literally nobody listening to you. Well, I apologize, Captain. I hope nobody takes it personally.
Oh, I don't think anyone is, man. I don't think anyone is, really.
I read everybody's chat. Even when Gorilla's on here, I make it a specific point that he reads everything. Because he's a good guy and he does make an effort to read everything. And that was one of the agreements that him and I made when I first made him a co-producer, was he have to always interrupt me no matter what I'm doing to read the chat. And he does that, and I love it. I love it. He's great. He's a great co-host.
Yes, he is.
Yes, he's pretty entertaining.
I did. What is the name of that movie? I did watch a relatively good thriller. I'm not going to say it's a horror movie.
Mm.
Oh, by the way, Star Trek fans, The Uninvited, I believe, is the name of the movie. Let me see here. It's got the guy who played O'Brien in it.
Is that the one with the messed up cat?
No, it's got trolls in it. Believe it or not.
Oh, I like the sound of that.
Right. It's got O'Brien. It's about this couple. Okay. Warnings first. You're going to see powerful woman and a beta cuck male who cries all the time. That's the worst part of the movie.
Oh,
But it starts off with a man and a woman in an apartment in a big city. It's a foreign movie. I can't remember if it's Scottish or whatever. But anyway, they get attacked by a group of thugs, breaks into their apartment and beats them up. So they decided that Aunt so and so coincidentally died on a farm and left the land to them. And there's a shrine to trolls that the aunt believed in. And of course, they don't believe it. And a neighbor says, yes, you have to feed them every night. Otherwise, they will get hungry. And if, I'm trying to look it up. I guess it'd probably be quicker if I just look it up on the Internet Movie Database. I've got so much stuff here that on my in my folder I'm trying to look up, but I think it's called Uninvited or then wait, Unwelcome. That's it. Sorry, guys. Unwelcome. So
Oh,
I always liked. Here was interesting is Cole Meany, the guy who plays O'Brien. I was never a fan of TNG or DS9, but I like him as an actor. I like him in the things that he did outside of Star Trek,
yes.
and he does a good job in this as a bad guy. He's like the father. Well, I don't know if he's really a bad guy. I'll put it this way: it's a well written character, 3 dimensional, but he's a father of a redneck family who do work on this couple's house repairs, and his kids are like total rednecks, and they come under the anger of these goblins. So if you can handle a powerful woman and a weak man crying all the time, woman needs to protect him, and she does. Then I recommend it for Cole Meany, and you can find it on the high seas.
Yes, actually, I'm looking this up on the now wretched site IMDb, but there is a very good cast here. A very good cast.
It is, and the effects are great. When it shows the actual trolls, I think with it gnomes, trolls, I love it because it looks good. The practical effects, uh, forced perspective, nothing looks CGI, so I really appreciated that. And Cole Meany, I must say, because I did not watch that Picard season 3. I won't. I refuse. But I saw clips of it on Bird of Prey's channel when he reviewed it, and I must say Cole Meany looks better than all of them. For his age, he looks much better, and he does a great job. Like I said, that name, him in it, is what attracted me to watch the movie in the first place. So it's called Unwelcome. I recommend it.
I am a massive fan of Irish folklore and mythology, so I will check this out. I'm glad they have Colm in it. It is interesting to see what the IMDb has to say here, and I'm very glad for the recommendation. Thank you, Pop.
No problem. Another one I recommended, which is pretty good, and these are all foreign because I haven't seen a good American-made movie in decades that I can remember. But Piggy is another great movie. Spanish, so it was made in Spain or something like that. It does center around a girl, but she's not the secret to everything. She's fat, and people make fun of her.
Oh yes, I've actually seen very good recommendations for this film.
It's a great movie, and once again, since it's not American made, it's not completely predictable. It's not cookie cutter, paint by the numbers.
And also, to back up what you're saying, Spain, because of a certain dictator who I will not mention because I despise him, who took over Spain from the 1930s until around 1970 something. Spain was not allowed to make horror films at all until the early 1970s. And some of the best horror films came out of Spain after those limitations weakened. So, for example, you have, and I don't like using the actual translated name, Tomb of the Blind Dead, which
Oh yes.
which was so successful, as you know, Pop, it spawned two sequels, two, not three. And actually, very terrifying film when you see the uncut version, the version that was shown in Europe versus the version that was shown in America, where at the end of it, you have the train scene, if you know what I mean.
Oh yes, yes. And by the way, everybody, as we're talking, if you haven't heard it, we're recommending these movies as we speak. Look
Yes.
them up if you can.
So, I mean, Spanish horror films are great. I'm not going to say they're as great as Italian horror films, but sometimes they are. Rare times they are.
I'd say
But
they're more subtle. If I had to compare, Italians are more visceral.
yes, yes, agreed. So, with like Tomb of the Blind Dead, there's a slow creep to it, a big slow creep to it, leading up to the end. Whereas when you've got a movie like The Beyond by Fulci, I mean, he's not messing around with you after 5 minutes.
That's correct. Yes.
Actually, Fulci doesn't mess around with anybody for any film after 5 minutes.
Nope.
But even in something more subtle than The Beyond, which is part of that Fulci trilogy, I know it's also a horror film that you really like, and I think that Nemesis would like it too, because he doesn't mind weird things. I love that about Nemesis. He doesn't mind the weird. Is House by the Cemetery.
Yes.
And House by the Cemetery is a messed up movie. It's not quite as messed up as The Beyond, which, by the way, Nemesis, you can still see on Tubi if you look it up. I think Nemesis would like The Beyond, but I also think he would very much like House by the Cemetery. But, there's something about the way the Spanish people do things. And Guillermo del Toro, Spanish blood, not Italian.
Yep. Exactly.
And what did you think about The Shape of Water?
I'm going to be in the minority here, but I liked it because I'm a fan of Creature from the Black Lagoon. Yes, it could have been scarier, but it's almost like a mixture of Creature from Black Lagoon and King Kong.
It is, and I enjoyed it for that reason. And I like the fact that Guillermo had the guts to have the creature go full on, fuck you, you mess with my woman, I'm now going to slaughter you at the end.
Yes.
And a lot of people would not have done that because Shape of Water was made at the beginning of, shall we call it, the politically correct glut.
Right. Woke area. Woke era. Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't think that film was woke at all. I don't think.
No, I never even thought about that. No, it never even crossed my mind.
And
Even though the two main stars were women, I never even thought about that because it doesn't really focus in that direction.
And that's why it's not woke, because they're using, as you say, you can do women characters, but you don't have to be nagging
Right.
us.
It was much more natural. The nurse, I love the actress and the character of the nurse.
Yes.
Yes. It was great.
And you also had the Irish American actor Shannon, who played the asshole, and he also played Zod in
Michael Shannon.
Yeah, Michael Shannon. God, he's a great actor.
He is, especially as a bad guy, and it's too bad he was in that new Flash movie. It was like, oh my god, didn't he know not to go back?
I think, and this is something we talked about for a long time, how some people get typecast when they do very good bad guys. And
yes,
because he also plays the bad guy in the HBO series Boardwalk. And,
I've heard of that. I haven't seen it.
Oh, he's fantastic in that, but he's awful to take because he's a good actor. So it
makes you hate him. I understand. Like JR on the old Dallas show.
Exactly. That perfect example. So, I mean, Shannon for me is one of my favorite current day actors. I think he would actually, if they had the guts to ask him to shave his head, it's too bad he already did Zod, so he can't. He would make a great Lex Luthor. He would actually make a great
yes.
a great Doctor Doom. He could do all of these villain actors, but I feel guilty saying that because I don't want to typecast him like Vincent Price got typecast and Christopher Lee got typecast, and both those guys started playing out nice guy roles.
Yep. They
And
realized that the bad guy roles paid more and the audiences loved it better. So it's like, and obviously, if I think about it, if you're an actor, that's more fun to play.
I did a little bit of acting, and I have to say that the villain is always more interesting to do because they get the better lines and the better dialogue, and they have the more
Yes.
depth. But I don't want to see any actor I like not being allowed to do something they want to do.
Yep.
Just like imagine if Robin Williams had only been allowed to do bad guy roles before he'd been a great comedian.
I think his first bad guy role was Photo Booth, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, but he was so good in that.
He was. That's why I agree. He's a fantastic actor. I still remember going to theaters watching The World According to Garp, thinking,
Yes, me
wow, that's Mork. Wow.
Fantastic. Yeah, I mean, blew my mind away. And also he was fantastic in the American remake of Insomnia.
Yes, I agree. Al Pacino was also in that, right?
Oh, yes. They were playing off against each other. It's one of the best movies I've ever seen. And I mean, they're using the Alaskan landscape so well. And it's what I refer to as a horror movie that is not a horror movie, if you know what I mean.
Absolutely. I want to recommend another movie here, if I may. It's another foreign movie, a Danish movie. And let me share my screen here real quick. I do recommend it because it's unpredictable. Like I said, it's not American made. And I can only show it for a second because this damn new Internet Movie Database plays trailers, which I'll get stricken for.
Yeah.
But it'll be just enough to share it with you. And here it is. Speak No Evil. It was a great movie. If you have not seen it, I highly recommend it.
Oh, okay. Because there are like 3 horror films of that title, so I'm going to look that up.
Yeah, exactly. That title, I was thinking about that too. There's been a half a dozen movies over the years with that same name, right?
Yeah. I mean, oh my God. Even one with, hold on.
Mia Farrow. Hear No Evil? You saw with Mia Farrow where she was deaf and she was being tracked down by a serial killer with cowboy boots that had stars on them.
Yes. Oh my God, the memories are coming back.
That goes way back.
And then, oh my God. Oh, okay. Speak No Evil 22 film. Speak No Evil 19. Where is it? Hold on. Oh my God. Oh, I gotta find this one. Jesus. Keep talking, man. I gotta find something.
Oh no, that's cool. I really recommend. I enjoy being able to recommend movies. I don't turn myself off to them, as I know to still look out there and keep an eye out for movies because I know there's always a sign of hope. But unfortunately, it usually comes from other countries. Because, like I said, that I can't remember the last time I saw a good movie come out of Hollywood. I don't think it's possible anymore, unless they do a 180 shift on their mentality and their ideology. I just don't know if it's possible. So I will take these foreign films any day. Now, the one I just told you about, Speak No Evil, is English language, and so you don't have to listen to or watch subtitles. And so is Uninvited, the last one, Colmini. Both of them English language, so you don't have to watch subtitles if you don't want to.
Fantastic. And another Speak No Evil that came out a long time before that starred, speaking of Star Trek, Clint Howard.
Oh God, I saw that at the theaters, believe it or not.
That film was really over the top, dude.
Bad. In fact, that's probably one of the only movies that he headlined, right?
Yes, except for Ice Cream Man.
Oh no, thank you. I thought I'd forgotten that, but no, I guess not.
Speak No Evil. I mean, it's awful because he's this poor picked on guy for no reason at a military academy, and I mean they have
no reason. Look at Clint Howard. No reason.
Oh yeah, I mean Clint Howard. Yeah, okay.
I know. Sorry,
but the whole thing is you're feeling for this poor little guy, right? and he's got no friends. It's got a stellar cast, and at one point, though, I mean, I don't like films where people show allegiance to the infernal, if you know what I mean,
Uh-huh.
sulfur and brimstone. But I mean, he has wild pigs eating people to death. It's so ape
Right.
shit.
But with
It's
the scene at the end where he's on the wires floating through the church, I was like, oh my God, I paid for this.
Sounds awesome.
Well, it sounds better than it is.
Nemesis is in. Nemesis is in. He's fine with it.
Yeah, as soon as you mentioned it, I was like, yeah, I actually paid for that at the theaters. I still can't remember. I can't remember why I paid for that. What was I thinking?
Nemesis, there's so much stuff that you're both going to love and laugh at in this movie. Seriously, no
Okay,
joke.
okay. Here's a deep, deep cut. I'm going way out on a limb here, hungry boy. But have you seen Alien Factor? I want to cover that on my stream. What do you think?
I love that movie. I love it.
A budget of like what, $100 maybe at the most?
Oh my God. The first time I encountered anything, I love all the movies by that director's oeuvre, right? Dolan or whatever his name is. But Alien Factor was shown on it was a cover feature for Famous Monsters of Filmland, and I
Oh
saw
wow!
that.
It made the big time. I didn't know that.
No, seriously, they showed one of the monsters from it. And I thought I gotta see this movie, but I never got a chance to see it until the internet happened, and I've watched it like 5 times. I love that low budget piece of crap. I
Right.
adore it.
Right. It's like watching Plan 9 from Outer Space because it's one of those where it is so bad it's funny.
But the costumes are really great for the amount of
Oh
money
yeah.
they had.
Yes. And the creature with the stilts, oh, hilarious.
Oh, he was great. He was great. And then they have the messed up creature at the end, which
Yes.
is semi-transparent because they couldn't figure out the optical process.
Right. Yes. I was
Oh,
the first time I experienced it is I was in the Air Force and we were at all my buddies would come over to my room and we'd all drink and watch stuff. And there was like a Saturday night horror, whatever it was. And that movie came on and we were just loving it. And we were laughing and we were drinking. Oh, Nemesis, I hope you can come back.
oh, damn
And
it.
then the next day at work, everybody was saying, "Did you see that movie last night? That's something you'd watch. Did you see that movie? That sounds like something you'd watch." And I said, "Oh yeah, oh yeah."
It's what I call a 5-beer movie.
Do you know if they ever covered that on MST3K?
Oh no, it was Riff Tracks. It was Riff Tracks.
Oh, then I need to check that out because I love the movie and I love their point of views. And Rift Tracks is pretty much the old
Oh
MST3K.
no,
So
no, my
yes,
apologies. I just remembered. It's not Riff Tracks. It's not MST3K.
Cinematic Titanic.
Yes, they did it, and it
Got
was
it.
it was hilarious. I watch it like every year, and busted me up. Oh, busted me up because those people, that is like the perfect combination out of all of them, right?
Yes, it is. It is. It's some of the original MSG. Well, and I hate to diss it, but MST3K was like gold, and it got so watered down when they started replacing the cast that the last few seasons they made were just pale in comparison. I miss the
That was
originals.
because they had to switch to the Sci-Fi Channel and the production.
Yeah, but even then was good. I'm talking about when they did the internet versions with
Oh yes, oh
Josh something or whatever, and Dr. Forrester was replaced by a woman, and
Yes.
I mean it was terrible. It was grueling to try to watch, and they don't have the sense of humor or the cinematic knowledge to put the good jokes in there like the original cast did.
Well, that's because I do not complain about Gen Ys, but I do complain about hipster tards. Okay, and hipsters are a certain branch of thought, shall we say, and they cannibalize things without understanding something first. Whereas
Exactly right.
Yeah, exactly. And the original people were Gen X or older, and they understood these movies.
And
They appreciated.
and the history where they would pop up jokes from older movies or references was what made them funny.
Well, exactly. I mean, there's a joke from Amazing Colossal Man
Yes.
where the sister of Glenn, who is becoming the Amazing Colossal Man, and he's growing, and she says,
Slowly.
"Why did this have to happen to Glenn? Why?" And Joel says, "Because he is a Calvinist, honey."
Right.
And they would never have the guts to do that joke anymore, because people would not understand anymore that Calvinists versus Catholics believe in predetermined destiny. So the joke is that it was always going to happen to Colonel Glenn Manning. He was always
Yes.
going to become the Colossal Man. There was no chance because he chose Calvinism. And that
Yes.
is a deep cut, dude. That is a deep cut.
That's what made us. That's what made the show so good. It was like, yes, it was really in its prime when it was on Comedy Central or Comedy Channel,
Yes.
however you want to look at it. And yes, it was not quite as good, but I did like Mike, and I liked Pearl when it was on the Sci-Fi Channel. But
Yes.
then when it went to, it went off for several years, and then when they revived it on the internet with
Netflix.
Josh something, and I don't even want to think about it. It was just, yeah, it was terrible.
Well, the guy that you're referencing was a hipster comic who was part of he was an assistant writer to the guys that did After Midnight, the game show, the pseudo geek game show.
Okay.
And so he basically was using connections to work his way up. And that's how he met Joel Hodgson. And then because he was such a fan, he got to suck up to Joel Hodgson.
Oh yeah,
And that's
exactly.
Yeah, he basically did a male version of Phoebe Waller-Bridge. I mean, that's what
Exactly. Thank you.
we were working up to that, but we got there in the end, man.
Yeah, because I remember when Joel was when they were getting ready to premiere the show, and he was praising all how fantastic and funny this new cast would be. And it was like, as soon as I saw the first season, first few episodes, I was like, what is this? What they don't understand is when you hire young people, and no offense against young people, but when the young people don't have the cinematic or the knowledge of history with movies and television and entertainment and pop culture, you can't interject those funny jokes that the original thing had, which made
Yeah.
people laugh. That's what made the original show so funny, was because you get all these deep cuts from references from other things. And I mean, watch out for snakes. I mean, new people like, huh?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, God.
Or deep hurting. Deep hurting.
Yep.
Oh my God. Oh, but and the other thing too is that the show, like you said, had a respect for all the people who made the films from the 1930s up until the 1960s. And people who basically do not watch anything that is post SpongeBob are not
Yes.
going to be able to make those jokes.
Right. And by the way, no offense, Nemesis. I hope we're not. No offense against the younger generation. We need more people like you, Nemesis, who are willing to open themselves to the older stuff.
Yeah. Oh, and the hipster you're referencing is Jonah Ray. That's the guy.
That's it. Yes. Yes. Jonah Ray.
And the thing is, as a person, he's a great guy.
Okay? I'm sure he is. I'm sure he probably is. Yeah, no problem. And so are the other hosts, I'm sure.
And he donates to charity, and he does a whole bunch of great stuff. But that does not mean I am beholden to saying he is funny or can write a joke.
Right. That doesn't mean no matter how good of a guy he is and what he does, is he funny? No. That's the problem, right?
And the other thing,
and by the way, let's say if I'm wrong, then why does the show keep getting canceled with a new cast, right?
Yeah, it's been, now they're doing things completely independently, so they're not doing any streaming platform. They basically created their own streaming platform for
Oh, yeah,
it.
they did, because they don't have to be attacked by ratings. Notice how they made they raised the money to make one season, and then it went off the air for a few more years because it did not do well. But look how long Cinematic Titanic has been around, and the other one,
Rift Tracks. Rift Tracks.
that's it. They've been around ever since they left MSG3K.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, the thing about Rift Tracks is they will let Mary Jo and
Peel, I love
Mary
her.
Jo Peel, and yeah, she's fantastic. And they will let her team up with Bridget Jones, who is the wife of. Yeah, I mean, she's fantastic. She's also a conservative, by the way, big conservative. They will let each other do riffing together, and it's hilarious. It is hilarious the stuff they do, and so I do support riff tracks, but uh, sometimes a show hits a formula, and that means that sometimes the jokes are not as good. And sometimes if they hit a formula and they are running out of time and they're getting older, they hire younger people. And this is not you, Nemesis. You're funny. This is not directed at you. They hire younger people who are not funny to write the jokes for them. And that's been going on with Riff Tracks. Whereas with Mary Jo and Bridget, they write their own jokes. So their jokes are still funny, right? But the guys at Riff Tracks, Kevin and Bill, aside from Mike, Kevin and Bill are not writing jokes anymore. And that's why a lot of the Riff Track stuff is not funny. Whereas with the Cinematic Titanic stuff, every cast member was writing the jokes. And they
One
were
of them, yeah, one of them. I don't remember exactly which one, but it was either one of the original. It was either Mike Servo or I'm sorry, Tom Servo or Crow. But one of them, unfortunately, went on to write for America's Funniest Home Videos, and I think that really knocked him out. It just ruined him. I think that was a pathetic, horrible, unfunny show.
oh
Uh,
God. Well, that could have
That was a
been
bad decision to make that.
a number of them. I mean, there were several of them that went on to write for television. The most noteworthy of which was Frank Conniff, who played TV's Frank with the big
TV's
white.
Frank, yes.
So yeah, he worked for Hollywood, and then it beat the shit out of him. And I don't want to go into the things he says on Twitter these days, but Trace Beaulieu. Okay,
Yes, that's the other one. Yes, thank you.
Trace Beaulieu played Crow. He always played Crow. Okay, but there were Kevin O'Neill from Riff Tracks. He was the guy who took over Tom Servo from Josh Weinstein, who's now called Josh Elvis Weinstein, because of
Oh,
the
yes.
because of the fucking Writers Guild of America saying we already have a Josh Weinstein who writes for The Simpsons. You can't use that name. So
Jeez.
he had to change his name to Josh Elvis Weinstein.
Even though he was around before then.
Yes. Yes. And he's funny as hell. He is very funny. And he was on Cinematic Titanic, and he was the one doing the ruthless jokes on Dangers of Tiki Island.
Oh, that's definitely one of my favorites.
Oh God, it's a magnificent one, Dangers of Tiki Island. And he would shoot in other jokes. I mean, the thing about Cinematic Titanic that was so good was I got the impression, they've never admitted it, where they sort of every episode they let one of the cast members get the best jokes and get their jokes in. And so sometimes it was Mary Jo Peel, sometimes it was Josh, sometimes it was Trace, sometimes it was Frank, but every one of them sometimes got their time to shine.
I agree, yes.
Oh, I loved it. I loved
And
it.
another thing that too that I may be the only one that has this opinion, and sorry, this goes way back, guys. But I'm really glad that when they handed the torch over from Joel to Mike,
Yeah.
that they used the movie Mitchell. That was the episode with Mitchell, which is still now, even still, one of their best, and finest, and funniest ever.
I'm laughing so hard remembering those jokes. I mean, my favorite part, because we don't like the disrespectful youngins. the opposite to Nemesis, right? The opposite to Nemesis. When Mitchell is sitting in the car and that little brat is messing with him.
Yes.
Oh, because
Crazy.
you and I were those kids of that age, right?
Right. And it's funny how the kid's messing with him. He goes off on him.
Yeah, totally
And
goes
he's
off.
like, filthy, lazy, fat slob. And he empties his ashtray out in the street.
And you and I as kids would have hated that kid. We would have
Yes.
been like throwing tangerines at that kid's head if he was behaving that way to an adult. It's hilarious. It was so great. I mean, when they did those little jokes, like when Mitchell was just trying to get up out of bed and then make a burp noise.
Yes. Or how about where he spills the beer on the woman and they say, well, that was a matter of time.
That was a matter of time. That was fantastic. I love that one. Mitchell.
Right. Some forgotten made for TV movie that only played one time and they've turned it into history.
Absolutely, man. And they tried. I mean,
And Johnny Mathis in his cameo appearance. You can't beat that.
and they tried to do Mitchell again with MST3K, sorry, with Riff Tracks, and they had the other writers involved. Not as good.
Because I haven't seen that, so yeah, I'll spare myself. I'll watch Mitchell and enjoy myself.
Exactly. But I will give Jonah this. He did do one very good MST3K, and that was a Santo movie where it was Santo versus Dracula, and it was a very, very good effort. A very good effort, because we can't diss people without giving them credit for what they do right. That's not.
Well, I
fair.
did watch the entire 13th season, which was his first season. Is that part of that?
No, it was after that.
Okay, gotcha. I think I gave up after that.
There were only two good episodes in the 13th season. And after that, that's why I stopped Netflix. To be honest, I never got Netflix. I never paid for streaming after that because I thought it's not worth it.
Yeah, but they put Mary Jo Pehl in the background. Just like that was heartbreaking.
Yes, absolutely. But they improved a bit in the 14th season and the current season. And I have to give them credit for that. But that season, the 13th season, aside from 2 episodes, was wretched. It was absolutely wretched.
Yeah.
And I grant you that. But we must give credit where credit is due. We have to do that. So if later on they do something right, we got to say so.
I watched it for Joel. I always kept thinking, well, maybe Joel will make more appearances because, maybe that'll be the highlight. But that wasn't the case. He was just there to collect a paycheck and do a promotional every now and then.
Well, he is listed in the writer's credits for the jokes, but that might mean 2 jokes. And I've come to find that after looking at all these different variations of the old crew, that I can tell whose joke comes from whom,
I agree completely, yes.
So I can tell a Mary Jo Pehl joke. I can tell a Bridget joke. Not that she's allowed to be on that show because she's too conservative. But I can tell a Joel joke. I can pretty much tell anyone's joke.
Because that's back when they have personalities that were individual, and so you could identify. Now it's like noise, white noise.
Well, yeah. I mean, the thing is, when you have jokes written by people who are learning their comedy from TikTok, it's always going to sound the same.
It is, exactly.
So I'm sorry for the kids who grow up on TikTok, but that doesn't mean I have to apologize for the kids who are making jokes based on what they see on TikTok.
Well, another thing too, is, in my opinion at least, the original series, and I said it before, is what made it so funny was because of their knowledge of past history of movies and TV shows and pop culture that they would bring in that made it funny. But now, when they had no knowledge of any of those things, all their jokes are based on they're just making fun of the movie. They're just making fun of this scene, then they're making fun of this scene, they're making fun of this scene, they're making fun of this scene.
Or
There's no
they're
references to pop culture anymore.
or they're equating it to video games that they played that nobody over the age of 35 would know.
Or care about. Games
Yeah.
like games that were popular for 6 months.
And you know, they make comments regarding things that are going to be culturally relevant for 5 minutes
Exactly right.
versus
Right.
500 years, you
Right.
know?
We can go back and watch the MST3K, the originals, and still laugh. But you go and try to watch back and the rewatchability of the new stuff, forget it.
Yeah, I mean, I know that the youngins are trying harder now that they've had complaints leveled against them, and that's why complaints are important. But the
But they
thing
are
that's
valid.
they are valid. But the important thing is when you have somebody make a Lon Chaney Sr. joke, that matters more than a SpongeBob joke.
Well, and it's fine if you make a Lon Chaney Sr. joke as long as it's a reference to pop culture or his past or past before. But when it's an insult, like, oh, that's just a fat old drunk, that's not funny. That's not
No,
right. And that's somebody who just doesn't know what's going on and they're just putting in their personal opinion, which is not funny.
exactly. Versus someone saying, "Oh my God, his face must be so sore after spending 8 hours putting that on him."
Yes. Or is this what happened to the werewolf? Right. Anything like that, right?
Precisely. Precisely. So I think they're going to grow up. Some of them are growing up, and in the meantime, we still can go back and look at Cinematic Titanic, and we could look at some of the older MSC3K stuff. And there are also other people who are doing very good work in the riff comedy sector. So there are some people in Texas who are doing a good job. They might be a little bit to the left, a little bit to the left, but the jokes are really good, and they are bringing up that old history with the jokes. You
Well,
know,
they, well
because
yeah, but good comedy is where you laugh and someone was just ask you, well, what political side are they on? I don't know. All I know is they were funny. See,
exactly.
that doesn't exist anymore. Everything now you can immediately tell who they voted for.
Yeah, now that happens some with the Texas people that I like, but I can guarantee you that 90% of the jokes you would not know who they voted for.
That's the
90%.
ones I prefer, right? Because there's many a way, like we were talking earlier with Phyllis Diller and Rodney Dangerfield, you would
Yeah,
never know who they voted for because that is not even the part of the topic. It's furthest thing from their mind. But then
precisely.
that's why, and I'm going to mention this, and I know I'm going to have a lot of fucking hatred for this, but that's why I was never a fan of Richard Pryor and Eddie Murphy and all that because everything was about black people and the N word and cops hate black people and racism. I loathed those characters. I would rather listen to George Carlin, Rodney Dangerfield, and Phyllis Diller, or any Youngman, or any of those any day because I don't need a bunch of racism and cuss words and shock value and the N word and all this constantly brought up in my face. And that's why I always hated. Now, Richard Pryor, yeah, I liked his movies with Gene Wilder, but I hated his stand up act. Loathed it. Him and Eddie Murphy both. I loathed it. But they were very
Well,
popular, so I know there's an audience out there for it.
did you hear the Richard Pryor bootlegs that were never released by the major studios?
Probably not.
Okay, I'm just going to say I've heard both. There's a big difference between the two. So I hear what you're saying, but I'm saying that the stuff that you probably haven't heard probably wouldn't bother you as much
Well, then why isn't it more mainstream?
because politics.
Oh, you mean the shock value? Because unless there's shock value, nobody's interested, or they thought.
Um, the thing is that with the Richard Pryor stuff that was bootlegged, it was very blue. So he knew that he could say whatever he wanted to because it was never going to be released widely. just like the
Uh-huh.
Red Fox blue stuff on. And I grew
Yes,
up with it.
I've listened to a lot of Red Fox stuff, even LaWanda Page. Yes.
Right. So a lot of the situation going on was that with Richard Pryor, there were two Richard Pryors. There was the stuff that white middle America was allowed to hear, and then there was the other stuff. And I mainly grew up with the other stuff, but I'd be taken by the family to see Richard Pryor live in concert, the movie version, etc. My family never liked that stuff as much as the raw stuff. And the raw stuff was incredibly different, much more honest and not engaging in racial politics. But I mean, uh, it's kind of like if racial politics did come into it, he was making fun of his own upbringing and what he didn't like about it, which was very honest.
No,
Very,
that I have no problem with. It's just that it takes me out of the experience when it's a cuss word every other word, or especially when I hear the N word. I'm
yeah,
just out. I don't need it. Or
yeah.
especially when the entire act is about how white people treat black people or how cops treat black people. I tune out very fast.
Well, I mean, I can understand that. I come at it from a different point of view, and I hope you won't be offended. But
No,
that's
I
how
won't.
that's how I felt about Andrew Dice Clay.
Oh God. Okay.
I
I still
mean,
haven't watched Rodney Dangerfield's last movie because he's in it. I feel
okay, so you
guilty.
know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm
Oh
talking about.
yeah. Oh my God. Yes.
We're basically it's all about being utterly nasty with like
With
no
shock value, like
empathy.
I said, they'll say anything degrading for shock value to get laughs,
Yeah,
rather than
yeah.
genuine comedy.
Yeah, real comedy does not need to go into the gutter. It doesn't.
Right,
And
but that seems to be what most of them did. Like we were talking about John Panette, he didn't have to
yeah,
do that. Louis
no,
Anderson didn't have to do that. Think about it. They didn't have to focus on racism and the racial divide and all this other stuff. That's why I never found that the political garbage funny. It wasn't my taste in comedy, even though I respect and I understand a lot of people like that stuff, but it just wasn't for me. I
well,
remember
no,
HBO's Eddie Murphy, right when he left Saturday Night Live,
yeah.
HBO's, he did a special called Delirious, which is immensely popular. And I watched it once and it was like, oh my God, that's the worst I ever heard. It's like, oh, good God. But, like I said, it was immensely popular. So, there's an audience out there for it. I understand that.
Well, the same family that introduced me to Red Fox, and the same family that introduced me to Flip Wilson, and the same family that introduced me to uncut bootleg Richard Pryor. We were in the theater to watch Delirious, and I think we laughed once the whole time.
I'm not
All of us.
surprised. I'm not
Once.
right. I'm not surprised. But it was
What,
immensely
you didn't like
popular.
Goonie Goo Goo? You didn't like all the AIDS jokes and all that stuff? You didn't like all the N bombs?
Goody Goo Goo Gus, I love that. I love all the Sasquatch jokes. All of
Okay,
them.
that was like the best part of the movie for sure. Or not the movie, but the special. Her falling down the stairs too is pretty good.
I love the fact that you spoke up right then, Nemesis, and exactly we're on the same page. So goody goo Gus. Yes, that whole sequence had me laughing, but also the other thing that had me laughing because at certain points in my life, okay, the family did not have a lot of money. Okay, Nemesis was when he was talking about hamburger. I want McDonald's hamburger. He's saying my mama said I'll make you a McDonald's burger. It'll be just as good. And talking about it being made on Wonder Bread and how the ketchup was on the Wonder Bread, making it look like blood was in the bread. And he's holding the sandwich in the middle of the street, screaming about how he didn't get McDonald's, and all the other kids are making fun of him, saying, I got McDonald's, you got Wonder Bread. I mean, that just fucking busted me up. Because I've been there, man. I've been there. It's just, it was hilarious. But, a whole bunch of the other jokes just did not land for me, Nemesis. They just did not land for me. And I don't know if that was an age thing or the situation in my family I was at with the time thing. I don't know what it was, but all I can be is honest with you and say those jokes, they didn't make it for me,
Well, I can make
No,
it simple.
I get that. Like, I grew up with, if you want to call it racism, Russell Peters, like, and he like makes fun of everyone because he can do the accents, and he's a brown guy, so he can get away with it, and it's fantastic. But he's never just like, he doesn't like drop like, he's not racist, right? He just points things out.
Yeah, but why? Why? Can't you be funny without having to show your political views?
It's not
That's
gonna.
my point. I don't understand because when you do that, you alienate a huge chunk of the audience.
I understand that, but also, just to be fair, I think I see where Nemesis is coming from. Where sometimes there are some good comedians who can speak sociologically versus politically, talking about what happened on their neighborhood block without making it political. And when it gets political, I am totally on Pop's side. But when something is just saying, I got this neighbor and this is what happens, then if they're being honest about it and not being a butthead about it,
Or how about not mention what color their skin is? I mean, wouldn't that help? Why do you
yeah,
have to bring that up?
Uh,
Why is that important? Why do you have to bring up the color of whose skin versus whose skin? That does not make it any funnier. But like I said, I'm old school and I apologize for that.
yes, how dare you be a gentleman? Jesus.
oh my god,
I'm thinking going through my head, and like I said, old school comedians like Phyllis Diller and Rodney Dangerfield, and they never ever said. I walked into my doctor who's a doctor's office who's a black guy, and I said this and this and that. No, why? I mean, why? Why does it have to? If you're writing a joke, why do you have to bring that in there? Why does the jokes have to center on that? And it's like, and I still won't accept it.
I get that point. I actually I do totally get that point. But there were times where a relatively young comedian by our standards, Pop, Ali Wong, she's talking about Asian American stuff, and for me, one of my godmothers was South Korean, and so I had South Korean god cousins, etc. And so when Ali Wong makes a joke and she's making it specifically about her culture, which is very close to some of
That's
my
okay. When they make fun of their own culture, that's funny because sometimes they'll make fun of their personal family. They'll say my uncle or my aunt. That's totally fine.
right, well, that's what I'm talking about. So when she makes fun about what she's gone through, growing up or like choosing a husband or something like that, and I flash back to my own experience, then I laugh, or should I say, I feel free to laugh. But that brings up the question: when should we feel free to laugh? You know, and I mean, if you at some point, I'm not going to bring up the Native American thing, but I'm going to bring up the military thing. If you started making jokes about being in the military and guys you knew, then I would trust you to make those jokes, and I would roll along with it, even though I come from a very military family.
Well,
With
that's a good point. If I did, because I was in the military as well, I wouldn't mention, oh, this black friend that I had and this Latino friend that I had. Why? I could tell you guys the jokes without him mentioning their skin color. And by the way, that would not make anybody feel uncomfortable and it would make the jokes funnier because that is not the point of making people laugh.
but you could be specific, because a lot of times people in the military refer to people they served with as their family. You could use gunnery sergeant instead of a race. You could talk about the
Yes, that's
behavior,
yes, exactly. Why mention the skin color, right?
but you could bring up people of a certain rank and use that instead in order
Yes.
to describe personality types.
Yes, you can. Yes. I had an overbearing sergeant who was so overbearing that blah blah blah. Yes. But I wouldn't
And
say I have a black overbearing sergeant who was so overbearing that blah blah. It's like why? Why?
precisely.
But like I
And
said, I'm old fashioned, so
maybe that's going to be a niche comedy gold mine for someone, talking about no race, no gender,
well, I
just
know, right? I don't mean to censor. I'm just saying it was done for decades and decades, centuries. I'll put it this way: centuries. Comedy was put forth on this earth with comedians who did not dwell or delve into racism and division. That only happened. It started like the 1980s or so.
well, that's true. Although some of it, let's be honest, was coded, like with the Catskills comedy, the
And
vaudeville.
blackface, right? And blackface.
I wasn't going to go into blackface, but a lot of the jokes that we really love, and the formation of the system of the jokes, the construction of the jokes, came from Jewish people making fun of Jewish people, not white people, but their own people. And that is something to be respected. They have the right to do that if they want to, I think. Um, so if
Yes, I agree with that.
So if you have people coming from the Catskills tradition, and this includes Josh Weinstein from MST3K, and he loves making jokes about Jewish neuroses. All right. He's got a podcast that he does every week on YouTube. Every week on YouTube. I'll send you the link. But basically, it's like a Jewish guy who's fed up with Jewish stuff all the time, every moment of every day. And he has the right to say that. Now, the question is, do I have the right to say that even though I've got 1/8 Jewish blood? My answer would be no. But do I have the right to enjoy Josh talking
Sorry
about
about that.
that?
I think
My
my
answer
mic
would
cut
be
out.
right. Oh, sorry. What?
My headphones and my mic cut out for a minute. I'm sorry to pick up my dog.
Oh, sorry. But did you catch the last of what I said?
No, please say it again. I'm sorry.
I think that someone like Josh Elvis Weinstein from MST3K,
MST3K, yes.
if he wants to talk about Jewish stuff and discuss it and be direct about it and be ruthless about it, that's fine. And should I be comfortable enjoying the joke? That's fine. But since I've only got 1/8 Jewish blood, should I be making those jokes? I don't feel comfortable with that.
I agree with that. I agree. I don't know why, but I keep thinking of a certain skit from the show. Fantastic show I'm going to recommend. It was a very short-lived show on Bizarre. There was a Canadian show called Bizarre hosted by John Biner.
Oh, yeah, I
And
remember that.
right, and they used to have a skit where all these people in the family were different races, and all they would do is make fun of the other different
Hey,
races. Hello, Mikey.
hi, how's it going, Bob?
Pretty
Well,
good. Good to see you. Boy, it's a late arrival here. We've been on for 7 hours and 21 minutes. This is definitely my longest stream ever. But
I
we're talking
saw
about
that.
comedians. We're talking about comedians and racism and how some of them rely on it and some don't.
Well, growing up, in regards to comedians, the first one I had encounter with was Lenny Bruce. Even as a small child, my dad would, if he had a comedy segment on TV, which was kind of rare. I mean, he didn't always do stuff because, he was very controversial in
Yes,
his
he was. I
attitude.
was on. Yes, he was early 60s.
Yeah. So, but I got to watch him a few times, and what can you do when you're like an 8-year-old or 9-year-old? Really, in the early 70s, like you you can't say much. I mean, you're just kind of looking at him and going, "Oh, wow, okay," you know, just kind
Well,
of in
that's like
awe.
even like another favorite comedian of mine, and this is going to contradict you guys are going to think contradict everything I've been saying, but I think we're getting some interference. I hear wind or something, but anyway, this is going to be a contradiction against everything I've been saying. But another one of my favorite comedians that I absolutely loved was Don Rickles, and
Oh
he
yeah,
was hilarious as hell. He
Oh
could
yeah.
make fun of people, but it wasn't a personal attack. With Don Rickles, anybody who got insulted by him considered it an honor.
Yes. I am still pissed off
I
to
I
this
loved
day. I'm still
yeah
pissed
I
off.
loved
I've
his
not been
roast.
called a
Yeah,
hockey puck.
sorry, Hungry.
Oh,
Sorry.
no, my apologies, Mikey. I just want to say I'm still pissed off. I've not been called a hockey puck by Don Rickles.
I know, seriously, I would have been honored, probably in tears. It's like, here's my hockey puck. Can you sign it? There was
um,
celebrities. There, I mean, there's stories about how celebrities, big star celebrities, would show up in his audience and just hope to get insulted, but he
yeah,
didn't really mean anything.
wasn't there a story? I don't know if it's true or not, but what was there a meeting ever between Don Rickles and Robin Williams when Robin Williams was just coming up in the early '80s?
I don't know. It's possible, but that's around the time that Don Rickles did his last show, which was great with CPO Sharkey.
Yeah, yeah, I remember CPO Sharky. Yeah,
I'm sure they
but
probably met at some point.
yeah, I thought he did have some kind of encounter with Robin Williams. I thought he did, but
I don't
maybe
know
well, I'd have
if
to
he
look
did.
it
I'm not
up.
aware. Yeah, I'm not aware. We're getting some kind of noise. It sounds like wind or something.
Oh, that's my AC. I'm sorry. We're up here in Toronto, and we have a terrible thing with humidity, so we usually just keep our AC going. I can turn it down if you want me to.
Oh no, it's okay. Maybe if you could just have it where it doesn't blow on the mic.
Uh, yeah, it's kind of hard to avoid that. Hold on, I'll turn it down, bro. It's no big deal. Hold on.
But I do remember Lenny Bruce, and I saw a little bit of him. He in fact, if I remember right, correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Didn't he die at an early age, like an overdose or something like that?
Yeah, I believe he did. Yeah.
Yes. Sadly, yes. But you know what? He didn't die as young and as unfairly as Bill Hicks, who was another favorite comedian of mine.
Right. Or John Belushi.
Well,
Or
John
John.
Belushi died at a very, yeah, he died at a very early
It
age.
was interesting after John Belushi died, seeing the interviews. Like I remember Robin Williams saying that they were there partying with him the night before, and they all knew he was having too much. And there was a lot of celebrities there that night, but a lot of them refused to give their names. But it was a
Yeah,
big party with a lot of people there, and everybody knew he was overdoing it.
yeah. But what's important to remember is that even though tragically John passed away that night, he actually did save Robin Williams' life. You know, because Robin Williams was spiraling himself, and then Robin got to survive and move on and do great stuff. So he actually thanked, well, he thanked John. It's really odd because he said yes, he was a friend, and yes, I cared about him, but in the same vein, he says he saved my life. So
Yes.
for what
Robin
happened.
Williams, what's interesting is I always liked him. Like I was mentioning earlier with Hungry Boy, is not only his comedic career, but I like his serious acting career. And now that I live in the Bay Area in California, it's too late. He's already dead. And from what I heard, he used to hang out with people on the streets. He would ride his bike through San Francisco and say
Yeah.
hello to people. I wish I would have met him. He seemed like he would have been such a nice, genuine guy.
Well, yes, and also, I
Well,
mean,
the
go
closest,
ahead.
the closest my wife and I got was we drove through the Robin Williams tunnel. We drove through the tunnel.
Yes, the one that has the rainbow colors on it because
Yeah,
of
no, I
his
just said that we
suspenders.
rode through the tunnel.
Right.
Yes.
It's rainbow colored for
Yeah.
those that aren't aware. The Robin Williams Tunnel, it's just north of San Francisco past the Golden Gate Bridge, and it's got rainbow colors painted on it, not to represent gay, but to represent the
No, no.
suspenders he wore on the Morgan and Mindy show.
Yeah, and also I might add, because I
Yes.
lived in the Bay Area for a while, that is the tunnel you go through to go from San Francisco to Marin
Marin
County, where
County,
Robin
yes,
Williams came from. He came
yes,
from Marin County.
Right.
He's the only good thing that came out of Marin County.
right. Well, other than Lucasfilm,
Other than Lucas, before he sold Lucasfilm out.
but yeah, right. But now Lucasfilm is a travesty, so I shouldn't have brought that up.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, before he did
But
the
I mean,
sellout.
Robin
That's
Williams,
yeah, that's it. Skywalker
I mean,
Ranch is still out there, isn't it? Skywalker Ranch still exists out there, doesn't it?
yes. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it is. It's in name only though, because he sold everything to Disney,
Right.
and Industrial Light and Magic is actually located because I was an Uber driver and I dropped somebody off right in front of Magic Light, and I was like, "What?" And that's in the Presidio district of San Francisco.
Wow.
And
I didn't know
in
that. I didn't know
Berkeley,
that ILM was in the Presidio district.
yes, and in Berkeley, I drove by several times. Was the now Pixar, which is now going to be history.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, Pixar Studios. Yeah. Oh my gosh. With the lamp
Yeah, that's going to
counting
be.
down the eye. Yeah, I
Yeah, and
remember that.
just one more generation, guys. Count this one more generation, and kids are going to say Pixar. What's that? Because we're watching the demise of Pixar and George Lucas,
Oh god.
and Industrial Light and Magic, everything right before our very eyes. Star Trek, Star Wars, you name it.
Yeah, everything's gone by the wayside.
They've targeted every franchise. Think about it. If someone was to ask you, if we were to do a poll and say, what big franchise out there that's been around for decades that is truly loved, that has always been successful, that they have not gotten their teeth into yet? Think about it. And there's none. They have attacked, even down to Scooby Doo. They have gotten to the Muppets. They have gotten to everything.
I told my wife that what was it about a week or so ago. I said, honey, if you remember Dark Crystal, okay, that was a dark film, but it was a great Muppets film. I mean, I loved
Oh,
it. I loved it. And then I said, and then of course when then if you go to the worst part about it was when the Muppets tried to do an ABC series on TV, which failed. Like I think it was couple episodes or whatever, and
Yeah,
that's
that was
when
the one
Disney.
where that was after Disney bought them, and it
Yeah,
was Me Too because they said that, get this, everybody, any Muppet fan out there, get this. Kermit was Me Too because he was always chasing after Miss Piggy, and that was inappropriate.
which was the
So
opposite.
we're all stupid. Us growing up, we all didn't really see how Miss Piggy was always chasing him around. No, that
Right.
wasn't true.
no,
He
that
was
wasn't
a
true.
sexist pig chasing after her. She put him in his place and showed how powerful she was as a strong woman. And the series lasted less than a season, and death to the Muppets after that.
Yeah, it was dead. They were dead. Yeah.
That was one of the first franchises they bought and destroyed.
But
It was
Mikey,
before. Go ahead.
you wounded me bringing up Dark Crystal, man. You wounded me bringing up Dark Crystal.
How did I wound you? It was such a dark film, but yet I liked it for some reasons. Not many that others can adjust to it. Uh, okay, to be fair, the special effects at that time, and we're only thinking about
Well,
what
they were practical. They were
1982.
practical. They weren't CGI, right?
All
That's correct.
practical.
So the practical and visual effects were awesome. No, I really thought, and the puppetry. I went okay. I'll tell you a story, and this is true. One year in 2009, I went to go visit a friend of mine up in Seattle, and I went to go to the Movie and Television Museum up there in Seattle, Washington, and I went and saw the display that Sesame Street uses for their puppets, the puppeteers that go behind it and do all the Muppet stuff. That is so hard. I got to go behind the scene and go under there and try one of the Muppets, and I swear it is the hardest small space that you could be in, and I can only imagine the guys that and gals that did the Muppets back on Sesame Street being in such
Right.
tight places.
Right. You definitely cannot be claustrophobic.
You can't be. No, absolutely not. But it was such a fun experience, and they actually taped there was like 5 of us, and we went under there and we did our own little skit, and it was, oh my god, it was so hard. I was like, wait, where's my hand? Where's your foot? Where's your knee? And then, oh my god, it was just absolutely insane, but it was so much fun. It was.
Hello, Joe's
It was
atmosphere. How come you're not in the panel,
try it.
Captain?
Yeah.
Good to see you, Joe.
Mikey, all I was
Joe's
saying,
atmosphere. Yeah.
was I am a massive fan of Dark Crystal. I took my mother, I paid for her birthday for her to see it when it first came out in theaters. And so I was referring to what happened to Dark Crystal regarding the recent series. The first Dark Crystal, I will never ever give up 1 ounce of my love for that film, and I love it with every ounce of my being. Every ounce of my being.
Yeah. Well, we were saying too that the other thing I was going to mention was in regards to live action. And this is before Disney turned totally evil. I liked Black Hole. Black Hole was a great one.
Yes, I saw that at the theaters. Yes, I saw it at the theaters.
And Tron, the original Tron. I even saw Tron Legacy, which wasn't quite good, but I did love Black Hole and Tron. Those were my movies. I love those movies. Absolutely a live action. Oh yeah, how can you go wrong with that?
The cast was fantastic in Black Hole. The cast was fantastic.
Gosh.
Right, and I have to, and I'll lower myself. That was one of the best spaceships ever designed. The fact that it was an actual miniature, and the detail, was it called the Nemesis or I can't remember the name, but it was
the Nebuchadnezzar. No, it wasn't that.
Something like that. Yeah,
but something similar. Yes,
right. They were trying to outdo the beginning sequence from Star Wars, so the camera would just pan from the beginning all the way back to the end, and it was very detailed. I love that design of that ship.
Yeah, and you can't and you definitely can't tell me that the meteors and the things that were coming at them, destroying the ship, wasn't awesome. I mean, how were they able to light those up, and how they were able to just, and it seemed like a real meteor storm that was coming from the black hole and hitting them.
Right, and you get Slim Pickens and Roddy McDowell as comedy relief. How can you go wrong?
Yes. And also they used it was all practical effects, not CGI.
Exactly.
They used swirling colored inks and paints in water.
Yes.
In water. I know.
Welcome back, Nemesis. Good to see you.
Hi, Nemesis. Welcome back.
Hey guys, I'm probably actually just going to be heading to bed. It is like almost 8 hours.
I know, seriously, we've been going on here for 7.5 hours, and I apologize for that.
Oh, dude, don't apologize. This has been one of the best streams ever. Like,
it was really good to connect with you guys again and share all these ideas and fun and everything. And like I said, I probably won't be doing a stream until I get to Arizona, but we'll pick up again on next Monday for Lost in Space.
That'll be awesome. I can't wait for that part.
But thank you, Nemesis. It means a lot to me, you being here. Thank you. I really mean that.
You were fantastic, dude, and Bastet rocks.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, Bastet does rock, Hungry, and of course, Pop. You know me, I love being here, buddy. You guys are my friends. I really appreciate hanging out. And looks like we have someone new in the chat.
Yeah, Joe's Atmosphere. I think we recognized him. Yeah.
Welcome, Joe's Atmosphere. If you haven't subbed, I hope you're not scared off by the length of this premiere or this stream. What up this morning, folks? We're talking about endless nostalgia and pop culture is what we usually do on this channel. Not so much, and so all of these in the theater. Oh, he's in one of us. He's Joe's Atmosphere says I've told several Star Wars nuts that are younger than I that you may know more about the EU lore than I. But you will never know what it feels like to see that Star Destroyer glide over your head. Yes, I remember my first time.
Oh my gosh. I remember waiting in line for almost 3.5 hours.
Yeah, when Empire Strikes came back. Yeah, when Empire Strikes, and this is something illegal now. When Empire Strikes came out, premiered, we waited in line for hours. And they sold more tickets than there were seats. We were standing up in the back. So there was like not only was every seat filled, but there were people standing around the walls and the back of the theater.
I
They
know.
oversold that thing, which is illegal now. I'm sure, fire hazard. But yeah,
Yeah,
thank you, Nemesis.
yeah. That's yeah. We
And
had a.
Nemesis, like I said,
I'm sorry.
Nemesis. I'll be putting a poll. I'll be putting a poll out for the horror movie. Any suggestions? Please message me on Twitter if you have anything that I haven't mentioned already. Let's try to push for a mosquito.
Yeah, let's just do mosquito. You want to just do
I think
mosquito?
so. Yeah, I think the thing is people vote against movies when they're not aware of them and never seen them. Like I put I Madman on there and a few others, and they're like, they vote against them. They tend to vote against things they tend to vote for things they've already seen. So
They People will always vote for the most basic mainstream nonsense. You gotta either pick the movie for them or tailor the list to be like, no, we want to watch mosquitoes, so we're gonna throw a bunch of other bullshit that no one's gonna watch, so they click this one.
and that's what makes this channel unique. Because yeah, even though you haven't exposed to this, you may not have been exposed to this before. I'm here to introduce this to you because I think you'll like it, and I think that's one of the things that makes this channel so great, and the horror streams. And like I said, a lot of it is because of my fantastic co-host, which is you, Nemesis.
Yeah, you did a
Oh,
great job, Nemesis.
Hello, Joe's Atmosphere.
What's up,
Hi,
guys?
Joe's Atmosphere.
How you doing?
Nice to you.
Oh, we're doing
But
good. man.
Nemesis, stay in touch, and like I said, message me if you want to talk on Twitter, or like I said, we can do a private stream on StreamYards.
I
You
appreciate
guys
that.
have been
Pops. I
going
really
for
do.
7 hours and 40 minutes. What are you, crazy?
That's
They're
exactly the
nuts. I'm
problem.
not.
Thank you, Nemesis. I appreciate it. You have a great night.
You too, buddy.
Oh, by the way, Pop, I want to thank you once again for introducing Daniel's Hot Topics to Lost in Space.
I know. I feel terrible because he was just getting into it and
I
talked
know.
about how much he liked it, and that was like the last stream that I did, and I feel horrible.
Yeah, but
And I
it's
I was
okay.
so excited to introduce it to a younger generation who enjoyed it.
Yeah, he really did. And I told him, I said, look, the episodes are just going to get funnier, but they're actually going to be good. So you're going to enjoy some of this stuff. It's really good. It's a great series. I think it's underrated for a lot of reasons. And
Well, because everybody thinks of Star Trek, Star Trek, Star Trek, so everyone forgets about Lost in Space.
oh, of course, but it's amazing to believe. But it's amazing
Did you
to
guys like
know.
the movie?
No,
No, not so much. No.
Not so
no.
much.
Any true Lost in Space fan did not like the movie. But no
Right.
offense if you did, 1998. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I understand that. It's just,
Uh,
it's kind of funny. They had some really good talented people in that movie. And
Yeah, the
you know,
problem was that
but
Kiva
it was not,
Goldsman,
yeah.
the writer and director Kiva Goldsman.
Yeah.
I'll
It
tell you
definitely
the
wasn't the
most.
series, that's for sure. No doubt.
Yeah, Joe. I'll tell you the most. This is really sad, but the most fun part of that movie is where June Lockhart plays grandma.
Yeah.
Or a teacher, right? Or
Yeah.
whatever
Teacher, which they mocked, and
which
they
they
mocked her,
mocked,
even
and that was the funniest
right.
thing. That was it.
Well,
And then
just,
yeah, Penny and June, or Penny and uh
and Don.
no,
And yeah, Don was in the
Penny.
crowd.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but no. Don played the military guy who sent them on the mission. I'm talking
Oh,
about
right.
Penny and June, or no, Penny and who was the blonde? I'm sorry, I'm so
Marta
tired.
Kristen. Yeah.
Right, but the two of them playing reporters, asking questions from the crowd, and then they got one line each, and that was like, oh my god! And by the way, they sent the script. Jonathan Harris was still alive at the time. They
Yeah.
sent the script to him and to Billy Mooney saying, "Will you be in the movie?" And they read it and said, "Hell no, I'm not going to lower myself to that shit." And I give them
Yeah.
credit for that. That's why they were not in it.
Right. Yeah, Judy and Penny. Yeah.
That's it, Judy and Penny. Yes.
Yes.
And they were reduced to a very small cameo with one line each as a reporter.
Yeah, but now that you mentioned about that you mentioned Mark Goddard, oh man, I loved it when he reamed on Matt LeBlanc.
Yeah, at least he got where he had a fairly sizable role where he played Matt LeBlanc, whatever his
His
name is.
boss, right? His
Right.
commander. Oh my gosh.
What
But
I
it's
thought,
like, it's like, what a wasted opportunity. My God, they had most of the original cast. What a wasted opportunity.
It was
Asshole.
a
Akiva
major waste.
Goldsman, I hope you burn in hell. And I mean that literally.
Yeah.
By the way, he's currently one of the people in charge of Star Trek. And it shows.
oh man,
Unfortunately. Unfortunately. He's
In
had
Hollywood,
terrible writing. Yeah,
right,
he's
in
had
Hollywood,
terrible writing.
you fail upwards in Hollywood
Yeah.
for some reason.
so what's your favorite thing you've seen lately, guys?
Well, I'm going to say to Pop, yeah, you're right about Disney as in regards to what we discussed previously as child groomers and so forth. I was really disappointed in the fact that they had a sidekick who was going to be who was in the film. We just recently saw it. My wife and I went out to see both The Flash and Indy back on June 30th on Friday. We saw both films that day. Now, one thing I'm disappointed in, and I'm going to go back to Indy in a minute, but the one
Only
thing I was
one?
no, I'm just saying. There was something about Flash that I never knew. Andy Muschietti was the director. And he
Yes.
actually did it pretty good, and he did a pretty good job. I mean, if you guys had seen the It reboot that he did with Bill Skarsgård as
I'm not a
Pennywise,
fan. I hated it. So, but yeah, I understand your opinion.
but it
Haven't
scared
seen
my
it.
wife though.
Haven't seen it.
Well,
Well,
my
let's
wife,
just say it's made for the kid audience, where there's no scares, no horror, no dread. It's just a bunch of jump scares with a bunch of loud noise and the clown moving fast in front of the camera. I'll put it that
My
way.
brother's
So,
a big fan of it, but I didn't watch it.
anybody who's a true horror fan of classic horror, forget it. It's made for
Yeah.
the modern audience with no attention span.
do you think
I
that
haven't watched
Stephen
I
King?
haven't watched a horror movie in about a decade, so
Oh
Well-
my God, I envy you.
well, I mean, my daughter and I used to keep up with horror together, and now that she's a grown woman, it's been about a decade now. My wife doesn't watch them.
Well,
It's really
you're not
strange.
missing
My
anything.
wife's a big Hannibal Lecter fan, and she'll watch that shit all day long, but she won't watch a Jason or a Freddy movie. You know what I'm saying? It's really ridiculous.
Hannibal
Well, no,
Lecter.
because are you talking about the series?
No.
The
No.
Hannibal Lecter films.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, the
The Hannibal
difference is,
films.
if I was having to describe the difference between those and the Jason movies, it's because with the Hannibal Lecter, you get drama and talking heads.
Yeah.
And
my
the other
daughter's
ones are
a
more
big
action
fan.
filled.
My daughter's a big fan of the series. She turned me on to it. I liked it. I thought it was pretty cool.
It's a suspense. It's a difference in genre. Suspense thriller is not a horror film. So, like, Phantom of the Opera, horror film. Dracula, horror film. Guy who goes off his nut and cuts people, slasher, not horror film. Not horror.
Right. All you're doing is hoping that everybody dies as quick as possible. It's as gruesome as possible, and you're betting on who dies first.
Right.
Plus, I mean, you're talking about you were talking about the Hannibal series. Well, that's Mads Mikkelsen, and he was in the Indiana Jones film Dial of Destiny. He played a great villain in that, and he really did. Probably
I'm
better than half the people in that film.
Look, man, Picasso can only polish a turd so much, huh? I mean,
sure.
What you gonna do?
I agree. Yes.
Or turn it golden.
Yeah, right.
Yes,
I
I'm
haven't seen it.
totally
I
there
have no
with you.
intentions of seeing it. Look, guys, I turned my brain off on Indiana Jones when I watched the trailer and saw. And tomorrow night, when I do my show on pop culture, I will have a screenshot of it straight from the trailer. When I saw him lean back in a friggin' recliner with a drink next to him in his underwear, I said,
no shirt on. Yes.
Yeah, it's not. No, this is not Indiana Jones.
Right.
This
First thing they did.
This is more of them destroying
Yes. Thank
decent
you.
male and just
right toxic male, especially because he's white.
Whatever.
Exactly.
Have fun with that. You guys enjoy it. I'm not watching it.
Right. Thank you. So many people are making excuses for that. Oh,
Now-
well, it's understandable.
now-
He's older. No,
I
we're
get-
talking about Indiana Jones. No.
Now the Flash movie. There was
guess
some good
the,
stuff in it.
The Beatles
it's-
song they used to.
It's a shame that the Flash movie had the stigma
And,
of bad casting in the part of the main
Ezra
character.
Miller.
But,
Yeah, Ezra Miller.
yeah, because there was some good stuff in there. I'm a big Supergirl fan. Anybody that knows me knows
I like
that I am.
Supergirl. Helen Slater,
And
yeah,
I've got
sure,
to
any
tell
day.
you, if you've ever read the comic books, that was the closest portrayal of Supergirl that's ever been put on screen. It
Well,
really
Helen
was.
Slater was the closest on film.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. Now,
Well,
and
Helen Slater. I've met her in person, got her autograph and all that stuff. Yes,
Ooh.
on film, yes, she's the closest thing physically. But as far as the character goes, what we saw in The Flash was Supergirl. That was her.
Yeah, that was
pissed off that Krypton is gone. Pissed off about the
lesbian,
fact that
butch hair, and all that, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was the character. She did a good job on it. Whoever the hell that girl is,
someone did a job on it. I don't know if it was a good job, but someone did a job on it.
But once again, can you polish a turd? I mean, can you really do that? But
I saw the Supergirl. Okay, I saw the Supergirl movie. With Slater in it, and then
it was a bad movie. It was a bad movie, but her genuinely could have been good if it was a better script and a better movie.
I agree. I wish it was written better.
The Faye Dunaway and all that was terrible. The movie was horribly written.
It was like Superman 3 level cringe. It was pretty bad.
Well, actually, it was more Superman 2 or Superman Returns. Brandon Routh cringe.
Okay. No, I would say Man of Steel.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't have as much malice towards that movie as most people do. The only thing I had a problem with was the son of Superman part of the story.
Yes.
Yeah, the rest of it, I thought that he who shall not be named was okay as Luthor. I thought he was pretty good at it. And
Mr. Pedo.
Yeah. I thought he was pretty good at it.
Kevin Pedo Spacey. Okay.
Well, let's just say, okay.
Guys,
before the movie came out, I already knew about his history. Before it was made public, I live in California, and I have friends who live in Los Angeles. And this is years before it made public what happened with him. Yeah. The rumors were already spread that what he was. So that's why I have never ever paid to see a Kevin Spacey movie. And by the time that movie came out, that was the only one I paid for, and that was only because of Superman. And I loathed him. And you could tell he's a queen. The way he acts, you could tell he's a queen. He's the worst, most despicable Lex Luthor I've ever seen. And that's why I can't watch that movie again. But I'm just saying, my point is I knew years before it came out what he was.
Yeah.
Anybody who lives in California knew what he was.
Okay.
Yeah. It kind of, you know what it is, Pop? And by the way, we have a new person that came in, Kenny Furry. I just wanted to quickly mention that.
Oh, well, Joe says, I was in the paper 3 times for being online Star Wars movies back in the old days. Did you have to stay
Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi, and
how many days did you have to spend outside?
Actually, I didn't spend. I just went out early in the morning. I mean, Empire Strikes Back.
Great.
Me and my buddies got on our bikes. I live in northwest Louisiana, Shreveport, Bossier area, and we rode across the river from Bossier to Shreveport on our bikes to go to the Shreve City Twin to watch Empire Strikes Back, and we just sat there in the parking lot and played Dungeons and Dragons from about 6:30 in the morning, and I think the paper guy showed up about 9, and they took pictures of me and my buddies and
very
put us in the paper, and then Return of the Jedi I went and saw in South Louisiana. My aunt wanted me to visit, and I said, look, you got to pick me up on a Tuesday, or if she wanted me to go that week. And I said, look, you got to pick me up on Tuesday, or you got to pick me up on Thursday. I said, because Wednesday I'm going to be in the theater. And she said,
right, and nothing else matters, right?
I said, Return of the Jedi is coming out. She said,
What's
okay,
that?
I'll pick you up Tuesday. So she picks me up Tuesday. She drops me off on the way to work about 6:30 in the morning, and there's 80 people in line already. And they had a Charlie O machine out there. If anybody that's old enough knows, that's a fountain machine for drinks. And they had that set up. And
cool.
There was a guy playing a bootleg copy, because we all know back then things didn't hit VHS as fast as it does now, and somebody had a bootleg copy of Empire and was playing it out there for people to watch. And I'm down there in South Louisiana. I don't know anybody down there but my aunt, and all of a sudden I hear people yelling, "Joe, what are you doing?" And I was like, "What in the hell?" I look up front, and the guys in the front of the line are all wearing fatigues, and I had gone to leadership school with them at Barksdale Air Force Base here in Bossier. And they called me up the front. I got up to the front of the line in a town I've never been in, right? And so I got a great seat, and it was amazing. It was the best. It was the best movie experience I ever had. And we all got the paper that day because we were in the front of the line. And I mean, every time one of the characters came on screen the first time, people lost their minds. They were screaming and yelling, and even when Luke's hologram came on, for the first time, that people were freaking out. And when Darth grabbed the Emperor, I mean, everybody lost their fucking shit. Popcorn flew in the air. It was crazy. It was the best movie experience I ever had, and that's why I go the first day every chance I get for any movie I want to see. But I haven't done that in a long time. I got to tell you guys.
Well, the experience has changed. You won't get that kind of experience anymore.
Joe,
Well,
I got a question.
I'm gonna go see Dead Reckoning on day one. I can tell you that.
Hello,
Well,
Kenny Furry. Nice to meet you. I hope you enjoy the stream. I'm sorry if it's 8 hours long, but I hope you enjoy yourself. Good to see you, and you're welcome on the panel if you'd like.
Joe, I got a question.
Go.
So, which poor bastard had to play the paladin in the campaign while you were waiting to see the film?
Wasn't me, man. I was a chaotic good fighter. I was the point man. I always got fucked up. So, excuse my French, guys. But
you're fine.
My character was Flash. I'm an artist, and I drew a picture of Flash Gordon.
Another artist.
And
you and Hungry Boy could talk.
And every
for a
time
long
I had to
time.
get resurrected, I put a permanent scar on his face. So,
Flash Gordon. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Flash.
Yeah, Joe.
remember the famous
Hungry
picture
Boy's
with him
another
holding the
artist.
fork,
So
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm an ex-freelancer, Joe. Just so you know, for like all the big five.
Yeah.
Ex-freelancer.
I got you. I got you.
I
Very
yeah,
cool.
I got to meet Sam Jones on the lot
Sam J.
of
Jones.
Sam J. Jones. Yeah, I got to meet him on the lot of when he was doing
That series where he was a firefighter.
that series. Yeah, the one where he was in the truck that turned into a helicopter, the Highwayman.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was great in that.
He looked the part, but unfortunately, mentally, it wasn't quite there. He was not a good actor, but he looked the part.
No, he was okay. I also met Jane Badler, who was the V Queen, the Lizard Queen. She was very humble, very nice person. I also got to party with Jocko, the guy that did the Ever Ready commercials from Australia.
Hoy?
Yeah. I partied with him. I was 22 years old. We went to a Sting concert because Sting is my favorite singer, and I loved the Police growing up as a kid. Mm-hmm. And so, old enough to drink. So we're down in Tempe, Arizona, and after we saw Sting perform, we went out with Jocko. He treated all of us cast members that were in the show, which only lasted one season, unfortunately. But it was filmed all over Phoenix, Arizona, and North Phoenix, so that was cool. But he took us out. We all had drinks, and I don't remember how I got home that night, but I did. I just don't know how. but Jocko was so much fun. I mean, he was a partier. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I never realized the Aussies were so fun, and this guy was just all night long. We were singing at the top of our lungs and drinking beer, and and ugly women, and it was just so weird. It was surreal. But it was great. I'll never forget that experience. Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, sounds like fun. But the best celebrity experience I've ever had was meeting Chris Sarandon.
Wow.
Cool. Of course, it's funny. That guy right there has generations of fans. I mean, I remember him when I was a kid, a movie called Dog Day Afternoon. He was he won an Academy Award. It was the first movie he'd ever been in. He was a stage actor before that, and he was playing Pacino's boyfriend that was trying to get a sex change. The whole reason why he was doing the bank robbery, right? And I got it. It's kind of funny. Me and my daughter got signed autographs from him. It was at a local Comic-Con. He was there, and she wanted one of him as the vampire from Fright Night.
Yeah,
right?
for Fright Night, he did a great job in Fright Night.
Yeah, she wanted one of him as that, or one as Jack. Right? He's the voice of Jack in Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yes.
I mean, generations of fans that know this guy and probably don't even know his name. You know what I mean? And it was a pleasure to meet him. And we talked to him for a little bit, got his autograph and stuff, and we went to his panel. And sweetheart of a guy. He's getting up there in age, but man, he's a nice guy. He's really cool.
Well, I mean, to back you up, dude, I mean, a lot of the old school people are really, really nice people.
Yep.
So, for example, for my list, the first celebrity, I mean, real celebrity I ever met.
Yes, they are.
An Australian named Steve Rackman, who played Donk, the big tough guy in Crocodile Dundee, who lived in my apartment complex, right?
Oh, nice. Donk, yeah.
He was adorable. He was adorable. But then a couple of years afterwards, when I broke into comic books, the first two big celebrities I met, not comic book celebrities, but celebrities, were Bill Mumy and Miguel Ferrer.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, Miguel Ferrer is just awesome. He plays a lot of great roles.
They were both playing in Seduction of the Innocent, right? So, which was a comic book, mainly Comic-Con cover band, and they rocked. So, you know, Bill Mumy was mainly on vocals with rhythm, and Ferrer was doing the backup vocals but playing the real guitar, and they fucking slaughtered, dude. They fucking slaughtered, and Mr. Ferrer was still smoking heavily. Sadly, that's what killed him.
No.
I was smoking heavily, so he comes up and says, "You look cool, dude. Do you mind if I bum a cigarette?"
Yeah, seriously, he died at a young age. It's sad.
Oh, it is terrible. And he did some great genre stuff for us. He was in Night Flyer.
The Night Flyer. We're gonna cover that on my channel. I promise.
That'd be cool.
That. I love it.
There was, I'll throw a name at you guys that another celebrity I met, G.W. Bailey from the Police Academy series.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I spoke to this man for 2 hours, and I was like, because he had free time, he was working on something at the time.
Which character?
In the Valley.
Which character was?
He was Captain Harris.
Okay, gotcha. The short guy with the gray hair. Yes.
Yes. And I said, well, dude, I said, how were you and Proctor, how were you guys able to do such a great? I mean, I felt like you guys were like Stan Laurel and Oliver Hardy, and he says, absolutely. He says that's how we played it. We went back over. He says before they even started the movie and the series, he said we went back over all the comic pairings, Laurel and Hardy, Abbott and Costello, all the different stuff. And the actor who played Proctor, he says we have got to be that type of duo in order to make this thing succeed. And I said, wow. I said, so what did you guys do? And he says, well, we both come from, we did plays and stuff together and, off Broadway and stuff. And he went ahead and
Mikey, you're breaking up. You're breaking up, Mikey. We can't understand your sentence.
And he said that's why they succeeded, because we knew they were going to.
Mikey, you're breaking up.
Sorry.
That's okay, but when it breaks up, we don't get the whole sentence. Sorry.
I apologize. I really do, Pop.
Well, I know you have no control over your internet.
Sometimes my mic. Yeah, I know I don't. Sorry, unfortunately. But anyway, as I said, G.W. Bailey was very kind, very considerate man. And he said, I know that most people recognize me in other things, but he says the majority of people I always talk to always appreciate how I played Captain Harris so fun, so in such a great comedic way. And I said, yeah, I mean, that's absolutely my favorite character
Oh,
you
we
could ever
lost Joe.
say. Yeah, that for me was, oh no,
I'm sorry, Joe, if I didn't get a chance to say goodnight,
I'm
but
sorry.
thank you for being here,
Wow,
Joe.
Oiler
You're welcome
Great's
back.
here, Pop.
Yeah, I
After I
saw
said
that.
hello to Kenny,
Mikey says hello,
Oiler
Kenny.
Great popped in.
Ola Greg says, cheers. Welcome back, Ola Greg. And Joe, thank you for being here. My goodness, I think it's your first time on one of my panels. So you're welcome back. Please, I hope you enjoy the channel. I hope you subscribe. I would love to have you back again. And
Yes.
boy, that was faster than I expected. Welcome back, Joe.
Hey, I was just
Hey,
checking
Joe.
some things, making sure it wasn't me when he was breaking up. Sorry about that.
No,
I
it's okay.
apologize for
Mine has
breaking
some
up.
problems. He has problems with his internet sometimes.
I'm on my phone, so this is a little different for me. So
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
being
yeah,
on the
what's
phone's
great,
even
you
harder.
sound good, Joe. Right, you
Yeah.
sound good, Joe. Just beware that StreamYards really drains your battery and overheats your phone. So be
I'm
careful.
locked. Yeah, I'm plugged in right now. So
Okay. Well, it was
I'm
interesting.
fixing to go to bed, but yeah, I just saw you guys were on. I was wrapping up some stuff for some streams that I'd done earlier this week. Details in my descriptions and stuff, and I figured I'd step in and say hi to you guys. But I'm about to bail and go to bed, so. You guys have a great stream. Looks like 8 hours worth. My gosh, what are you doing? You doing a friggin' marathon for charity or something, curator? What are you doing, man?
Well, Joe, do me a favor. Give me just a moment.
Sure.
I'm gonna give you a wrench on my channel, and please put a link to your channel so I can sub to it, and that way I can advertise to everybody. Because,
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. I thought you guys knew. Okay, cool. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, because I appreciate it, and I want to share. Because you sound like a really nice guy. And I want to share your channel with everybody. I love promoting all my good friends that come on this channel.
Okay, got you, man. Let me see.
Well, Pop was one of the first that got me my start, Joe, and I will always be indebted to
I know
Pop
who
for
he
helping
is.
me
I've been
get
watching him
started.
for a while. I thought we had been on a stream together. I thought we had before.
My mind's like Swiss cheese right now. So, Joe, if
It's
I
cool,
have been,
man.
I
It's cool.
apologize.
I remember. I think the last time I saw you, Anti-Derivative Jill was doing a charity stream for you or something like that.
That was on her channel. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
And they
thank
were
you
still
for coming
awake.
over here. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, they were still awake too. They were playing Kelto, and it's just her and Scotty. And I said, "Guys, you're night owls too. Why you guys up?"
I'm usually not this up this late myself, but
I know it's just weird. And then I just saw Pop was up, and I was like, "Oh wow, Pop is up."
Same
I
here.
gotta
This
say
is
hi
my
to him.
yeah,
at
no
least.
joke. This is my longest stream ever because for the first time I don't have to work the next day, so I'm
Thank
able to take
God.
advantage of it. And I'm having such a good time. It's great to have you guys here to talk to.
Yeah, well, we appreciate being with you, Pop. Oh, don't forget if you do get a chance to come by, please come by my live stream later on Wednesday night at 8 p.m. Eastern, where I'm doing my very first a double feature. I call it my double feature movie review live stream. It's going to go on for 4 hours, so I don't expect to be there all 4 hours, but
I'll try to
I
be.
would have loved for you to pop in. Yes.
I'll try to be about. I'll be in that right in the height of packing and moving because the guy is supposed to be here Thursday, but I will try.
Yeah. So now, when you're leaving Thursday, right, for Arizona?
Well,
for
he's
sure.
going to be here Thursday night, and then he's going to sleep, and then we're going to leave Friday morning.
Okay, so then leave Friday morning.
And
it won't take you long to get there, will it? It'll probably
Good
take
night,
you what?
Joe. Well,
good night, Joe.
Okay, a straight up drive from here to there is like 13 hours, but with breaks and everything, I'm guessing about 16 hours.
Okay,
Yeah,
16 hours.
16.
Yeah. Yeah, and the weather will be a little bit nicer up there, up north.
It is. It's not as right. It's not as bad as like Phoenix or that, right?
Yeah.
And did you drop? Are you listening there, Joe? Are you still there? Did you Just say hello in the chat. There we go. Welcome back, Joe.
Oh man, it's hell getting old, brother. I was sitting there
there
trying
it
to get my link through a different server, but there it is. You can take that and put it in the link in the chat if you want to. There you go.
Well, say hello, and if you can, drop a link to your channel.
I
and I'll
put it
that
right
up on
there in the private chat, buddy.
No, put it in the public chat. That way I can share it with everyone. Are you on? Oh, wait. You're on your phones. You're on StreamYards only. Hold on. Sorry, I had to think about it for a second. All right, let me highlight this.
Yeah.
That's right, because your phone can't do both, and I totally understand. So, and then let me go back to the public chat because I want to share this with everybody.
Hey, Oiler Greg.
And there it is,
To my
everyone.
stream later on today too. And you, Hungry? I hope you can come by as well.
I'll try my best, dude. It's like it's 7:08 here, so if I'm awake, I'm gonna try to swing on by.
Okay, I appreciate that.
We
Yeah,
gotta
it's 5:08. It's 5:08 in the morning for me here. So
It's 7:08 p.m. here, so I'll be in bed at 10. How many hours until you start streaming?
I'm going to be streaming at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time later today, Wednesday. So I'm gonna. I slept. Here's the weird part. I slept earlier this evening, or last night. I got to bed at like 10 o'clock at night, my time. I slept for like 5 or 6 hours and got to bed about 2 or 3 this morning. I'll probably go back to bed pretty soon here after Pop finishes, or and then try to get a little more sleep before I get ready for my stream. I'm planning to be up for 4 hours. I told my wife, I said, look, I don't expect to be off my stream until after 4 hours, and which is about it'll last till about midnight my time. Going into Thursday morning, and we're planning to go somewhere on Thursday. So I'm going to say if we go more than 1 a.m., that would be too long. So, I told everyone, I said, look forward to about 4 hours, maybe 4.5 at the most, but that's about it. That's as far as I plan to go.
What movies are you going to be talking about?
Well, I've talked with Pop already. We like I said, we went to see The Flash, and then we went to see Indiana Jones 5. So what we're gonna do is just give a review, just real quick, and then I want everybody to discuss
real quick in 4 hours.
Yes, I can pull it off.
Just
I
kidding.
can pull it
Go
off.
ahead.
Yeah, I know, but I can pull it off. Yeah, sure. No, I'm a very talkative person. You know me. I
That's
can
totally
go on
fine.
for
I was
hours
just
and
kidding.
hours. I can.
Right.
Yeah, I told Admiral T the other day. I thanked him for the 4.5 hour chat stream we had on Full Metal Jacket that he was doing a review on, and we had all the people in there. That was the longest I'd ever done. Was 4.5 hours. It really was. I mean, that was the longest stream I had ever done with anyone, and I was so happy because it's one of my favorite Vietnam movies, and I was just like,
It's a masterpiece.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. The beginning of it, I showed it to my wife one time, and she told me to turn it off 10 minutes into it, and I said, "You don't understand what Lee Ermey's doing."
Lee Ermey or whatever.
What he's doing in the beginning of that movie is a work of art. I mean,
it was all spontaneous, right? It was all spontaneous.
If you've ever been in the military, which I have,
and I have,
everything that comes out of your mouth has to be wrong. His whole job is to put everybody on the lowest level possible.
Yes,
that can build you back up, and it's just a work of art what he does. Everything they say is wrong.
It's
even if it's right.
They hired him as a consultant.
Yeah.
And then when Stanley Kubrick saw him in action, said, No. You're gonna play the role. You're gonna play the role. Right?
and that's the funny part. Yeah. The funny part is he was an actual Marine drill sergeant.
The drill sergeant.
Yes.
He did it.
My dad was a drill sergeant. That's why I say that.
And that whole scene where him going up and down the aisle, ripping everybody a new asshole, was all spontaneous and unscripted.
Yep.
And nobody smiled, and nobody I read. Okay, I watched the behind the scenes of the movie,
Yeah.
and there were the two people that you would think would crack. Vincent D'Onofrio, playing the fat boy.
Right.
You thought he was gonna crack, and he
He
didn't.
gained weight for the role, right?
He did, which was awesome. And then Matthew Modine. Now Matthew Modine, I had just seen him in Vision Quest, right? That was in
Yeah, right.
1985. So
Mhm.
I just seen it with Linda Fiorentino, which is a
Mhm.
great film, also, by the way.
Yeah.
And then so I just seen him in that. So then seeing him in this like new vein with Kubrick, and I was like, "Are you shitting me?" Excuse my language, but yeah, I was just like, "This is." And you would think he'd be the last person, you know,
Yeah.
to not crack and whatever, but yet he didn't. And I mean, I just thought it was perfect. But when he did that, am I John Wayne or something?
Right.
Oh my God! I thought for sure
Right.
Ali was going to come over and tear his head off.
Right.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is and that all that reminds me of my first day in basic training when
Yeah.
they came in the early in the morning. They make you look all comfortable at night. They're like, "Okay, everybody, have a great night." And then that next morning, when the reveille goes off on the speaker, and then they come in, it's like that was the experience that I had to deal with. That was more realistic
Oh
than anything ever.
man.
That was exactly what it
Pitching
was like.
I had a drill sergeant like to pitch a friggin' trash can lid down the fucking aisle, so it hit all
Same
60
here. Yes, they throw the whole can.
ricocheting that thing all
Right,
over.
they throw the whole can down to wake everybody up.
Unbelievable. But
I
everybody loves Kubrick and everything, but that's not my favorite movie with him in it. I love Boys in Company C. I love that one because the scene with him and Washington, where Washington's begging him to bring the guys back that they threw in the clink,
yeah.
because he wants to get rid of the replacements. I see my dad in that every time because he
Yes.
sits there and tells him, "I've got one hell of a shitty job here, Washington. I got to take 60 to 70 buckets of civilian slime and turn them into Marines in 8 weeks. What it took you to learn in 20 years, I got to teach them in 8 weeks." You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah, I would have to say I'm a huge fan of Kubrick, but in my
Yeah.
opinion, his weakest movie was Eyes Wide Shut. It was
Yeah.
Yes,
like,
it
what the
was.
hell was he thinking? I was like,
Yeah.
what?
Oh, Secret
But then,
Societies.
I'm
He was
not a
trying to
fan of
pull the
Tom
curtain
Cruise
back on
either,
some stuff
so that
there.
didn't help.
Yeah,
Turned into
I
a
hate
yeah.
Tom Cruise. I can't stand him. Though
Yeah.
I have to say, Mission Impossible. Okay, maybe the first two or stuff that he did was okay, but no, I didn't like him in Eyes Wide Shut at all. And Nicole Kidman looked like she was freaking lost.
She
And
is
then you
box
had,
office
then you had
poison.
Sidney Pollack. Okay, Sidney Pollack is a well-known producer. I know, but
Yes.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Director too.
I mean, he's a
Yeah.
well-known
Right now,
producer. The man's in this
I beg to ask you,
thing.
name one
And then,
successful
poor
movie
Lily
that.
Sobieski. Oh
Right,
my
I beg
gosh.
to ask is name one movie
Yeah.
that was successful starring Nicole Kidman. She is box office poison. I don't understand why they keep hiring her.
Yeah. I mean, she's been in some good movies, but as far as
I don't
box
know.
office, no.
Okay,
I would
name a
say
good one.
I'd say that. Well,
I'm
I'm
curious.
not saying good. Now, you're
I
talking
can't
box
name a good
office
one.
and good. Now, that's two different things. Box office and good
I
are two
can't. I
different things.
can't. I can't.
I can name
Uh,
one good film.
Days of Thunder was a
No,
box
it's like
office hit,
Well,
boys and
because
girls.
of Tom Cruise, right?
Right, but she was in it, so
I can name
Because
one.
of Tom Cruise.
right.
yeah.
Yeah.
Pop.
And what's sad is I'm a big fan of the guy who
Right.
made uh, The Witch and Lighthouse, and then he made Northman. And I wanted to see Northman, but because they hired her, now I'm thinking, okay, this is a movie that take place in the 15th century, and they have a 60-year-old woman with plastic surgery. How am I supposed to believe that?
Yeah, that
So
that
because
was
of that, I
was
won't
rough.
watch that movie because of one nasty bitch. I'm not going to watch that movie. And it's like, why did they
Wow.
hire her?
I
Okay.
can name one good Nicole Kidman film, and I despise Nicole Kidman. All right, I despise her.
Okay, go
Dead
for
Calm.
It is a supernatural film. It is called The Others.
The others.
Yes, the others
I
was
like
a
Dead
great
Calm. It was good.
supernatural horror film. Kidman could have done a little less hungry, but you got stuck with her. So
Well, let me ask you this: was the
it
movie
was a
great
good horror
because
film,
of
still the best.
Right.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this:
Still
Was the
looking
movie
forward
great?
to it.
Was the movie great because of her, or could they replace her with anybody else and it would still been
No,
just as good?
you're right. You're right.
We couldn't
She
replace her with
she is
anyone
definitely
else in the
vanilla,
movie.
no doubt. One of my
Any-
favorite movies she's in is one called Cold Mountain, and anybody could have played the part. Everybody around it makes the movie, not her.
Has
all I-
anybody seen her wretched remake of the Invasion of the Body Snatchers?
Oh God,
No.
yes, I haven't. I despise
Why would
it.
you watch that? No.
Yes,
Pop, I was just being honest. You said,
but that was
is
a
there
train
any
wreck
good-
from the very beginning.
Right.
I
you said,
mean,
is
that
there
was
any-
a train wreck from the very beginning. Yeah. So
You said, was there any good movie with her in it? And I said yes. I didn't say she helped the movie.
Right. Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. Is there any movie where she stands out where you can go back and look at it and say she was fantastic and she made that movie, and because of that, I'll watch it again. I'm asking honestly because I don't see it.
there isn't a single movie that I could honestly say that Nicole Kidman would have saved it or done anything for it. Pop.
Right, here's
Not a
okay.
single film.
She did a good job playing Lucille Ball. I'll give her that though.
No,
Oh,
She did a good job.
Oh no.
Oh, that was
No, Joe. No,
despicable.
she dishonored Lucy's memory in that one. I'm sorry.
I'm
No,
sorry.
I
Did she
had a,
dishonor it or did the script dishonor it?
well, maybe
Both,
the script
because what
dishonored
happened
it,
was
but she has
because
to
the
read from
driving
the script.
force,
Yeah.
right? The driving production force of I Love Lucy was Desi Arnaz, and they reduced
Yeah.
him to the cuck beta male. And not
Yeah.
only that, but you could tell she had a horrible botched plastic surgery. She looked nothing like Lucille Ball.
No.
Nothing like her.
I
Don't forget-
understand. I'm just saying she was not bad in the role. She was not bad at all in the role.
I respect your
Joe,
opinion.
But Joe, do you remember the boot movie Bewitched?
Yeah.
Okay, she was in that too. She
Oh, I was
terrific.
afraid you
I
wouldn't
haven't
mention that.
seen that. I
Thanks
would
for
never
opening
watch
up
that.
old wounds there, Mikey.
I would
I'm
not
sorry.
watch that. There's no way I'd watch that. Yeah.
No,
You
I'm
don't
sorry.
know how
but
much
Will-
I love Will Ferrell.
Oh God, Will Ferrell.
No.
Oh no.
See, I'm
He
not a
did a
Will
great
Ferrell
film.
fan. No, the only thing I liked with him in it was Talladega Nights because it was perfectly written for him. That
Well,
one and the one where he's Anchorman. Those two movies are really great, but the rest of them I'm like, ugh, I can't.
You want to know? You know what? You want to know? My favorite Will Ferrell movie was an independent film he did in Phoenix, Arizona, called Everything for Sale. That was a great film. Yes.
Check that out.
Yeah, check it out.
All right.
Well, I'm
And-
going to
and
mention
you'll-
something, if I can, that I
Go ahead.
tweeted about. I was having a conversation with Yitzy Lemons on Twitter. Is College Days or College Something? And that movie, I watched it. And by the way, that was the first time I'd ever seen a movie with Will Ferrell.
Uh-huh.
And it angered me so much. It was so bad. And this is the only movie that pissed me off so much that I ejected the DVD and threw it across the room and it hit the wall and shattered. And I was thinking, first thing I thought was, oh no. And I thought, well, it's just Netflix. I'm going to tell them it never arrived.
Yeah.
And I've never, and I will never watch a Will Ferrell movie ever again. I cannot stand him. College Day, and it was worse as they compared it to Animal House in the promotions. And it was like,
can't
oh
even
my
do
God.
that. Yeah, you
I
can't
work-
do that.
Blasphemy.
I work at a rehab, and I showed the clients there a lot of movies. And one of the guys recently was just beating me up to show him Step Brothers. And I told him over and over again, I'm not watching this movie. I know exactly what it is. It's going to be stupid as shit. And finally, it was his last day there, and he kept beating me up. I said, okay, I'll watch it. Yeah, we'll put it on. And I so dreaded it. And I was like, and I watched it, and it was exactly what I thought it was. It was just stupid shit, you know?
Yeah, that guy,
And-
whoever plays in it with him, is like even worse than Will Ferrell.
I know. It's fucking horrible. And excuse my French, but I'm just not a fan of the guy. I'm just not.
No.
Yeah. Hey,
And
Pop.
especially the guy that was in it with him. It's like, oh God.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Pop. What about? I did see Farrell. Well, unfortunately, I should say I saw him in Anchorman and the Anchorman 2 films. I actually thought Christina Applegate was better in those films.
I don't want to ruin
I
my
love
memory of
Christina
her.
Applegate. She's awesome.
I don't want to
But-
ruin my
but-
memory of
but
her. I'll
Austin-
remember her from Married with Children, and that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not gonna. I'm
she
not
was
gonna
great.
taint
Of
my.
She was
course.
great in that show.
Yeah.
Right.
What
I'm not gonna
about?
taint my
Did you
memory
ever
with
see
crap.
who killed?
Uh-oh.
Sorry. Go ahead, Mikey.
We
Yeah.
lose him again?
What about who killed Harold Crick? Now that's not a bad
No.
film.
Starring who?
Me? No, I'm here.
No, you starred in Harold Crick. Who
Uh,
killed Harold Crick?
that was the one that had. Yeah. Yeah, he was in Harold Crick. Who killed Harold?
No, I'm
Crick.
asking who.
Yeah,
Who's in
in that
it?
movie.
Who's in
Yeah,
it?
that's the one that had. Oh, Queen Latifah was a
Oh,
psychiatrist, I guess, in it, and it had
Oh, Mikey, no.
yeah Thompson. That actress Thompson was in it. Yeah.
Mikey, do you not know the channel you're on?
Mikey,
Right.
calm down.
He's losing it.
Mikey,
What?
but this
He's
is
lost it.
What?
He's lost it.
There's no Queen. There's no
Queen-
Queen Latifah on my channel, and there's
Queen
no.
Latifah on Bob's channel. Jesus.
No, sorry,
I'm
no.
s-
I remember.
sorry.
I still remember. I have to bring this up.
I was
used to
just
be a huge
remembering
fan-
the movie he was in. That's all.
I used to be a big fan of Steve Martin. I remember the preview came out for that movie where she tap dances on the ceiling, and it's called "Bringing Down the House." And I was like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah.
She's like Leslie Jones. Is like, no.
Steve
The
Martin.
last thing I want is another one-dimensional, loudmouth black woman screaming and yelling.
My dad, when I was a kid, I bought Steve's album "Let's Get Small," and
Oh yes.
he told me, he said, "That guy's an idiot. He's never going anywhere. I don't know why you're listening to him." And I was like, "Dad, the guy's funny as hell." And
It's funny you guys bring up Steve Martin because I get in trouble for liking this film, but I have a suspicion that you other three guys also appreciate, maybe not like the film, which is Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid.
Dead Man.
I love
Don't Wear
it.
Plaid,
I
baby.
love it.
No,
The
I love
editing,
that film.
right?
I
The
love that
matching
film.
of the
Rest.
film,
Don't
right?
worry about it.
Right, the film noir and the matching of the black and white. I actually love that movie. Very underrated.
And what about Planes, Trains, and Automobiles? That's a great
My
film
favorite,
too.
yes, that's my favorite John Candy movie is Plane, Trains, and Automobiles.
With
Oh, it's the
Steve
Mikey
Martin.
should have been.
Yeah.
Mikey should have been in Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid. You would have been great in that, Mikey. They should have made a role for you.
They should have. I would have been great in that. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, I used to be a big Steve Martin fan, but he sold out.
I
think his
know.
last movie, The Three Amigos, was tolerable, I would put it. But then after that, it just went straight downhill. But I don't like Martin Short. I'm sorry. Martin Short to me is like, I can't do it. I can't do it. He's not
I
funny.
hear you, man. I hear
But
you.
it's a funny comedy, but Martin Short is not as funny in it. I mean, we own it, but he's not as funny in it. And I think just Chevy Chase just showed up and said, "Oh, what the heck, my SNL
Paycheck.
guys," and that's
Well,
that's
it was right. Well, pretty of us old guys. What it was like a very, very weak imitation and copy of the Three Stooges, which
Yeah.
they couldn't even come close.
Guys, it's got
Yeah.
some great moments in it, though. Come on.
Well, it
It
has
does
some, but not like but not
But
great.
those great moments come from the script. And the thing is, because Mikey has been an actor, he'll understand what I say here, particularly regarding Martin Short, is I like natural comedy, but when someone is mugging for the camera every
Yes.
damn
Yeah.
second,
That's
Yes.
Martin Short, no doubt.
it
Right.
drives me crazy. Mugging
And they,
for the camera.
yes, and they do that because they are not naturally funny.
Right.
He
The
was,
best use of Martin Short was Robert Zemeckis, and what was the movie he was in with Dennis Quaid?
Inner Space.
Inner Space. That was the best movie he ever made, and it was because of the director. You know.
Yes.
Yeah, because he made him play it straight instead of being a comedy actor.
Yep.
Right, just made him. Yeah, I agree. Dennis Quaid was great in that, and I actually, we just saw we saw the movie also he was in Dreamscape, which was a great film too.
What a
And I love
great-
that.
No, Martin Short wasn't in Dreamscape. Thank goodness.
No, but I was talking about Dennis Quaid.
No, I was talking about
Yes.
Dennis Quaid there. Yeah.
we were talking about Quaid. Yeah, he was
That was
great in that.
Awesome movie. Yeah.
Now, just promise me, guys, we're not going to talk about Randy Quaid.
No, let's not.
No.
Let's not. Although
Cousin Eddie. That's
a
pretty
movie
much all
with
he's
him in
known
it
for,
on
right? Cousin
everybody's
Eddie.
Independence Day playlist because he's in the movie. So,
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's in it, unfortunately.
Well, I would say he was good. He was the best part of that movie. The
Oh.
unfortunate part was Will Smith being in it.
Yes,
Will Smith
okay.
is
We
what
could have
ruined that
taken
movie.
Will. Yes, we could have taken
No.
Will out of that movie.
I-
Yes,
I'm
I
in the-
agree.
I'm in the Bloom camp myself. I think he's the best thing about that movie. Jeff
Well,
Goldblum.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. It's because in Independence Day, like everything else, we get Will Smith playing Will Smith as Will Smith, starring Will
Yeah.
Smith.
Yes.
And it's like, no thanks.
And in Wild Wild West, yes.
Right.
But Jeff Goldblum's
He's
in it.
one dimensional. He cannot act. He plays the same loudmouth, stereotypical black person, which I'm tired of. With that cocky attitude, no thank you. I'll take Sidney Poitier or any of the classic Denzel Washington. There are actual good black actors out there. James Earl Jones, I can go on and on and on. They don't have to be loud, stereotypical loudmouths who are idiots.
I did not
Oh,
say that
and
he was
also
great.
Pop,
I'm
cool.
saying Jeff Goldblum was great. That's what I'm
No, I
saying.
agree with Jeff Goldblum, but I want to agree with Pop before I go into my big, huge love fest for Jeff Goldblum, which I have. Okay,
But yes,
so
Jeff Goldblum, I like. He's quirky, but he fits the roles he's in. Yes.
What's your favorite Jeff Goldblum movie?
but Pop, Yaphet Kotto. Yaphet Kotto
Oh.
for the win.
Kick ass. The best part
right.
of Predator
And
and
also,
Alien.
And also,
Nah, man, nah.
My favorite Jeff Goldblum. Yeah.
Live and Let Die for Yaphet
The
Kotto.
Fly for me for Jeff Goldblum.
The
Jeff
Fly.
Goldblum.
The
My
Fly,
favorite one
yes,
is Powder.
Absolutely.
My favorite one's Powder with him in it.
Okay.
Yeah, but that was directed by that pedophile, so I
Yeah.
kind of erased that from my mind, unfortunately.
I'm sorry to hear that because it's a good movie.
It was at the time, but the history behind the director
I think it's funny.
kind of ruined it.
My favorite Yaphet Kotto
actually
movie,
think
though.
he's funny
My
when it
favorite
was-
Yaphet Kotto
I
movie
really liked him in
is. My favorite Yaphet Kotto movie, though, is The Star Chamber
Great film.
Yeah, that was a
With-
good
that's
movie.
a good-
with Michael Douglas. Yeah.
Yeah, Star was good. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you,
Michael
Pop,
Douglas
you were
is-
just
you
talking
can't go
about
wrong with him,
Denzel
yeah.
Washington. And you were just talking about Denzel Washington, Pop.
Yep.
We're going to be doing Gorilla and Resolute are going to be doing Glory with Denzel
Oh,
and
man.
Oh
Morgan
yeah,
Freeman.
Yeah.
great movie. Yes.
That's a great film.
Fantastic
Yes.
movie. See, I like that. He's won 2 Academy
Yeah.
Awards, one for that one and one for Training Day. And I really like Glory a lot better than I do Training Day.
Yeah.
I
gotta bring
think
up
they
a good
just
one film, though.
Training Day is it's a typical cop movie if you
Now
ask
I'm
me.
worried. Now I've
Sorry.
seen
Uh-oh.
a trailer. I've seen a trailer for the third Equalizer. To do, I'm a little worried about that one. Is that? Do you
I think
it's
that's
gonna be
old
good
now,
or
isn't
bad
it?
or
I think I
what?
downloaded that. Isn't
I've
that an
seen the
older
trailer for
movie?
it.
The
Is that
Equalizer?
newer? Yeah, isn't
No,
that
no,
an older one?
No.
Yeah, no, it's a brand new one.
No.
It's coming out in September. It's called Equalizer 3. It's going to come out.
Gotcha.
I got to go
Yeah.
back to Goldblum for a moment. 1970s Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Body Snatchers.
Invasion
one
of the Body
his-
Snatchers.
Oh, of course.
Hey,
Yeah, one of
I
his
tell you
first
what, you want-
roles. Yes.
There's nothing better than seeing him in a 10-gallon hat, though, in Buckaroo Banzai across the 8th dimension.
I love that movie. I love that movie.
Goldblum?
that
Oh,
movie.
yeah.
The Goldblum, man.
I will suffer no shame for loving that movie.
Hell no. You look at the cast of that movie, man. It's unreal who's in that flick.
Oh,
Good
my
Lord.
God.
John Lithgow is John Big Booty, right?
Yeah, John Babooti. Yeah.
Big Booty. Big Booty.
Bibute.
Oh my God! And Schiavelli, who was also in X Files.
Yeah.
Yes.
Christopher
Vincent
Lloyd
Schiavelli,
is one of the
right.
aliens, too, right?
Yes.
A magnificent cast. I mean, this it is a cult favorite, and I was pissed off at my family for not liking it when we saw it in the theater.
Well, remember, it was a
Really?
financial disaster and bomb at the box
was.
office. It's the
Yeah.
cult following is what made it popular.
Well,
Oh,
yeah, but
I
you know what? There was another cult film you guys might remember. Remo Williams, The Adventure Begins,
Oh,
with
my
a
God.
young Cable
Shun,
Drew.
the master of
Oh,
Sinanju. Come
Right,
on.
rest
And
in
Fred
peace,
Ward?
Fred Ward. Rest in peace, Fred
Oh.
Ward. Yes.
Oh,
Yeah. That's a great film too. It's a
You want
cult
to talk
favorite
about
to
you
me.
want to talk about whitewashing a role? They took a Broadway actor and turned him into an Asian friggin' martial arts expert.
Joel Grey as
Oh my
the
God.
master. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
unbelievable, and he's great in it. He's awesome in that movie.
Well, he can do any role. He can do anything. Cabaret is still a classic because of Joel Grey.
Yep.
Here's a challenge for you. Can you even begin to like Hudson Hawk as much as I do?
Ooh. I've never seen
It's
it.
hard to say because Bruce Willis, I mean, that's when he was starting out. And I honestly have to say, I'd rather prefer seeing his Die Hard movies. I think he's better in the Die Hard stuff.
The moonlighting though, dude. So they were.
I used to watch
no,
Moonlighting, but I've never seen Hudson Hawk. I heard it was bad, so I never watched it.
I think I watched it once, but I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember it much after seeing it myself.
And shoot me now, but I was not a big fan of the Die Hard movies.
Really?
That's okay.
Nah. My favorite movie was him, if I had to say, I always thought he was a weak actor, that he played the same role in every movie. My only movie that stands
he's
out
himself
in my mind,
in every movie. Yeah.
Right, which is I'm not a fan of. I mean, he's no John Wayne.
No.
But my favorite movie with him in it was 12 Monkeys, because that's where he finally stepped out.
12 Monkeys.
Yeah, that's one of the movies. Now,
Right.
I'll tell you,
That's a serious
I'll tell
movie.
you what, man.
And yes, I agree. Yep.
I always tell people, if you think Brad Pitt can't act, I want you to watch two movies. And the first one I say is 12 Monkeys. The other one I say is Snatch.
It's 7.
Because Snatch. Because you can't understand a word the guy says in that movie. It's ridiculous.
Well,
he is crazy in that flick.
Actually, Joe, I've got Irish relatives, and he's playing Tinker Irish, so I understood a lot. But
You understood what he was saying? I couldn't. I'm Irish too, but I couldn't understand a word he was saying, dude. I really couldn't.
But
You know what?
The funny thing is, I mean, Brad Pitt is so weird because there are things I hate him in and things I love him in, because I even though he went against type and Burn After Reading, and I love him in that.
Oh, dude, he's awesome in it. He's a meathead in it. It's great.
But I felt bad for Brad Pitt in Mr. and Mrs. Smith, which unfortunately
yeah, that was terrible.
Yeah, I felt bad for that one. But being that said, Vincent Vaughn still did a great job with the film.
Well, Vince Vaughn was always good, yes.
Yeah, he's always good for a laugh. Yeah, he's good. I like Vince Vaughn.
Mikey would agree with this. Brad Pitt is not just a pretty boy, and it's unfair when people label him that way, considering some of the roles he's had, just like 12 Monkeys. He was the
you look at how people saw him the first time, right?
Mm-hmm.
The first time they saw him was with his shirt off and friggin' Thelma and Louise.
With Morgan Freeman.
So
that's a great film.
I mean,
and he was fantastic.
Morgan Freeman was in Thelma and Louise?
No.
He was fantastic in Fight Club, I've got to say.
Was it 7? 7. No.
Everybody loves that Fight Club movie,
Fight Club,
and I got to tell you, I turned it off halfway through it.
Except me, and no offense to you guys, but I loathed it.
Yeah.
And I was so glad when the studio that made it went out of business because of it.
Yeah, okay.
And then let me explain why.
Gorilla says you're still going? Well, I don't feel bad for bouncing early.
Hail Gorilla. Let me explain why.
Hail Gorilla.
Because I was into the movie, and to find out at the end, wait a minute, it's just some guy who punches himself, who beats himself, and people get into that punching themselves. No, that was bad. I was into the movie until the very end.
I turned it off.
You know what, Edward Norton,
when him and the chick, when he was mean to the chick, I turned it off. I was like,
did a better job on that than he did the Hulk.
Right, but there was this scene where like he's in the alley, and
I
according to us,
Norton did better than the Hulk.
like Captain Finity talks about false narrator and shit.
Yes,
and we're talking about like in the alley where it shows him fighting people and beating his ass, and then at the end of the movie, he was really just beating up himself, and people were watching him and they wanted to get into that too. I was like, what? Oh God! It just I'm so glad
the best movie.
Curator,
the best movie with somebody punching themselves is me, myself, and Irene.
I saw that.
Friggin' Jim Carrey beating the shit out of himself in that movie is awesome.
Yes,
it's great. When he knocks himself out of that
Yeah,
car,
but when
it's
he makes the
fantastic.
kid drop the ice cream.
Oh God.
Right.
I love it when
Yeah.
he goes and plops down in front of his neighbor's yard because his dog keeps pooping in his yard. He goes inside, steals his paper, and poops in his yard. It's hilarious, man. Good Lord. That movie's off the chain. The three sons that are all geniuses, right? Isn't Will Anderson one of them? Yeah. Oh, my God. It's hilarious. That movie's off the chain.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but you know.
But yeah, I was not a Fight Club fan. I turned it off halfway through it. I found out
I
later
liked
that
it till the end when I found out that the whole time he was just beating up on himself, and we're supposed to believe that people watched him and said, "Hey, I like that too," and it became popular where everybody was hitting themselves. I mean, shit. Is the
whatever.
best way I could describe the script.
I'm
is
not punching
shit.
myself. I don't know.
Yeah, it made no
I don't
sense.
know.
It made no sense.
I might beat myself up with alcohol, but I'm not gonna,
But
punch
I
myself.
because I wanted up until the last 5 minutes of the movie of Jacob's Ladder to love
Oh.
it, and then when it's like, what? It's a fucking
God.
death dream of a
Yes.
Vietnam vet. Screw you, fuck
Yes.
off.
That's
yeah,
one
the
of
same
those
way with the
movies.
Lost Boys. Yeah, another one. It's like, oh.
That's Jacob's Ladder is one of those movies that I've seen, but I don't ever need to see again.
Right.
Yeah, funny how a lot of them do that, isn't it?
Well, no, what I mean is it's disturbing. I'll give you another one. Film called 8mm with Nicolas
Oh
Cage.
yeah.
I know that
Wow.
side of life exists. I understand that exists, but I don't need to watch it. I really don't.
Right.
It's
Well, it's another one of those movies where you watch it once and it's like you have no need to see it again. because
no
there's
need to
nothing
see it again.
original.
Just
Right.
look, 8mm almost made me physically ill watching it. I was like, holy shit, are you
Oh,
serious?
that's how I felt with the last Star Trek movies. Oh.
I still like Into Darkness, though. I love
No,
Cumberbatch
my
playing
illness,
Khan.
my
Into
illness
Darkness.
started.
Wait a minute, that's the worst one.
Yeah, my
What?
illness started with Star Trek Generations. When I walked out, I felt so ill that I said, "This is the last time I'm ever going to watch a Star Trek movie again. Never going to pay for it at the theater." I
Yeah, but
physically
then
felt
they gave you
ill.
Discovery, and it made those movies okay.
I know
Didn't it?
everything's fine now, huh?
Yeah.
Take the pill and forget about it.
I own every Star Trek
the Star Trek
film,
movies.
except for the J.J. Abrams stuff. I will not. I can't buy those. No. I understand. I've
Well,
seen
for
them in a
me-
movie theater, and that's enough for me.
Well, for me, the TNG cast cannot carry theatrical movies. They were like 2-hour
They had one good
episodes,
movie.
and they sucked.
They had one good one, and it's in my top 5 favorite Star Trek movies. First Contact is a damn good movie.
Oh
It
yeah.
is really good.
Well, that's because it involves the Borg.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Anything
It's
with the
because
Borg
it's their
is
their biggest enemy. Yeah. Mhm.
So anything.
why.
I people say they're overrated. Yeah. So
Yeah. Yeah, you're right about the next generation though.
totally.
Nemesis and I can't even remember the names of the movies now. I've seen them all, but my gosh,
I have to
Generation
say,
sucked.
all of them sucked.
The only good thing
I
about
have to say-
the only good
Okay,
thing about Nemesis,
Generations,
we got
First
introduced
Contact.
to the kid that played Bane, right?
Then
Blanking
Tom
on
Holland.
his name right now.
yeah.
Or whatever his name is. No, you're right. The guy who played Bane, right?
Yeah,
and
he
he's
played
supposed
the
to
clone.
be. He was supposed to be a clone of Picard. Looked nothing like him.
Right.
They're like, oh
yeah,
my god.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
He's a good actor, though.
Then there was
And
Insurrection.
another difference is he was masculine and Picard is not. I was like, I'm supposed to believe this?
That's true. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I
but-
liked First Contact. That's
Okay.
the only time that Picard actually came off as masculine was that
Oh
one.
God.
Yeah.
Tried.
I mean, as much as he could, anyway.
Right.
I don't like Picard. I'm sorry. I never liked Picard. I'm never
Neither
gonna
did I. He was a pussy.
Yeah,
hey,
but,
man,
I mean,
my captain's Kirk,
Yeah.
dude. Shoot first and ask questions later. You know.
Just keep this in mind. I've mentioned it before and I'll mention it again. But remember, Picard is the one who cries at every chance he gets, and he had to seek therapy from either Troy or from Guinan before he can encounter anything.
Yeah,
Or
you don't seek
he can
therapy from a
never,
bartender
ever,
ever, man.
right? He
No,
can
that's
never
simple.
handle a situation on his own. He was like the weakest pussy I'd ever seen.
And
And I didn't like any of the cast in Next Generation. They were all cowards.
But
All they
Yeah,
did was run away from things
okay,
and try to talk their way out of everything.
I hear you, brother. Yep,
let me
yep,
just
yeah.
say,
I agree. I'm an original series guy
well,
myself. So
Right. When you watch the scene,
okay. I was
or was it
gonna
the
say
Enterprise
with
incident or whatever,
individual
where the Enterprise.
performances.
what?
I was just going to say, was it is it the Enterprise incident, the one where the Enterprise is surrounded by 3 Klingon ships, and Kirk has the makeup done where he looks like a Romulan,
Yeah,
and he beams aboard, and Spock is supposedly mutiny, and then the scene with Scotty standing there and saying, "Yeah, you may be able to destroy the Enterprise, but I'll blow us up and take all of you out with us." I never ever had that feeling of the strength and the fortitude in the TNG cast. They were all
no,
cowards.
no. The
and
only one that showed any strength was Worf. He was the only one.
Oh, but guess what they did? They mocked him
Or
Yeah,
constantly
they
and
did.
demasculated
Yeah,
him, right?
yeah, they did.
and let
They
me
did.
just say,
right.
Earl Grey tea hot can suck my bleep bleep
Thank
bleep.
you. Yes. Oh, how proper and prim. Right, how prim and proper. How impressive that is, isn't it?
but
I
but
wanted
if you
okay, but I remember
hungry,
when
sorry.
I was going to the conventions, and when they first Majel Barrett was standing on the stage with her usual yellow and blue striped sweater, saying, "Oh, we're introducing a new show. It's going to be called Star Trek: The Next Generation," and everybody in the audience was like, "Oh no!" And she held up a paper drawing, a hand drawing of what the Enterprise would look like. We were like, "Oh no!" And she goes, "Oh no, don't worry. It's not going to replace the new cast. It's there just a supplement to add more for Star Trek." And we were like, "Oh no!"
What a lie!
And then I thought, okay, and then I waited. We were patient because, like I said, I was at the time I was going to every convention, and when TNG premiered, I was there the first night watching it, and I thought, there's no masculine male on this ship. There's no fisticuffs. There's
Yeah,
nobody's in danger. Nobody's willing to just jump into the action and take charge.
right.
I thought, well,
Because
maybe Riker's
a
like
lot
that.
of
I
people
thought, but
forget.
then no.
A lot of people forget the original Star Trek was supposed to be wagon train in space.
Yeah,
Well, that was
Right.
what Gene Roddenberry pitched it to
Yeah,
NBC, right?
He pitched it as Wagon Train Beyond the Stars.
hmm
That's
Right.
how
Even though he
pitched
stole
it.
it from Ib Melchior.
yeah.
Of course he did.
And if you don't know what I'm talking about, I have a video on my channel. He stole Star Trek from another person.
Right.
Yeah.
But the point is, it was a masculine show. There was a beatdown in every show, damn near. There wasn't a show, there wasn't an original series, I don't think, episode where Kirk didn't use the double axe handle, man. I mean, come on.
Right. You got to have that, right?
You know.
And you have to think about this. Whoever, with the TOS, whoever was in danger, and it was focusing on, let's say they were by themselves. Let's say if it was Kirk, let's say it was Spock, it was Scotty. You always had the confidence that they knew how to handle a situation. They loved the ship, and they're willing to destroy everybody around them to save the ship. I
Yeah.
never got that feeling from TNG.
No.
Everybody had to consult
Right.
each other and get therapy before they could
Yeah.
make any decisions.
And
And they were always
Everything was by
cowards.
committee, no doubt.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I wanted to say, I'm sorry, guys, but I just wanted to say to Hungry, by the way, I know that cup of Earl Grey hot is overused as a phrase, but if you really try it as a drink, it's not bad. It's a good tea.
Oh no! Trust me, I like tea. I just don't want it in a Starfleet captain.
Right.
Right. Right. That's like saying, can I have a hot cup of right. That's like
I
saying
just wanted to clarify that, Hungry.
No, that's fine. That's
It's a
fine,
great
but-
tea. I had Earl Grey with rose tea, and
No, it's
I
great.
almost was tempted to say it, but because we were in a place called the Windsor Arms, I didn't want to say anything. I just like, please, I'd like a cup of Earl Grey with rose, and it's great tea. I
right.
love
And
tea.
for me, every time I heard that, it was like, I'll have a cup of estrogen, please.
This actually goes back to an
Or
important
Viagra.
this goes back to an important point where there was sensuality and romance, not this overblown sexuality that people accuse TOS of having.
Yeah,
But
right.
you know,
Yeah,
there
they
was
erased exactly. They erased everything that we liked about TOS that made it so great.
And yes, and they basically took everything that is natural between a man and a woman and took it out in TNG. You know,
Yes.
where like I mean, people accuse Kirk of being a
Yes.
poonhound. He wasn't. He was not a poonhound. He
Nope.
had romantic moments and connections with
Yes,
women
exactly.
who he
Right.
turned
That's the
down.
whole right. That's the whole problem is the writers of D&G. It's like they never really watched TOS because he was not a womanizer.
No,
It's
and he
just they had
turned
never seen the show.
he turned down opportunities with this women to do the best thing by his crew and by his position as a captain. So he was the opposite of a poonhound. He turned stuff down. And then in TNG, they basically make sure nobody has any stirrings in their loins at all.
Right.
And if they are, they're made to be the bad person in the episode. The
Well,
bad
except right, and not to disagree, but except for when Loxana Troy came on,
I
and
was
she
gonna
was the
Yeah.
subplot of every other
Yeah,
episode
this-
of how she had crush
Right.
on
They made a
somebody on
joke
this
out of it.
show.
They made a joke out of her eventually.
I
That's
hated, but and I loved it. By the way, and I met Majel Barrett many times, and I
I love
loved her,
Yeah.
but I loathed and hated that character because every time you know she was going to be on the episode, it was like, oh my god, 85% B plot, 15% A plot.
The only good thing about Luxwana Choi is that Majel Barrett claims that she had a great time playing
Well,
her.
yeah, it was the biggest role she ever had in her life, and because she slept with Gene Roddenberry, yeah, that's easy.
But you know the whole council and camel toe thing just drove me nuts. I could not. Oh my god!
Every time she was on this show, every time she was on that show,
Yeah, the uniform was not flattering, no doubt.
right. But every
my
time she
God.
was on that show, and like I said, I love
No.
the actress, but the problem was the subplot would override the main plot,
Yeah.
and every time she was on there, it had nothing to do with the main plot. It was always her. She had a crush on somebody, or her wanting to get married, and it's just. Oh my god, I hate subplots. Oh my
Well, fellas,
god.
look, my wife's going to be up in about 10 minutes, so it's time for me to cut this off for myself.
Sorry, Joe.
You guys keep going. You're almost hitting the 9-hour mark. I hope you do okay.
Call me
It was a-
crazy.
It was a pleasure being here. Thanks for having the open link where I could join you.
And then I gotta
Thank
get
you,
some
Joe.
extra
Relax.
rest.
And
Joe,
you
Joe,
guys-
before you leave, I got to make a joke for you and Pops. The problem with TNG is they went from space opera to space Oprah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I can buy that one, man. They definitely
I
did
can
that.
totally buy that. Yes,
Uh,
I can.
Anytime you have a counselor involved, that means some people need some rehab, and that's not really what Star Trek.
No,
is.
I liked every single episode where Picard would turn to Troy and say, I need counseling. I don't know what to do. And she'd say, okay. And he says, I'm going to go talk to the bartender.
Look,
That
I
makes
was
a lot of
bartender
sense,
for
doesn't
18
it?
Years. You do not
that-
need to get counseling.
Right. What do I
from
need a
bartender.
counselor for? I'm going to go talk to the bartender.
Right. I mean,
And
that's
why?
what made me
Because Whoopi
question.
Goldberg demanded to be on the show.
Right.
Guys, I could talk to you for hours. I have got to go. Be good.
Joe,
buddy.
please come back. You're great.
I
It's
will,
great to see
brother.
you.
I will. You take care. I'll talk to you
Yeah,
later.
please come
Bye.
back. Yeah.
Good night.
Thanks, Joe.
I'm sorry about
Yeah.
that. I know there's a lot of TNG fans out there, but it's just, I'm sorry.
I mean, no, but to be fair, there are a lot of episodes I really like, but most of it is so watered down and mamby-pamby, I can't get into it.
Well, because
Yeah.
by the time, okay, it all started with, and I can be specific, it all started with Dallas. That's when daytime soap operas became popular in prime time. And that's when the subplots kicked in. So by the time we got to Star Trek The Next Generation, we got so heavily into the subplots where the main plots didn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
Right. It was more about subplots. Yeah.
Right. We had
Sure.
Falcon Crest, we had all that stuff. And then by the time Star Trek came out, and by the way, and I'm going to mention weak writing, because TOS is
Yeah.
tight, excellent writing, and they used to actually hire science fiction authors. They
Yes.
stopped all that. None of that was involved with TNG. They
Right.
just hired the typical group of writers every
Yes.
week. Brian, I hated their names. What was their name? Pillage?
Yeah.
Or Pillar or Blasphemy? What was the name?
Pillar.
Peeler.
Right.
Yeah. Peeler.
Brian Braga or whatever, and Brian.
Brandon Braga.
That's
Brandon
it. I
Braga
loathe
and
them.
Michael Pillar. Yeah,
That's
And
it.
Maria Savara.
yeah.
But
But
and I said it before. It's like an episode would start, and what would happen was, and here's exactly the pattern of TNG. What would happen was, the episode would start. You'd get an introduction of the A plot. For example, the bad guy would say, "We're going to attack your ship. We're surrounded. You're surrounded. We're going to attack you." And then what would happen was it would cut to the subplot, and it would deal with that for like 10 or 15 minutes or so. And when it's time for commercial, they would cut back to the main plot on the bridge, and then the bad guy would say once again, "We're going to shoot you. We're going to attack you." It would cut to a commercial. Commercial would come back. The bad guy would come back and say, "Oh no, we really won't attack you. We really didn't mean that." And then we'd go back to the subplot for 10 minutes or so until it's time for another commercial, and then would cut back to the main plot where the victim. And I'm telling you, I'm describing several episodes. Right before the commercial, it would cut back to the main plot where they're surrounded by the Romulans or the Klingons, and they're saying, "We're gonna blast you out of space." Cut to a commercial. Come back from a commercial. "Oh yeah, you're right. We're not gonna really blast you." 10 more minutes of subplot until the next commercial. That is exactly TNG in a nutshell.
Yeah, but the thing, and then the other thing about TNG, which kind of bothered me, was you only had good episodes when you had, either Q involved or you had the Borg involved.
Gazoo?
I mean, the first time the Q in
You mean Q Gazoo, right? The guy from the Flintstones, right? Who snapped his fingers and then put him into peril, right?
The Great Gazoo.
That's freaking
Right.
awesome.
That was
And I
Q.
wanted
Was the
to be
Great Gazoo?
adversaries that, yeah, he was.
My
for sure.
my problem is
But
I
always
don't
enjoyed
like
the Q
Q.
episodes. I really did.
I don't like Q, and no offense to everybody else, but I don't like magic being brought into it. That ruined it. There's no magic in Star Trek. It's either practical or not. And when they brought in the Great Gazoo / Q, that sucked. And the problem was, guess what? They introduced it in the first episode. And it was like, oh my God, this is Gazoo from the Flintstones. He snapped his fingers, and it's like, oh my God. Literally, he'd snap his, just like Gazoo, he'd snap his fingers just to cause some kind of turmoil. And I
understand. I actually despised the Farpoint episode as well.
But Pop, do you believe? I was gonna say, but Pop, do you believe like me that?
I'm sorry, Mikey, it's cutting out. I didn't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I heard you say.
Think that the Borg were probably the most adversary of all of them.
Well, yeah, okay. I like the introduction of the Borg, but unfortunately, they milked it to where eventually even the Borg were pussies. So they wore that out a long time ago.
Yeah, and also the thing is, when you look at the timeline of TNG leading into DS9, but mainly TNG, this is when they brought Hollywood 90210 and Melrose Place into things, which were all about the B plots to back up.
Yes, thank you. Talking in hallways about their feelings. How about that, huh?
Exactly. And so, like, these shows have massive ratings, and guess what? Suddenly, we're seeing this happening in our science fiction.
Right. And it was the worst and the most unbelievable part is it would happen when like the Enterprise is surrounded by a bunch of alien vessels threatening to kill, but suddenly they stop and pause. The aliens even tell them, "That's okay, we'll give you time to talk and get therapy." And then they would cover the B plot, the subplot for the 20 minutes where he's talking to Guinan or what's her face. And then they would threaten right before the commercial. Right before the commercial. We've had enough. We're gonna attack you. Fade out. Come back from the commercial, and the bad guy goes, "Oh, you're right. You're right. We're not going to hit you. We're not going to attack." Back to the B plot.
Oh man.
The main plots. I'll put it this way: the main plots were bookends for the commercials. Is all they were, and what they were used is whenever you watched a preview when it said next week on Star Trek: The Next Generation, you notice they only show clips from the main plot, not the B plot.
Yeah,
it was to lure people in.
Yeah, but the one series we're forgetting here is, you said, because, and I agree with you wholeheartedly about TOS having great writers like Harlan Ellison and so forth that would come in and write, great scripts. I mean, for
Well,
back
look,
then.
right, here's a good example. A lot of people's favorite is City on the Edge of Forever. When you
It's
think
fine,
about it,
yeah.
the plot with Kirk and Edith Keeler is actually the subplot. But when you say that, it's like, oh, I didn't even realize that because it blends so well with the main story. It's not completely separate, and it fits in and it makes sense. That's what TNG could not do. The subplots were always completely separate, and it was like the whole script and the story would just skid to a stop.
Yeah, well, but the one that I'm saying that we're forgetting, I think, is the animated series. Did any of those? And I do remember watching at least more than half of the episodes that were in the animated series.
Yeah, I
But did
covered them
any of them?
on my channel. Yes, I covered every
Yeah,
episode.
right. But did they also use the same kind of brilliant writers? I'd like to call them brilliant. I mean,
Yes,
it
they
was
did. They
walking.
brought back some of the original writers, including DC Fontana, for the animated series.
That's
That's
awesome.
why a lot
Yeah.
of people consider that as the fourth and fifth season. At the beginning it says our 5-year mission, and we
Right.
all know that the series was canceled after 3 years. So a lot of
Yeah.
people, Star Trek fans, consider the animated series as the fourth and fifth year.
As canon. Yeah. Right.
Yes,
Okay.
right.
As fourth, fifth year. Why didn't they? But Pop, is that probably why it only lasted for 2 seasons? Because
No, the only
they
reason
couldn't
why
go
it's canceled,
further.
it was only
Yeah.
canceled because NBC said it was too expensive. They didn't want to continue producing it
An
because it was
animated
cheaper.
series was too expensive. Okay.
Well, because right, it was too expensive because of the writers. Remember that
Yeah.
it was
Yeah.
they were hiring DC Fontana and some of the like Harold the guy who wrote Trouble. I'm sorry, I'm tired.
Yeah, that's
Anyway,
okay.
they were hiring some of the original writers,
David
and it was cheaper to
Gerald.
produce. Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah.
And it was cheaper for
David
them to
Gerald.
produce.
Okay.
It
Yeah,
was producer.
I know who
It
you're
was
talking about.
cheaper for them to make Hong Kong Phooey and Captain Caveman. So yeah, they pretty much cut the budget because it was cheaper to make the other cartoons. So it was strictly because
To
of
make the
budget.
other
It wasn't
cartoons. That's
ratings,
such a
right?
shame.
Right. It wasn't because of the ratings. People were watching it, but it was
Yeah.
only because they said, "Well, look, Hong Kong Phooey is much cheaper to produce, and so is Captain Caveman and Scooby Doo and all this." So that's the only reason why it was canceled. Just like the Flash series from the 1990s, it was only canceled because they said they don't want to spend money anymore.
Well, because yeah, well, you know why? For one reason, because Filmation did such a great attention to detail. That I think they'd still consider one of the best early and liked Filmation.
They did. You can
So
tell by watching
the
it.
way
It
they
was
were able to put together the TAS, yeah,
right. A lot of it was rotoscoping, whereas Hungry Boy will know where they actually took actual film footage from the series and drew over the frames, and that's why so many shots of like the Enterprise and all that look so well.
Yes.
Filmation put a lot of heart into it. They really loved the show,
yeah,
and you won't find that anymore.
Well, that actually goes back to a lot of stuff that was happening with superhero
yeah. I know it's a shame.
cartoons in the like 1966 onwards, but it looked a lot better than the crappy animation that would come later. But the important thing was we had very intriguing scripts, intellectually intriguing scripts, and we had fantastic voice work from almost all of the original TOS actors. And I have to
Yes,
say, the music, which was created specifically for that animated series,
yes,
that music gives me goosebumps every time I hear it. Every time I hear it, it's intense, just as much as the music for TOS is. But the animated
I
series,
agree.
oh my god, oh, it's juicy, dude, juicy.
And I'm okay. And this is going to sound
I agree too.
juvenile, but I'm going to be honest. And growing up as a kid, that was always my built-in personal theme. And whenever I saw
Somebody
conflict
asked me
on,
what was.
well, whenever I had conflict and I was watching something in front of my eyes or watching a movie or a TV show, I would always play in my mind the animated series dun 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 dun. Dun. It was like a built-in theme through my mind the whole time. And yes, because
Yeah.
it always made things better. I'd be watching a bad movie or a bad TV show, and it always made things better.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
And I was just gonna say, somebody asked me one other time, uh, of the TAS, what was one of your favorites that you actually got to see? Well, I was very young then when it came out in the early '70s, so I didn't
Hello,
see
LEG.
many.
Good to see you, sir.
Yeah, good to see you, LDG.
Good
But
morning, LDG.
one of the few that I really liked was the Mud one. I love Roger C. Carmel. He played a great hardcore vet in Mud.
Yes,
In the
he did.
original series and in the animated series that he was in, the episode he did for that,
Right.
I thought that was freaking awesome. I mean,
Right. He was fantastic. They wanted him for the Trouble with Tribbles, but he was not available, and that's why we got Stanley Adams instead, which still stands out as a perfect, excellent episode. If you
oh,
never would have known
absolutely.
that.
I still love it. Some of that, and you were just talking about Tribbles. I still think that DS9 had to do, or no, they actually did a decent. I thought they did a decent crossover with the Trouble with Tribbles, with Tribbles and Tribulate, or Trials
Trials
and
and Tribulations.
Tribulations. Yeah,
That's the
I
one
thought they
episode
did
of
a good
DS9
job.
I've seen, yes.
Yeah,
From
it's good.
beginning to end, yes.
Yeah, it's good.
Well, okay, here's my question. Was it good because it was written well, or was it good technically because the way they blended them in with the old cast?
I think it was good technically. I really
No,
I
I'm asking
admired
about
it
the
for the
writing.
technical.
Yeah, but I'm asking about the writing. Technical's easy.
Yeah, technical's easy. The writing,
Did they have a good reason to
well,
be there?
did they have a good reason? It's hard to say because when you realize that it's the original Darwin, that it's the actual actor that was in the original episode. So he comes back as an older guy and he steals the thing. I don't know. They could have changed it a little bit. The script, okay, is not a great script. Let's be honest. But
That's what I was thinking because I did watch it. I was not a fan of DS9, but when
yeah,
I heard it was coming out, I was excited. And when I watched it, I thought, okay, technically, visually, special effects wise, I can see why they did it. But was it justified script wise to where you could say, wow, that was a really good episode? It really stands along with TOS. I didn't see that.
yeah. Well, I think there could have been a few. What do you mean? Or what's the word? Eliminations they could have made,
Well, it was like
and
it
made
was
it better. I guess.
well, it
Yeah.
was like the writers said, "Look what we can do! Look what we can do! Look what we can do!"
Uh huh.
But I didn't see any justification as far as a good Star Trek story. But like I said, I could be wrong. I know there's a lot of fans of DS9.
Yeah. Well, I still consider it my favorite. Actually, that is really my favorite DS9 episode. Honestly, because of the
I know there's a
crossover.
lot
I
of
went
big.
to
I know there's a
TNG
lot of big fans
and
of
did Relics.
DS9, so I don't want to. I don't want to
I
diss that.
mean, you know, so
Yeah, Relics is my only. Yeah, if anybody was to ask me, that's
yeah.
the only TNG episode I
Oh,
can watch
Franco
more than
Walker
once.
said
Hello, Franco Walker. Good to see you.
his
Hello, Pop
Relics. Yeah,
and Panel.
I,
And you guys probably think I'm insane. We're going on 9 hours
yeah.
now.
The panel that's been here for over 9 hours now. 9 hours and 5 minutes. If I can read that right.
Yep.
I don't know. I got my glasses. I'm back to glasses now. That's the problem.
But
Yeah,
it's
9 hours, 5 minutes, and 20 seconds.
with Star Trek. I mean, starting with TNG and everything forward, it's like they were trying to recapture the glory of TOS, and nobody's been able to do it. So when I saw Trials and Tribulations, I thought, yeah, they tried, but
I agree with
no.
that.
And that continues on to the new J.J. Abrams movies. They all tried to mimic and copy, but you can't do it. You just can't do it. You can't get William Shatner and Leonard Nimoy again. I don't care what kind of version of Spock you want to
I
come up
think
with or who plays it, but it's
right.
not Leonard Nimoy. Leonard Nimoy was Spock. Leonard Nimoy created the character of Spock. A lot of the mannerisms that Spock
I
had
think
and the mythicism
yeah.
was all Leonard Nimoy. And it's like you can't just snap your fingers and replace it with a different actor and expect the same results.
Sure.
But that's my opinion.
Well, yeah. Well,
Thank
like
you.
I said, for my for my I stopped after Enterprise with Bakula. Okay, as Archer. That's when everything stopped for me because I refused to watch any other Star Trek offshoot or series after Enterprise. And the reason is because I felt that when I watched, you know, TOS, I watched every single episode. I grew up to watch every single episode and loved it. TAS, the same thing. I grew up over time, watched every single animated episode, loved it. Okay, when TNG came, I was a little, excited. I thought maybe it'd be a bit different. Thought it was better. No, what happened was that TNG, like Deep Space Nine, like Voyager, like Enterprise, has individual performances. But you got to have a series to succeed, not just on individual performances, but on overall performances. And sadly enough, they failed. But I
No,
don't dislike them any worse than
right, and
that.
I agree with that. Right, they all relied on subplots where
Right.
the script was screeched to a halt, and you'd have people talking in corridors about their feelings or their personal lives, and that wasn't Star Trek.
Right.
That's weak and terrible writing, especially when you see the name writers attached the same names week after week after week.
And then
Frank
you
Walker
like, yeah, go
Frank
ahead.
Walker says it's good to hear your voice again, pop culture. Yes, I'm so glad to be back. This is my first stream in a week or two, but I missed everybody, so I had to do it again. Even though it's 9 hours later, my voice is giving up.
He's making me laugh. Just, excuse me. Just from that alone, yeah. But I really love you, Pop. I mean, you're so gracious to get me started in streams like this, and you are a big, huge mentor to me, and I can't thank you enough. I wish I was a rich billionaire, and I'd give you all the give you the money possible to get you
I
to
appreciate that.
Arizona and a better place to live
You know what?
in
It's
Arizona.
it's everybody's support is what I need more than any kind of a dollar amount. So thank you for that.
Yeah,
Franco
no
says
problem.
just a short stream, then LOL. Yeah, just a short stream, plus another 9 hours. And Franco Walker says I like DS9 because it was different. That's
I got a
fine.
point.
I
I
know
got
a
a
lot of
point.
people like DS9.
I got
Yeah,
a
Go ahead.
point there. DS9 versus
go
TNG.
ahead.
Okay,
I agree.
DS9 had eye candy for the guys. TNG did not.
That okay. I'm not going to argue. Okay, I have to say this because I was not a fan of DS9. So
No,
whatever eye candy you're mentioning, I wasn't focusing on because
you hated the
that's
stories.
well the stories and it was the ship didn't go around and adventures have new adventures and explore new civilizations. That was done. It was a ship that was
Yeah,
stuck in the middle of nowhere,
I
and I never liked the
I
makeup,
told.
the Ferengis and the I
Yeah,
hated the makeup. The fact that through TNG all the way to Enterprise they stuck with one makeup company, Michael Westmore and Associates, I thought was a
yeah,
detriment because there was no new original ideas. All it was is slap a little bit of latex and tattoos on them, and there you have a new alien. So between that and I just no. That's
yeah,
why
What
still
were
to
you
this day
doing?
I won't watch DS. What do you call it? Babylon 5. I loathed the makeup on Babylon 5. I tried to
yeah.
watch
That's
the
terrible.
show. It may be good, but the makeup, oh my god.
I
Yeah,
understand
that's
that. With that
terrible.
five, I really like the scripts. But the thing is, I was only partially joking, Pop, because with TNG they took all the sex out, and then with DS9 they like overcompensated in the other
It,
direction, and then
Yeah, I know,
everything.
but
I
it's like I
told.
was mentioning earlier. It was like I was mentioning earlier. I'm a big Superman fan, but when they brought in sex with him and Lois Lane, it ruined it.
Yeah,
I don't want
Totally.
that in my Star Trek. I don't need that. That's only a cheap writer who can't think of original ideas where they have
I,
to throw in sex. That's why Enterprise. I was so excited when I heard Scott Bakula was going to be the new
yeah.
captain. I waited for it. The night it premiered, I watched it, and as soon as they got to the sex shower scene, I was out, and I said, "That's not Star Trek. That's worse, cheap writing." And I never tuned back in again.
yeah,
Well,
I wanted to explain that uh, the reasoning. This is what I came up with. The reasoning I saw, like after the animated series, when TNG came out, it was basically now. I remember this is how I applied. This is what I applied to each of these series. Okay, just try to get
You're cutting out. You're
through
cutting out, Mikey.
them.
Sorry, we can't hear
My
you.
mother, when I was very young, operated rule. So when I started watching, series like TNG and so forth, well, TNG to me, that's soap opera in space. DS9, that's the soap opera space station. Voyager, that's soap opera in another quadrant. And then you've got Enterprise, which is soap opera in a prequel series. That's about it.
Well, right. How
Soap
about
opera.
this? How about this
Every
with
one of
TNG?
them.
Or how about this with TNG? This is from the very beginning, starting with the first episode. You think a ship
Yeah.
is ever going to be in danger when it has families and children on board? I mean, it's like,
No.
are they serious when they wrote that into it?
Yeah. No.
Right, it was like the
It,
Hilton Hotel in space. So I
yes.
never felt, no matter what episode, I never felt the ship was in danger ever. It's like who came up with that idea
Ever.
with families and
Right.
children in space and classrooms
Right.
and
No,
all
I
that shit? It's like
I
what?
agree.
There's no threat there. They're always going to come out of it with no damage, and that's what happened. It was like everything that could go wrong was written into the
Yeah.
show. I'll put it that way. But that's my opinion.
Well,
I
yeah.
roll with
I
that.
mean, but even who came up with the brilliant idea of generations? A nexus? Are you fucking kidding me? That's even better. But yes,
Berman and Braga. Berman and
really
Braga. By
mostly
the way,
is
before that movie came
that
out,
and the writing.
before
Yeah.
right before that movie came out, I used to read Starlog magazine. I was subscribed to it, and there was an interview with Berman and Braga, and
Yeah.
they wrote that shitty movie, and they were talking about how excited they were, and it was going to be the best Star Trek ever, and they had to write the scene, and it was so tough to write Kirk's death, and they said, oh. By the way, they spent 2 whole weeks on the script, and they said how when we wrote the scene with Kirk dying, we cried.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh my God. And then it was so bad they had to reshoot it. Because originally, anybody who
I
knows,
was more pissed off.
well, anybody who knows, in reality,
Yeah.
the first time they shot it, Malcolm McDowell, the bad guy, Soren, whatever his name was, shot William Shatner, Captain Kirk, in the
Malcolm
back.
McDowell. Yeah.
Right in the original movie,
Right.
he shot him in the back. But what
Uh-huh.
happened was that leaked to the public, and the public got extremely angry. So they went
Yeah.
back and reshot the scene where Kirk was dying under the bridge, just to just to just to drill it in because they said, "Well, ha ha ha." Kirk said he'll never die alone, but we're not going to show him on the bridge. We're going to show him under the bridge and suffering. And the only person
Under the
watching
bridge.
is
Right.
Picard, and the only other person there is Picard. And why is because Picard is such a coward. He brought Kirk in because he was afraid to fight Soren on his own. He said, "Well, I can't fight. I'm a pussy and I have a vagina, so I need you to come in and fight the bad guy for me."
Oh,
That makes
dude.
a lot of sense, Bob. I
I
never
need you to
I
remove
never
it.
got
I
a
need you
chance to
to.
really look at it that way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
why else did he bring Captain Kirk there? Because I don't know how to fight. I need you to fight the little fight because the guy's 5'4".
Wow.
I agree
That
with
really
you.
is a reveal. That wow, yeah. Well, you know
Pop,
what? And then the other thing too that bothered me, of course, was the fact that uh well, I think it was actually kind of appropriate. There was a book that came out after that incident there for Radio 3. I read it where the Borg and the Romulans teamed up. It was in a Star Trek book. I'd like to
I
remember the
appreciate that, but
title
that
of it.
means it's not canon.
Right, it's not canon, but what they did was the Borg and the Romulans took Kirk's body and kind of repaired it the way they were supposed to, according to Borg standards and kind of Romulan manipulation. And then they were going to send this, facsimile of Kirk after Picard, after he supposedly killed him. So
Oh,
I thought it was crazy. I read the book, but it was just crazy.
Well,
just
that's a
thought
nice way of putting it, I guess.
it
You're
was.
being very gracious with that word, right? I wouldn't use that word, but oh well.
That was crazy.
And I'm gonna highlight this real quick here. I'm trying to get caught up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mikey says, "Hey, Gorilla," and LDG's morning not awake yet, and me too. LDG LOL says Mikey. Franco Walker says, "Hello, Pop and panel. It's good to hear your voice again, Pop Culture. I'm sorry about repeating myself, guys. Just a short stream, then LOL. I like DS9 because it was different." And Franco says, "Janeway was the worst Starfleet captain ever. Every decision she made was wrong. Not to mention the fact that she had a voice that was like fingernails on a chalkboard. And by the way, her sexuality, 0. On a scale of 1 to 10, 0. No attraction whatsoever for a male."
Poor
Franco
Kate
Walker
Mulgrew.
says, "Spot on, Pop." Thank you, Franco.
Yeah.
And Joe says, who's still around, "Everything always ends up at Star Trek. On my show, it's Star Wars."
Yeah.
Well, before Disney bought Star Wars, Joe, I would have talked about Star Wars, but since Disney bought it, Star Wars is long dead, so I don't really talk about it anymore.
Yeah, guys, my voice is giving out. I got to call it quits. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
that's
think
all
I'm
right,
close to the
Hungry.
same point too. Thank you, Hungry Boy.
Yeah, we
All right.
appreciate you being here, Hungry.
I
Big
appreciate your stamina and spending so much time. Seriously, we're going on over 9 hours, so it means a lot to me, Hungry Boy.
Yeah. Thank you guys. And you were wonderful, Pop. Magnificent show. A lot of topics. Great to see you here too, Mikey. Love everything you bring to the table. But if I keep talking, I'm not going to be able to talk for the rest of the week.
Well,
You
and
had
I
the whole,
have to be able.
yeah, you had the whole day ahead of you, Hungry Boy. So I don't want to take your voice away now.
All right. Well,
Yeah,
love
and
you guys.
I got to prepare for my 4 hour stream at 8 o'clock later tonight, so I've got to get myself some rest before I get ready
I've
for
got a lot
that.
of packing to do today, so yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Catch you soon, guys.
Bye bye. Have a great
All right,
night. Thank you,
Hungry.
Hungry Boy.
Bye.
Take
Franco
care.
says hi at Joe's atmosphere, and Joe says 9 hours plus Iron Man.
Yes.
Franco says, "Take care, Hungry." Yes, Hungry. Oh, I love when Hungry Boy is here. And Joe says, "Hey, Franco Walker." And yes, we're at 9 hours and 19 minutes. And I think I'm going to call it a night too, because seriously, I can't believe my voice has lasted this long. But it was great. I mean, seriously, like I said,
I'm
it's my first
surprised you
stream in 2 weeks.
lasted this long, Bob,
I
but it's
know it.
great.
I really got it. You know what? When
Yeah.
I started it, I thought maybe it'll last for an
And I
hour or
really did
so.
enjoy
But
spending the last 2 hours with you.
and Joe's had a ball with you guys. Thanks. Likewise, Joe. Thank you for being here, and you're welcome
No,
back
I really
anytime.
appreciate you allowing me to be there for the last 2 hours with you, Bob. Yes,
Well,
Joe. Yeah,
I
come on
said it
back
was a
next time.
pleasure. I'm glad I did this
I
stream
really
because it was good
appreciate
to
you
reconnect with everybody.
allowing me, Bob.
Okay, so I will see you guys soon. Like I said, next few days I'm packing
Yes.
and moving to
And I
Arizona.
hope that you get
Go ahead.
Arizona. Yeah.
I will be there. Take care, Pop and Mikey, says Franco.
So
I
I hope you
will.
get there safely, Bob.
I should be okay. I'm looking forward to the move, and I should
Thank
be
you, Franco.
settled in. And we'll pick up with my Lost in Space stream, the original series, on Monday. So thank you everybody for tuning in. Thank you for your patience. I mean, seriously, 9 hours. I don't know who's crazier, me or you guys, but I love you guys so much. And like I said, every chat, everybody in here on the panel,
I'm crazy.
and I appreciate you guys.
You're fine, Pop. I'm not.
Okay, I will see you guys soon. And I won't be doing any streams until I'm in Arizona, but I may pop up on some of your streams because I'll have my phone. So I'll talk to you guys soon. All right, take care, everybody, and thank you for being here.
That sounds good. Well, everyone, on behalf of Pop Culture Curator, Errors Plus, thank you all for being here. Thank you all again for helping Pop out in his quest to get to Arizona safely and soundly. And as for me, take care and God bless.